Corpses lay everywhere, and soldiers on both sides had suffered countless casualties. I believed the rising black smoke was an omen that the dying flame was about to go out. I had to survive. I would not die. I would never die. I would make that come true no matter what. Yet another battle was raging, and the soldiers of both sides kept charging at each other without pause. Someone shouted, "Everyone charge!" Without the slightest hesitation, the soldiers swung their long swords. A man raised his weapon high and loudly encouraged the troops. "With Makai of the Han Q-Sec cavalry here, do not panic." That man was Makai, captain of the Han Q-Sec's assault unit. Arrogantly, he went on, "Taihao truly can predict everything like a god. They've all gathered at the North Gate. Thanks to his plan, all we have to deal with is this bunch of brats." As he commanded the army, he charged forward as well. "Kill them all for me. You'll be richly rewarded. Charge!" After the battle, only pillars of smoke remained. Then, from the thick haze, a burst of purple energy exploded outward. A figure emerged and sent the soldiers flying. Someone cried out in alarm, "Hero Ma, watch out ahead." That person rampaged across the battlefield. Several soldiers shouted, "He's a martial arts master. His movement technique is impossibly elusive," cutting down soldiers as he went. Even Ma Kai, who had been fighting, was forced to stop and watch. The young man rushed straight at him and threw a punch. Pavilion of Heavenly Water Fists, disciple of the Guanyin sect. The soldiers on Ma Kai's side were blasted away. He was no exception. The youth stared fixedly at the battlefield and took up a fighting stance. He stopped moving, and none of the soldiers dared charge forward anymore, only standing in place and watching. Then he spotted a protruding rock and climbed onto it. He loudly declared, "I am Zhen Yuan, eldest son of the Heavenly Hand Fist Saint and heir to the Ho Vin Jia family. This land is my territory. You northern rebels dare slaughter my people here. Your actions are no different from betraying the country." He continued, "I know that you are merely soldiers forced into this war. As a righteous hero, I will give you one last chance. If you want to live, leave this place at once." The enemy's soldiers immediately hesitated and began whispering among themselves. "So he's that famous prodigy, the one who has reached the divine transformation realm. Unbelievable. He defeated Ma Kai with a single punch." Zhen Yuan went on, "Leave now, or this place will become your grave." The soldiers muttered in confusion, "But why does he have to climb to the top of a rock and talk in that pose?" Another one added, "I heard he loves showing off as much as he loves practicing martial arts." Looks like the rumors were true. Zhen Yuan spoke again, "I know you want to escape this war. Go back now. Your families are waiting for you. I do not wish to carry out meaningless slaughter. Yes, family." One soldier slowly rose to his feet and murmured, "I have to go back." He forced himself onward through sheer will, and several others looked surprised. But very quickly, smug smiles spread across their faces. Jin Yuan turned around, but it was already too late. Without hesitation, Tian Kuang thrust his spear straight through Zhen Yuan's abdomen. He cried out in agony, while Tian Kuang said, "You must pay with your life." Jin Yuan shot him a glance. "You." He raised a hand to strike Tian Kuang, "You nameless nobody." But Tian Kuang moved faster, slamming his head violently into Zhen Yuan's, then shoving him off the rock as the crowd below burst into cheers. "We did it. Poisoner Tian Kuang has killed the descendant of the Ho Vin Jia family. The enemy general is dead. Our morale is soaring." They called to each other and charged forward. "Hurry, attack. If we win this battle, we'll be richly rewarded." Tian Kuang drove his spear hard into Zhen Yuan's body. Fresh blood poured from Zhen Yuan's mouth and nose, just like when he coughed, and Tian Kuang picked up a large rock. As he brought the rock down without mercy, the other soldiers were still fighting around him. Inwardly, he thought, "I must survive." Tian Kuang looked up at the sky, panting heavily. The people around him ran back and forth in chaos, but only a few things mattered to him. "Father, Sini, wait for me." Later, at the Han Q-Sec's camp, the soldiers laughed and joked. "What blind luck. Only you little poisoner, could have pulled that off." Taihao, strategist of the Han Q-Sect, sneered and continued, "Thanks to you, the day I, Lai Taihao, become master of the Han Q-Sect is now within reach." Tian Kuang asked curtly, "Where's my reward?" Taihao spread his hands and replied, "Reward? I'll reward you right away. I'll treat the entire army to a hearty meal." Tian Kuang threw a blood-soaked cloth sack onto the ground and coldly pressed him. "Not that. You promised me something else. This is the 20th head, the heir of the Ho Vin Jia family. family. His eyes fixed on the severed head on the ground. Tien Kwang continued. He was also a martial arts master famed throughout the martial world. You promised to give me my freedom. Tai Hao lifted his foot and stomped hard on Tien Kwang's shoulder. Putting on a superior air, Tai Hao said, "Hey, I told you to call me second brother. Don't speak to me so insolently. You were sold as a war slave, and now you dare ask me for freedom?" The others felt a little sorry when they saw Tai Hao punishing Tien Kwang. Isn't the only freedom a war slave gets to die on a battlefield? He kept grinding his foot into Tien Kwang's shoulder until the pain forced Tien Kwang to raise a hand to block it. You may have killed a few enemy warriors, but that's not because you're capable. It was all thanks to my strategy. Gritting his teeth, Tien Kwang cursed, "Bastard." Tai Hao moved his foot to his neck, pressing down over and over as he spat back, "Idiot." Tien Kwang shouted my neck. Tai Hao continued, "Look carefully. Without my plan, you're nothing at all. Listen well, you fool. That was my strategy, not yours. Did you really think someone like you, who can't fight against fate, could kill a master? All you need to do is obey me like a dog. I hope you understand that clearly." He kicked Tien Kwang rolling across the ground and barked, "Now get lost." As he walked away, he did not forget to instruct Ma Kai, that brat, throw him into the dungeon until the next battle. Ma Kai replied, but the dungeon is already packed with prisoners from the Hovinjia family." Tai Hao shot back, "Oh, is that so? Then lock him in the cellar until he becomes an obedient dog." Ma Kai accepted the order. "Yes, second brother." Tai Hao glanced at Tien Kwang and sneered. "Freedom? Fool." He left him with one last taunt. "If you've got the guts, try escaping." One night, a week later, someone screamed in horror, "Fire." Everyone panicked and shouted to one another, "The residence is on fire. Damn it, who dared set it ablaze?" In the forest, a figure was struggling along with something on his back. It was Tien Kwang, moving wearily with a person slung over his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "I've escaped, you filthy dog." He kept going, but suddenly something sliced through the air. 3 arrows struck the person he was carrying. The soldiers had already caught up. As Tien Kwang sped up, they shouted, "It's Tien Kwang." Running as they cursed, they yelled, "Damn it, you set fire to the residence," and ran. Another shouted, "How the hell did you break out of prison?" Hiding behind a tree, Tien Kwang shouted back, "We used to be comrades. Can't you just let me go?" They flatly refused. "Don't talk nonsense. If we don't catch you, we're dead for sure, bastard." He looked at them, then glanced in another direction, when a man lunged at him to attack. Damn it. Tien Kwang grabbed him, countered the strike, and beat the attacker until he screamed miserably. Tien Kwang followed up with a kick. The man only managed to cry out, "You," before being kicked in the face. Several others rushed him from behind, roaring, "Go die, bastard." One of them slashed down, but Tien Kwang dodged, and in the same motion, yanked an arrow out of that man's body. He counterattacked, and blood sprayed everywhere. Another man refused to back down and charged in. When a dagger stabbed into his shoulder, Tien Kwang felt a sharp burst of pain. He struck back, carving a bloody gash across the man's body. But at the same time, a large brute slammed him hard against a tree. Gritting his teeth, Tien Kwang searched for a way out, then locked both arms tight around the man's neck until he blacked out. The brute collapsed in front of his companions, and Tien Kwang rushed forward, swinging his fists as screams rang through the forest. He fought while gasping for breath. The man's face had already swollen badly from the beating, but he still threatened him. "You won't escape. No matter where you run, Tai Hao will know." Family? What family? They're definitely all dead already. Tien Kwang drove another punch into him. The man only got out one last scream before falling silent forever. Looking at the person on his shoulder, Tien Kwang muttered, "I'm sorry, old man. It was thanks to him that I was able to escape, but in the end, only I survived." 15 years earlier, in a rural village, a little boy was sitting and making a toy, while not far away a man was hoeing the ground. He stopped, panting, and said, "What are you doing? Don't you want to eat?" The boy blurted out, "Wait a little longer, father. I'm almost done. Just a little more." The man complained, "Your father's working himself to the bone for this family right here." Hearing the call, the boy's face lit up. "Big brother." A little girl waved from afar and called out again, "Brother Tien Kwang." "He Ansua, Sing Ni." The girl asked curiously, "Did you pull up a lot of radishes?" Looking at her, he said, "Not just that. Look at this. Their father cut in." "What do you mean, not just that?" The little girl asked again, "What is it, brother? What is that?" He took out an ugly little doll made of grass and smiled. "Happy five botai, Sing Ni. I made this doll for you with my own hands these past few days." Their father stood beside them and sighed to his wife, "I really don't know who this fool takes after." While his little sister played with the doll, He asked, does it look really weird? The little girl objected, no, you gave it to me, brother. Even if it's ugly, I'm still very happy. Smiling, she said, thank you. Let's play hide and seek. He immediately agreed. Okay, let's play hide and seek, Sin-Ni. I'll come find you. Sin-Ni laughed and said, then I'm going to hide. At dusk, the present day, Tien Kwong stood frozen. Before him was a grave overgrown with weeds. And an old man came over and told him, Tien Kwong, after you disappeared, your father went to the manor to look for you. But on the way, he ran into bandits, and I never thought you would be able to return safely. Heaven is truly too cruel. Your family was once so happy. Your mother had already left. And even now, I still can't believe your father has also passed away. Tien Kwong pressed him, what about Sin-Ni? The old man replied, huh? Tien Kwong repeated, then where is Sin-Ni? His face was drenched in tears. What happened to her? In Muksun City, passers-by were buzzing with excitement. They're here. They're here. I heard the courtesans from Tan Yuan Pavilion will attend the banquet today. So Ming Noyet will be there too, right? Tien Kwong silently listened to them talking. I heard she's incredibly beautiful. Come take a look. This is an iron pot. Even a hammer won't break it. Anyone want leather? Perfect for making battle clothes. Dried fish here. Fish all the way from Jiangnan. Don't let it go, old man. Don't let it go. Pen Guang Muto. Xing. After father died, she was left all alone. Following the clues, he went to the government office gates. Someone had brought the girl there, but the guards drove him away. They said that official had sent the girl to serve as a maid in a wealthy household. But Tien Kwong tried desperately to ask what happened to her after that. As long as she had enough food and clothing, she had to still be alive. He left in disappointment, just as a group of people passed by. The common folk stood watching, while Tien Kwong continued muttering, Sin-Ni, please, you must stay alive. I will find you. He pushed his way through the crowd. Memories of playing hide-and-seek with his little sister came flooding back, along with those words, I will definitely find you. I'm very good at finding you. No matter where you hide, I'll find you. I'll find you. His gaze fixed on the people ahead. Definitely, because I am your brother. Then a beautiful woman passing by entered his sight. Tien Kwong froze and murmured, I found you. You are me, Xing. Tien Kwong shouted, wait. The girl stopped and turned around in confusion. Tien Kwong walked toward her and said, Sin-Ni, you are Xing. I then did you? The person beside the girl asked, what is it, Ming Noyet? She glared at him. He's just a beggar. Hearing that, Tien Kwong went numb. Ming Noyet turned away and continued walking. A few days earlier, in the Han Q-Sex dungeon, Tien Kwong said to his fellow prisoner, old man, are you listening to me? I'm not in the mood right now, so just listen first. When I was little, I was kidnapped by a group of bandits and sold off as a war slave. I don't clearly remember how it all happened anymore. I only vaguely recall being abducted while walking in the mountains. For 15 years, I've been forced to live far from home. On the battlefield, life hangs by a thread. Every minute, every second, I worry about how I'm supposed to survive the next day. But I've always remembered my father and younger sister who were left behind in our hometown. Tai Hao once made me a deal. If I brought him 20 enemy heads, he would give me my freedom. Tien Kwong continued, 15 years. For 15 whole years, I've been deceived, forced to obey him like a dog. The old man said nothing, but Tien Kwong kept pouring out his heart. That's just the way they are. They always look down on us, treating people like us as no better than dogs and pigs. While Tien Kwong was talking, the old man was threading a thin wire through the bars of the window. Tien Kwong sighed. The people of the martial world nowadays are nothing more than a gang of thugs, relying on sex as their backing. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I want to take these shackles off and kill every one of those bastards. The truth is, I just want to go home. I wonder if my father is still in good health. The old man manipulated the thin wire, while Tien Kwong kept muttering to himself. Sin-Ni must be a young lady by now, right? Skillfully, the old man guided the wire toward the key ring, easily snagged it, and exclaimed, excellent, that's how it's done. Tien Kwong stopped talking and turned to look. Seeing the key ring in the old man's hand, he asked in shock, hey old man, you're that capable, so why are you locked up here? Rubbing his wrists after being freed, he said, fine then, you need someone to help you get out, right? Old man, let's escape together. It should be easy enough to get out of here. First, we need to set the residence on fire. The fire had already been put out. Tai Hao asked his subordinate, you saw smoke rising from the dungeon? Out of so many places, it just had to burn in the basement. He ground his teeth. shaking with fury. That ungrateful beast. I spent so much effort raising him, and this is how he repays me. A subordinate reported, fortunately, only the basement and part of the first floor were burned. The rest is fine. He answered, yes, second brother. Tai Hao ordered that bastard bring him back alive. Ma Kai pressed, you mean alive? Tai Hao exploded in rage. And you still need to ask? Do you know what he's done? I will make him beg for life and be denied death. Back in Muksun City, Ming Noyet said coldly, he's just a beggar. The woman walking beside her asked, Ming Noyet, what is it? Ming Noyet replied, it's nothing. Sister, let's go. Tian Kwang hurriedly reached out and rushed toward her. What? Ming Noyet? Sing Yi. A sword blocked his path. Another young woman stopped him and shouted, you there? Who are you? Tian Kwang roared, get out of the way. Don't block me. Sing Yi, it's me. I'm Tian Kwang. A Trung replied, you are obstructing official business in Muksun City. Men, deal with him. They accepted the order and surrounded him. Yes, sir. Come with us. As they dragged him away, Tian Kwang shouted, let go of me. Don Zodis, Sing Yi. From another corner, a masked figure watched silently. Tian Kwang was dragged into a secluded corner. The group mocked him. I've never seen anyone as reckless as you. Are you stupid? You must be an outsider, otherwise you'd know what Tan Yuan Pavilion is. Disappointed that the courtesan didn't recognize you and even called you a beggar. Huh? Honestly, she's beautiful and talented. The rich men chase after her all day long. Even I'm the same. If I had money, I want to drink with Ming Noyet too. That would feel incredible. Ming Noyet, huh? I have to admit, just seeing her smile is enough to make my whole day. A punch smashed hard into the man's face. The person beside him jumped in shock. What? Before he could finish, Tian Kwang drove another punch into his face. They cried out in disbelief, you dare. We were only going to teach you a little lesson and let you go, and you dare hit us? Tian Kwang roared furiously. Shut up. I forbid you from using those filthy mouths to mention Sin Ni. Enraged, they raised their swords. You, don't even think about leaving this place. Then they charged at him. Die. Grab him. Tian Kwang knocked one man down, throwing the rest into confusion. Hurry and catch him. You two, get up there. The mysterious masked figure watching from the corner thought to himself, he's far stronger than this bunch, and he's ruthless too. They all rushed in to seize Tian Kwang. Grab him. You little brat. Tian Kwang took a blow to the face, and the others shouted, got him. They swarmed him with punches and kicks. Die, you beast. You're nothing but a beggar. I'll break your legs so you can't go anywhere. Suddenly, something was thrown out. One of them bent down to look. Huh? Then it exploded, and a cloud of smoke burst up, making them panic and scream in pain. What the hell is this? Cough, cough, it burns. What is this stuff? Tian Kwang covered his mouth to avoid breathing it in, while the others kept howling miserably. I can't see anything. My eyes are blind. The mysterious masked figure approached Tian Kwang and handed him a piece of cloth. Cover your mouth and follow me. He did as told and escaped the smoke, while the others were still cursing. Damn it, cough, cough. Beneath a bridge, the mysterious masked figure told him, dunk your whole head into the lake. Tian Kwang did so. The figure took off his hood and continued, hey, don't rub with your hands. It'll burn like crazy. That stuff was made from super hot chilies from Naaman. It's viciously spicy. He lifted his head to look at the young boy and asked between breaths, cough, cough, kid, who are you? The boy smiled and answered, Mancat, a good person who just saved your life when you were about to be beaten to death. So you should thank me. Tian Kwang readily did so. Thanks, kid. Mancat replied, it's nothing. Then Mancat asked curiously, you're not really a beggar, so why were they beating you? Tian Kwang answered, that woman has to be Sin Ni. Something's very strange. Why? I need to see Sin Ni again. Mancat offered, if you want to get into Tan Yuan Pavilion, I can help. Tian Kwang asked, really? Mancat continued, I don't know who the courtesan Sin Ni is, but I know a hole you can crawl through to get inside. I'm not interested in women, but if you want to go, I can show you where that hole is. Night fell over Tan Yuan Pavilion, and Min Noyet was sitting by the window. Another girl walked over. You worked hard today? Min Noyet replied. You did too, Sister Thursday Lawn. Are you going to bed early? Thursday Lawn answered. Yeah, I'm planning to buy some things and some cloth tomorrow morning. I noticed several beautiful outfits today. Do you want to come with me tomorrow? Min Noyet declined. No, I want to rest a little tomorrow. Thursday Lawn asked curiously. By the way, Min Noyet, do you know that beggar? She hesitated. He's a madman. I don't know him. Pulan Pets? Ling. He knew your birth name. You almost never show that kind of displeasure in front of people. I'm so curious, really curious. Come on, tell me. Min Noyet fell silent for a moment, then answered, I think. That person might be my older brother. Thursday Lon said eagerly. That's wonderful. He's your brother? But you two haven't seen each other in so long. You should be happy, shouldn't you? Minuyet replied. No, I don't want that. Min Noyet continued. You know what kind of life I've lived all this time? Every single day, I want to just die and be done with it. Even though I'm no longer treated like a dog, and now I eat well and dress well. He only shows up now and wants to claim me as family. He's the one who abandoned me and disappeared. I don't want to waste my affection on that worthless brother. That's what I used to think. Down below, Tien Kwong heard every word clearly. It would have been better if I just died back then. His face filled with shock. Min Noyet continued. I don't want to go back to hell again. I'll succeed, and no one will ever look down on me. But now my beggar of a senior brother has appeared again, and this does nothing but harm me. Hulan Sai, Min Noyet. She took Min Noyet's hand and confided. Since my parents died early, I don't understand what family affection is like. Sometimes, when I hear you talk about this, it makes me really sad. Min Noyet hugged the emotional Thursday Lawn and comforted her. Don't say that, Sister Thursday Lawn. I'm not living in misery anymore. But how did you become an orphan? Thursday Lawn said, I used to have a complete family until disaster struck. Tien Kwong watched the two girls talking, listening intently. To me, you're my only family, even more than blood relatives. As Min Noyet spoke, his eyes never left that window. The people who stay by my side are my real family. Min Noyet embraced Thursday Lawn, and the sight left Tien Kwong so stunned he couldn't say a word. A hand reached over, and Man-Cat tugged at Tien Kwong's arm. Hey. He turned to look at Man-Cat in surprise. Holding a bag in his hand, Man-Cat asked curiously, What are you doing here? Are you planning to stay here forever? Tien Kwong didn't answer, and Man-Cat didn't press further. He set the bag down by the tree and said, Watch this bag for me, okay? I've got something to do. As he walked off, Man-Cat added, I'll be right back, so wait here for me. At night, Tan Yuan Pavilion blazed with light. Man-Cat moved across the rooftops, his face now covered. As he ran, he thought, good thing I brought that idiot along. Man-Cat smirked smugly to himself. With him here, everything will be much easier. The owner of this brothel is incredibly rich, so the security is much tighter. Sneaking in here to steal will be dangerous. Man-Cat landed lightly, avoiding the patrolling guards as he calculated. The courtesans here have tons of jewelry. Just stealing a few pieces will be enough. If I steal everything, they'll track me down too easily. I need someone to take the blame so I can keep working later. Man-Cat crept forward quietly. He slipped past room after room, still thinking about Tien Kwong, a fool with no clear background, yet somehow his relative is a courtesan here. He sneaked into the rooms of sleeping courtesans, his hands moving swiftly as he stole, while his mind kept turning. His name is Tien Kwong, right? He looks like a wanderer with nowhere to belong. Could he be a criminal? Man-Cat held up a piece of jewelry and studied it, guessing. Then he remembered Tien Kwong facing off against Min Noyet's guards. He probably won't get caught that quickly. He's very strong after all. He'll buy me time to slip away. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Fortune comes with risk. Man-Cat pushed open a door, and inside there was even more jewelry. Man-Cat grinned wickedly. Well, Tan Yuan Pavilion remained peaceful in the night. Tien Kwong sat blankly under the tree, guarding the bag Man-Cat had left with him. Thinking to himself, she's right. After hearing Min Noyet's words, he couldn't stop blaming himself. When she needed me, I wasn't there. What kind of family member does that make me? And besides, what can I even do now? His thoughts were cut short by a noise from Tan Yuan Pavilion. Oh no, what happened? More voices reached Tien Kwong's ears. Put him on guard. Oh no, all my jewelry is gone. There's a thief. My ring is missing. The fuse on Man-Cat's bag had just finished burning down. The voices continued. Oh no, my necklace too. And then a loud explosion rang out. A column of light shot straight into the sky from Man-Cat's bag, making Tien Kwong's face change in shock. What? Everyone in Tan Yuan Pavilion immediately turned their attention toward him. There's a thief. It's fireworks. The quiet night at Tan Yuan Pavilion was suddenly split by a brilliant pillar of fireworks. Tien Kwong hurriedly ran, cursing under his breath. Damn it. The people from the brothel immediately gave chase. What's going on? Over there. He ran into the forest. As he moved, Tien Kwong muttered through clenched teeth. Why? Why were there suddenly fireworks in the bag? He ran with all his strength, but someone was closing in on him. Tien Kwong turned around, and a woman was swinging her sword at him. Tien Kwong dodged and shouted, Wait. Looking at her, he muttered, That was close. Trung questioned him irritably. What are you doing here? Tian Kuang looked at the sword in her hand and shouted again. Wait a second. Trung snapped back. You're the thief, not some beggar. Pen Guang stay in shock, meh? A thief? I'm not a thief. Trung charged forward, demanding, give it back now. She kept swinging her sword, not forgetting to interrogate him about the stolen goods. Where's what you stole? As he dodged, Tian Kuang tried to explain the stolen things. I don't know anything about them. Tian Kuang bumped into a large rock. He picked it up and barely managed to block Trung's descending strike with it, answering, it wasn't me. Trung shot back, you're lying. We caught both the culprit and the evidence red-handed, and you still dare argue? Irritated, Tian Kuang retorted, if you won't believe me. He grabbed several vines and yanked hard, causing Trung to lose her balance as he added, then I'll have to. She fell to the ground. Her face flushed red with anger. Pen Guan Sao De, Litz Den Ga Fao. I'm not a thief. I don't like using force against women. If you don't want to get hurt, then stop chasing me. Trung paused, her face briefly darkening as she asked, is that so? Stop flapping your lips. She shouted at him, how dare you look down on me? Tian Kuang immediately grew wary. Trung tightened her grip on the sword, her eyes full of killing intent. I am definitely going to kill you. Tian Kuang hurriedly backed away. Still trying to explain? No, that's not what I meant. Trung attacked, and Tian Kuang narrowly evaded her. She shifted the direction of her move and successfully struck Tian Kuang on the forehead. Blood ran down from his forehead. Tian Kuang thought, this crazy woman. Trung unleashed one move after another. Water flow, piercing fish sword, true sword, water dragon sword. Tian Kuang exclaimed in shock. She's a martial arts master. A master is someone whose martial skill runs deep. Someone who has endured long years of harsh training, tempering both body and mind, mastering fate itself, and possessing extraordinary martial prowess. In the internal wars among the martial sects of the Central Plains, only the strongest hold power. Fist fights, clashes of sword and spear, those who can fight 100 alone and sweep aside hundreds of warriors are the ones called masters. Blood sprayed from Tian Kuang's forehead, covering the wound. He thought, damn it, this crazy woman. He observed Trung and came to a conclusion, too dangerous. Trung rushed in again with water flow, piercing fish sword. Her attacks came one after another, slicing several wounds into him as blood streamed down. Grinding his teeth, he felt things turning bad. Back on the battlefield, I never ran into a female master. If this keeps up, I'll die. He stared at Trung warily, and she's too fast. I can't keep up. Trung's sword pointed straight at his throat. Tian Kuang spun around to run, but lost his footing and fell, rolling several times across the ground. Tian Kuang panted heavily and hid behind a tree, calculating, I have to escape. Unless I set a trap, I can't beat her, even if I weren't injured. She uses a sword. If I flee into denser trees, it'll hinder her attacks. Trung was watching him, while Tian Kuang thought, I have to lure her deeper into the forest if I want to get away. Trung once again used water flow, piercing fish sword. Her sword energy erupted and, bizarrely, struck Tian Kuang directly. He was caught off guard and took the hit, crying out in pain. Trung withdrew her sword, then let out a loud shout. Pointing the tip at his face, she interrogated him. You filthy beggar. Talk, before I drag you back to Tan Yuan Pavilion. Trung frowned and said in disgust, you dared speak disrespectfully to me, so you'll pay for it. Want to try kneeling and begging this woman for mercy? Maybe I'll spare your life. Tian Kuang looked at her in annoyance. Trung went on, or I could cut out your tongue before taking you back. Tian Kuang dropped to his knees and kowtowed before her. Please spare me. He pleaded, I didn't know you would take it that way, so I accidentally spoke out of turn. Please spare my life. Trung looked slightly surprised, then sheathed her sword and judged him. You're far too weak. You kneel and beg for mercy over something like this. And you call yourself a man? What a disappointment. I'll spare you. I won't pursue what you said earlier. The instant Trung slid her sword into its sheath, Tian Kuang seized the chance. With one hand, he grabbed Trung's arm, and with one leg, he kicked her longsword away. Trung cried out in shock. What? How dare you? Her sword clattered to the ground. Panting, Tian Kuang answered, as long as I stay alive, being told to beg means nothing. I'll kneel if I have to. A master like you who lives in the city would never understand people like us. He pinned Trung to the ground, and her eyes widened in shock. Tien Kwang continued. On the battlefield, if I lose focus for even a moment, a sword goes through my back. Even if I beg, they won't spare me. Raising his fist, Tien Kwang said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. You just need to sleep for a bit." Atrung cut him off. "Shut up." She pressed her hand into his bleeding wound. Atrung shouted, "Coward, I won't let you go." As Tien Kwang recoiled, Atrung lunged again. "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." He warned her, "Wait, stop, up ahead is." But it was too late. Both of them fell off the cliff. They dropped straight down. Tien Kwang reached out to shield Atrung and cursed loudly. Damn it. Silence fell all around. And at the foot of the mountain, Atrung discovered in surprise that she was completely unharmed. She sat up, keeping her distance from Tien Kwang, and checked her body. Voices called down from above, "Sir, sir, Lady Atrung, are you down there?" Atrung was briefly startled and didn't answer in time, but the voices above continued. "Are you all right, ma'am?" "Mom." Back at Tan Yuan Pavilion, a bucket of water was thrown into Tien Kwang's face. Someone from Tan Yuan Pavilion shouted, "Get up." Tien Kwang woke up and coughed a few times. They reported, "The thief has been caught." He was captured while fleeing on the mountain path behind Tan Yuan Pavilion. Tien Kwang looked around warily. When a voice sounded out, "Were you the one who caught him? Well done." Atrung replied, "Thank you." The woman continued, "Thief or beggar? Just looking at him makes him suspicious. Where did you hide that pile of jewelry?" Tien Kwang denied the accusation. "I don't understand what you're talking about. I didn't steal any jewelry. There was a boy named Mangacaps who brought me here. So I just followed him. Someone from Tan Yuan Pavilion kicked him and roared, 'Filthy beggar, talk now.'" And Ion added, "Looks like someone was helping him." Tien Kwang insisted, "No, I didn't steal anyone's things." And Ion countered, "If what you're saying is true, then why were you sneaking around here?" Tien Kwang answered, "Because." He looked toward his younger sister and thought, "Even though I came here because of Sinni." Her face was full of disgust, but what meaning does that even have now? And Ion pressed on, "You can't answer because you haven't thought of an excuse yet. Is that it?" Tien Kwang hurriedly denied it. "No, that's not it. I really didn't steal anything." And Ion said irritably, "What a headache. The banquet is only 10 days away, and now all the jewelry is gone. How are we supposed to receive guests like this?" Min Noyet cut in, "I will handle this matter, madam." And Ion asked in surprise, "What? Min Noyet do?" Min Noyet explained, "Madam will be very busy with the upcoming banquet. Please leave the banquet arrangements to me." Min Noyet order Manhwa, "Hey, take this thief and lock him in the storehouse." He answered, "Understood." She added another instruction. "If he tries to escape or dares to lie, kill him on the spot." A thief who doesn't know his place needs to be taught a lesson. That night at Tan Yuan Pavilion, Thursday Lan and Min Noyet watched as Tien Kwang was dragged away. Thursday Lan spoke up. "Min Noyet, he came here to see you. He must have been mistaken for a thief. Go talk to him." Min Noyet zemin deho tu lang. "Be careful what you say. We can't let anyone else find out about this." Tulan potet boot. Min Noyet cut her off. On the contrary, saying he went to Tan Yuan Pavilion to steal sounds far more believable. Thursday Lan still tried to plead with her, but Min Noyet called out, "Atrung. Ajung ansua Min Noyet." Min Noyet asked, "I heard that man was just arrested. Where do you think he would hide the jewelry?" Atrung turned and replied, "I don't know. When I found him, he wasn't carrying anything." Atrung thought to herself, "When we fell off the cliff, he reached out and pulled me into his arms to shield me from the impact." Atrung sighed and said, "Forget it. I don't think he's lying. I get the feeling he doesn't even know what's going on here." Min Noyet fell silent for a moment, then said, "Is that so?" Thursday Lan, "You're going to buy cloth tomorrow, aren't you? Come with me. I need to go to the neighboring village tomorrow, too." Min Noyet then said to Atrung, "Can you send a few of your men to escort us?" Thursday Lan said excitedly, "I love going out with Min Noyet the most. There must be all kinds of fine fabric there." Min Noyet continued, "While we're handling this case, the Botat Don can escort us and search for the missing jewelry at the same time." Thursday Lan eagerly agreed, "Good idea. That thief stole everything we had, so I have to buy new jewelry." Atrung turned back, a little displeased. "I refuse. Why should I listen to you? The Botat Don are soldiers hired by Madam to protect Tan Yuan Pavilion. You're not my master, so don't go giving us orders whenever you please." Min Noyet shot back sharply. Honestly, are you stupid? Did you forget that Madam put me in charge of this matter? Besides, jewelry from Tan Yuan Pavilion was stolen. Is the Botat Don just going to sit around in here? No wonder you're still trapped in a place like this. A Trung frowned and said nothing. Min Noyet continued, if you understand, then be ready before dawn tomorrow. I still have to go to the next village in the morning. Thursday Lawn cut in, but Min Noyet, I'm scared. Can I sleep with you? Min Noyet agreed without hesitation. Of course. Bring your pillow over. The storeroom door opened. Tien Kwong stood inside with his hands tied behind his back, and a Trung walked in. As they approached, Tien Kwong stayed silent. A Trung said, you claim you're not a thief, so we need to search you to make sure. She ordered her subordinates, untie him first. They replied, yes. Mung. A Trung watched as they searched him. Take off his shirt. Yes. Turn around. Ugh, his clothes stink. Do you ever wash them? But the moment they saw Tien Kwong's body, they all froze. They exclaimed, what are these wounds? The two men, searching him, looked him over and said, this guy's body is wrecked. Were you brutally tortured somewhere? You were beaten this badly and still survived? A Trung was startled. This doesn't look like a thief's body. Looking at the cuts and scars across him, she guessed, torture? No, these look like sword wounds. Curiosity rose in her. Did he just escape from a battlefield? Why is his body in this state? Tien Kwong didn't say a word and let them stitch up his wounds. Early the next morning, at a gold and silver shop, people from Tan Yuan Pavilion brought Tien Kwong along and questioned the shopkeeper. If someone were a thief, how would he get rid of stolen gold and silver? The shopkeeper explained, gold is valuable by nature. I trade it for money or rice. They showed him a portrait of Mancat, but the shopkeeper shook his head and said he didn't know him. Earlier, Min Noyet had proposed a plan. Tomorrow morning, we'll report it to the authorities. But if he sold the jewelry in Moksan City, it would definitely take time, so he's probably not there. Luckily, the thief slipped into my room, but didn't steal anything, because he knew the jewelry here was all specially made by craftsmen from Moksan City. Each craftsman has a distinctive style, so you can trace them in Moksan City. If that thief is smart enough to use someone else as a scapegoat and then run, he'll dump the jewelry at the nearest village right away. She turned to Manhwa and asked, you said you can draw the thief's portrait, didn't you? He answered shortly, yes. Manhwa. She instructed, based on the suspect description, draw several more portraits of him. The men of the Botat Don can take them to the pawn shops in the neighboring village and track the thief down. Of course, you may bring that man along too. He saw the thief's face, so whether his testimony is true or not, we need him to cooperate with the investigation first. Min Noyet warned them carefully, but he isn't trustworthy, so if he tries anything, cut his head off immediately. At that moment, one of the Botat Don members sighed while holding Mancat's portrait. Sigh, can we really find him with just this picture? One soldier glanced at Tien Kwong and asked, hey, you, does that brat really look like this? Tien Kwong not that? Yes, standing nearby. Manhwa replied confidently, don't underestimate my skill with a brush. And don't talk to him or you'll get dragged into trouble. He added, just keep an eye on him. The soldier asked, what do you mean by that? You're afraid he'll run? Don't worry, Vice Commander. The other man continued joking. I thought you only knew how to paint women. Didn't expect you could draw other things this well too. I've seen you catch a thief before. Manhwa replied, no, that time I thought the thief was a woman, but it turned out to be a man in disguise, so I wasn't sure either. The other man went on, all right then, just don't tell me you drew this while drinking. Now you've made me want to drink too. On the street, Min Noyet and Thursday Lawn strolled by in gorgeous dresses. Passers-by kept turning to stare. Who is that young lady? Looking at beauties like these makes my head spin. I wonder what noble family they come from. Thursday Lawn hurried ahead excitedly and said, Min Noyet, look, I never saw fabric like this back in Moksan City. Min Noyet replied, really? It is beautiful. Thursday Lawn stopped in front of a display of jewelry and exclaimed, oh my, this pearl is so beautiful and it's so big too. It must be heavy. Min Noyet said, if you like it, then buy it. Thursday Lawn, you can pay the shopkeeper extra and have them deliver it for you. Tulans, my happy Lee. I love it so much. Then she asked, but is this really all right? Everyone else is out trying to catch the thief, and we're just having fun. Min Noyet smiled and replied, that's their job. Don't worry about it. We just need to do what we came here to do. Thursday Lawn nodded and continued browsing. I understand. Oh, they sell hair combs over there. Let's go take a look. Mingwayet Loget. All right, haha. In a dark corner, a hooded figure watched them. Evening gradually approached. on a deserted road. Thursday Lon carried 2 shopping bags in both hands and sighed. We got so caught up shopping, I didn't even notice it was getting late. Can we go find the Botat Don now? A cross-eyed man holding a knife suddenly jumped out and shouted, blocking their path. Ladies, stop right there. He grinned lewdly, while several others surrounded them. You two really dare to walk around in broad daylight, carrying that much jewelry? Thursday Lon cried out in alarm. Oh no, what's going on? Could it be? The men circled the 2 women, mocking them. Walking around in daylight like this means you must come from wealthy families. The cross-eyed man continued. Thanks for taking this road. Now, then, could you spare us a little toll money? Ha ha. Manhwa looked at the cross-eyed man and said, good, you showed up quickly enough. The cross-eyed man asked in confusion, huh? What did you just say? The hooded figure from before had appeared behind him without anyone noticing. The cross-eyed man screamed as he was struck down. Thursday Lon squeezed her eyes shut in fear. Huh, damn it, who is this woman? Wait, a trunk knocked the men to the ground, then pulled off her hood. They had been beaten until their faces were swollen like pig heads, and they knelt before Min Noyet begging, please spare us, milady. Min Noyet said, I hear thieving scum like you tend to know each other. Rotten people always have things in common. Makes sense. Whatever you yourselves lack, you covet in others. Don't you? Beside her, Thursday Lon held up Mancat's portrait. Min Noyet coldly made them an offer. If you want to live, find this brat for me. No matter what it takes, you will find him. A few hours earlier, that same morning, Ma Kai wandered around the streets, searching for Tien Kwang's whereabouts. A young man wrapped in bandages all over, wearing tattered clothes, with disheveled hair. Word as he came this way. Have any of you seen him? The people on the street answered, we don't know. Ma Kai spoke up. Hey kid, do you know Mancat? Standing nearby, corrected him, sorry. I don't know, and I'm not a kid. Ma Kai politely continued. Oh, is that so? My apologies. Mancat answered just as courteously. Oh, you look pretty rough, but you're actually polite. That's all right. I hope you find the person you're looking for soon. He smiled and walked away. Holding Mancat's portrait, the cross-eyed thief said, ah, I think I know this brat. He's pretty well known among thieves. Quick hands, sharp eyes too. He's definitely no ordinary talent. I heard he's stolen quite a few treasures, but still wasn't satisfied, so he kept working this area. Usually a thief hits one place a few times and then changes territory, but this kid, I figured he'd get caught sooner or later. He's young and doesn't know how the world works. He should have run off somewhere else long ago. Where does he live? I think I heard he lives somewhere in the forest nearby. Ah, you wanted to lead you there? Even I don't know exactly where it is. The cross-eyed thief immediately switched to a flattering tone and hurried to lead the way. Just kidding, I'll take you there. Of course. This way, please follow me. The 3 women cautiously followed behind him. Thursday Lon complained, Minoyet, my feet hurt so much. This place is terrifying. Min Noyet replied, that's why I told you to go back to the brothel first. Thursday Lon muttered pitifully, but going alone is even scarier. A Trung pressed her sword to the back of the man's neck and warned, don't even think about trying anything. If I notice so much as a move, you're dead. The cross-eyed thief answered fearfully, trying what? I wouldn't dare. It's my first time here too, so I just got a little lost. Hearing a sound, Min Noyet turned her head in another direction. Deep in the silent forest, there was no sound at all. Min Noyet did not miss the suspicious sign and walked toward it, growing wary. Thursday Lon tried to stop her. Min Noyet, where are you going? There's no path over there. She halted. In the distance ahead stood a house. At dusk on that same street, Manhwa, Tien Kwang, and the Botat Don were resting at a tea stall. One man sighed, damn it, another wasted trip. What are we supposed to do now? Nobody's seen that brat. Another man came running up from afar to report, Vice Commander. I couldn't find a captain or Min Noyet's group anywhere. Man, how guessed. Maybe they already went back to the brothel. We should head back too. Tien Kwang thought in silence for a moment, then finally spoke. Hey, can we go back to the gold and silver shop one more time? One of the soldiers beside him flicked him on the head. What's this idiot babbling about now? Why should we go back there? Do you have a reason? He explained, I didn't have time to think it through earlier. I feel like that shop wasn't just selling jewelry. There was a smell there, and it didn't smell like jewelry at all. I've definitely smelled it somewhere before. He recalled fighting the Botat Don, as well as the cloth pouch Mancat had handed him at Tan Yuan Pavilion, then said, I think that brat Mancat used it too. Explosives. Both the goldsmith shop owner and Mancat were horrified. Gritting his teeth, the owner spat out, see? I told you, they'd be back soon enough. The Botat Don found Mancat inside that shop and pointed at him, shouting, found him. He looks exactly like the portrait. Manhwa clenched his fist and declared, see? I told you not to doubt my drawing skills. They rushed forward. Grab him. Stop right there. Amid the sounds of pursuit came the shopkeeper's cries. No, you're wrecking my shop. Damn, he's fast. People outside kept turning to look. Manhwa slammed through the door and ran out, shouting at the same time, I'm out here now. Come catch me. Manhwa and the Botat Don couldn't catch up in time and shouted, don't let him get away. Manhwa was just about to bolt when Tien Kwong dropped down from above. Manhwa bent low and blurted out, huh? He stared at Tien Kwong, muttering, wait, you're... Tien Kwong was furious. Grinding his teeth, he forced out each word. Don't you have anything to say to me? Manhwa scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, then threw down a smoke bomb and said, sorry about that. Everyone shouted through the blast. My eyes burn. As he ran, Manhwa muttered, damn, I got careless. I didn't think those people would actually come after me. Tien Kwong tore through the smoke in pursuit, startling Manhwa. As he ran, Tien Kwong roared, stop, Manhwa. Manhwa complained while running. Damn it, this guy really is persistent. He shot past, and Ma Kai and his men happened to spot him. He shouted, found him. The chase went on deeper and deeper into the forest. Manhwa ran in front, with Tien Kwong close behind. Manhwa glanced back and pleaded, stop chasing me already. Sorry, I didn't mean for you to get caught. Just take it as you had bad luck. Tien Kwong kept accelerating, and the distance between them steadily narrowed. Just as Tien Kwong was about to catch him, Manhwa cursed, damn it. He reached into his pouch. These are hard to make, but I've got no choice. Manhwa threw another bomb behind him and called out, stop chasing me. Ten Kwang, stay alert. He caught it in one hand, used force to slow it, controlled its path, and hurled it right back. Manhwa's eyes widened in shock. Huh. Smoke rose in the middle of the forest. Before long, the whole area was covered in the stinging haze, and coughing echoed everywhere. Tien Kwong pinned Manhwa to the ground just as the Botat Don finally came running over from afar. Coughing, they shouted, hey, wait over there. Good. If he'd escaped just now, we'd have been done for. Tien Kwong turned and looked in another direction. Jia Jui Shua, Ta Tui Trung. The attack was unleashed, and the Botat Don men were all struck. They were horrified as they were sent flying, and Tien Kwong was just as shocked. The one who attacked was Ma Kai. He roared, I finally found you, you little brat. No matter where you run, it's useless. Come on, be a good boy and come with me. Lord Tai Hao is waiting for you. A few weeks earlier, at the mountain of the Han Q sect, where Tien Kwong escaped from prison. Inside a cave, the shadow of some creature could be seen, along with the sound of eating. Skulls lay scattered all over the ground. In one corner was a bloodstained cloth, and Tien Kwong's old fellow prisoner was devouring something ravenously. The old man kept chewing and swallowing, his eyes terrifying. Back in the present, the Botat Don members lay on the ground in pain. Ma Kai and his men surrounded Tien Kwong. He said, you've been trying every possible way to get back to your homeland, babbling nonstop about your family. Family. That old woman said you came back to find your younger sister, so you've been wandering everywhere looking for her. I didn't expect finding you would be this easy. Tai Hao thinks highly of a slave like you, and yet you still dared betray us. Ma Kai ground his teeth in disgust and went on, I don't like hearing you call Tai Hao your second brother. You and he never trained together in the first place. Tien Kwong frowned and snapped back. He was the one who broke his word first. Then he corrected him. Tai Hao forced me to call him second brother. Honestly, I don't need a second brother like him. Ma Kai shouted in short, if you'd obediently come along, I was planning to take you away peacefully, but it seems that won't do now. His men stirred into action as he threatened, I'll beat you until you don't have a single scrap of clothing left, and drag your corpse away. The men from Botat Don stepped back warily and said, why all of a sudden? Tien Kwong explained, they're after me. You should all run for your lives first. They drew their swords, determination clear on their faces, and replied, that brat still has accomplices. How can we run when our comrades were attacked from behind? We have to avenge them. Before he could finish, he took a punch straight to the face. Ma Kai sent the man flying and knocked two others off balance as well. He roared, what an insolent bunch, daring to pull tricks in front of me, Ma Kai, captain of the Han Q-Sec's assault squad. Tien Kwong grabbed a stone and leaped high into the air, trying to ambush Ma Kai from behind. The man laughed and said, you all have to die and pay for your sins. But Ma Kai countered with ease, making Tien Kwong cry out in agony. Tien Kwong was flung far away, crashing into a tree, trunk and groaning. Ma Kai sneered, what, you thought you could ambush me? You're not that dog who hunted down warriors anymore. He then ordered his subordinates. Tai Hao said he only needs him alive. Men, cut off his arms and legs. Don't let him die. Make sure he never dares run away again. They answered excitedly, yes. Lord Ma Kentucky, very quickly, 3 of his subordinates rushed up and pinned Tien Kwong down, while the 4th drew his sword. He cursed, damn it, let me go. The other man's blade pressed toward his leg, ready to chop down. But another person's sword strike suddenly came flashing in and knocked that man down. 3 more attacks followed, driving back the others as they stared in shock. One subordinate blurting out, what? Trung was the one who had struck, riding her sword as she swept past Tien Kwong. Using Tich Lak Kich Diem, she lunged at Ma Kai, and he showed a flash of surprise as he blocked. Then he threw out a blow and shot back. Where did you suddenly crawl out from? Come here. Ma Kai slammed a heavy strike downward, but Trung nimbly jumped aside, making him curse in fury. You bitch. Maki unestitang tangquin, satu zhong. Light flooded the whole area, and the ground was torn up. Then a voice rang out. Trung, what's going on? Tien Kwong immediately turned to look. Min Noyet and Thursday Lawn walked over, saying she wanted to come over and take a look. But why is it? What happened here? The 2 girls took in the chaotic scene before them. Tien Kwong struggled to his feet, while Manhwa's men had already collapsed to the ground. Thursday Lawn gripped the branch in her hand, her eyes shimmering with tears. Min Noyet, I'm scared. Seeing the 2 beauties, Ma Kai's subordinates immediately showed their vile nature. Women. There are women here. They looked at the 2 of them and exclaimed, and they're stunning too. They moved closer. Min Noyet stepped in front of Thursday Lawn and shouted, what are you doing? They're disgusting. The men replied, we've been on the battlefield too long, beauty. When was the last time we even smelled a woman? Haha, beauties. 2 gorgeous women wandering through the forest? What man could resist that? Tien Kwong grabbed one of them by the head, and they cried out in alarm. He struck, and the man screamed miserably. The others stared at him warily. Tien Kwong, what are you doing? He tore off his restraints, while the man he had just hit lay on the ground, cursing. Damn it. Tien Kwong gripped his sword tightly, muttering to himself, I thought you were just a bunch of brutal prisoners, but I didn't expect you to be worse than beasts. The others flew into a rage. You bastard, we almost died because of you. Another one tried to coax him. Come on, Tien Kwong. We're comrades no matter what. Let's work together, kill Ma Kai, and get out of here. In exchange, all you have to do is hand those women over to us. He tightened his grip on the sword and answered, sorry. You all have to die. Tien Kwong took his stance, gritting his teeth as he snarled, my little sister. I will never let you touch her, not even once. Ming Nguyet in shock. Elsewhere, Ma Kai had run out of patience and roared, you. Trung attacked him with Tich Lak Kich Diem, her eyes widening. Her sword pierced his body, but she couldn't pull it back out. It was stuck. Ma Kai counterattacked, snapping Trung's sword in half. She was too stunned to speak. Makappa ipsilon laf de mokingli. See, this is why you lost. She fell to the ground and asked in disbelief, I clearly pierced your bone. Ma Kai replied, that's right, my bone. He continued jeering, don't tell me that because you grew up in the city, you've never seen someone like me before. This is the difference between someone who lives in luxury and someone who's been through real combat. Am I right? Ma Kai looked at Trung over and added, besides, you're a woman. Trung frowned in disgust. As she gathered her chi, she shouted, men are all the same. Trung declared, this time, I'm going to tear that mouth of yours apart. Elsewhere, someone was walking toward the source of the commotion. It was Tien Kwong's elderly fellow prisoner. The old man looked off in one direction suspiciously. HM. Then he muttered, oh, it seems to be right nearby. She leaped up to dodge his strike, then followed with Ngutien and Thuong, and after that, Engich Lu Kim slashing straight at his face. Ma Kai easily caught Trung by the face again and slammed her into the ground. He looked down at her with a cold laugh. Attacks from that broken sword of yours are nothing more than a scratch to me. Rage radiated from his whole body. That sword technique can't hurt me. Ma Kai sneered. Say that again. Whose mouth is getting torn apart this time? Then another voice echoed. Over here. They're all dead. Min Noyet held the frightened Thursday Lawn tightly in her arms, her gaze never leaving the fight between Tien Kwong and the others. The men shouted, Didon, come over here. Damn it, get back. You dare? Tien Kwong seized one of them and held a blade to his throat, threatening, don't come any closer, you animals. The man screamed, let me go. Tien Kwong swung his sword to warn the others. If any of you come closer, I'll kill him. The others didn't care about their companion at all and charged straight ahead, shouting, get him. They slashed at their own ally, and Tien Kwong took advantage of the opening to dodge. He struggled with one of them while the man who had been hit yelled, "Damn it." His companion stammered, "Sorry." They kept shouting, "Grab him. Aim for his back. Watch below." Ming Nguyet Hao Tulan. Her eyes fixed on Tien Kwong as he fought to protect her. She thought to herself, what can I even say? This is the first time I've ever witnessed a fight to the death. It's far more terrifying than I imagined. Tien Kwong blocked a sword strike. The other man kicked him, cursing, "You little brat." Tien Kwong fell to the ground. The man signaled the others. "You lot, grab him." Tien Kwong still clutched his sword and swung it wildly. "Stay back. Get away from me." The others kept their distance, warily, and discussed it among themselves. "Let's rush him again. This bastard still won't give up." Growing impatient, they declared, "Get ready to die. Hen Guang, wait for my signal, then attack together." The man shouted, "Charge." Just then, a stone struck him in the head. The one who threw it was Min Noyet. She shot back, "What? Did you think I was just going to stand there and watch to see who won?" Another man angrily rushed at her with his sword, cursing, "You bitch, you filthy whore." Tien Kwong grabbed him and shoved him away, stopping him. The man yelled, "Let go of me." Tien Kwong slammed him to the ground and rained heavy punches down on his face. His face was twisted with fury, every punch thrown with all his strength. Tien Kwong cursed, "You animals." His fists never stopped. As he said, "I have to teach you a lesson." But suddenly someone came flying out of nowhere and crashed into him, and both of them cried out, "Tien Kwong," and that person scrambled back to their feet. Ma Kai approached from a distance, his body wrapped in an ominous aura, and snorted coldly, "Weak as snails, yet you still dare put on airs here." Tien Kwong looked over at Trung in shock and asked what's going on. Trung answered curtly, "Mind your own business. I still have to deal with him." Ma Kai's subordinates gathered around, calling out, "Captain." Ma Kai immediately shouted, "Get lost. You idiots." He yelled irritably, "Without me, you can't even catch him? Leave it to me." One subordinate looked at his condition and thought to himself, he doesn't look so good either. As Ma Kai gathered his strength, he declared, "Let's end this here. Whether it's that stubborn brat or that bitch, I'll make both of you bow before me." Trung and Tien Kwong stayed on guard. He kept talking, unaware that the old man had somehow already appeared behind him. "I'll show you the power of the captain of the hanged Q-Sex assault squad." He cast a glance back, then shouted at the old man, "Move aside." The old man easily blocked Ma Kai's attack and said, "Humph, what kind of trash is this?" Ma Kai was horrified. Yet he thrust out another palm and demanded, "Who are you?" He launched Sat Thursday Chuang at the old man. The old man replied in surprise, "Oh, what's this? You know this technique too?" Ma Kai's palm struck the old man's stomach, but it did no damage at all. The old man continued, sizing him up. "The way you circulate your inner energy. So you're that bastard disciple, are you?" Ma Kai roared in anger, "You damned old man. How dare you speak of the esteemed sect leader of the Hang Q sect like that?" The old man let out a mocking laugh. "Oh, the esteemed sect leader, is it? Listen, kid, I'm gonna beat you, and that big bastard too." Ma Kai snapped back, "What? Big bastard?" The old man continued, gathering his chi. "I'll spare your life, so you can go back and report to him. Tell him his master, Han Luong, is still alive and wandering the world." Maka Paipsilon repeated in shock, "An Luong." The old man continued, and as for Sat Thursday Chuang, Han Luong swung his arm, his energy coursing through his body, and demonstrated it right in front of him. This is how it's really done. Trung was utterly shaken by the sight, and so were Tien Kwong and Min Noyet. Ma Kai's subordinates were both terrified and on guard. The mountain range, quiet just moments ago, suddenly flashed with a pillar of light. The pillar transformed into an explosion of radiance. When Han Luong used Sat Thursday Chuang, that light spread outward. Ma Kai, the others, and everything in its path were blown away. The light and violent wind Han Luong created were no joke. Tien Kwong shielded Min Noyet, and Han Luong walked over and said, "You're Tien Kwong, right? Good thing you're still alive. Thanks to you, I managed to get out." He stammered, "Who are you?" Han Luong continued for him, "Sorry about that time. You promised you'd take me with you, but in the end you left me behind and I got stabbed." This old man was heartbroken. He looked at the brother and sister and went on, "So, after running off alone, you finally found your family, huh?" Tien Kwong remembered that figure and blurted out, "No, that can't be." He stared at Han Luong in disbelief and asked, "You're that dying old man from the dungeon?" Han Luong's attack had left a long scar across the ground. Tien Kwong, Min Noyet, and the others stared at him in shock. unable to believe it. He said, "You were that dying old man back then?" Han Luong answered briefly, "That's right." Everyone was left speechless. He also seemed to notice something was off and looked down at himself. Seems my clothes are a bit too breezy. Smacking his lips, he muttered, "Should have stolen that fellow's pants earlier. It's been a long time since I've had anything decent to wear." Han Luong excused himself and turned to leave. "Let me go find something to wear first." He did not forget to add, "Once I've snatched that guy's pants, I'll come right back. You all just keep doing what you were doing. Don't worry, I'll find you." Tien Kwong watched the old man leave with wide eyes, and other than muttering, "What the hell was that?" he could say nothing else. Then he looked in another direction and exclaimed, "Oh, man-cat." Before Tien Kwong could grab the boy, he had already run off. He got away. He turned and explained to Min Noyet, "Sin Ni, I just saw him here." But she was busy checking on Thursday Lawn behind her. "Tulan, du anzai. Tulan an su cheflin, Ming Noyet, oli lighty hut." "I'm Fine." A trunk suggested, "We should head back to the brothel. We only ran into you because we were passing by anyway. Go wake everyone up." Early the next morning, in a village filled only with old people and children, 2 children saw Man-Cat and cried out excitedly, "You're back." "Man-Cat, when did you get back?" He smiled gently and replied, "Hey kids, I'm back." In another spot, 2 more children looked over and called, "Hey big brother." A group of children pushed open a door and looked out, cheering loudly, "Big brother's back. Big brother Man-Cat, look, he's back." A whole crowd of children came rushing out from nowhere and surrounded him, all talking at once. "Wow, did you bring anything tasty back? His clothes are torn." One little child tugged on his shirt and whined. He picked the child up. "Big brother Man-Cat, I'm so hungry." He replied gently, "Sorry, something came up so I couldn't buy any food, but I'll use the leftover vegetables to cook some rice for you, all right?" Another child shouted, "Big brother Man-Cat, we have guests." He immediately asked who. They pointed over there and answered, "Right there behind you. Those pretty older sisters." Man-Cat turned around and saw Tien Kwong, Min Noyet, and the others. Tien Kwong called, "Man-Cat." He stared at them wide-eyed and muttered, "I'm done for." The child in his arms mimicked him, "I'm done for." He then told them about his past. Before the Bak Kwong Gwyn family took control of this region, war had raged here without end. Back then, countless people lost their families, and because the fighting never stopped, old people and children were left wandering everywhere. Man-Cat was one of them, the only survivor of that devastated village. But Man-Cat could not live like other children. In the midst of wartime chaos, he could not find work, and begging was not his only option. So he began stealing from the rich people in the city. He sold what he stole and used the money to care for the orphans and old people here. The elderly people there spoke up in his defense. They pleaded with Min Noyet, "This child is kind and compassionate. He is our savior. We beg you, please be lenient with him." Thursday Lawn was moved to tears. Holding Min Noyet's hand, she said, "Min Noyet, everyone here has a tragic past just like ours. That child only stole because he wanted to keep these people alive. Let's let him go. We were once like this too. If we take him away, what will happen to all these people?" Tien Kwong looked steadily at Man-Cat, lost in his own thoughts. "When he was going through hardship, I wasn't there for him. He's still just a child, yet he's trying to take care of the orphans and the elderly here, even though none of them are his blood relatives. This child is far more mature than I am. Ming Noyet an sua tulan accidentila. But in the end, he's still a thief." Min Noyet frowned and said sharply, "Don't talk nonsense. What if people like you are only pretending to be poor and miserable, then taking the money from that child instead?" The old people looked up at her without replying. She continued, "Nobody in this world has it easy. Without the jewelry this child stole, we wouldn't even have been able to receive customers." Thursday Lawn cut in, quickly pulling her hand back and muttering, "Why did you suddenly become so scary?" Min Noyet went on, "If we don't receive customers, we'll be thrown out onto the street. Do you really think that continuing to live by stealing is enough to keep you all alive? If I let you go, this child will just keep stealing to feed you. I'm not a saint, and I'm not rich either. Besides, I really hate having my money stolen." Min Noyet turned and shouted at Man-Cat, "Hey thief, where's all the jewelry you stole from Tan Yuan Pavilion?" He sighed and answered, "I already sold it all." She asked again, "Where did you sell it?" He replied honestly, "A lot of shops, here and there. I can't remember them all." Ming Noyet stipet gelo. Mancat sensed that her mood was bad and broke out in a cold sweat. Manhwa ordered, tie him up and take him back to Tan Yuan Pavilion. Manhwa could only obey. Yes. A few days later, at the banquet, an Ion lit her pipe and said, "So, you found the thief, but that brat sold the jewelry all over the place, so he can't remember clearly anymore. Then what are we supposed to do about today's guests?" Manhwa replied, "Madam, please don't worry. I could take care of it." And Ion pressed, "Do you know who our guests are today? They're all high-ranking officials, and they're very hard to please. If the courtesans aren't dressed up gorgeously, we'll be scolded at once. They're all powerful men, after all. Should we just cancel the banquet?" Manhwa explained, "Rather than cancel it, why not do something different? I'll arrange a banquet that doesn't need to be overly lavish, yet will still satisfy every one of them. Madam, please prepare a few small boats." And Ion looked at her in confusion. Night fell over Tan Yuan Pavilion. A group of officials approached the main gate, laughing and chatting. "Oh, what? What's that?" they asked suspiciously, looking around. "What's going on here? Tan Yuan Pavilion looks a little different today, doesn't it?" Before them lay a lake, with banquet tables already set on both banks. They wondered, why are the tables arranged outside? Before they could make sense of it, they were already complaining. "No way. Are they expecting us to dine outdoors? TSK, TSK. How rude. They should be welcoming us with a grand feast." Minute spoke up, "Oh, my honored guest, it's not like that at all. How would Tan Yuan Pavilion dare mock such esteemed lords?" She stepped out with the courtesans and continued, "We've prepared a special banquet just for distinguished guests such as yourselves who have rendered service to the nation." She stepped down into the lake, then said, "My lords, please enjoy wine in the company of our beauties. This special banquet exists only at Tan Yuan Pavilion, and I guarantee it will satisfy you." The courtesans, dressed in thin and revealing garments, warmly welcomed them in a place that looked like a fairyland. "Today, you will enjoy the unique hospitality of the Dragon Palace, a sight even the gods themselves have never seen." The officials flushed red and cheered excitedly in unison. The courtesans crowded around them and began enticing them. "My lords, please take off your outer robes and let us hold them for you. These clothes mustn't get wet. Please just wear your light garments and enjoy the banquet." They looked around in admiration. What could be better than enjoying the company of beauties in the water like this? Laughter rang out. "Ha ha, Tan Yuan Pavilion really knows how to put on a show." They drank together as they laughed and chatted. "Come, my lord, Lord Wylap, this wine is excellent, and the women are beautiful too." This scene of indulgence was enough to make anyone envious. "Come here, my lord, over here with me. Come here, my lord, my lord." An Ion watched from above and muttered to herself, "Men really do prefer naked women after all." She laughed. I've trained them well. Ni ein look at Manhwa I sing. That girl Manhwa really does come up with clever ideas." Up in a tree, a man was seething with rage. Tian Kwang watched Tan Yuan Pavilion and cursed. "Sin Ni, those animals, don't touch her. You perverts." Han Luong suddenly appeared beside him and added, "See that over there? A truly splendid sight." Tian Kwang looked at him. Han Luong continued, "Kid, you've been waiting for me, haven't you?" At the headquarters of the Hang Q sect, Tai Hao's face turned extremely grim at those words. "While I was patrolling the northern border for the Gwyn family, did Han Luong escape from prison and return to the martial world?" Beside him, Bang Don, the Hang Q sect's eldest disciple, snapped irritably, "Tai Hao, you're a fool. How could you make such a stupid mistake at a critical time like this?" He then turned respectfully to the man beside him. "Master, if Han Luong has really returned, I'm afraid he'll seek revenge on us." Tai Hao cut in, "Disciple will handle this, master. I will command the army and find a way to capture him. If master permits." The man flatly refused. "No need." Tai Hao still wanted to explain. But the man turned to Ma Kai and asked, "Ma Kai, did Han Luong spare your life?" Ma Kai answered, "Yes. He told me to return and report to you." This man was Cat, the sect leader of the Hang Q sect, and he spoke after a pause. "Master, I'm certain Master has escaped." Then he added, "Forget it. If that old man wants revenge, he'll come to us on his own. There's no need to waste effort searching for him and lose men for nothing. Our top priority now is to take Song Long Bang Don will be the great general, Tai Hao the deputy general. Prepare for the siege." Tai Hao glared at Bang Don, his face full of resentment. Ma Kai cried out in pain, while Tai Hao angrily cursed, "Damn it, this is all your fault for locking Tien Kwang up there." Ma Kai to Tai Hao, I'm sorry. Tai Hao continued, "We can't just let this go. Whether it's Han Luong or Tien Kwang, we have to capture them at all costs." Kneeling on the ground, Ma Kai said, "But the sect leader told us to prepare for the siege. That Bang Don is just a great general. How dare you look at me, a strategist like that?" Tai Hao ground his teeth in fury. He continued, "This is the greatest mistake of my life. I have to make up for it. Just wait and see." As he walked off, Tai Hao declared, "The next sect leader of the Hang Q sect will definitely be me." Han Luong explained, "I founded the Hang Q sect. Even while I was in prison, I never stopped looking for a way to escape. Cat, the current sect leader of the Hang Q sect, is my disciple." His foot touched Tien Kwang's foot. From the very beginning, he was ambitious and ruthless. "Among all my disciples, he was always picking at me and eventually turn against me. He made it impossible for me to use my inner power, then seal my acupoints and took away my senses. Naturally, he became the successor as sect leader. Out of old sentiment, he didn't kill me and only locked me in a dungeon. But perhaps because too much time passed, they forgot about me. That's why they put you in the same cell as me. No matter how strong I was, once I lost my senses, I was just a frail old man. When I was preparing to escape, I borrowed your strength and used a few tricks. While fleeing, I relied on your energy to bring out my martial arts. Then they shot me, and I bled a little, and somehow that opened up my meridians so my blood and energy started flowing more smoothly. In the following days, I ate every beast in the forest to regain my strength. Of course that's possible, because I was already very powerful to begin with. Then, because I got bored, I followed your energy and found my way here." Han Luong reclined on a tree branch. Seeing how furious Tien Kwang was, he asked, "Hey kid, are you even listening to me?" Tien Kwang's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at Tan Yuan Pavilion. The sounds of laughter carried all the way to him. Hee. Min Noyet was pouring wine for an official while the man's hand rested on her buttocks. Gripping the tree, trunk tightly, Tien Kwang shouted in rage, "Damn it, that pig-headed bastard. I have to kill him. How dare you?" Tan Yuan Pavilion stayed lively for a while longer. Back in Mock Sun City, after their night of pleasure, the officials returned talking about the banquet. "That banquet today was wonderful, wasn't it? If we didn't have early court tomorrow morning, we could have played till dawn. What a shame." The fat man, recalling the scene, blushed and said, "The way Min Noyet served me all soaked through is truly delightful. I really wanted to hold her in my arms." His guard stopped him and said, "Master, please stop." "HM, what's wrong?" Tien Kwang blocked his path on a bridge. The fat man asked, "What's this about?" "Who is that?" Holding a piece of wood in his hand, Tien Kwang declared with killing intent in his eyes, "I'm going to kill you." The fat man asked, "Are you an assassin? State your name." The man beside him added, "He doesn't look like an assassin to me. From the look of him, he's just some petty thief." The guard warned him, "Brat, stop right there. I thought someone had sent you, but if you don't get lost, my sunlight sword will cut you into 100 pieces." Tien Kwang snapped back, "You that pig's underling. No wonder you don't understand what I'm saying." The guard drew his sword and replied, "Insolent wretch, I need to teach you a lesson for that arrogance." All around them, it had been quiet. The bamboo grove peaceful, yet in an instant that calm shattered. The guard unleashed the sunlight, sword technique, first kill, sword dance, slashing repeatedly. Statan, ten guanghasti zetjet. He darted through the bamboo grove, looking for the right opening to rush in and attack. The guard easily blocked his moves, then even counterattacked, punching Tien Kwang in the face and sending him flying. The guard looked at him with contempt. "If you tried attacking me with that blade, your jaw would have been smashed to pieces. With a body like yours, at best you're just some street thug who's good at brawling. In front of real martial artists, you're nothing." Tien Kwang yanked off his face, covering, and replied, "Shut up. You're just an ordinary swordsman." The guard strode toward him and said irritably, "Stubborn fool. You're no different from a wild beast, untrained, relying on nothing but cheap tricks." Gritting his teeth, Tien Kwang shot back, "I don't want to hear preaching from a bastard who molests women, or from someone who knows nothing of his own limits and only cleans up after others." Enraged by his words, the guard gathered his power and warned, "You certainly have sharp tongue. I'll make you regret ever saying that." After fully drawing his sword, the guard frowned and took his stance. "I'll kill you." Then suddenly, the guard sensed something. A strange sensation coming from behind Tien Kwang made the guard's eyes widen in shock. He stared warily into the depths of the forest, thinking there's something over there. Something was hiding in the darkness, a living being. Then the guard saw a flash of radiant aura, and his instincts immediately gave him 2 words: Master Fighter. In the forest, the force emanating from Han Luong was dazzlingly powerful. The guard thought, I have to get out of here immediately. With a frightened shout, he turned and fled at once. Tien Kwang looked after him in utter confusion. Han Luong immediately answered his unspoken question. At least that one knows how to value his life. Tien Kwang looked up, and Han Luong continued, unlike someone else I know, someone who throws himself into a fight without caring how strong the opponent is. Crouching down, Han Luong appraised him. Honestly, the fact that you've survived this long is pretty impressive. Tien Kwang said, old man. Han Luong le kid, then asked in puzzlement, kid, you knew you couldn't beat him, so why challenge him anyway? Even wild beasts aren't as reckless as you. Tien Kwang was silent for a moment before saying, those bastards who were pawing at my little sister were right in front of me, and I still let them get away. Helplessly, he cursed himself. Damn it, I am useless. Hearing that, Han Luong thought to himself, this kid is going to get himself killed sooner or later. After a moment, Tien Kwang said to him, old man, what do I need to do to become as strong as you? Staring at Han Luong, he declared, I want to become strong enough to protect Sin Ni. Tien Kwang kept his gaze fixed on him. Han Luong gave a faint smile and replied, why wouldn't that be possible? At an eatery, the customers and owner were all staring at them. Han Luong had already eaten a huge amount, yet he kept on eating. Tien Kwang spoke up, hey old man. Han Luong replied, oh, order more. Eat up, kid. Frowning, Tien Kwang said, I know I need to eat a lot like you do, but I'm already full, right? Can you teach me martial arts? Gnawing on a steamed bun, Han Luong answered, if you want someone to teach you, the first thing you should do is look closely at what kind of person they are. Unfortunately, I can't teach you. Didn't you see? My own disciple betrayed me, and I was imprisoned for years. Tien Kwang pressed him, stammering, so, you really can't teach me? Han Luong answered honestly, I can't. But if you want to become like me, I can guide you. I've been locked up for 10 years. My body needs nourishment first, so we'll help each other out. Tien Kwang asked doubtfully, that body of yours really needs nourishment? Han Luong had only been joking, then explained, follow what I do. Copy me. If there's something you don't understand, ask. But before learning anything, you need to train your body first. Once you've cultivated inner power and become a master, you'll realize how lucky you are when your opponent collapses from poor stamina before you do. Your qigong is in complete disorder. Looks like you've been pushing your body too hard without giving it time to recover. Inner training and outer training are like a balance scale. If one side tilts, the other tilts with it. You need to restore your body before you can learn properly. The simplest way to recover is to eat and rest. So stuff all of this into your stomach. Keep stuffing yourself until you can't eat another bite. Man-cat braced a hand on their table. Tien Kwang looked over in surprise. The boy said, that looks delicious. Should I order the same? Then he raised a hand and called out, boss, 1 bowl of meat noodles. Tien Kwang asked, Man-cat, why are you here? Han Luong also added to the order, oh, then make it 10 bowls of noodles and 5 dumplings for me. The shop owner replied, yes, sir. He came over to them and politely said, excuse me, let me clear these bowls. Han Luong asked, HM, what's this? Aren't you 2 friends? A day earlier, Man-cat had asked in surprise, big sister, you want to hire me? Min Noyet, arranging flowers, replied, yes, hire you for proper work. In other words, you'll become my subordinate. She explained, there are some matters I need handled. I need someone who can help with errands and carry out the tasks I assign well. In return, I won't hand you over to the authorities, and I'll also feed the old people and children where you live. Man-cat was stunned. Min Noyet continued, it may be a little difficult, but I'll have the children do some odd jobs at Tan Yuan Pavilion, and the elderly can do sewing and embroidery. I'll pay all of them wages. Lowering his head, Man-cat said, in that case, thank you, big sister. Min Noyet went on, there is one condition. You must never again steal from Tan Yuan Pavilion or sell its things. You need to understand something. If you sold even one tiny item at its proper price, it would be enough to buy 50 sacks of rice. And if you got so hungry that you wanted to sell everything, you'd have to sell at whatever price people offered, right? At that point, those merchants would cheat you and buy everything for dirt cheap, then make many times the profit. Man-cat blurted out in shock, those things are worth that much? Then, trembling with anger, he cursed those damned merchants. Min Noyet continued teaching him. Only the one who gets fooled is the fool. You're good at stealing, but not at bargaining. So you'd better obey my orders. Don't even think about pulling tricks behind my back. If you don't like it, I'll turn you over to the authorities." Man-Cat fell silent for a moment, and when he spoke again, his tone had become much more respectful. "May I ask one more thing? What exactly is the work you want me to do?" Min Noyet looked at the flower branch in her hand, deep in thought. A moment later, she said, "When I was little, my family was very poor, and we suffered every kind of scorn. That's why I can't endure being looked down on and mistreated by others. Back then, I decided that I would become someone no one would ever dare look down on. Money, fame, and power." She declared, I want to become a queen so that no one will ever dare despise me again, so that I can become someone respected by everyone." Man-Cat stared and asked, "A queen? Not an empress or a noble young lady?" Thursday Lawn beside them burst out laughing, and even Min Noyet laughed. "Go ahead and laugh. Even to me, that story sounds ridiculous." And she continued, "But right now, we're in a time of war. If Tien Kwong goes to the battlefield and wins merit, he could also become a general. This is an era in which even a general, as long as he holds power in his hands, can control the emperor himself." She smiled as she said it. "You can laugh at me, but because I am a woman and a courtesan at that, I cannot do those things. If I destroy this world and hold it in the palm of my hand, then who would still dare laugh at me? I'll use my own methods to slowly take everything I want. What do you think? Do you think I'm talking nonsense?" Man-Cat's face lit up. He answered, "No." Then he clapped and exclaimed, "Big Sister is really amazing." He went on, "I'll follow you. Big Sister Min Noyet. Ever since I was little, all I've known is stealing and saving money. But from now on, I won't do that shameful kind of thing anymore. I want to become Big Sister Min Noyet's subordinate." Man-Cat bent excitedly in greeting and continued, "Thank you, Big Sister, for being merciful and saving my life. I can't believe you'd actually allow me to take part in such a grand plan. I'll become the vanguard of this plan." Thursday Lawn remarked, "This kid's completely bewitched." Min Noyet replied, "I think you're right. If we just keep letting those merchants ride roughshod over us and exploit us, when will we ever be able to rise?" Man-Cat asked curiously, "Then what should I do now?" "Just give the order, Big Sister, and I'll do my utmost." Min Noyet ansuabifi tu. Man-Cat blinked. "Huh." Min Noyet smiled and explained more clearly. "Break into someone's house, steal all their jewels. That's the first thing you'll do for me." Back to the present. Man-Cat recounted everything to Tien Kwong and Han Luong. "That's how it is. This kid is going to take part in Big Sister Min Noyet's grand plan." He was so excited he couldn't help laughing. Han Luong sighed, "Good heavens. That young lady has quite the ambition." Man-Cat crossed his arms and asked back, "Old man, what do you mean by that young lady?" He paused. "Old man. Wait, who is this old man anyway?" Tien Kwong stayed silent, deep in thought. "My first wish, though absurd, somehow makes me feel lucky." Man-Cat smiled and said, "So, the reason I came here is because I want your help." Tien Kwong asked in confusion, "Help?" Man-Cat raised a finger as he explained, "Min Noyet gave me a job that's a bit beyond me. I think you could help. Besides, it's for Min Noyet's benefit, so help me out." Tien Kwong didn't answer right away. He stared at Han Luong until the old man had no choice but to speak. Why are you looking at me?" "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. If I do leave, I'll tell you first." After receiving Han Luong's assurance, Tien Kwong finally agreed. "Fine, I'll help you." Han Luong let out a satisfied sigh of relief, and Man-Cat continued, "Good. Then it's settled. After the full moon night. Once the moon rises, we'll make our move." Han Luong stood up and said, "Now that it's all settled, just do it. I still need to find somewhere to sleep." Man-Cat also prepared to leave. "All right, I'm done eating too." Han Luong looked at Tien Kwong and ordered, "Pay the bill, kid." Tien Kwong answered honestly, I don't have any money." The three of them fell silent and stared at one another. Just then, the innkeeper came out and eagerly asked for payment. "Dear guests, you've finished your meal, haven't you? You can settle the bill here." The four of them looked at one another in silence. Then, in the blink of an eye, Man-Cat and Han Luong bolted outside, not forgetting to toss back a few words. "See you later, Tien Kwong." He reached out but couldn't stop them, and the innkeeper immediately grabbed him by the collar. "Hey, wait." Tien Kwong gritted his teeth while the innkeeper raised a cleaver threateningly. "You bastards, how dare you? Are you trying to dine and dash?" Tien Kwong hurriedly explained, "No, wait a second." Meanwhile, Han Luong muttered as he ran, "That kid Tien Kwong really does have a good heart, but I can't tell if he's too stupid, too naive, or just too kind." Man-cat added, and he doesn't know how to adapt either. He always looks so gloomy. 15 days later, Man-cat and Tien Kwong prepare to act. Man-cat asked curiously, so you actually survived getting out of that restaurant that day? Tien Kwong roared irritably, shut up, or I swear I'll kill you. As he climbed the wall, Man-cat narrated, Big Sister Min Noyet told me to steal a lot of things. 3 chests of gold and silver, a few pieces of jewelry, and copies of 3 account books. Tien Kwong seemed to realize something and blurted out in surprise. Could it be that the owner of this castle is currently with Sin Ni? Man-cat immediately warned him. Shoo, keep your voice down. He explained, your guess is right. I didn't just randomly choose today. Today those officials are holding a banquet at Tan Yuan Pavilion. So this is the perfect chance for us to sneak in, because their guards will be much less alert. Tien Kwong was furious, but said nothing. In his mind appeared the scene of that official drooling as he grabbed Min Noyet. Ha. Come here, my dear. He ground out a few words through clenched teeth. That pig. In the process, he accidentally made a loud noise. Man-cat hurriedly whispered, hey, be careful. A guard walked over, looking around as he muttered, I think I heard something over here. Man-cat turned to look at him, and the guard cried out, huh, who are you? Before he could say another word, Tien Kwong punched him. The man's face twisted as he let out a miserable scream. Tien Kwong swiftly moved behind him and locked an arm around his neck, forcing muffled groans from him. The guard struggled for a while, then was completely subdued. Tien Kwong said, my fault. Luckily, the noise wasn't too loud. We need to hide this guy first. As he helped carry the man away, Man-cat replied, all right. Then he called out, brother. Tien Kwong immediately answered, Man-cat commented, you feel a little different from before. It feels like you're a lot quicker today. No. I should say your movements are incredibly light. Tien Kwong looked at him and asked, really? It didn't take them long to find their target. These must be the things. Chests of gold and silver. I thought there'd only be this much, but there's actually so much. We can't carry it all in one trip. Let's move them one by one to the foot of the wall first. 10 days earlier, in the mountains near Moksan City, Han Luong threw a wild boar onto the ground. Looking at the pile of dead, unskinned boars beside them, he said, this should be enough for the 2 of us to eat from now until tonight, right? Cut up some more of this one. As Tien Kwong butchered the meat, he replied, this is already more than enough. Don't kill anymore. Han Luong smugly pulled out a bottle of seasoning and grinned. I even stole a bottle of seasoning from the village at the foot of the mountain. Pretty impressive, right? While working, Tien Kwong asked, hey, old man, there's something I'm curious about. Don't you plan on taking revenge on the Han Q sect? Sitting down beside him, Han Luong replied, revenge? Why should I take revenge? Tien Kwong said, those disciples betrayed you, and you were imprisoned for 10 whole years. On top of that, you're this strong. I just find it strange that after everything you went through, you wouldn't go after them. You seem far too carefree. Han Luong thought for a moment, then said, me? But from the very beginning, I was never a good master. Cat was ambitious by nature, so we often disagreed. Besides, I've already lived for more than 100 years. I don't feel it's necessary. Tien Kwong was shaken by this revelation and asked in disbelief, 100 years. Han Luong went on, what I want now is to enjoy a life of freedom, not be ruled by hatred. Tien Kwong looked at him and asked, old man, how old are you exactly? No, wait, which one is your real appearance? Han Luong studied him and said, looks like your body's recovered pretty well. Want me to tell you? Tien Kwong asked, tell me what? Han Luong reached a hand toward him and replied, seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. Han Luong placed his hand on Tien Kwong's chest and held it there. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Tien Kwong said, wait, this atmosphere. I'm going to punch you. But then he suddenly felt something and froze. A current of energy flowed from Han Luong's hand into his body, making his eyes widen in shock. Tien Kwong's whole body began to glow. He asked in confusion, what is this? Han Luong smiled and explained, breath regulation through qi. All living things possess qi. Normally, to sense qi and control it, you need long-term training. What you're feeling right now is your own qi being controlled by me. The stronger your qi, the stronger your body becomes, and the same goes for your other abilities. Tien Kwong felt the strange changes in his body, while Han Luong continued instructing him. If you can control it, you can shatter a huge rock or cultivate your qi. And this transformation also slows aging and extends your lifespan. Right now, your body hasn't adapted to qi yet, so you'll feel tired. Tien Kwong dropped to the ground, panting heavily. Han Luong pointed at him and continued, but chi will gradually flow throughout your body and you'll get used to it. You can learn to control it quickly through practice. You just need to train like this over and over. This is the basic secret of martial arts. Tien Kwong felt it and pondered. Then he pleaded with Han Luong, "Old man, do it again. Do it again." Han Luong refused immediately. "Not interested. Don't sit there moaning and begging me like that. Back to the present." Man-Cat let out a sigh and said, "Phew, it must be really heavy, huh?" Following behind Tien Kwong, he asked doubtfully, "Are you okay? Need me to help pull?" As he hauled the cart, Tien Kwong replied, "No need. Dawn's almost here. We need to get out of here fast." Man-Cat exclaimed, "Your stamina is amazing. Good thing I asked you to come with me." Tien Kwong didn't answer. He focused all his energy on pulling the cart, while also circulating his chi. Min Noyet said with satisfaction, "Well done, Man-Cat. I'm actually a very picky person, but you did very well." She continued, "Do you have some kind of trick?" Man-Cat grinned. "Hee, what's so difficult about this little thing?" Min Noyet smiled and said, "When you go back to the village, remember to bring the children here. I'll prepare some winter clothes and food for you." Man-Cat replied excitedly, "Ah, thank you, big sister." Beside them, Thursday Lawn looked at the pile of goods and exclaimed, "This much." She looked curiously at Man-Cat. "Kid, how did you manage to bring so much gold and silver here?" Man-Cat explained, "Humph, do you even need to ask? I had to run back and forth a total of 4 times to move it all. With Tien Kwong helping, it was actually pretty easy." Min Noyet's face immediately darkened, her smile vanishing while he went on talking. "That said, I still moved most of it myself." Min Noyet asked, "Who did you just say helped you?" Asura. Ten Kwang. He's really good at heavy work like this." She warned him. From now on, Man-Cat asked, "What is it?" Min Noyet, barely hiding her displeasure, reminded him, "You are absolutely not to ask that person for help again, and you're not to help him either. Do you understand?" Both Man-Cat and Thursday Lawn were frightened by Min Noyet's tone. He answered yes. She turned and left, instructing him, "You've worked hard. I'll call for you when I need you. But for now, go and rest." Man-Cat looked blankly at her. Why did she suddenly get mad? Thursday Lawn leaned close and explained in his ear, "Here's what happened." Man-Cat cried out in shock. "What? Big brother? And it was Tien Kwong again? I never would have guessed." Surprising, right? The next morning, a crowd had gathered in front of the notice board on the street, watching and whispering. "What's written there?" "I don't know. It says the castle was robbed, so they're looking for witnesses. All the taxes collected from the merchants last month were stolen." And Ion and Min Noyet were also listening to the gossip spreading through the crowd. What? Where did all the guards go for something like this to happen? How would I know? They were probably asleep, but this is bad luck for us. They'll definitely collect the taxes all over again. Hey, watch what you're saying, or you'll drag the rest of us into it. Ni ang gang set at Mingwayet, and remarked, "You've caused a huge disaster." Min Noyet replied, "Really? This is only the beginning, madam." And Ion reminded her, "Do whatever you want, just don't let it implicate me, Min Noyet." She lowered her head slightly. "Understand?" "Madam." Seeing her, that fat man called out in surprise, "Min Noyet." Covering her mouth with a look of alarm, Min Noyet said, "Grand Minister of Agriculture, what happened?" She threw herself into his arms, sniffling as she spoke. "While strolling through the street, I heard a few rumors. You were in such a good mood last night. So how have you become this haggard already?" The fat man sighed, "Min Noyet." Then he asked her, "Did you come because you were worried about me?" She answered gently, "Yes, because you're in trouble. I came here because I wanted to do something for you." Min Noyet asked the Grand Minister curiously, "My lord, what exactly happened?" She feigned indignation on his behalf. "I can't believe someone would dare steal the merchant's tax money. I wonder who could do something so outrageous." And Ion picked up after her, "I heard even all the taxes collected this spring were stolen too. This won't affect us, will it?" Min Noyet said softly, "Madam, how can you say such things at a time like this? You should be thinking of the Grand Minister of Agriculture." He continued sadly, "It's all right. Min Noyet, to tell you the truth, I don't know how to solve this right now. I heard one of the guards did run into the thieves, but he was terrified and attacked, so he never got a clear look at their faces. I have to submit the taxes to the royal court in 2 days. Where am I supposed to find them now?" He groaned and slumped over the table. "If the higher officials find out about this, being stripped of my office will be the least of it." Min Noyet said, "Please don't be too disheartened. there must still be a way. She suggested, how about collecting a little more tax to make up for the missing amount? He refused at once. That won't work. It was all tax money from well-known merchants. My authority alone isn't enough to force them to pay again. Min Noyet turned to Anion and asked softly, what should we do now? Madam, do you have any way to help him? Anion replied, Min Noyet, you really are. The Grand Minister of Agriculture lifted his head and leaned toward her. Right, madam. Could I borrow a little money from Tan Yuan Pavilion? Anion immediately refused. Min Noyet, what nonsense are you talking about? My lord, where we get that much money? He cried out in surprise. Don't be like that, madam. We've known each other a long time. Min Noyet also spoke up for him. That's right, madam. My lord is one of our regular patrons. Please help him. Together they pleaded, please, madam. Anion rubbed her forehead and sighed. Fine, but we don't have that much money. Even if we gather everything now, it would only amount to 1 chest of gold and silver. He replied happily, that'll do. I'll think of a way to gather the rest myself. Let me borrow it for now. In a few months, I'll definitely repay it. Before coming here, Min Noyet had discussed it with Anion. Once we arrive at the castle, I'll prod him into borrowing money from us. Then, madam, you should pretend to hesitate, but in the end still agree to lend it. Right now, the Grand Minister is in desperate straits, so he won't suspect us. Anion asked in return, but will he be able to gather the rest of the money? Min Noyet answered honestly, I don't know. The important thing is to make sure he won't be able to repay the money he borrows from you. As for the rest of the stolen money, madam should keep it. From time to time, ask him when he plans to repay it, so he'll feel the pressure. Ni ein lauget, it cost me nothing, but for the Grand Minister of Agriculture, this is truly terrible luck. As they walked up the steps, Min Noyet continued, according to the plan, the Grand Minister will tighten security during this period. This incident will make him even more vigilant. Anion asked her, and what about you, Min Noyet? What do you gain from all this? Min Noyet only looked at her without answering. Back to the present, Min Noyet spoke softly. But my lord, the Grand Minister of Agriculture immediately looked over in confusion. She continued, though I may be a little foolish, I do know that you must put up some sort of collateral in order to borrow money. He stammered, yes, but we all know each other so well. Anion turned her head away, letting Min Noyet tighten the noose around his neck. Of course, I know my lord is someone extremely trustworthy. He immediately agreed. That's right. She smiled and went on. So I'm sure you'll settle the matter of collateral. Min Noyet revealed a coquettish, alluring expression. Collateral is only a small matter, but I want to know whether you are sincere. The Grand Minister of Agriculture blushed when he saw her smile. To you, I'm a trustworthy man, easily led along. He added, that's true. So what should I use as collateral? Min Noyet smiled and stated her demand plainly. Use land. Between Bakangwin City and Mok Sun City, there is a small plain. Land that has belonged to the Grand Minister of Agriculture's family for generations. It lies near crossroads and waterways, an exceptionally strategic location. If it's that good, why has that place never developed? Manhwa, who had accompanied Min Noyet here, asked. She explained, because that place has only been peaceful again for the past 10 years or so. It's far from the battlefield, but clashes often break out about a week's travel from the fortress, so it's very hard to develop places like that. Mancat continued, Then how did you get that piece of land, sister? She looked at the map and replied with satisfaction, this is. From a distance came a burst of loud laughter, followed by someone saying, excellent, I like this. Min Noyet's group grew curious. What's that sound? On the other side, several men were fooling around with women, laughing loudly. Ha, I did that on purpose. Ha, just what you'd expect from a woman. Want to see my footwork? Why are you practicing that useless stuff? In another spot, someone was practicing archery. Nice shot. I hit the bullseye. A small camp had been set up on Min Noyet's land, taking them by surprise. Try again. Want to make a bet? One man noticed them and spoke up. HM, Zhang Jun, it looks like someone's here. He replied to the other man, HM, who is it? She looks like some noble young lady from a powerful family. Zhang Jun and that man approached them and said, please forgive us, but may we ask what family this young lady comes from? And what business brings you here? She asked in return, I have something to ask you. What are you gentlemen doing here? Holding the deed in her hand, Min Noyet smiled politely and said, this land belongs to Mok Sun City. I came here as the owner of this land. Here are the land deed and the letter of authorization as proof. Zhang Jun turned and asked the man beside him, did this land used to have an owner? The other man immediately answered, I don't know. Then he pointed at Min Noyet and said, I know her. She's Min Noyet, the courtesan from Tan Yuan Pavilion. Shang Yun et that beauty. He cursed in disgust. What the hell? She's just a whore pretending to be some noble young miss? Listen carefully. I am the fourth young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Jun of the Crimson Emperor's sect. Min Noyet's expression darkened. She gave no reply to his insult. For years, this place has been our training ground, used by the warriors of Northern Plains City. And you dare wave that fake piece of paper in front of us and try to pull something? You're nothing but a lowly whore. The others chimed in, haha, so they were fake papers after all. Lord Zhang Jun is truly sharp-eyed. He suggested, if you want to talk, bring out the real landlord. The crowd burst into laughter. Ha! What landlord is there to bring out? Ha ha! You're right. This land has been ownerless for years. Min Noyet frowned and shouted, you've gone too far. Let me tell you this land. Manhwa stepped in front of her and warned, Min Noyet, be careful. Shang Yun Hui vicious punch, easily sending Manhwa flying. He crashed to the ground under Min Noyet's shocked gaze. Vice Captain Manhwa, Shang Yun sneered him. Ha ha! Trash like you should know your place. He threatened, if you don't want that pretty face of yours beaten to a pulp, then get lost. If you behave, next time I'll come to Tan Yuan Pavilion and drink with you. The others laughed along. Excellent, take me with you. Min Noyet gritted her teeth in fury. Elsewhere in the forest, Tian Kuang angrily asked, what did you say? Who was that bastard cursing at? He had been training with Han Luong. While Mancat continued in front of him, they mocked Sister Min Noyet. And us too. Han Luong rested a hand on a large rock on Tian Kuang's back and added, that's understandable enough. They're so arrogant because they come from powerful families. Hey, Tian Kuang, focus. Your chi is wavering. Mancat went on worriedly. Of course I want to teach them a lesson, but with just one punch, he took down the vice captain. After that, we had to flee back here like losers. Just imagine how furious Sister Min Noyet was. She wanted to tear them to pieces. Tian Kuang ground his teeth. Seeing his reaction, Han Luong suggested, I think the time has come. He said, all right, this is as good a time as any. Do you want to teach them a lesson? Mancat lit up. Oh, late at night, at their camp, laughter rang everywhere. Ha ha ha, bring more wine. This place is heaven. Bring more snacks too. They started talking about Min Noyet. Ha ha, but Zhang Jun, that whore from yesterday wasn't bad, was she? Ha ha ha, you like her? As he drank, he commented, her eyes were like a wild cat's. Taming her definitely won't be easy. A prostitute like that needs to be disciplined before she learns her place. They jeered and laughed, completely unaware that Han Luong had somehow sat down beside them. The way she tucked her tail and ran was hilarious. Ha ha, what a joke. The group noticed Han Luong and shouted in shock. Huh? What the hell? Who are you? As Han Luong chewed his food and looked around, he muttered, all right, leaving 10 of them for him should be enough. He moved with lightning speed, throwing the whole camp into chaos to their horror. Han Luong slung the women over his shoulders, and they cried out from where they lay over him, oh my god. Zhang Jun's men drew their swords, staring in disbelief. What just happened? Who are you? Han Luong explained. I ruined the mood and kidnapped your women too. You must be furious, right? Then he left, and as he passed Tian Kuang, he deliberately said, my assessment is that they're just ordinary martial fighters. They're perfect for you to gain real combat experience. Defeat them. One day earlier, at Tian Kuang's training area, panting, Tian Kuang held up a pile of rabbits and said, I caught every rabbit within 2 miles. 10 in total. Opposite him, Han Luong carried a heap of wild boars and replied, as agreed, I caught 10 too. No, more than 10. I still had time left, so I caught a few extra. Tian Kuang looked baffled. Old man, why do you always enjoy ruining the mood? Han Luong explained, balancing your chi through meditation alone is useless. If you think sitting still is enough to make you stronger, then just wait until you get beaten to death. While cooking, he instructed Tian Kuang, who was lifting weights above him, the best way is to activate your chi in every situation. Whether you're meditating or throwing punches, you must work to maintain the same level of chi circulation. So you need to train hard. If you want to catch wild animals within a 2-mile radius, your body has to keep circulating chi the entire time. Exhausted, he answered Han Luong, my body really does feel lighter and much stronger, but I tire out very easily because I can't balance my chi while moving. Han Luong blew on the fire and continued, this isn't easy. Learning how to maintain chi is the most basic foundation of martial arts. Even experts need a very long time to master it. So we're going to raid the people who insulted your little sister, so you can adapt through real combat. Mancat said they're the younger line descendants of renowned noble families, people with high standing in the martial world. Their clans are very powerful, but since they aren't direct heirs, they don't bear any great responsibilities. Because of that, their martial arts are only mediocre, making them just right as training opponents for you. Tien Kwang replied at once, "Fine, I'll go there and kill every last one of them." Han Luong hurriedly stopped him. "We'll go at night. If you charge in recklessly and start fighting without thinking of the consequences, you'll only get yourself killed. They may be amateurs, but compared to you, they know more about martial arts and have more experience. You must keep a cool head and analyze the situation to find the right response. That's the only way you'll have a chance to win." Han Luong pointed at him as he continued, "Also, I'll deal with the tougher ones first. And one last thing, there's no fairness in a real fight, so you have to prepare as much as possible and use everything you have to survive." While training, Tien Kwang answered, "That goes without saying." At this moment, Tien Kwang controlled his chi while vigilantly observing his surroundings. The men before him were armed to the teeth. He kept sweeping his gaze over them, while they remained equally wary. Tien Kwang took his stance and thought the old man was right. They really are martial artists. Han Luong's words echoed in his ears. "Let me give you a tip. The first thing martial sects do before a fight begins is announce who they are." The one named Zhang Jun opened his mouth and asked, "Who are you?" Then he loudly introduced himself. "I'm the fourth young master of the Zhang family of Northern Plains City, Zhang Jun of the Crimson Emperor sect." That was the best moment to strike. Putting theory into practice, Tien Kwang rushed in the moment the man was still introducing himself. "But chi alone is not enough. I'll teach you the technique I use most often. It may be simple, but it's extremely effective for attacking." Tien Kwang raised his hand in stance, condensing all his chi into a single point before releasing it in an explosive burst. It felt like unleashing every ounce of force in his body. Zhang Jun took Tien Kwang's punch head-on, earth-crushing fist. Tien Kwang followed through without hesitation, killer palm. The others shouted in alarm. "Zhang Jun, damn it, you dare attack by surprise." Tien Kwang moved at once. He dashed toward the torches and kicked them away, and thick smoke and dust immediately spread everywhere. The martial fighters covered their mouths and shouted, "Smoke bombs! Damn it, he's blocking our vision. Where is he?" Using the smoke screen, Tien Kwang attacked them one by one. They had no time at all to defend themselves. One of them counterattacked, but Tien Kwang easily seized the man's arm and struck his temple in one fluid motion. Just then another cursed as he rushed in. "You bastard!" Tien Kwang threw the man and his hands aside and struck the newcomer with a backhand blow. Half of them were already down, and they cried out, "Where are the torches?" The light gradually faded. The group cursed irritably. "Damn it." They warned one another. "That bastard is hiding in the dark. Torches! Hurry and bring torches." Before he could finish, Tien Kwang struck him down with a single blow. The group fell into total disarray, while Tien Kwang kept darting in and attacking. "Over here! Where is he?" They shouted wildly, swinging their swords in every direction. "Coward, where are you? Damn it, I can't see him." Their yelling mixed with the screams of comrades being knocked down. They struck blindly, unable to tell friend from foe. "It's me." At that moment, Tai Hao's teachings surfaced in his mind. When facing an army while your side has too few people, striking from the dark is the best strategy. Their vision will be limited, so you can launch surprise attacks against them. That will throw the enemy into chaos. You can slip into their camp and extinguish all their torches. Tien Kwang thought, "Thanks a lot, you bastard Tai Hao." When a sword blade slashed toward him, he widened his eyes in alertness and counterattacked before it could touch him. Zhang Jun panted and muttered, "Damn it, it's too dark. I can't see anything." He roared, "Get up, all of you. If you fall into this madman's trap, you'll disgrace the family. Focus. If you see the aura of chi coming off him, you'll know where he is." Tien Kwang was feeling tired as well. As he watched the enemy's movements, he worked out a countermeasure. "So that bastard is the leader?" They've all gotten back up, and with only a few words, he restored their morale. Gritting his teeth in caution, he judged the situation. Sneak attacks won't work anymore. Tien Kwang reached his conclusion while holding his stance. The space around them fell silent. The moment Tien Kwang saw the sword's path, he threw a punch. Just as the man yelled, "Die," and swung, Tien Kwang smashed his fist straight into the man's face. Several others charged at him together. Tien Kwang dodged their attacks nimbly and countered with his legs. But one of them landed a punch on him and shouted, "Brat, got you now." Tien Kwang snatched up a long staff and whipped into the man's body. The others yelled as they rushed in. Tien Kwang unleashed Killer Palm, a heavy blow that sent the whole group flying. Another man used a lightning-fast sword strike, divine speed single slash. Tien Kwang clamped the enemy's sword under his armpit, using the pressure there to stop the attack, then kicked the man back. The others kept charging in. One of them swung and shouted, "Die!" Tien Kwang grabbed a handful of sand and flung it into the man's face, making him drop his guard, then followed up with a punch that landed cleanly. The man collapsed, leaving only Zhang Jun still standing. He glared at Tien Kwang, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. Tien Kwang panted as he stared back. Aside from Zhang Jun, everyone else was already groaning on the ground. Tien Kwang prepared for a final duel with him. Zhang Jun roared, "I don't know what hole you crawled out of." Then he threatened, "But I'll interrogate that big old man who just abducted my women and find out why you attacked us. And then I'll kill you." Tien Kwang kept panting hard from having to control his chi nonstop. He thought, "This takes more stamina than I expected. If this keeps up, it'll get dangerous." Killer Palm. I don't know if I still have enough strength left to use that move one more time. The long sword came slashing down from above. Zhang Jun unleashed a Crimson Emperor sect technique, Crimson Emperor Wing Gale. Tien Kwang hurriedly dodged, then counterattacked with Killer Palm. Zhang Jun was shocked when he saw Tien Kwang grab his clothes. Tien Kwang quickly drove his knee into him. As he attacked, he calculated, "I have to keep up the pressure. I have to keep attacking whenever he swings his sword. I'm gonna stop him from swinging it again." Tien Kwang struck with Killer Palm. This time, Zhang Jun blocked with his sword. Using force, he flung Tien Kwang away and shouted, "Did you think using the same attack over and over would work?" He pressed the attack. Tien Kwang dodged the slash, grabbed his wrist, and once more countered with Killer Palm. Zhang Jun ground his teeth in rage and shouted, "Idiot, I've figured it out now. That's the only move you know." He struck Tien Kwang in the head and continued mocking him. "A moron like you dares attack me?" He kept attacking, forcing Tien Kwang onto the defensive. His mouth never stopped sneering. "With a weak body like a slug's, you think you can fight me?" Zhang Jun readied his sword and continued, "I'll finish this. If you live in this world, you should know your place." Just as he was speaking, a rope suddenly looped around his neck. Mancat gave it a hard yank, catching Zhang Jun completely off guard. Looking at Tien Kwang, he said, "Sorry, brother. I was so scared that I only dared show up now." Zhang Jun glanced at him and shouted in shock, "What the hell is this?" Cursing, he flung Mancat away. "You little brat, who are you?" Tien Kwang seized the chance, grabbed Zhang Jun by the hair, and swung his fist. The other man swung his sword back. "It's useless. I found you." But when he turned his head, Tien Kwang shoved something into his mouth. He let out a muffled sound of surprise. "MMGH," Tien Kwang replied in disgust. "That's why I specially prepared this for you." An explosion burst inside Zhang Jun's mouth, and black smoke billowed out. Blood seeped from his lips, and he passed out as Tien Kwang delivered the final blow. Tien Kwang gathered all his remaining strength and slammed it straight into him. Zhang Jun was sent flying. Mancat watched him go, then turned to Tien Kwang and shouted, "Tien Kwang." He jumped up excitedly and ran toward him. That was amazing. Zhang Jun and all the martial fighters here had been defeated. Tien Kwang collapsed on the ground, panting as he said, "Ah, I'm still alive." Late that night at Tan Yuan Pavilion, in the courtesan's room, Min Noyet lay on her bed with her eyes closed, tossing and turning. Then she sat up, unable to sleep no matter how hard she tried. She thought to herself, "I suffered humiliation and could do nothing. I still can't receive respect as a human being." Memories flooded back, the voice of a human trafficker saying, "This place is filthy." Min Noyet remembered that place, where girls were raised to be sold to the rich and boys were sold off as war slaves. The cries never stopped. "I don't want to go. Save me, mother. I don't want to go." At the time, she too had cried out, "Big brother, father." The woman standing before her exuded a terrifying pressure. From a human point of view, I would say you people don't even possess intelligence. You're nothing but objects. Your fate is to be bought and sold. And once you lose your value, you're thrown away. Min Noyet broke free from the flow of memories, lowered her head on her knees, then raised it again and thought, "Tomorrow morning, I will go to the magistrate's office and report them. They will order those people to leave, and everything will go according to plan. But if they still refuse to leave and keep acting arrogantly, then even if I have to kill someone, I will make sure they never dare come near that place again. I am not that little girl who couldn't do anything. I will deal with this myself." Suddenly, Mancat pushed the door open and stepped inside, crying out cheerfully, "Sister Min Noyet, so you're still awake?" She asked back, "Mancat, why did you suddenly come here?" He replied, "Ah, sorry. I just had a feeling you weren't asleep yet." Then he added, "Sorry for coming to see you this early in the morning, but I have something important to tell you. Those bad guys got taught a lesson yesterday. They were beaten so badly they won't dare go near that place again. I'm sure their family won't dare make a big fuss about it out of fear of losing face. After all, those men got completely crushed by some nobody." Min Noyet pressed him. "You just said some nobody. Who was that?" Mancat flinched. Whenever he got excited, this kid always spoke without thinking. He stammered and tried to cover it up. "Ah, he's a friend of mine. He heard about it and wanted to help us. So, at first we were planning to settle it through negotiation. Besides, I have one, no, two, three very strong friends." So, Min Noyet cut him off. "Fine, you can tell me about that later. Right now I want to sleep a little more, so hurry and get out." Mancat quickly left. "Ah, yes. Sleep well, sister." Elsewhere, Han Luong stepped out of the straw hut. The women inside had long since fallen drunk and asleep, mumbling, "Old man, you're so funny. I think I drank a bit too much." Han Luong looked at Tien Kwong and said, "Echem, so you're back." Tien Kwong shot back. "What exactly did you do last night?" Han Luong answered, "Isn't obvious? We drank and talked all night. We got along quite well and had a lot to talk about." Tien Kwong eyed him and said, "You're already over 100 years old, so why are you still living such a carefree, flirtatious life?" Han Luong clicked his tongue and corrected him. "Don't give me that sour old man look. These days age is just a number." Then he grinned and remarked, "It seems it was a bit tough, but you still made it back safely." Tien Kwong said unhappily, "If Mancat hadn't helped me, I would have been beaten to death. That killer palm move you taught me was useless against that guy. It's a miracle I even made it back alive." Han Luong smiled at him, crouched down, and continued, "Tis killer palm is only a basic move among the basics. If you rely on just that one move, it'll be hard to win. Just like I told you, there's no fairness in a fight. Since you won and made it back alive, that already counts as a kind of success. You did well. Also, welcome, my fine son, to the martial world." The next day, when Manhwa and Trung returned to that plot of land, they were utterly shocked. What in the world happened here? There's not a single person left. Trung asked him, "Is this the place, Vice Captain?" Manhwa answered, "Yeah, just the other day, I saw several strong fellows camping here." He explained, "That's why I invited Captain Trung to come with me. I was worried I wouldn't be able to deal with him on my own." Min Noyet quietly observed. The land before them was completely empty. A large, noisy battle had taken place the night before. "Where is he? Hurry and light it. Bring out the torches. It's me." Min Noyet thought to herself. Did he deal with all of them by himself? Why did he suddenly interfere in this business that had nothing to do with him? Is he trying to play the role of a model big brother? She said to the person beside her. Then, "Master Carpenter, can you begin as we discussed?" The other party replied briefly, "Yes." Then he added, "Of course. This place is pretty spacious." Trung looked toward the remains of the battlefield on the other side and thought, there are traces of a chaotic fight. She walked closer and found a few familiar items. Using her sword, she picked up the fragments and thought, this torn piece of cloth. It looks like it came from that beggar I once met. Then she looked around. There were signs of people fleeing, but only one person had gone into the forest. Voices could be heard chatting on the street. Money, fame, and power. As Min Noyet walked beside Mancat, she continued, "Of those things, money is the easiest to obtain, while fame and power are things people are born with. People like us cannot easily attain them, but if you have a great deal of money, then it's a different story." Mancat asked, "But Sister Min Noyet, you already have a lot of money." She explained, "Money earned from being a courtesan has its limits. To attract the attention of people with power, I need much more money than that. This is the only path for low-born people like us to make a fortune." Before long, they arrived at the Mock Sun Merchants Guild. A man came out to greet them. Well, look who it is. It was Lu Tien, the head of the Mock Sun Merchants Guild, and also the leader of the Lu Tien merchant caravan. Smiling, he said, "Isn't this Min Noyet, the #1 courtesan of Tan Yuan Pavilion? Did you come here to buy rings?" She smiled and replied, "I already have more than enough rings. Thank you, sir. It's been a long time, Guild Master Lu Tien. I came today for another matter." He gestured and invited her in. "Ha, and what matter might that be? Please, come inside and we can discuss it." Once inside, Lu Tien asked in disbelief, "You want to trade goods? Aren't you already managing Tan Yuan Pavilion?" Min Noyet explained, "How could I possibly make enough money just by doing business there? I simply want to buy stock from peddlers and resell it for profit. What I want to discuss is trade outside Moksan City. Lu Tien pressed her. So you're saying you want to become a small-time merchant? Someone as refined as Lady Min Noyet doesn't seem suited for that. Setting up a stall and selling goods is exhausting work, and running around doing business doesn't earn that much anyway. She cut him off. While signaling to Mancat, it seems I still haven't made myself clear. Min Noyet pointed to the letter in Mancat's hand. This is a letter of introduction from the Great Minister of Agriculture, along with the entrance fee and the address of my merchant caravan. Lu Tien could hardly believe it and asked at once, "The address of your merchant caravan? What?" She continued, "That's right. I have already obtained a permit from the Moksan authorities, so there is no problem. I intend to establish a merchant caravan and earn even more money. I will found a merchant caravan and become its leader." As she declared this, she wore a radiant smile. News that Min Noyet was founding a merchant caravan quickly spread throughout Moksan City. Because the city's most famous courtesan wanted to open a merchant caravan, the news attracted enormous attention. Women filled with jealousy and suspicion were curious to see what exactly she planned to sell. Meanwhile, the men invented all sorts of rumors, making it a frequent topic of conversation over drinks, and so the gossip spread even farther. Among the lower classes, it became common idle talk. As for the officials and nobles who knew Min Noyet, they treated it as an amusing bit of entertainment. However, to the other merchant caravans in Moksan, this was bad news. They gathered together to discuss it, and one of them said, "It's hard enough being busy as it is, and now we have to deal with that stupid courtesan too?" The woman beside him mocked, "Oh, the one who's always visiting brothels is now sitting here calling her a stupid courtesan?" Another said, "How could a lowly courtesan possibly get an official letter of introduction and set up a merchant caravan?" Someone else added, "She must have seduced some official to get that letter." Lu Tien cut them off. Speaking rapidly, "I didn't summon all of you caravan leaders here to gossip. Haven't you heard what people are saying out in the marketplace?" One of them protested, "People like that love to gossip anyway." The man beside him agreed, "Exactly. A merchant caravan run by that kind of woman is bound to collapse sooner or later." The fat man opposite him went on, "A guild isn't some street market. For all we know, her caravan won't even last a year." The only woman at the table also spoke with obvious malice, a woman who only knows how to pour drinks. How could she possibly handle this kind of meticulous work? Lu Tien continued, "Have you all lived in luxury for so long that you've lost your ability to judge people?" He asked sharply, "Is Min Noyet really just some foolish woman who knows nothing of calculation? Is there anyone among the caravan leaders here who has never benefited from the way she serves and entertains guests?" Everyone was taken aback and immediately fell silent to listen as he said, "Have none of you ever thought of appointing Min Noyet as deputy guildmaster? If you had ever seen the way she talks, you wouldn't dare underestimate her." Recalling her expression, he became even more certain she was absolutely not joking. Her determination was evident in every sharp word she spoke. In short, what I mean is this: if we wait until her caravan starts taking a share of our profits before we worry, it will already be too late. The fat man hurriedly asked, "Then what do you want us to do, brother?" The woman resting her chin on one hand guessed, "What is there to think about? Don't overreact just because she once poured drinks for you. Handle this according to the rules. After all, none of us are exactly honest merchants." Lu Tien said nothing for a moment, and in the end they came to a conclusion: hire assassins to eliminate her. The next day, Trung watched the scene before her with a scrutinizing gaze. Behind them, Han Luong had grabbed both of Tien Kwang's legs and was pinning him to the ground. In pain, he groaned and begged, "I surrender. I said I surrender already." Han Luong looked at Trung and said, "Echem, your dream person is here." He retorted, "Huh? What dream person?" "Ah, it's you." Trung said, "I was wondering where you'd gone. So you're up in the mountains playing these games with an old man." Tien Kwang hurriedly explained, "It's not like that. If you came here looking for trouble, then go back. We're busy training." Han Luong cut in, "Echem, busy with what? I'm the one tormenting you." Trung explained why she had come. "Min Noyet's merchant caravan is nearby, so I stopped by. I found traces left after the fight and followed the smell of lamp oil to see what was going on. After seeing this, I understand enough. So I'm leaving." Tien Kwang quickly stopped her. "Wait." He asked directly, "Merchant caravan? What do you mean?" "Sin Ni." "Ah, no. Min Noyet, what is she doing there?" She glared at him, turned around, and threw out a single line, "I have no obligation to answer you." He kept following her and pleaded, "You're so stingy. Just tell me. Shut up. If you don't want to get cut down, then be quiet." Han Luong cut in, How about this instead? Both of them turned to look at him. Tian Kuang asked, "What now, old man?" Han Luong rubbed his head and proposed to a Trung. "Why don't you spar with my fine son here?" He asked back, "Fine son? Who?" Han Luong ignored him and continued laying out the terms to a Trung. "If my fine son wins, you have to tell him about his little sister. If you win, my fine son will do as you say." "What do you think?" A Trung silently repeated the words he had just used. Little sister. Tian Kuang slapped Han Luong's hand away and asked, "Why are you suddenly making me fight her? I don't like this woman." Han Luong shot back, "Then do you want to spar with me instead?" He refused firmly. "No. Fighting you isn't training at all. You're just tormenting me," Han Luong replied, "which is why she's the perfect opponent. Someone's willing to help you train, and you're still refusing?" A Trung watched them without speaking, while Tian Kuang glared at Han Luong with an unhappy expression. As she wrapped strips of cloth around her sword, she said, "He doesn't need to obey me. I'll just teach a rookie a lesson." Excited, he gathered his energy and answered, "A lesson? If you don't want to embarrass yourself again, you'd better find something to use in place of a scabbard." A Trung said nothing, but also gathered her energy. Tian Kuang charged forward. "Here I come." After that, all that could be heard were the sounds of him getting beaten. Tian Kuang lost all momentum and pleaded, "Wait." But all that answered him were repeated smacking sounds. Tian Kuang was easily defeated by a Trung. He complained bitterly, "Old man, you didn't make me challenge her because you thought I'd win, did you?" "No, I just wanted to knock that arrogance out of you." Then he asked a Trung, "Looks like you rather dislike my fine son, female swordsman." A Trung explained, "I only wanted to show him what it's like when I get serious." 2 days later, late at night, 2 masked figures were moving through the darkness. They pushed open the door and entered. Lu Tin and the merchant spoke warily. "Long time no see." Honghua, keeping his distance from the 2 masked figures, he politely asked, "Have you been well?" Honghua removed his hat and asked in return, "The target this time is a courtesan, correct?" Lu Tien smiled and stammered, "Yes, that's right. Her name is Min Noyet. She's the star courtesan of Tan Yuan Pavilion, but she doesn't know her place and dared to offend us. In the end, she's only a woman, so she should be easy to remove." Hong Hoa went on, "If killing someone were as easy as you say, you wouldn't be spending money to hire assassins." He named his price. "For this mission, we want 3 gold bars." Lu Tien exclaimed in shock, "3 gold bars?" He continued in confusion, "Have you gone mad? That's 3 times more expensive than last time." The woman beside him reminded him. Guildmaster Lu Tin calmed down first. Several thin threads brushed past his body, controlled by the person accompanying Hong Hoa. That person's gaze fixed on the merchants, making them immediately reveal fearful expressions. Hong Hoa answered him. "This mission is the assassination of the most famous courtesan in Tan Yuan Pavilion. You don't want rumors of her murder getting out, do you? Staging the scene as an accident or suicide is not easy at all. Who are you outsiders to assume other people's work is easy?" Lu Tien forced a laugh and replied, "Haha, as expected of the famous assassins of Bukwin City. How we dare look down on your work. Under the threat, he promised, I will pay." Hong Hoa's accomplice withdrew those threads, and Hong Hoa added his demand. "Good. Then I want 1 gold bar in advance as a deposit. And another thing." Lu Tin lightly touched the blood beginning to seep from his neck as the other man continued. At some point, Hong Hoa had appeared behind the merchants without anyone noticing and threatened, "We are not only famous in Bukwin City, we are also the #1 assassins of the Central Plains martial world." After saying that, they disappeared, making the 3 merchants collapse to the ground in fear, muttering, "Ah, he's gone." Elsewhere, Hong Hoa and his subordinate had already left and entered the forest. He said, "You went a little too far with that joke, Bok Try. But good. Thanks to you, my hands stayed clean. As Hong Hoa's disciple, you should know how to deal with those sorts of people." He continued, "What do you think? Can you handle that courtesan by yourself? Now that you've become an assassin, I'll give you your first mission." Bok tried to not answer, but this did not anger Hong Hoa. Very good. A true disciple of Hong Hoa should carry himself like this. At dawn, at Min Noyet's construction site, workers were building her merchant caravan headquarters. Mancat watched and exclaimed, "Wow, Sister Min Noyet, this place is really huge." He continued, "Just look at it. It must have cost a fortune." Thursday Lan added, "Min Noyet must have poured all her money into this place." She directed one of the workers, "Wait, that handcart has to go here." Another immediately replied, "Ah, sorry miss, he's new. You didn't know. Hey, I told you the cart has to go here." From his side came words of praise, and Min Noyet immediately turned her head. Looking at that build, he's really strong. He's got good endurance too, and he's hardworking on top of that. The person being praised was Tien Kwong. On your own, you do the work of 5 men put together. Haha, you remind me of myself when I was young. All right, let's hurry and move this. He replied, yes. Min Noyet was somewhat displeased, but when he saw her, he looked delighted. Ah, Sing Yi, Min Noyet wondered. What is he doing here? Han Luong explained. What else would he be doing? Earning money, of course. She turned to look at Han Luong, and he continued. That brat keeps muttering little sister, like a parrot all day long, talking about you. He heard that you were building a guild hall nearby, so he came to help you. You know, he could help his little sister and make money at the same time. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Min Noyet pressed him. You heard? Who told him about it? Han Luong pointed at Man Cat and Thursday Lawn. The moment the 2 of them heard him speak, they guiltily turned their heads away. Who else could it be? It was these kids. He turned to a Trung and continued, but a Trung also avoided his gaze. Ah, thank you for helping my son train. Thanks to you, he's learned quite a lot. Min Noyet felt extremely uncomfortable, while Han Luong found the 3 of them rather strange. Huh, why is everyone suddenly avoiding me? She was trembling with anger, but a moment later her cold expression returned. Then she said to Han Luong, could I trouble you to pass a message to him? Tien Kwong, worried that Sin Ni was angry, kept his distance and did not dare come closer. Min Noyet said, I have something to say. Tell him to come meet me on the mountain at the hour of Cho. Han Luong stared blankly and pointed at Tien Kwong. Why not just tell him yourself? He's standing right there. Min Noyet was left speechless. Then she made an excuse. I have to return to Tan Yuan Pavilion to receive guests now. Please remember to pass on the message. Inside Tan Yuan Pavilion, a group of officials were merrily embracing beauties and laughing. Ha ha, come here. Oh my lord, you're truly charming. She's drunk already. Their laughter and chatter echoed throughout Tan Yuan Pavilion. In one room, Min Noyet was quietly observing. She placed her hand on a piece of cloth and pulled it back, revealing the wealth stored underneath. This is all the jewelry I've saved since I first began receiving guests. I've already used most of it to build the guild hall. The entire construction cost, merchant hire fees, trading expenses. It seems I underestimated how much capital would be needed. She thought to herself, it can't be helped. On a mountain, Min Noyet turned back and said to Manhwa, from here on, I'll go alone. He asked worriedly, will you be all right? But in the end, he agreed. In that case, we'll wait here. She replied, thank you, Vice Captain Manhwa. On the pitch-black mountain, Min Noyet silently waited for Tien Kwong. She turned around and saw his figure slowly approaching. Min Noyet spoke first. You came earlier than I expected. Then she threw a money pouch onto the ground and continued. Take it. I added extra money in there, so you won't be a loss. Take it and get out. He lifted his head to look at her. She kept her back to him, but still said, your appearance brings me no joy at all. On the contrary, all you bring back are the painful memories of my childhood, memories I can never forget. Even now, just recalling them fills my mind with that time I lived in hell. I don't want to know how you've lived, and I don't want to know what you think. From now on, I only want to live happily myself. My life has already been miserable enough. I don't want to trouble myself anymore over relatives I don't even want to see. He walked up behind her without replying. When Min Noyet saw clearly who had come, she screamed, who are you? The man gave a cruel laugh. It was not Tien Kwong at all. The moment she finished speaking, she shouted for the vice captain and ran for her life. But the assassin was quick with his hands and eyes and wrapped her up with silk threads. He swung his weapon, but his gaze immediately shifted elsewhere. Tien Kwong really had rushed in to save his younger sister. He blocked the enemy's attack, and the weapon pierced through his hand. He countered, what are you trying to do? That afternoon, when Min Noyet had said to the workers, wait, shouldn't the cart be placed here? Someone else answered, sorry miss. This one is new, so he doesn't know. Hey, I told you the cart has to go here. While they were busy praising Tien Kwong, he looks skinny and weak, but he's actually pretty strong, and his endurance is good too. He's hardworking. Alone, you do the work of 5 men. You remind me of my younger days. Someone was secretly watching them. Why is he here? What else would he be doing? Of course he's here to earn money. This man was none other than the assassin Bok Tri. He listened in silence, then quickly made himself a mask. Now, Tien Kwong was locked in battle with the assassin Bok Tri. Bok Trai was startled by his counterattack. As he fought, Tien Kwang shouted to Min Noyet, Sin Ni, run into the forest. He unleashed Earth Crusher Killing Fist, Hell Windblade. The fake skin covering the assassin was blasted away. Tien Kwang did not waste any time. He charged forward at once and struck with Assassin Palm. With that single palm strike, the whole forest seemed to flare with light. He landed firmly. The branch opposite him shattered from the impact, and Bok Trai's disguise was torn to rags. Bok Trai watched him warily while drawing his weapon. Tien Kwang gritted his teeth and thought, so fast. None of my moves landed. Bok Trai pulled out several hidden weapons and threw them. Tien Kwang was horrified to realize they were aimed at Min Noyet. He moved immediately and shouted, where do you think you're going? Tien Kwang shielded her, and Bok Trai used the chance to close in and attack. Several needles were driven into his arm by Bok Trai. Tien Kwang cried out in pain. Tien Kwang was surprised to see the enemy keep pressing the attack and immediately struck back to force him away. He closed the distance and threw a punch, but Bok Trai's movements were supple and evasive. His whole body wound itself around Tien Kwang's arm, making him gasp. Tien Kwang caught sight of the enemy's leg kicking toward his neck. He grabbed the man's face with one hand and followed up with another blow. The two separated. In Tien Kwang's hand was a layer of Bok Trai's human skin mask. Bok Trai hurriedly covered his face, shocked that he had been driven back, while Min Noyet watched in fear from the side. Manhwa's people heard the commotion and rushed over. Min Noyet, what happened? Keeping their distance, they called out, hey, who are you? When they drew closer, they asked anxiously, Miss Min Noyet, are you all right? Bok Trai covered his face, frantically put his mask back on, and then vanished from the scene. The others exclaimed, he disappeared. What exactly happened? Tien Kwang remained on guard as silence returned to the mountain forest. As Manhwa had his men bandage Tien Kwang, he judged, looks like he was an assassin. Pen Guang Zipit an assassin. Why? Manhwa continued, I don't know, but assassins only kill when hired. Someone definitely wants Min Noyet dead. From now on, it's very dangerous outside. You must return to Tan Yuan Pavilion immediately. Min Noyet said nothing. Manhwa called again. Min Noyet. She finally came to her senses. Saw thee. Let's head back at once. Tien Kwang watched her and saw that her hands were trembling with fear. They headed back, with Tien Kwang going along. Min Noyet, sleep it. Just as she was about to fall, Tien Kwang caught her. Careful. She immediately pulled her hand away and said, why do you keep following me? I've already told you, I don't want to see you at all. Don't act like an older brother in front of me. Let's each live our own lives. Just treat us as strangers. Don't tell me that because you saved me just now, you've started imagining things. I'll have Mancat transfer the money to you. So hurry up and get lost. Is that enough for you? Everyone silently watched the siblings. Tien Kwang shouted, no. His voice was a little too loud. You're being targeted for assassination. How can I just leave you alone? I absolutely will not go. I will protect my little sister. Even if I have to force it, I will keep you alive. She was very surprised, but said nothing more and kept walking ahead. Manhwa patted his shoulder in consolation. Looks like you're venting your anger at the wrong person, but it'd be best if we joined forces anyway. Honestly, if that assassin comes back, I can't guarantee I can beat him. At dawn, Han Luong asked, so that brat is staying at Tan Yuan Pavilion now? While preparing to butcher a bear, he asserted he's definitely just trying to dodge cooking duty. Mancat asked curiously, are you planning to kill every single animal in Moksun City? I heard a few rumors, so I came to pass along a message. He said he won't leave Sister Min Noyet's side, because the assassin could come back at any moment. Han Luong fell silent for a moment, then remarked, an assassin? This matchup is uneven. Mancat asked, what do you mean? What matchup? Han Luong explained, that brat's ultimate move, Assassin Palm, is only suited for taking on 1 against 10. Mancat was still confused. So, he answered, simply put, he's very weak in a one-on-one fight. If his opponent is an assassin, they'll use all kinds of tricks, and that brat's ability isn't enough to deal with them. In other words, that brat is not suited to fighting assassins. In a cave somewhere, the sound of a whip cutting through the air rang out. Honghua was Puni Sing Bakji. You couldn't even kill a mere courtesan. You even nearly let someone see your real face. You have stained my Hong Hoas reputation. Your first mission was a miserable failure. Bok Trai. He continued, but fine, this is good too. You can only improve if you learn from your failures. Get dressed and prepare yourself. Only by learning from this lesson can you become a true assassin. Bok try. We will assassinate her again. I, Manhwa, will clean up the mess left by this useless disciple. In the past, the sound of hurried panting filled the air. People urged one another to run. Hurry, this is our only chance. That which will be back soon. We have to escape this place now. Among those fleeing was Sin Ni, for the sake of our family's safety. As they ran outside, they kept encouraging one another. Quick, this way. However, the witch's soldiers quickly caught up, seized the escapees, and warned each other, catch them. If they get away, we're dead for sure. Sing Yi Fao Dao. Some people turned back, intending to help her, but someone else quickly stopped them. Sing Yi, we gan de. Leave her behind. She doesn't have any family left to rely on anyway. Hearing that, the little girl burst into tears. Even if she escapes, she'll die anyway. The runaways kept shouting, while Sin Yi clutched the cloth doll Tian Quang had made for her and struggled to stand up. This way, but then screams suddenly erupted. Up ahead, it's the witch. Why is the witch here? Run the other way, hurry. As they were slaughtered, blood sprayed everywhere. The more blood splashed, the more pitiful the pleas became. Please spare us. We won't try to run again, I swear. My hand. Sydney hugged the doll tightly and hid behind a tree, while on the other side blood kept spraying, accompanied by purple magical light. Someone screamed, it's rotting away. Please, I beg you, spare me. Let me go. The witch ordered, take those still alive back and lock them up. Yes. Big sister, covered in blood, the witch walked towards Sin Ni. They're only merchandise, yet they dared betray me. A bunch of beasts, a bunch of worthless trash, unworthy of forgiveness. Sin Ni looked at the witch and heard her say, I will sell you all to even more terrifying slave owners. The girl was packed up and sold. This one, they look so emaciated. Will they even survive a week? So then, how much for the whole lot? A little older. She was still being bought and sold. Once they're washed clean, they'll look much better. That girl in the middle, how much is she? Min Noi yet survived, but passed from one hand to another. I like this young lady. So how much is she? While she was still lost in thought, someone called her name. It was quite unusual. Ming Wyatt, Ni Ang spoke up. You look like you need some rest. You seem completely out of it. She hurriedly replied, no need, I'm fine. How can I rest when guests are coming? And Ion cut her off. No, go and rest. I can't force you to work while you're being hunted by assassins. Arrange the guard unit immediately. Protect her well. Captain A. Trung, from now on your duty is to protect Min Noyet. A Trung replied, understood, madam. She explained, I'm not doing this for your sake, so don't be stubborn. Go take care of yourself. Just think, if you were killed while entertaining guests, what kind of chaos would that cause? So you're not to go anywhere alone. You must always keep guard with you. Min Noyet did not answer. When an Ion asked again, do you understand? Her eyes were full of sadness. Only then did she speak. Understood, madam. One member of the Bo Tat troop seemed somewhat unusual. Night fell over Tan Yuan Pavilion, and that person stood guard outside. Tian Quang was recounting the incident to a Trung. That's what happened. If we'd been careless then, Sini would have been killed on the mountain without anyone ever knowing. He was small and moved incredibly fast. No, it wasn't just speed. I couldn't land a hit on him, so I didn't know what to do. A Trung replied, assassins. I've heard my grandfather talk about them before. If their first assassination attempt fails, then for people like them, it's a huge humiliation. They will come back immediately and kill their target before rumors can spread. She was certain they would return tonight. The night grew darker and darker. The sound of people talking still echoed around them. Haha, the music tonight is wonderful. Ha ha ha. Does my lord like it? Of course. Right now my head is full of nothing but wine. Get up and dance. Let me show you my special skill, my lord. Haha, not bad. Min Noyet and Mancat were in the room. She handed him a letter and said, I'm entrusting this to you. He politely answered, yes, Sister Min Noyet. Mancat pushed the door open and stepped outside. The noise of the crowd continuing to ring out, forming a stark contrast to her silence. She told herself, don't be afraid of that assassin. You can handle this yourself. Haven't you already died once and come back to life before? Remember? You can get through this. Hearing an odd sound, she turned her head. Ha ha ha, my lord. A guest suddenly collapsed, making the others curious. What happened? He must have had too much to drink and fallen over. My lord, are you all right? My lord. Min Noyet sensed something was wrong. Just as she rose to her feet, a hidden projectile shot toward her. The letter read, to you who must die, my disciple lacks the skill to grant you an easy death. Today, I have countless opportunities to kill you. But as an assassin, I believe simply killing you would be imperfect. I advise you to leave the brothel and those guard behind. If you insist on dying here, I will kill every last person in this place. As soon as she finished reading, more people began collapsing. Good heavens, my lord. I think you've had too much to drink. My lord, you may not know the guests here, but it seems you have a very good relationship with the other courtesans. They may die because of you, so make a wise choice. To the shock of Tien Kwong and Trung, she hurriedly ran outside. He shouted after her, Sin Ni, then asked what's going on. Sin Ni, Min Noyet stopped him. Don't come over here. She cried out fearfully, don't follow me. The moment she said that, she ran off, while Tien Kwong still shouted after her. Sin Ni, Min Noyet ran to the horses, jumped on a one, and rode off, not forgetting call back. Tell them I'm borrowing this horse for a while. Min Noyet spurred the horse and raced into the forest. She bit her lip and thought, no matter what, I have to get as far away from that place as possible. I have to find a way to stall for time. A voice laughed from above. Oh, your riding skills are impressive too. Two assassins closed in on her and began dancing their threads through the air, dismembering the horse while it was still galloping. Did you think riding a horse would let you escape the palm of my hand? Min Noyet lost her balance and fell into the tangled mass of threads. But thanks to Han Luong, she survived. He caught her. The assassins were forced back in shock, and the pressure radiating from him made the air around them tremble. As he held her, he mocked them, "Greetings, assassins." Han Luong stood in front of Min Noyet and studied them gravely. Then he took a defensive stance, powerful energy surging out from him and making the two assassins raise their hands in alarm. Han Luong thought to himself, what is this? If I hadn't arrived in time, she would have died. He observed the two assassins and assessed them. Their aura is very refined. They're not like my son. They notice me very quickly. Both of these men have reached the clairvoyant realm. His gaze shifted toward Hong Hoa, especially that big guy. He looked at him and assessed, a master giving off an aura unlike anything I've ever seen before. Bok Tri was up above, and a Trung rushed up to attack. He dodged in surprise. After landing, a Trung charged again. She used the water flow piercing fish sword, then moved to Han Luong and Min Noyet's side. He exclaimed, oh. A Trung looked at Min Noyet and asked, are you hurt, Min Noyet? Han Luong cut in, Lady Swordsman, your movement skills are pretty good, but where's my son? A Trung replied, next time, train him better. He was too slow, so I got here first. On the other side, Tien Kwong came running while shouting, Sin Ni. Even from far away, his booming voice calling out Sin Ni could be heard. Hong Hoa let out a cold laugh. Ha ha ha, whore, it seems your luck is quite good. He stepped closer and continued, you're very well protected. When I heard my disciple's assassination had failed, I thought it was only because of his inexperience. But now it seems I should have handled this mission myself from the start. What a pity. Assassination shouldn't be too noisy. To kill a whore like you and have to take a few innocent lives along with it would truly be a waste. I advise you to give up and willingly offer your life, so I may grant you a beautiful and peaceful death. Min Noyet frowned and cursed back. Damn it, you lunatic, what the hell are you even talking about? Since when is there such a thing as a beautiful death? You think after everything I've been through, I'd willingly give up my life just to die by your hand? She cursed, idiot, why don't you just go die? Han Luong looked at her and commented, quite a sharp tongue you've got there. No wonder you've been hiding so carefully. Tien Kwong had already arrived. He kept shouting loudly as he rushed into attack. Tien Kwong leaped up to strike Hong Hoa and shouted, get the hell out of here. The other man casually waved a hand, and Tien Kwong was instantly blown away. He fell into Bok Tri's web of threads and cried out in shock, what? Since when was I tied up? Hong Hoa replied, fool, you don't understand the art of assassination. He spoke as he attacked. Han Luong blocked the blow for Tien Kwong and said, sorry about that. My son and his little sister don't know any better. To be honest, I didn't understand a word you were saying just now either. Hong Hoa stared at Han Luong for a moment, then laughed. Heh, I thought you had died long ago. Han Luong asked suspiciously, HM, do we know each other? Hong Hua Ansuo, no, but I met you once before. How could I possibly forget? I never expected to find such a famous figure here. The wild dog of the battlefield. Whenever the wild dog appears, no commander survives. If one runs into you, no legion survives. One of the 5 great kings of the Warring States era, the Fist King, Earth Emperor Slayer. A Trung and Min Noyet repeated in shock. Fist King, Earth Emperor Slayer? Han Lung Hoted, Lady Svuchman. Don't lose focus. He warned her, above you. They immediately looked up. A Trung used fish body expansion and blasted Bok Tri away. A Trung rushed up after him. Their weapons collided, and the clanging echoed through the air. On Min Noyet's side, Tien Kwong shielded her from stray attacks. He punched them away, then said, Sin Ni, don't be afraid. You won't die. We'll definitely survive. From now on, I'll protect you. A Trung's sword clashed against Bok Tri's weapon. He used avoiding tongue, and a Trung countered with water flow, piercing fish sword. Moving with Bok Tri, a Trung thought this guy's movement is both fast and bizarre, and every move goes straight for vital points. Tien Kwang suddenly jumped in with an attack. Hiya! He struck Bok Tri and forced him back. Bok Tri retreated and took up a defensive stance before them. A Trung said, "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly jump in?" Tien Kwang replied, "I thought you were about to lose, so I joined in. Instead of thanking me, you're questioning me?" Irritated, a Trung snapped, "Idiot, I hadn't lost yet." Bok Tri stared at them without blinking, and Tien Kwang gritted his teeth and said, "Sorry, but right now I have to protect Sin Ni. 2 against 1 really isn't fair." A Trung shot back, "Why are you apologizing to him? Stop talking nonsense." Off to one side, Han Luong said casually, "My son may be foolish, but he knows what he needs to do. If the 2 of you work together, you've got a chance of beating him. If you survive this fight, you'll gain a lot of experience." Hong Hoa wrapped his wire around Han Luong's body and swung him around freely. Then he hurled him hard into the air. Han Luong crashed to the ground and was dragged again. As he was pulled back, he said, "Is that all?" The threads tightened around him. Hong Hoa closed in and said, "Let me see whether the strength of the Fist King, one of the 5 great kings, truly lives up to its name." The wind rose. In the distance, Bok Tri held his defensive stance. A Trung and Tien Kwang charged at him together and attacked at the same time. He kicked Tien Kwang away while ducking a Trung strike. The 3 remained locked in combat, fighting back and forth, and Bok Tri used retreating card. The 2 attacked him, but in an instant he had moved elsewhere. His target shifted to Min Noyet. Seeing him rush toward her, she panicked. His gaze shifted elsewhere. A Trung swung her sword and charged in, forcing him to dodge. She gave a cold snort, and her sword clashed with his weapon again. A Trung unleashed Water Melody, piercing fish sword, and Bok Tri countered with avoiding tongue. Tien Kwang followed with Hell Windblade, falling point strike. Bok Tri retreated, quickly withdrawing his hands. Then he almost immediately attacked them again. A Trung and Tien Kwang kept attacking, but every strike hit empty air as they rushed him. Tien Kwang yelled in frustration, "Damn it, I can't hit him." A Trung agreed, "You're right. His movement is both fast and bizarre. If we lose track of him, he'll go straight for Min Noyet. We have to keep attacking him." A Trung added, "He may be fast and strong, but judging by his movement technique and armor, his external defense must be weak." They attacked together, but Bok Tri kept evading. He saw through their attacks, his gaze shifting to Tien Kwang, and a Trung shock Bok Tri leap high into the air and look down at them from tree. Bok Tri controlled the threads and hidden weapons around him. Tien Kwang wondered, where is he hiding all those weapons? They just keep pouring out. A Trung replied, "Looks like steel wire. But these wires are infused with chi, so they're incredibly hard and sharp. A true master can use them to cut through stone. So be careful." Bok Tri took aim at them and attacked with Silk Net. In an instant, the entire sky was covered with those threads. Tien Kwang shouted, "What? Is he trying to trap us?" A Trung cursed at him, "Idiot, cut them before you're bound." Bok Tri rushed her. A Trung tried to stop him, but he distracted her and then used the wires to bind her, making her cry out. Frowning in irritation, she thought, "Damn it, he targeted me first, so I can't use my sword to cut the steel wires." Bok Tri stared at her. Tien Kwang swung his fist and shouted, "Stop." Bok Tri used Silk Net again, binding Tien Kwang tightly. Looking at the wires wrapped around him, he struggled and thought, these wires are harder and sharper than before. If I didn't have protective chi, I'd already have been sliced to pieces. Even so, the wire kept tightening, cutting into his skin until blood seeped out. A Trung shouted, "Tien Kwang, stay still. Don't move." She used Water Flow, Fish, Heavenly King, and blasted Bok Tri back. He retreated and watched them warily. Using the smoke as cover, Tien Kwang and a Trung closed in and attacked him. Bok Tri was struck by both of them at once, but still managed to break away. Tien Kwang cursed loudly, "Damn it, my body's covered in wounds." A Trung cut him off. "Stop whining. Focus completely. I need to preserve my stamina." The forest was quiet, but one whole section had been flattened by Bok Tri's threads. His wires were spread everywhere. Suddenly, a golden light surged upward, then exploded. Hong Hoa was blasted back by Han Luong, and he retaliated with Silk Net. Han Luong looked at the wires coiling around his body. Hong Hoa drove a hidden spike into his shoulder. but it was instantly knocked away by Han Luong's chi, and Hong Hoa fell a good distance away. Then he said, as expected, your body is just as sturdy as the rumors say. You truly are hard to deal with. Even steel wire that can cut through stone doesn't leave a mark on your body. On the contrary, those lumps of muscle are enough to snap it, and your attacks are powerful enough to kill in a single blow. Han Luong pulled the hidden spike from his body and let out a pained sound. Ow! Hong Hoa continued, if I had met you on a battlefield, I would have died long ago alongside those 10,000 soldiers. Fist King, Earth Emperor Slayer, you truly live up to your reputation. Han Luong asked in confusion, I'm bleeding right here, so why do you keep saying I'm hard to deal with? And what about you? You're an assassin, but you talk way too much. I can't hit you, so hearing all that just sounds like mockery. Hong Hoa let out a cold laugh. Aha, you're right. Your words are just as sharp as ever. Hong Hoa went on muttering, that's right. A title is only a title. But so what? If I personally kill the man known as Earth Emperor Slayer, I'll reach a realm where I can even kill the Earth Ancestor. Han Luong ground his teeth in annoyance. There are always people obsessed with these things. He took up his stance and continued, we're not the same. Hong Hoa fao in mi dai, then charged again. Han Luong had already been on guard. The moment Hong Hoa rushed in, Han Luong moved to meet him head-on. But just as Han Luong was about to counterattack, Hong Hoa changed direction. He nimbly dodged aside and widened the distance between them. Han Luong's blow plowed the ground into a long, deep trench. Hong Hoa charged again, and Han Luong's chi flashed once more. Hong Hoa dodged the flying rock fragments and used the opening to attack Han Luong with his threads. Han Luong threw a punch, but Hong Hoa wasn't hit at all. Instead, he landed a strike on Han Luong's leg. Han Luong cried out, ow, then slammed his fist into the ground. Hong Hoa commented, your attacks are powerful, but if you can't hit me, they're meaningless. Han Luong only sid helvin blade. Hiding below, Min Noyet looked on in confusion and thought, a tornado? Han Luong fixed his eyes on every movement Hong Hoa made. As Hong Hoa closed in from behind, he said, in truth, the Fist King and I are poorly matched. None of the Fist King's attacks can hit me. If this were a battlefield, you would have slaughtered countless soldiers already. Han Luong swung his arm, gathering a massive amount of chi. Using his afterimages, Hong Hoa kept rambling. On a battlefield, you could slaughter tens of thousands of soldiers. But here, you're only someone else's puppet, a mighty Earth Emperor Slayer, and you've lost all your dignity. Annoyed, Han Luong shot back, you really talk too much. Want me to punch you once and shut you up? In an instant, dozens of Hong Hoa's afterimages surrounded Han Luong. As he lunged forward, he laughed loudly. Ha ha, you think that will work? No matter how strong you are, if you can't hit me, it's useless. Han Luong stomped the ground hard. One afterimage swept past him and landed a heavy blow on Han Luong, making him stagger. Still don't understand? The Fist King is being stabbed by my sword hundreds of times, and he'll bleed to death. He struck the exact same spot again, making Han Luong cry out in pain. Hong Hua Sai In Dao Lai. Ha. A death like this will be very special. Han Luong flew into a rage, glaring at him and roaring, you keep hitting the same spot over and over. Cursing, he smashed his fist into the ground. I'm really about to lose my mind. Han Luong's technique made the ground shake violently, and all of Hong Hoa's afterimages were affected at once. Han Luong muttered, you're such a troublesome bastard. He stopped moving, reined in his chi, and focused his mind on the enemy before him. Hong Hoa was startled and thought. His chi just dropped. He rushed forward, but unexpectedly, the afterimages were struck down one after another. Han Luong slipped past Hong Hoa and shattered several more afterimages. Irritated, Han Luong said, playtime's over, bastard. Hong Hoa and all his afterimages charged Han Luong at once. Han Luong turned around, then unleashed a storm of fist images, each punch taking down one of Hong Hoa's afterimages. Hong Hoa could hardly believe it. What is this? His internal power suddenly changed. His speed and accuracy are completely different from before, like he's a different person. At this rate, all my afterimages will be wiped out. While they're still blocking his view, I need to end this as fast as possible. Hong Hoa unleashed his secret technique, Red Serpent. A complete crimson snake shot toward Han Luong, dragging countless hidden weapons behind it. Han Luong glared and thought, too many. I can't block them all. At the same time, Hong Hoa had already closed in and said, with this move, I'll pierce your heart, Fist King. Caught between the two streams of attacks, Han Luong clicked his tongue in irritation, then struck toward Hong Hoa. Han Luong grabbed him, spun him around, and used him as a shield against the hidden weapons. Then he threw Hong Ho away, following with an extremely powerful punch. Han Luong's chi blast sent him and a mass of weapons flying. Using the wind force of Hell Windblade, Han Luong blew Hong Ho away. Elsewhere, Trung and Tien Kwang had shattered Bok Tri's mask. They cautiously discussed it with each other. This guy is such a pain. We finally hit him. Trung agreed, but he doesn't seem that badly hurt. He'll come at us again. Tien Kwang asked doubtfully. His mask is cracked. Will he run away like last time? Trung didn't answer. They watched Bok Tri as he stood still, circulating his chi and preparing to attack. Tien Kwang and Trung continued assessing the situation. So he's not running this time? Looks like he wants a fight to the death. Killing intent filled Bok Tri's eyes. Tien Kwang said to Trung, "Hey, Lady Swordsman, I feel like." On the other side, Min Noyet heard Man Cat calling, "Big Sister Min Noyet." He came over to her and said, "So you're here, Big Sister. I went back to Tan Yuan Pavilion and didn't see you, so I've been looking for you everywhere." She called out, "Man Cat." He continued, "Big Sister Min Noyet. You guessed right. He wants to negotiate with you again, so I brought the contract here." Well done. From the other side came the sound of fighting, and a pillar of chi from Han Luong shot straight into the sky. Bok Tri seized a chance and charged in. Pen Guan Sao Tet, Sing Ni. Min Noyet turned around in alarm. Downstream from a waterfall, Hong Hoa was severely wounded, but still alive. Han Luong walked toward him and said, "Still alive? Impressive. I guess I went mad earlier because you blocked my move at the very last moment." Honghua Guan, monster. Impossible. You're not human. So all this time, you were only toying with me? Han Luong objected. Toying with you? No, I just didn't want to focus on the battle. Calling me a monster is a bit much. Han Luong continued, I'm human too. I'm old, so I forget things easily. I wanted to teach that brat movement techniques, but it turns out I don't know any at all. I move fast because when I fight, I pour my strength into my legs. Besides, I never need to run away, so I don't need lightness skill. Hong Hoa replied with a cold laugh. The Fist King doesn't know lightness skill? That's surprising. Then he said, in that case, what if I use lightness skill to escape? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. You won't be able to catch me. Han Lung Sayid. I made a mistake. On the other side, when Man Cat saw Bok Tri charging at them, he shouted, "Big Sister Min Noyet." Bok Tri rushed straight at his assassination target, completely ignoring everyone else. Tien Kwang charged after him, shouting, "Sin Ni." Bok Tri glanced at him, instantly changed direction, and stabbed Tien Kwang through the body. A few minutes earlier, Tien Kwang had discussed it with Trung. This swordswoman and I both feel that guy uses a familiar trick in battle. He pretends to attack something else, but when we go after him, he turns around and attacks us. The next time he does it, I'll hold him down, and you look for a chance to strike. Trung replied, "So you've come up with a way to catch him?" Tien Kwang explained, "It's not a strategy. It's resolve." Trung warned him, "If you do that, you'll lose your life." Right now, when the shockwave from Han Luong's attack reached them, Bok Tri took advantage of the opening and attacked Min Noyet. Tien Kwang immediately charged forward and roared. Sin Ni. Two hidden blades sank into his body. Bok Tri looked at him, and he glared back through gritted teeth, then grabbed him tightly and shouted, "Got you." Trung instantly appeared behind him with her longsword. She used Falling Point Strike and blasted him away with a single hit. She stared after him, then cried out, "It worked." Bok Tri got sent flying. Trung hurriedly turned back to check on Tien Kwang. "Tien Kwang, are you all right?" In pain, he answered, "Don't shake me. The wound's too deep." Trung looked at the bandages wrapped around him and said, "Wait, I'll help stop the bleeding." Tien Kwang replied, "I thought this could block it. At least half a blade." Trung asked in surprise, "An iron plate?" Tien Kwang explained, "The last time I fought him, my strength couldn't stop his sword. So I thought if we fought again, I just had to avoid a fatal wound. I borrowed a few iron plates from Vice Commander Meng Hao and made some armor. The plates cracked a little, but thanks to them, I was able to make my move accurately." Trung said to him, "Stop talking nonsense. You nearly died." Tien Kwang continued, and his words caught her off guard. "Right, thank you for saving me. I can't beat him alone. I'm still too weak. Next time, please help train me." Swordswoman. Trung laughed teasingly. "You're asking me for help and you aren't even embarrassed? Fine. When I'm on leave, I'll train with you." Man Cat came over with Min Noyet and called out, "Tien Kwang, are you all right?" When he answered, "Not really. My stomach's injured," Min Noyet looked at him worriedly. Man Cat came closer and poked at him, asking rapidly, "Hey, are you dying?" Tien Kwang snapped, "No." Min Noyet had been clutching the letter tightly out of worry, and at that moment, her grip finally loosened. Hong Hoa's voice rang out, making them all freeze freeze in shock. Damn it, that idiot bok Tri actually lost to those two weaklings and got knocked down. What a disgrace. He spoke as he moved up behind Min Noyet. Then he continued screaming madly. Even if I lose this battle as an assassin, I won't let the mission fail. Atrung, Tien Kwong, and Mancat all cried out, Min Noyet, big sister Min Noyet. Damn it, what is that old man doing? Did he lose? Ming Noyet Ansua Honghua, Wai Momen. Your contract has already been revoked. Hong Hoa angrily shot back, what? She pulled the letter from the envelope and explained, the people who hired you to kill me were from the Merchant Guild, weren't they? I already sent a letter to the guild master just now. You saw it too, didn't you? In that letter, I asked them to cancel the assassination mission. They would stay silent and withdraw from the attempt on my life, and in the future, they would cooperate with my caravan. I also agreed to pay the money they hired you with. This is the withdrawal letter. They already accepted those terms. I wanted you to understand that killing me would be completely pointless. Now I'm the one paying you. Do you still want to kill me? Hong Hoa asked in disbelief. You whore, how did you get that letter? By then, Han Luong had already arrived beside Tien Kwong, scratching his head as he answered, sorry, I let him get away. Tien Kwong cursed, oh man. Hong Hoa refused to accept Min Noyet's words and roared, you think a scrap of paper like that can fool me? Fine. Even if what you say is true and killing you is meaningless, I still lost the fight and ended up badly injured. That's a humiliation. He was enraged at having been defeated by them and resolved to take revenge on her. I can't accept it, so die. Tien Kwong rushed forward in alarm. Sing Yi, but Bok Tri suddenly ambushed him. With a single move, Bok Tri cut off Hong Hoa's head. Before dying, Hong Hoa only managed to utter, huh? Holding up Hong Hoa's severed head, Bok Tri said, an assassin kills for money. That is the reason assassins exist. If you kill based on emotion, then how are you any different from a murderer? Hong Hoa, wasn't that what you taught me? You lost control and killed for selfish desire. You're no longer an assassin. In the end, you became too pitiful. You lost your reason and killed based on emotion. So, I found an opening, which means the best thing for you is to die. After watching, Han Luong remarked, such deep master-disciple affection. You even killed your own master. Lowering his head, Bok Tri replied, he was my master and also my grandfather. From the day I was born, he raised me and tortured me into becoming an assassin. A cold-blooded man who forced me to kill my own parents on my very first assassination mission. Only after I killed them did he tell me they were my parents and that they had betrayed him and run away. I only learned the truth after killing them. Since then, I always thought that one day you would die by my hand. Thanks to all of you, I finally had the chance to kill him because before this, I had never seen him let his guard down like that. He turned to Atrung and Tien Kwong and continued, and also, beggar and swordswoman, I owe you both a favor. He gave him a smile of release, and told them, be careful when you sleep. Next time, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, he left carrying Hong Hoa's head. Han Luong continued commenting, what good luck. You have such a fine friend. Atrung and Tien Kwong shouted in unison, that's not a friend, that's a murderer. A few days later, at the Merchant Guild in Musun City, Min Noyet elegantly held a piece of candy in her mouth. The merchants opposite her were extremely wary. She began, there's no need for everyone to worry so much. Now let's discuss some matters that weren't mentioned in the letter. 3 days after the assassination attempt, a shout rang through the mountains. Huh, Atrung asked in disbelief. You took the heads of 20 experts. With that technique? As she spoke, she pointed her sword at Tien Kwong's face. He cursed inwardly, damn it. Atrung continued, at least say something believable. What could a soldier like you possibly have? Tien Kwong raised his voice. It's true. Why would I lie to you? From aside, Mancat shouted, old man. The food's done. Hanlung ansvaret, hoem. Is that so? While eating, Atrung said, the more she listened, the less she believed. Even if they let their guard down, how could something like that happen over and over? And the last person you beheaded was Chan Nguyen, the successor to the Thousand-Hand Fist Saint. Are you telling me that the famous master of the Northern Frontier military, Fist Jia, was stabbed to death from behind by you just because he was careless? Tien Kwong retorted, famous? Those mercenaries said he had only just reached some so-called divine transformation realm. Atrung pressed, divine transformation realm? If that's really true, then you're lying. Tien Kwong argued with her. The way you look down on me is really irritating. Didn't you lose to me once before, too? Trung angrily said, I really should cut out your tongue and stop you from spitting out such filthy words. Honestly, old man, say something. Tien Kwang pulled Han Luong over, and the old man looked up at them. Trung scolded him. You, how dare you speak to the Fist King like that? The old master has already reached the state of rejuvenation. As his disciple, you should speak more carefully. Tien Kwang replied, what's wrong with calling him old man? And what's so great about the Fist King anyway? You're the hypocrite here. You're changing the subject. Trung roared, what did you say? An Lung commented, the two of you bicker just like an old married couple. You suit each other very well. Han Luong pointed ahead and continued. First, regarding Tien Kwang's story, this old man thinks this. First, the son of the thousand-hand fist saint had not truly reached the divine transformation realm to begin with. That so-called divine transformation realm, or body like iron skin, was nothing more than an illusion people created. On the battlefield, rumors like that are often deliberately spread for the enemy. When soldiers hear such things, they easily become afraid. Trung objected, but Tien Kwang said that man defeated someone called Ma Kai in a single move. If he was strong enough to beat someone like Ma Kai, then he definitely wasn't ordinary. Pen Kwang et lai. Actually Ma Kai took the hit on purpose. Ma Kai's endurance is very strong. Ordinary attacks rarely kill him, so he's always placed in the vanguard. Chewing meat, Han Luong remarked, that tactic of attacking from behind is pretty good. I wonder who came up with it. If a young martial artist can easily defeat the enemy vanguard in one move, the enemy will surely let their guard down. At that moment, it's the perfect time to act. People often say strong on the outside, weak within. So today, we will train the mind. Han Luong said to Trung, swordswoman, use a real sword and attack me. Trung asked back, huh? How would I dare? She drew her sword, looked at him, and replied, oh no, I will accept this lesson. Tien Kwang mocked. The old man just wants to show off. Go ahead and stab him. Trung snapped, shut up. This is the Fist King's instruction. Take it seriously. Trung stared at Han Luong without blinking, then brought her blade down in a chopping strike. Mancat shouted, wow, big sister really cut at him? Tien Kwang also said in surprise, if I knew this, I wouldn't have joked about telling her to slash him earlier. Taking a bite of meat as he chewed, Han Luong commented, your martial arts aren't bad. Your aim is very precise. Based on the way you train, you can either look divine or possess a body as solid as rock. However, martial artists often make the same mistake when increasing their strength. Trung was shocked to find that her sword could not pierce Han Luong. Han Luong continued teaching. Their exterior becomes sturdy and hard, so they think they have become invincible. Trung asked, why are your words and actions contradicting each other? Han Luong continued, I haven't finished. If a person grows careless and too arrogant, then his body is no different from an ordinary person's. Trung's sword pierced Han Luong's body, and blood flowed from him. In some cases, even a child can take the life of someone with an indestructible diamond body. I, too, was once betrayed by my own disciples and imprisoned in a dungeon for more than 10 years. Han Luong stepped back a few paces, clutching his stomach and groaning, ow ow. So, Tien Kwang, you need to be more careful. The fact that you've survived until now is entirely due to luck. But beheading 20 experts will make you arrogant. If you stubbornly refuse to change, you won't live long. Swordswoman, you were properly trained, but you're too straightforward and upright. In this battle with the assassins, the enemy showed themselves, so you could attack head-on, but in truth, most battles are full of tricks and ambushes. No matter how strong a warrior is, a single moment of carelessness or stubbornness can get them killed. That is the cruelty of martial arts. Leaning against the rock behind him, Han Luong groaned, ow, I'm bleeding. Tien Kwang remarked, your words and actions really don't match at all. He turned and asked Mancat, by the way, Mancat, aren't you going to see Sini today? Mancat explained, Big Sister Min Noyet is busy meeting with a merchant caravan today. She said the negotiations might take a long time, so she brought soldiers with her. Tien Kwang turned to Trung and asked, what about you, Trung? Shouldn't you be with her too? Trung explained, I'm on leave today. Vice Commander Meng, how already went with Min Noyet. By the way, if Min Noyet forms a merchant caravan, wouldn't this be your chance? Tien Kwang opened his mouth in surprise and asked why. Mancat replied, I think you could ask to join. The more strong people, the better. Tien Kwang stammered, you. What do you mean? Trung explained, I'm a guard hired by Tan Yuan Din. if things go well, you could ask for a suitable position to protect your little sister. At that moment in the merchant guild of Musun City, voices could be heard. Everyone, don't worry too much. ManhwaCapped was pressuring Lu Tian's group. Now let's talk about the things that weren't mentioned in the letter. When I discovered that you had sent assassins to kill me, I suddenly had a thought. I should have negotiated and talked with you more deeply from the start. That's all. I should have explained to you what benefits my merchant caravan could bring you. I was too hasty, too inexperienced. She continued, fortunately, I'm still alive now and can share more with all of you. That's truly very fortunate. Lu Tian laughed and said, haha, is that so? He continued, if you think that way. ManhwaCapped stared at him. Lu Tian hurriedly corrected himself. Sorry, I forgot that you are now the guildmaster. I forgot your new status while speaking. It's an old habit. Sharabya. That's fine. I'll take it as a sign that we can speak more openly. My thinking is exactly what was written in the letter. I know that all 5 merchant caravans in Musun City have their own specialty goods. Lu Tian's caravan specializes in gold, jewelry, and other expensive goods. Tonjia's caravan specializes in meat and livestock. Jiajia's caravan mainly deals in oats and grain. Chao Tai's caravan handles timber and farm tools. And Tuma Vo's caravan handles medicine. Of course, all of you trade in all kinds of products, but I know you all maintain a balance and respect one another's specialty goods. But then suddenly a courtesan appears and deliberately breaks that balance. That is indeed very dangerous and would cause major upheaval. As she spoke, she gently moved her hand. ManhwaCapped continued, trade flourishes because Bakungwin City lies close to Musun City. Bakungwin City is controlled by the northern frontier Fisjia, the greatest power in wartime. So the merchant caravans of Musun City do not need to deal with unnecessary daily goods for the surrounding civilians. They only need to sell all their goods near Bakungwin City. That way, they don't have to handle all kinds of complicated merchandise. This reduces sourcing problems, but at the same time, it also loses every opportunity for enormous profit. Lucien Mutard, impossible. ManhwaCapped continued. That is exactly why I chose a location outside the main city. It is a place that allows me to trade easily with other merchant caravans. ManhwaCapped took out the hidden weapons of the 2 assassins and continued with a wink. In wartime, the most necessary items are weapons. My ManhwaCapped merchant caravan will produce and sell weapons to the battlefield. I know why you have not sent merchants to the war zone. Seeing what she held in her hand, the merchants' expressions all changed, but ManhwaCapped continued speaking. Merchants and peddlers sent there often lose their lives to bandit attacks. The transport routes to the front lines are extremely dangerous. Countless people face danger and die, but because the demand is so huge, the profit from selling weapons there is truly immeasurable. To do this, I ask for your help. I lack the knowledge and experience that you possess. If you do not refuse me and are willing to offer your advice and assistance, then I believe the Musun Merchant Guild can certainly surpass Bakungwin City in terms of wealth. She painted that vision and smiled brightly. What do you think? Speaking for the others, Lu Tian said, we can't decide today. We want to discuss this further. ManhwaCapped looked at him, no longer smiling. That afternoon at the Musun Merchant Guild, ManhwaCapped leisurely took her leave. Chao Tai commented, she really is guts. She barely arrived and was already threatening us with a drawn sword. Tuma Vo muttered, and she wants to become a wartime supplier? She doesn't understand anything. Chao Tai added, if we cooperate with her, we'll be in danger too, won't we? Lu Tian replied, that is certain, but Chao Tai, can you force a smile and live alongside someone who wanted to kill you? Chao Tai was left speechless by Lu Tian's words. That, if things have already gone that far. Lu Tian continued, besides, that sword belonged to the assassin we hired. She could have killed us, but instead she chose profit and cooperation. She is absolutely no ordinary person. As night fell, ManhwaCapped was watching from the shadows. Tian Kwong stepped in front of her, and she said, what are you doing? One of the people from Botadon spoke up. ManhwaCapped, wait a moment. Tian Kwong said, I heard you founded a war merchant company. She sighed. Did Cat tell you again? It's a weapons trading company. It has nothing to do with you. Tian Kwong explained, I heard about it from a Trong. A weapons merchant company has to go to battlefields often, so it needs a lot of manpower. Right now, the only soldiers you have are from Tan Yu and Din, so your company needs to recruit new men. Min Noyet listened in silence. Then Tien Kwang declared, I want to join the guard unit. He stared fixedly at her, but she did not even bother to look up. The two people from Botat Don thought at the same time. This is interesting. Ming Noyet Sai, do as you like. Tien Kwang blurted out in disbelief. Really? That's all. Min Noyet explained, don't get the wrong idea. I'm only letting it go because you're as clingy as a leech. With your reckless personality, you'll get yourself killed sooner or later anyway. Besides, the martial arts tournament is open to everyone, so do whatever you want. Tien Kwang asked, the martial arts tournament? As she walked away, Min Noyet tossed back a few words, find out yourself. Kind-hearted Mang Hao pointed him in the right direction. Go to the market. It's over there. Min Noyet continued speaking to Mang Hao. Stop getting tangled up with him. Let's go. Vice Captain Mang Hao. Mang Hao gave a dry cough and answered, ahem, yes. Tien Kwang followed Mang Hao's directions to the market. The townspeople were buzzing with talk, and he listened carefully. It sounds like a pretty big event, doesn't it? Min Noyet is holding a martial arts tournament? Is that the merchant company of the courtesan Min Noyet? The venue is Min Noyet's Hall, right between Backingwin City and Musan City. If you take part in the martial arts tournament, you can earn some money, and the champion can even become the captain of the guard unit. This is going to be fun to watch. I should bring the kids too. Should I join? I heard there'll be lots of food there. It's been a long time since we had a tournament, so this one is bound to be lively. The day of the tournament arrived very quickly. Since this was a weapons trading company, it needed a great deal of money, and with it came countless dangers lurking in the shadows. On trading routes, they could easily run into bandits. If we are too weak, they will refuse to pay for the weapons. So for this company to survive long term, it needs more money than any other merchant company. After hearing her explanation, Thursday Lan asked, but Min Noyet, why do you want to hold a martial arts tournament? She explained, festivals usually bring in a lot of money. This method can promote the merchant company, recruit soldiers, and make a fortune all at once. 1 arrow, 3 birds. Just as I expected, my savings weren't enough to hold the tournament. Luckily, even though there's war outside, the people of Backingwin City and Musun City are living fairly well. Once their basic needs are met, they start looking for entertainment. The martial arts tournament will draw a huge crowd. We only need to charge a small entry toll to people from the 2 cities, and merchants will also come here once they hear the name of it. That way, we can make even more money. On top of that, rumors spread quickly by word of mouth, which will help us attract talented people to join the guard unit. Right now, more than 100 people have already signed up. If the martial arts tournament goes smoothly, we can raise capital, expand the merchant company, and select guards in a single stroke. Mancat raised a hand and asked, since we're looking for someone to take the position of captain, that means we have to test all the candidates, right? Ming Wyatt, not that. That's right. Since we're searching for a captain, we need to focus on evaluating their martial skill. She continued, Mancat, can you bring the elderly and children from your home to help out at the merchant company? He answered at once, of course. I'll bring them tomorrow. Han Luong asked in surprise, a martial arts tournament? As Tien Kwang trained with him, he replied, that's right. Sini has to prepare properly for the tournament to select the guard unit. He asked Han Luong, old man, are you interested? They'll even pay us a passage fee. Han Luong refused, too noisy. I don't like being stared at by other people. Besides, if I joined, what fun would there be? Han Luong sighed as he smacked him. It's only interesting when people of similar level fight each other. Twisting Tien Kwang's body, Han Luong said, kid, you joining makes sense. Fighting martial artists on a tournament stage is a fun experience. As Tien Kwang shoved him away, he shouted, I surrender. Let me go. Han Luong added, if you get that passage fee, remember to buy more salt. We're out of seasoning for braised meat. He snapped, I know already. Let me go, I said I surrender. On the day of the martial arts tournament, the place was packed and hawkers were shouting everywhere. Fresh fruit here, come buy some. How can you watch a tournament without snacks? Come buy some. Come test your swordsmanship. If you hit this swordsman, your wager will be doubled. Come ride a donkey and tour the arena. Looking around, Tien Kwang thought, there's so many people. It's like an entire street has been moved here. The contestants must be waiting inside, right? Mancat waved and called out to him, Tien Kwang, over here. Seeing Mancat, he let out a relieved breath. Mancat. Mancat excitedly said, you should thank me. Tien Kwang immediately asked why. Mancat explained, because too many fighters registered, you almost got eliminated in the preliminary round. So I secretly slipped your registration form into the pile that got selected. Looking displeased, he remarked, you still haven't given up that sneaky habit? Mancat shot back, hey? You're not in any position to lecture me now. Tien Kwong pressed him. What if I would have been selected even without your help? Avoiding his gaze, Man-Cat stammered, that's true, but he turned away helplessly. Damn it, I just wanted to help. Realizing his disappointment, Tien Kwong replied, fine then, but don't do that again next time. Man-Cat was suddenly shoved to the ground by someone. Pen Guang Sao that Manga. The man who bumped into him looked at Tien Kwong and asked, hey, what are you staring at? Lowering his voice, he said, you're so small I didn't notice you. You dare block my path, brat? Tien Kwong helped Man-Cat up as he clutched his nose in pain. He shot back. You should watch where you're going. Grinding his teeth, Tien Kwong retorted, you're the one who ran into us. Ma Truong Kai demanded, what? People gathered around to watch the commotion. What's going on? Looks like a fight's about to break out. That guy with the axe is huge. Ma Truong Kai roared at him, hey, you little punk, do you know who you're glaring at? Tien Kwong shouted back, just as loudly, you're the one at fault. Go get your eyes checked so you can see properly. Ma Truong Kai flew into a rage. Cursing, damn it. A long spear suddenly came between them. Hold on now. Another young man stepped forward to mediate. The tournament is about to begin, and there are a lot of people around here. You two should stop arguing. Smiling, he continued, you look like a mercenary. This is an arena, not a battlefield. You shouldn't behave as if you're out in war. That murderous look in your eyes doesn't belong here, does it? As he said this, he also glanced toward Tien Kwong. An announcement came from the other side. All contestants participating in the martial arts tournament, please gather. The tournament is about to begin. The host began the announcement. The martial arts tournament is a special event held to select a captain for Min Noyet's merchant company, sponsored by the Musun Merchant Guild and Tan Yuan Din. Since this is a tournament, all sharp weapons must be covered with an outer sheath. Killing is strictly forbidden. The rules are simple. The winner must render the opponent unable to attack or force them to surrender. The winner will then continue against the next challenger until the final victor is decided. Without further ado, the first match officially begins. Military fighter, the leader of the Tong Lang Don, Ma Truong, Kentucky, seeing his opponent, the man sneered. Ha, so it's you. You're dead. His underlings cheered for him from outside. Boss, go. Facing him is the drifter from Musun City, Tien Kwong. Ma Truong kappa silon grauldangridi. Adrifter. So you're not some brat after all, just a beggar. Tien Kwong said nothing. The signal sounded, and the first match began. Tien Kwong slowly walked toward him and said, hey. The man paused and asked, what? Tien Kwong replied, a present for you. He threw a handful of sand into the man's eyes, making him recoil in shock. Flailing his arms, the man shouted, what are you doing? Tien Kwong rushed forward and delivered a brutal kick straight to the man's groin. Ma Truong Kai let out a scream of agony. Thursday Lon and Man-Cat reacted at once. A direct dirty shot. The entire audience fell silent. Even Min Noyet was stunned. Then the announcement rang out. The winner is Tien Kwong. That doesn't count. He asked back, what? But I won. The referee declared, of course it doesn't count. You practically ruined his bloodline. Tien Kwong protested. Nobody said hitting there was forbidden. Just let it slide this once. Idiot, that goes without saying. The spectators outside would not stop mocking him. Hugh Kwon thought, what is this? He can control his chi, and he's fast too. I heard he's just a newcomer. Standing to one side, Hugh Kwon sneered inwardly. This guy is interesting. In another match, Hugh Kwon struck his opponent hard, sending the man collapsing to the ground, groaning in pain. Yet the gentle smile never left his face. Min Noyet signaled to several courtesans. They understood immediately and went on stage together to sing and dance. The crowd below cheered without end, and thunderous applause swept across the stands. Everyone was loudly celebrating Hugh Kwon's victory. Back at Tan Yuan Din, Minayet said, I'm sorry to trouble you both by making you come all this way. Our merchant company is still being built, and with a martial arts tournament underway, that place is not suitable for the two of you to stay. Ukwan Smila Junli. It's fine. Ma Truong Kai looked around excitedly. So this is the famous Tan Yuan Din? Looking sincerely at the scroll, she said, congratulations to both of you on becoming the new captain and vice captain. Thanks to you two, the martial arts tournament was a great success. Min Noyet appointed them. From this day forward, Hugh Kwon will serve as captain of the guard unit, and Ma Truong Kai will serve as vice captain. Ukwan sufli raplia, understood. Majunki sautet, zets. The table was piled high with papers. Min Noyet put away the scroll in her hand and smiled. The tournament has ended, so you must both be tired. Get some rest first. Within the next 4 days, you will go together to the forge. Huquan asked Guild Master Min Noyet, what about the other members? She answered at once, I haven't decided on that yet. Min Noyet suggested, since they will all be working under the guard captain in the future, you may as well choose them first. Huquan accepted the order. Understood. Since you've entrusted this task to me, I will choose very carefully. Deep in the forest, Han Luong laughed until tears came out. Thrown out for fighting dirty. That's really embarrassing. Mancat joined in, but those people sure love that move. What could be more entertaining than that? Sitting in a corner, Tien Kwong muttered. Why though? I clearly won. I mean, if that guy exposed a weakness, I had to attack it. Mancat asked, you still don't understand why you lost? Han Luong answered, you've only fought on battlefields before, so it's no wonder you don't get it. Compared to real combat, these matches are basically children's games. Clenching his fist, Tien Kwong cursed inwardly. So stupid. I missed my chance. He lowered his head in frustration, getting close to Sinni. Han Luong spoke as if comforting him, but kept mocking him instead. Huh, is my little brat crying? Crying because you lost? Mancat also tried to console him. Don't cry, Tien Kwong. I was really moved. You fought that guy because of me. Furious, he slammed his fist into the ground and shouted, I'm not crying. Han Luong instantly seized the chance to tease him again. The kid's angry now. First he cries because he lost. Now he's throwing a tantrum. Mancat hurriedly backed away. Hey, I wasn't making fun of you. Move aside. Tien Kwong roared in fury. I hate both of you. I want to kill you. Han Luong's cheerful laughter shook the whole forest, and the entire scene caught Hu Quan's attention. He walked over to take a look. Tien Kwong roared, you still dare come here? I'll kill you. Han Luong burst out laughing. Kilme, can you even kill me? Han Luong laughed as he pinned Tien Kwong against a tree and let Mancat doodle all over his face. Hu Quan suddenly spoke up. Hello. In such a peaceful mountain forest, Tien Kwong asked in surprise, you want me to become a member of the guard unit? Quan Nudda. That's right. Guildmaster Min Noyet entrusted me with selecting the members. The pay for ordinary members isn't high, but we do intend to choose several contestants from the tournament. Hu Quan smiled and looked at him intently. Especially you, Tien Kwong. I've had my eye on you for a while. Your chi may not be stable yet, and your movements are hard to read. Hu Quan recalled the match, but from what I observed at the tournament, you seem to have extensive combat experience. You deserve to become a member of the guard unit. Mancat glanced at him. You're picking the guy who keeps hitting people in the crotch? Han Luong said in surprise, oh. So you do have an eye for people. Hu Quan continued, in any case, my team has just been formed, so I need people with real combat experience. He held out his hand in sincerity. I'm very sorry, but this is the most suitable position for people like you. Then he gently added, will you help me? Tien Kwong answered happily, of course. I don't care about rank. The two of them shook hands and came to an agreement. I look forward to working with you, Captain. Hu Kwong glanced at Han Luong and asked, as for you, sir, you appear to be a true master. Han Luong immediately refused. No thanks. I'm not interested. I hate noisy places the most. In the city, Chow Tai stroked his beard and said in puzzlement, the best blacksmith in Musun City is, of course, Master Zhang. As he walked through the market, he continued, his family has inherited the craft of forging for 7 generations. His skill and reputation are no joke. The swords he makes are unbelievably sharp. Even after killing animals and being stained with fresh blood, they will still be as sharp as new 3 years later. He went on, even the Lord of Backing Wind City comes to him to have swords forged. Min Noyet said in surprise, for Captain Chow Tai to praise him so highly, he must truly be an experienced master. Proudly, he led everyone inside. Naturally, if you want a sword forged, he's the one to see. The sound of hammering rang out without pause. Each strike of the hammer landed with heavy force. After only a few blows, the glowing mass of iron had already been shaped into something solid. Chow Tai looked inside. It seems he still isn't finished. Once he starts working, he won't pay attention to what anyone says. Min Noyet said in realization, so that's why we should come to see him at dusk. The sword had already taken shape, and he lifted it up to inspect it carefully. Catching sight of the group standing at the entrance, he calmly said, Ah, we have guests. It's been a long time, Miss Min Noyet. As he wiped the sword, he continued, a weapons trading company. Then its guild master must be the most exceptional among all guild masters. Min Noyet said, I heard your family has forged weapons for generations. He answered, that's right. My father once forged swords for the emperor. His hands kept working deftly without pause. That is exactly why my clan became renowned throughout the land. We have also forged swords for many martial artists. Looking at the gleaming blade, Min Noyet asked, you must spend a great deal of time forging swords, don't you? Hugh Quan and Ma Truong Kai stepped inside, their eyes sweeping over the weapons around them. Master Zhang continued, no matter how much time passes, a sword is, in the end, only a tool that leads to death. Depending on the one who wields it, this weapon may become either a demon or a hero. He gently stroked the blade. This is a tool that leads to war that cannot be avoided. No matter what purpose you use it for, weapons always come with death. My job is to sharpen the blade as keenly as possible so that those cut down by it can leave this world more easily with less pain. Even if it becomes a national treasure just for display, I still have to fulfill my duty as a blacksmith. Elsewhere, the two steam bun sellers looked over suspiciously. Isn't that the brat who tried to run away a few days ago? Yeah, he really caused trouble that time. Min Noyet looked at Tien Kwong in confusion. Why does he keep following you around? Ma Truong Kai chimed in exactly. Hugh Quan smiled at her. Chief, don't you trust my judgment of people? Tien Kwong is an extremely important factor in forming the guard unit. Perhaps Chief doesn't have a good impression of him, but I can assure you, could you give him a chance? Min Noyet thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, I trust you, but there's something more important. What do you all think of that old blacksmith? Hugh Quan asked, puzzled, what do you mean? She glanced around and continued, I'm asking your opinion because you all use weapons regularly. Do you think we should trust him and sell those kinds of weapons? Ma Truong Kai eagerly responded, I like him. If I could own one of those treasured axes, I'd gladly risk my life to the death. But that old blacksmith once said, if one move can settle it, don't use a second. That way, you can kill countless enemies. He had once imagined himself proudly standing atop tens of thousands of corpses, killing two birds with one stone. Hugh Quan thought for a moment. I think his weapons are excellent, and his craftsmanship is reliable, but they seem a little too excessive. Mangat asked, confused. What do you mean? Isn't better craftsmanship always a good thing? Hugh Quan waved his hand. Not every soldier can afford them. Making high-grade weapons takes a great deal of time and money. On the battlefield, no one hopes their opponent dies peacefully. They only want to survive themselves. He swept his gaze across the swords in the shop and suggested, if we want mass production, spears or bows would be more suitable than swords. Those weapons require less expensive metal and are still highly lethal. Tien Kwong added, back when I was with the Han Q sect, I always saw that half the soldiers had lost their weapons after a battle. They'd even pick weapons off corpses or use whatever they could find to keep fighting. So there's no need to sell expensive weapons. If you take something like that onto the battlefield, the sword will just attract the attention of other soldiers. Min Noyet nodded in agreement. I think so too. If we're not targeting captains or leaders, then our products need to be cheap and sufficient for ordinary soldiers. Ma Truong Kai raised a hand to speak. Now, that Chief Min Noyet says that, I just remembered something. I know a few people in a village not far from here. He went on, there's a madman there who makes farming tools in a very strange way. I heard he can make hundreds of sickle blades in one go. Min Noyet looked doubtful. Really? That sounds interesting. Hugh Quan suggested, if Chief is curious, we can send someone to take a look. Min Noyet stood up and objected. No, I have to check this myself. This is our first business deal, and the most important one too. I can't send someone else. We'll leave tomorrow morning. The next day, they set out together. Tien Kwong grabbed Hugh Quan and shook him hard. Let me come too. Let me come too. Let me come too. Let me come too. U Quan sluli nudda. All right, the night before Min Noyet departed, at Tan Yuan Pavilion. In the lakeside pavilion, an Ion spoke first. How long do you plan to be gone? Min Noyet estimated, judging by the distance, probably around 10 days. She said calmly, I've already left the banquet preparations to Thursday lawn, so Madam can rest easy. Ni ang sai, tulan. I'm not sure about that. Min Noyet immediately reassured her. Please don't worry, Madam. She may be a little foolish, but she's very careful with her work. The Madam sighed. Good heavens. I'm not worried about the banquet. I'm more worried about you. Can you really handle everything by yourself? And Ion stood up and said softly, stop doing dangerous things. She hugged Min Noyet tightly and lamented, if anything happens, Just run away. Manhwa my budali. Understand, madam. You know I'm a strong kind of woman. Ni ein my. That's right. You're the most beautiful and strongest girl I have. And Ion walked away, waving goodbye to Manhwa. Now I need to bathe and get some sleep. You're leaving early tomorrow morning, so let's count this as my farewell now. Manhwa watched her go and replied, yes. Sleep well, madam. Night fell, draping the quiet waterside pavilion in darkness. Manhwa looked to the side in confusion. Atrung, aren't you going inside? Atrung replied at once, no, I'll stay here until you leave. Manhwa pauset. Oh, so you're worried about me too? Actually, I wanted to be alone for a while. Atrung was silent for a moment before speaking. After the merchant company is established, do you plan to keep working at Tan Yuan Pavilion? Manhwa continued. Of course. The reputation and connections I've built up as the courtesan Queen Manhwa are still useful. Besides, this place is my home. Atrung said thoughtfully. Speaking of home, Tien Kwong is your family too, isn't he? Manhwa's eyes fell still, and the conversation abruptly came to a halt. Atrung continued, I know you don't like Tien Kwong, but he left the battlefield and came here to see you. The image of Tien Kwong's scar-covered back rose in Atrung's mind. Did you see the wounds on his body? Those wounds could have taken his life. Yet he survived death again and again on the battlefield, just to see you once more. Maybe you should show him a little compassion. Manhwa rose from the table, looking dazed. She recalled memories of Tien Kwong. He had once comforted her, Big brother, don't go. I don't need mother anymore. Wait a little, Sinni. I'll bring mother back. Little Sinni clutched him tightly and cried without stopping. Father will be home soon, so don't cry. Be good and stay home waiting for me. Tiny Sinni stretched out her little hand to pull him back, sobbing, well, don't go, I'm scared, don't go, big brother. Autumn leaves fell, and father pressed down on Sinni's shoulders and instructed her, go to the old woman's house on the mountainside. I have to go find Tien Kwong. Sinni wept bitterly, and he comforted her, I'll be back soon. Wait for me. Sinni cried out in anguish, her sobs growing louder and louder. Manhwa muttered, you think you understand me? You've slept with him, haven't you? Atrung flushed red in shock. She stepped back in alarm. What are you talking about? Manhwa shook her head. Oh, so you haven't slept together. I thought you were my sister-in-law, which is why you were meddling in someone else's family affairs. She stepped toward Atrung, her voice icy. Or is it that, as some noble female swordsman from a warm and loving family, you think that just because a lowly prostitute like me pays your wages, that means you can understand me? Manhwa lowered her voice angrily. Thanks to that great big brother of mine, my mother ran away from home and my father lost his life. Because of him, I was sold to filthy men from childhood. The more Manhwa spoke, the angrier she became, and her voice rose with it. Do you know what I had to do just to put food in my mouth? Do you know how I was treated like an animal? I had to endure those disgusting acts just to please the men who bought me. Manhwa continued. Tien Kwong survived death again and again on the battlefield, but I was living in hell, a place where I didn't even have the right to die. Manhwa shouted, and now what? You think you understand me? There was ruthless cruelty in Manhwa's eyes. Just because you grew up in a happy family, do you dare look down on other people's suffering? Listen carefully, Atrung. Manhwa shouted, it doesn't matter who had it worse. Anyone forced to bear misfortune will feel pain. In the Barren Mountain region, Manhwa's group had already set out. Ma Truong Kai said loudly, I'm talking to you, Captain Hugh Quan. I grew up in a small mountain village, a place that had once seen war. He recalled, my father knew a little martial arts, so he trained me until he was taken away to be a soldier. Because we were starving, the other children and I ran away and formed a mercenary squad. I heard that as long as you became mercenaries for some gang or faction, you wouldn't go hungry anymore. Ma Truong Kai said sadly, but we were only children back then. Nothing was easy. Every day, we were driven onto the battlefield as bait for the enemy. Out of 20 people, only 4 survived. So I joined the tournament hoping to change my fate and become a captain. But ever since I met Senior Brother, I realized there are so many people stronger than me out there. I was just lucky, that's all. Hugh Quan replied. In any case, your demands aren't that great. The children following Ma Truong Kai listened as. He continued, all we want is to live decently, eat our fill, get married, and have children. Man-Cat asked curiously. That's a reasonable dream. But why do you call the captain Senior Brother? Ma Truong Kai said in a low voice. Hey kid, if someone is stronger than me, then that person is my senior brother. Mangat chuckled. Tien Kwong beat you too. Is he your senior brother as well? Ma Truong Kai looked at Tien Kwong with disgust. Nonsense. I'm the one who won. I still don't understand why the chief picked a cheating bastard like him for the guard unit. Tien Kwang shot back. I can beat you without cheating too. Ma Truong Kai snapped. What did you say, you brat? Min Noyet shouted. Enough. Shut up, all of you. Captain, keep your men in line. Right, Ma Truong Kai. How much farther is it to that village? Ma Chungki Imni Dan Ziplit. Ah, that's right, Chief Min Noyet. We're almost there. About 3 more hours, and we should arrive. Hugh Kwan looked at her worriedly. If you're tired, we can rest for a bit. Min Noyet reined in her horse in agreement. Let's rest a little. She jumped down from her horse and took out a scroll. I want to draw a map. Min Noyet spread the map open and studied it for a while. Terrain information is very important to a merchant company. We need to keep redrawing maps, so trade routes will be more convenient. Hugh Kwan looked at her in admiration. Chief Min Noyet, it seems you're skilled in both martial arts and map making. You truly have many talents. Mancat glanced aside and muttered softly, Hugh Kwan looked at him in confusion. What is it? Mancat, he replied. I hear animal sounds in the forest. Hugh Kwan looked in that direction as well. You're right. There really are a lot of animal sounds. Maybe some kind of wild pack. Tien Kwang added. Not only that, there are human voices mixed in too. From a distant forest came a constant commotion. A pack of wolves, as if enraged, kept chasing after someone, barking furiously. The sounds of 2 people running through the woods came with ragged, panting breaths. The 2 boys clutched each other and urged, Hurry, run faster. The boy behind them gasped, Brother, I'm too tired. The boy in front said sternly, No, if you stop, you'll die. The boy in back suddenly stumbled and fell. The boy in front shouted, Vin Ni. The wolves seized the opportunity and lunged, bearing sharp fangs and claws as they went straight for the 2 children. Ma Truong Kai rushed forward and struck them away. Seeing one of their own killed, blood staining the grass red, the wolves hesitated. He said darkly, Brats, if you don't want to lose your heads, stay low. The 2 children obeyed, hugging each other tightly as they flattened themselves against the ground. Ma Truong Kai stared coldly at the wolves. These wolves have decent fur. I was just thinking of getting myself a new fur coat. They watched him warily, then howled, and a purple glow spread out from them. Ma Truong Kai was stunned. What the hell is this? Their eyes flashed with golden light, and they growled at him before charging without hesitation. Hugh Kwan and Tien Kwang jumped out from behind, landing and driving the wolves back. Tien Kwang cried out in shock, What? Even animals can use inner force. Ma Truong Kai suddenly shouted, Senior brother. Hugh Kwan immediately explained, Animals have inner force too. In theory, if they're properly trained, they can use it. The 3 of them took their stances. Hugh Kwan ordered, Everyone stay sharp and prepare to attack. If you're careless, you'll be torn to pieces. The wolves opened their bloody mouths wide and came at them with snarling roars. The whole pack pounced on the 3 men. Ma Truong Kai swung his axe, using tiger wolf axe, chopping straight into the pack. The wolves retreated warily, their hackles rising as they barked a few times. The 3 men continuously forced the wolves back. The wolves refused to give up and kept lunging forward, only to be cut down one after another. Ma Truong Kai panted as he brought his axe down, while several snarling wolves tangled with Tien Kwang. They were killed one by one, fresh blood splattering across the ground. The number of wolves did not decrease. Instead, they seemed to fight even more fiercely. The sounds of battle echoed through the forest. As the pack was gradually wiped out, Tien Kwang threw down a heavy punch. Ma Truong Kai furiously swung his axe and roared, Die. The wolf struck by the blow let out a miserable whine. Hugh Kwan also focused on dealing with them. Just then, one wolf roared and lunged toward the children. The boys hugged each other in terror. Ma Truong Kai rushed over and slammed his fist into the wolf's snout. He cursed under his breath, Damn it, you brats are such a burden. One wolf bit into his arm, and blood streamed down as the others seized their chance to rush in. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared beside him. Ma Truong Kai looked over in shock and saw Tien Kwang punch away the wolf attacking him. Ma Truong Kai blurted out, Tien Kwang rushed over and warned him, There's no time for nonsense. You handle the ones above. Leave the lower side to me. Ma Truong Kai immediately swung his axe again and continued cutting them down. Tien Kwang leapt out from behind and delivered a crushing kick to a wolf's head. Earth Emperor Killer Kick. 1 second the wolf was whole. The next, it had been split clean in 2. Ma Truong Kai was stunned by his strength and thought to himself, This guy, how is he this strong? A lead wolf threw back its head and let out a long howl. The entire pack immediately stopped attacking. Huquan pointed his spear at them and warned, "Animals that live in packs always have a leader." The wolves seemed to gain new energy, glaring fiercely at them and growling. Huquan sprang up and struck into the pack. Azure Thread Spear Technique, Azure Thread Red Spiral. He spun nimbly and unleashed another slash. Azure Thread Burst. The wolves cried out in pain. They backed away, baring their teeth and watching warily, then suddenly scattered in all directions. The forest now looked like a blood-soaked battlefield. Huquan said quietly, "They're like humans too. Once the leader is defeated, the rest will run." He continued, "But we were lucky. If their numbers had been any greater, we'd have been in real trouble. Hurry, let's take the children to Chief Min Noyet." Ma Truong Kai quickly answered, "Yes, senior brother." Tien Kwong stared wide-eyed, looking at Hugh Quan in admiration. His attacks were fast and fluid, almost like dancing, and he never stopped moving. At a village deep in the mountains, Min Noyet looked around in confusion. "Is this your village?" The children clung tightly to her and answered timidly, "Why, yes, it is." Muncat snickered. "These little brats are pretty lucky. We just happened to pass by and save the two of them, and we also just happened to be heading the same way. So it was easy enough to bring them back." A panicked voice suddenly rang out. "Dunni, Vingni." The two children jumped down from the horse in delight. "Wah, father." Their father looked stunned. "My children." The children burst into tears. "Father." The three of them embraced tightly. "I missed you so much." "Zanyi, Vingni, Tanghivens, Rasei." A man pointed at Ma Truong Kai and said, "Hey, isn't that Ma Truong Kai over there?" "Ma Junki Foda. Ah, but Ojanyang." The other man happily slapped hands with him. "You're still alive? You've gotten really sturdy. What are you doing back here?" Ma Truong Kai happily replied, "You escaped too? I came because our chief has business here." The man looked at Min Noyet in surprise. "Chief? Oh, so you joined a merchant company. Good for you." Min Noyet got down from her horse, smiling warmly. "Hello." Ma Truong Kai got straight to the point. "I came here because I want to meet the master blacksmith you mentioned before." The man looked surprised and pointed across from them. "Oh, so that's it. Then there's no need for introductions." "That's him," looking toward the father over there, clutching his children and sobbing. The other man continued, "The father of the children you brought back is the blacksmith and also the village chief." Ma Truong Kai was stunned. "Oh, really? Mingwayet Samai Suri." Jackpot. Mancat sighed in admiration. "You really are like brothers." The two of you have exactly the same expression. The village chief led them home and introduced it. "This is my workshop." Minoyet looked inside a little surprised. This place is different from the workshops in Musan City. There isn't much hammering. The village chief smiled and replied, "That's right. We extract iron, ore, and other minerals from the nearby quarry." He began explaining, "Then we heat the minerals, put them into the furnace to refine the metal, and blow air into it until the flame turns blue, heating the metal pieces for a long time until they liquefy. Likewise, we pour the molten metal in here and stir it evenly to make alloys. Iron is very hard and difficult to melt, so we mix in zinc to make the iron pieces harder. Then we pour it into molds to shape it, press it flat, and cut it. We mainly produce chains and farming tools." Min Noyet marveled. "That really takes a lot of labor." The village chief waved his hand. "Everyone has to make a living. Of course, compared to blades hand-forged by other blacksmiths, these are softer and break more easily. But we can make hard steels suitable for ordinary people, so the cost is lower." Min Noyet was secretly delighted. "Wonderful." She asked, "If you had more tools and manpower, could you mass-produce weapons?" The village chief gave a bitter smile. "It's wartime now. We can make anything, but we just don't know who to sell it to." Min Noyet proposed, "Then make weapons. I'll invest in you. How about joining my merchant caravan and forging weapons for me? I'll provide the materials and manpower, and I'll pay you far more than you're making now." The village chief nodded. "That would be very generous. And since you saved my children, I want to help you too, but..." Min Noyet fell silent. The village chief continued in a sorrowful voice, "Right now, we can't join you. We have no right to decide, because this village is under the rule of a certain mountain lord." Mingwayet Vawen. "Mountain lord?" The village chief confirmed. "That's right. That's what a band of robbers controlling these mountains calls itself. They're a gang of over 100 mountain bandits." He went on, "As you can see, we make our living selling farming tools and forging iron. But last year, a gang of thugs attacked this village with a pack of wild beasts. We couldn't stand against those robbers and those well-trained beasts, so we were stripped clean. They didn't just plunder us, they took control of the whole village. They force us to forge chains for their beasts, and they seize all the farming tools and weapons we make and sell them for money. They also abducted our families and took them back to their camp, kidnapping women and children to keep us from resisting. His voice turned mournful. My children were among them. They were worked to exhaustion, serving those mountain bandits, which is why they try to run away. That's also why they were being chased by wolves. His voice lowered. I truly am grateful that leader Min Noyet saved the children, but in the end, they'll only be captured and dragged back to the camp. Min Noyet said, even if you hide the children, your relatives and neighbors will be implicated. The village chief said firmly, exactly. Given the situation, it would be very hard for us to help you. Leader Min Noyet. Min Noyet glanced at Hugh Kwan and asked, Captain, how dangerous do you think this bandit gang is? Hugh Kwan pondered before replying, Without knowing their exact numbers, it's hard to say. But a bandit gang with a pack of beasts that can use inner force. If we fight them in the mountains, we'll be at a disadvantage. He waited seriously. If those wolves from earlier were only part of their force, then just a few of US can't defeat all of them. If the other side has greater numbers, the danger doubles. They're more like an army than a band of mountain thieves. Minoit mom urit va beasts. Suddenly the villagers stirred in alarm. It's the mountain lord. They're here. The village chief cursed under his breath. Damn it, they came fast. He shouted, everyone hide now. No matter what happens, don't come outside. Min Noyet and Hugh Kwan looked out in shock. The group had gathered at the village gate. Zhao Shi spoke in a low voice. How strange. The children clung to their father in fear. Zhao Shi thought to himself, the brats were supposed to be at the camp, yet they showed up here. Half the wolf pack I sent after them still hasn't returned. Zhao Shi was huge and thick-set. He let out a cold snort. Children couldn't possibly have killed my wolves. The wolves growled as well. His face was flushed red from drinking as he barked. Village chief, explain yourself. The village chief stammered. Well, panicked, he said. I was going to let the children stay here for one night, then take them back to the camp tomorrow. As for the wolves, perhaps they got lost in the mountains. Zhao Shi looked suspicious. Wolves getting lost in the mountains? Village chief, that's ridiculous. Zhao Shi continued. I'm thinking, village chief, did you hire someone to lure us away? Min Noyet and the others hid in the back and watched the situation unfold. Then they conveniently rescued the little runaways and killed my wolves. The village chief blanched and protested. No, that's not it. I would never dare do such a thing. One subordinate dragged the children away, while another kicked the village chief to the ground and shouted, Shut up! The village chief groaned in pain, and the children screamed in terror. Father! Zhao Shi calmly loosened a chain. Whether it's a person or a dog, they need proper discipline. Leave them too comfortable and they start causing trouble, like lying without blinking. A vicious wolf slowly approached the village chief. He threatened, You can't resist the wolves. The beast bared its sharp fangs, making the village chief tremble uncontrollably. Tell the truth, village chief. The village chief stammered, I really don't know. Min Noyet was just about to stand up when Hugh Kwan stopped her. Don't go out. There are too many of them. If we fight, I won't be able to protect you, Leader Min Noyet. Grinding her teeth, she sat back down. Zhao Shi asked, Why are you shaking so badly? You clearly know something, village chief. Speak honestly, or do you want to die? The wolf opened its jaws wide over the village chief's head, and he was terrified out of his mind. Tears streamed down his face. The wolf licked the village chief's face, making him shake even harder. As it lunged, the village chief scrambled backward in panic. Zhao Shi burst into laughter and turned to leave. I was only joking with you a little. Did you really think I'd kill you? How could I bear to kill such a skilled blacksmith? The children cried out in horror. Father, father, Zhao Shi continued. You alone don't have the means to hire people anyway. Besides, I've got plenty of wolves. Losing a few doesn't matter. As long as you bring the children back to camp, I'll spare you. It was as if the village chief had been given a new life. He thanked him repeatedly. Zhao Shi's voice hardened. But I won't let this matter slide. Don't any of you dare play tricks on me. The village chief looked helplessly at his two children being dragged away. No imposible. The children were terrified. Father, I don't want to go. Zhao Shi tightened his grip on his wineskin. Taking two children hostage is a bit much, isn't it? The villagers looked at him in fear. and the wolf looked ready to pounce on the two children at any moment. The wolf let out a growl, and the child screamed. A flash of light struck down and killed the wolf. The bandits staggered back in panic. One of them blurted out, "Why you? Who are you?" The next instant, that man was blasted away by an overwhelming force. Ma Truong Kai and Tien Quang charged out furiously, glaring at the enemy through clenched teeth. Hugh Quan covered his face in helpless frustration. I misjudged the situation. When we get back, I'm definitely firing those two. One bandit asked suspiciously, "Who are you people? How dare you challenge us?" Another roared, "Kill them." Min Noyet stepped out into the open. "Wait, everyone, please lower your weapons and hear me out." The other side froze. Zhao Shi looked at her with undisguised lust. Well, I didn't expect to find a woman like you in a godforsaken place like this." Min Noyet introduced herself. "A pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Min Noyet, leader of the Min Noyet merchant caravan from Musan City. It seems there has been some misunderstanding that led to the current situation." Zhao Shi snapped. "Misunderstanding? You're the ones who killed my wolves, right?" Min Noyet said politely, "I am deeply sorry. The wolves attacked us, so we had no choice." She turned to Tien Quang and raised her hand. "You," and she slapped him hard across the face. "Because of your reckless actions, you angered these honored heroes." Turning back, she said, "My apologies, gentlemen. This man is still too foolish. I will compensate you for all losses." Min Noyet bowed slightly and said, "We have no intention of becoming enemies. I ask for your forgiveness." Then she angrily reminded them, "What are you standing there for? Bow and apologize now." Ma Truong Kai protested, but Tien Quang immediately played along. "Yes, leader, hurry and apologize, Ma Truong, Kentucky." The two of them bowed deeply and politely. Min Noyet stepped forward and explained, "In truth, we are a merchant caravan specializing in the weapons trade. We are very interested in your blacksmiths and your wild beasts. Could you spare a little time to discuss this with me? I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the proposal." Zhao Shi looked at her, flushed red, and said, "I'm already quite satisfied with you." He turned and led his men away. "Fine, I'll hear you out first. Hu Guan Gom Fot Ten Guang. Ten Guang. Don't take it to heart. If Leader Min Noyet hadn't stepped in, we'd have lost our lives." He answered calmly, "I know. I've calmed down now. Because I rushed out, I nearly caused a disaster. This is my fault. Even if I'm punished, I won't complain." At the mountain bandits camp, Zhao Shi sat arrogantly in his seat, looking at them with suspicion. "A merchant caravan that deals in weapons? Since I left the army, it's been a long time since I've seen people like you." Min Noyet sat quietly in the middle of their encirclement. "So, my lord once served the court?" Zhao Shi replied casually. "I used to be a soldier among the tribes near the distant northern frontier. Back then, merchants often cheated us, selling us useless junk to fleece us for money." Zhao Shi lowered his voice. "So I tore them apart and fed them to the wolves. Those merchants were nice and fat. My wolves loved them." Min Noyet lowered her head, looking thoughtful. "So you started raising wild beasts while you were in the army?" Zhao Shi went on. "Those tribes were very good at taming them, so I captured a few and learned how to do it myself. Ever since I taught them to circulate inner energy, they become more loyal to me than people." Zhao Shi changed the subject. "Enough nonsense. What are you doing on my territory?" Min Noyet answered calmly. "I came here to propose manufacturing weapons. I'm looking for blacksmiths who can make good weapons cheaply." After speaking with the village chief, he agreed to sell weapons to us. So my merchant caravan intended to invest and start production. But I didn't understand the local situation, so I accidentally offended you. Hero, I sincerely apologize for this unintended offense. She gave a gentle smile. To make up for it, if you're willing to help us, I can make you far richer than you are now. You know, merchants are always keenly sensitive when it comes to money. So how about we cooperate in forging weapons and make money off those soldiers? The three men accompanying Min Noyet silently listened to her speak. "Leave the selling to a money-loving merchant like me. As for you, all you need to do is sit back and collect the money we bring in. You'll become wealthy in a way befitting your current power." Zhao Shi drank calmly, considering her words. Not only the mountain lord, but a great rich man too. Zhao Shi stood up and said with feeling, "You merchants really do know how to scratch a man's itch. A great rich man, I like that." He walked toward Min Noyet. "But when discussing important matters like this, we men usually share drinks to show friendship." His eyes showed naked lust. "I'd like to invite your merchant caravan to my camp for talks. You won't refuse, will you?" The other three were instantly stunned. Min Noyet stood and brushed the dust from her clothes. Of course, hero. She faced him calmly. I would very much like to go drink with you at once, but you need time to prepare the banquet, and I am a woman, so I need a little extra time to make myself presentable. Min Noyet proposed coolly. That would be more appropriate, wouldn't it? If I were to go to your camp looking like this, wouldn't that be rather unsuitable? He laughed loudly in delight. Fine, I'll think it over and give you time to prepare. Zhao Shi raised his voice. However, my men will stay here. Once you're ready, they'll escort you back to camp. The mountain men responded in unison. Understood, boss. He immediately ordered, the rest of you, take those brats and leave. Even the wolves barked in response to their master. Arf, they replied together, as you command. Inside a house in the village, Hugh Quan reproached them. You two were far too reckless. We almost got ourselves killed. Ma Truong Kai argued back. Senior brother, were we supposed to just stand there and watch those children walk to their deaths? Hugh Quan looked at him in disbelief. But if you had charged out, then not just those two children, all of us would have ended up as wolf food. If Leader Min Noyet hadn't intervened in time, we'd already have come to blows with the Greenwoods. With just us, could we really have handled all of them? He seemed to realize something and blurted out, Tien Kwong lowered his head. I am sorry. I rushed out without thinking, and that's why Ma Truong Kai followed me. He muttered, this is my fault. Seeing the village chief and the children reminded me of the past. Ma Truong Kai patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. It's fine. Anyway, second brother was really brave. If you hadn't rushed out, I would have done it myself. Tien Kwong asked in surprise, why are you suddenly calling me second brother? Ma Truong Kai sat down and explained, at first I didn't like you, but now I think you're a decent man. So from now on, you're my second brother. Tien Kwong said helplessly, if you're going to put it that way, then fine. He asked doubtfully, but am I really older than you? Despite the age difference, everyone still gave a thumbs up in agreement. Hugh Quan stood up and tightened his grip on his long spear. All right, enough. Let's think about our next move. Oh, what a headache. The situation is really complicated. He continued, thanks to Leader Min Noyet's quick thinking, we avoided a fight. But now we're being forced to enter their den, so we need to figure out how to survive and get back out. Looking at the guards outside, he assessed silently. It seems they don't fully trust us, which is why they left subordinates behind to watch us and keep us from escaping. A few of them look pretty strong. For now, the only thing we can do is wait for Mancat to return before making any further plans. Tien Kwong agreed at once. That's right. The three of them immediately fell into deep thought. Tien Kwong spoke up. Where did Mancat go? Looking at the desolate land before him. The villagers were suffering under forced labor. Every one of them was working miserably, toiling without rest. Mancat moved stealthily, observing the surroundings. So this is their camp? He thought to himself. I hate places like this. Min Noyet had instructed him. Mancat, don't show yourself. Just wait here. He had answered cheerfully. Understood. This is exactly what I'm good at. She had continued. I'll find a way to send them away. You hide here, then follow them back to their lair and scout the situation for me. He had grumbled. Honestly, I just wish Big Sister wouldn't keep giving me tasks like this. He hid himself nimbly, thinking, I need to scout things out and get out of here fast. Looking into the distance, the shouts of the mountain men rang throughout the area. You brats, get in there now. They kicked the children to the ground. You were lucky this time. If you dare try to run again, your old man is dead for sure. The children cried loudly in pain after being kicked. Mancat was shocked. They're forcing the villagers to mine the quarry, and they deliberately built fences around it to control them. These bastards are clever. The other man roared, stop crying and get back to work. You're working through the night. The older child gently shook the younger one. Yes, sir. The little one kept sobbing uncontrollably. The man snarled in anger. Shut up, or I'll kill you right now. The older brother soothed him. Stop crying. Watching this, Mancat thought, I need to finish scouting quickly and leave. He slipped over to the other side and suddenly caught sight of them. Over here, bursts of wolf howls rang out. The clinking of iron chains echoed out. He was startled. Was that a dog pen? Mancat thought to himself. Hugh Quan was right. These people aren't ordinary bandits. There must be several hundred down there. No, around 300 wolves. Zhao Shi gave the order. All right, get back in the pens. The wolves obediently went inside, and he praised them. Good. Then he lowered his voice and ordered, feed the wolves and tell the women to hurry and prepare a feast to entertain our guests. The subordinate behind him answered, yes. Boss, Shueiji asked, puzzled. Boss, how you plan to deal with that woman from earlier in her caravan? He replied, she made a pretty tempting offer. Merchants do have silver tongues. Zhao Shi continued. If what she said is true, then we lose nothing. And if they do business selling weapons on my territory, that wouldn't be bad at all. He swept his gaze around the area. If business goes well, we might even build ties with the imperial soldiers and earn ourselves a proper title at court. Shueiji voiced his doubt. But what if they're swindlers? Zhao Shi answered without hesitation. Then I'll kill them. Les showed plainly on his face. I'll feed the men to the wolves and keep that woman for my own amusement. That Manhwa looks like she'd know very well how to please a man. Terrified, Mancat accidentally stepped on a splinter of wood, making a noise. Shueiji spun around at once. I heard something. Then he added, must have been a cat running by. Zhao Shi sighed. Cat. Bad luck then. Dogs really are the best. They know how to obey. Mancat shrank back in fear behind pillar. Zhao Shi ordered, keep watch carefully. I want a few drinks and then a nap. Bring the wine to my room. Mancat jumped down and ran. I can't stay here any longer. The wolves spotted him and began barking wildly. I have to get out of here. The barking rang out without pause. In the shadows, a pair of bright eyes flashed. One of the greedy mountain bandits stared at Manhwa. Well, miss, are you ready? Then let's head to the camp. Manhwa zet beautiful stepped out calmly. I'm ready. She led her people after them. Let's go. That night, before they set out for the camp, loud voices rang through the air. Slow down, you bastard. Bring the food over here. Mixed in with it was the sound of barking dogs. Someone laughed and said, which idiot sprinkled pepper in the dog food? Meanwhile, on Manhwa's side, Mancat carefully pushed the door open and called softly, Sister Manhwa. Manhwa turned to look at him and said, well done. The Greenwood bandits didn't see you, did they? He answered, no. The candlelight illuminating the entire small room. Hugh Quan spoke up. No matter how I think about it, going to the camp is too dangerous. After hearing Mancat's report, I want to go even less. We'd be better off packing up and leaving this place. Tien Kwang immediately agreed. I don't want to go either. And on top of that, you'd have to drink with that pig. Even on the battlefield, you can't drink with the enemy commander. That's far too dangerous. They'll definitely poison the food. After hearing them, Manhwa sighed. It seems everyone thinks they're going to harm us. She continued, but if what Mancat said is true, then it looks like they really do intend to negotiate with us in earnest. After all, we're a weapons caravan. I don't want to miss this opportunity. I want a trade partner who can produce good weapons cheaply. If everything goes smoothly, I may even be able to learn their secret for taming wild beasts. If that happens, we'll make a fortune. I know this is dangerous, which is why I've gathered everyone here to prepare for the worst. After explaining, she paused for a moment before continuing. I'll state my position first. I hope everyone listens carefully and then tells me what they think. Beneath the bleak sky, Hugh Quan looked around and said, it's so overcast today. It's still daytime, but it's already gotten this gloomy. The subordinate leading the way replied, looks like it's going to rain. Please come this way. As he guided them, he said, just follow the quarry path downward and we'll reach the camp. Above them was a group of people, mostly women, being forced to work, watched over by fierce wolves. He looked at Manhwa and said, what's wrong, miss? You don't like the sight of common folk laboring? You seem unhappy. She was silent for a moment, then replied, no, I think you're very clever. You make them work for hours on end without paying them. If they get sick or injured, you can simply throw them away. That seems like a very convenient system of management to me. Hearing that, he gave her a sly smile. This lady knows very well how to make use of slaves, doesn't she? That's right. If you treat those slaves like people, they'll work far too slowly. Manhwa said gloomily, you're right. Slaves aren't people. I understand that better than anyone. Manhwa recalled her own past. Hearing her words, Tien Kwang felt a heaviness in his heart. Barking and growling echoed throughout the camp. Hugh Quan whispered to Ma Truong Kai, this place. Just looking at the wolves here makes my legs shake. As Manhwa passed by, the wolves in their cages barked nonstop. Seeing this, the scar-faced man laughed and said, the wolves are welcoming our guest. Manhwa replied, the wolves here look more like they're trying to scare people. He went along with her, saying, that's true. Normally, anyone who sees the wolves here is scared half to death. But you don't seem afraid at all, miss. You really are exceptionally bold. If you happen to encounter a wolf battalion on the battlefield, it's extremely dangerous. Cavalry is the best way to deal with them, and wolves grow much faster than humans. Their numbers increase quickly, so it's easy to replenish your forces. If you know how to teach them to circulate inner power, They learn even faster than people. As he spoke, he tugged a chain and led a wolf along. But they're difficult to raise, so they absolutely have to be tamed. After hearing that, she replied, in that case, if you traded already tamed wolves instead of sending soldiers, the profits would be much greater. Hearing that, he immediately objected. TCH, that's something you'll have to discuss with the boss yourself. Then he stopped at a bridge. From here on, miss, you must go alone. The other guards have to remain here and hand over their weapons to us. Ma Truong Kai spoke up. I have a very bad feeling about this. Min Noyet reassured him. It's all right. Everyone stay here and wait for me. A fierce-looking man stood with his arms crossed, glaring at them. Min Noyet stepped toward the head of the bridge. I'll be back soon. At that moment, Tien Kwong ran forward and called out loudly, wait. She turned back to look at him in confusion. Tien Kwong grabbed Min Noyet tightly by the wrist. The two of them looked at each other in silence, neither saying a word. Seeing this, the scar-faced man said irritably, what are they doing over there? Then he shouted, hurry up. Hearing that, Min Noyet turned and left. As she entered inside, someone spoke. Honestly, the wait was worth it for someone like you, miss. Zhao Shi raised his wine cup. You look like a fairy descended to earth. His eyes brimmed with scheming intent. I had a feast prepared for you, and there's no poison in here, so please, enjoy yourself. Min Noyet replied softly. Great hero, you seem to be in very high spirits today. He gave a sly grin. Sit down, sit down. I wonder, does the lady know how to drink? It's easier to talk business over wine. Min Noyet looked at the cup before her and, blushing, said, how embarrassing. I don't hold my liquor very well, so I can only drink a little. With that, she lifted the cup, walked over beside him, and said softly, shall we drink together? You, a mere common bandit, dare talk about savoring wine in front of me? Hearing that from Min Noyet, Zhao Shi laughed with delight. I'm starting to like you. Come, bottoms up. An hour later, with Min Noyet by his side, keeping the mood lively, Zhao Shi laughed nonstop. She smiled and said, this rice wine is wonderful. Let me pour you another cup. All right. He cast a sidelong glance at Min Noyet. You really know how to set the mood. Still not drunk? Min Noyet said as she poured. Yes, I've only gotten a little flushed. The two of them drained another cup together. And you, sir? Do you still want to keep drinking? He replied, of course. I can still drink plenty more. Then he lifted the cup and gulped it down like a starving beast. Right after that, he shoved Min Noyet to the ground. The depravity in his eyes was plain to see. I can't hold back any longer. You're showing your chest off like this. When a man and a woman drink alone together, what man wouldn't do this? Did you really sit by my side, pouring wine this whole time, without any hesitation? Min Noyet said nothing, and he continued humiliating her. Then we ought to get a little closer. While Zhao Shi was speaking, Min Noyet raised her hand and touched his face. Then she kissed Zhao Shi on the lips. He froze in shock at what she had done. Min Noyet said, great hero, I can't let a man take the lead. Rather than being taught by others, I prefer teaching others myself. Zhao Shi replied excitedly, fine then, do it your way. Min Noyet tugged down her robe and bent close to his face. No matter how strong a warrior may be, they can never remain on guard forever. As Zhao Shi gradually let his guard down, Min Noyet drew out a long, sharp needle. The instant she pressed close to him, she viciously drove it into his neck. The scene shifts back to earlier. Min Noyet sat calmly before everyone and said, I know this is dangerous, which is why I've gathered everyone here to prepare for the worst. She continued, I'll state my position first. I hope everyone listens carefully and then gives me your thoughts. My original intention really was to trade weapons, but I don't think we can cooperate with the Greenwood Bandits. They're not making money to save people. They're using people to make money. So we have to strike first. Hugh Kwan asked doubtfully, Caravan leader Min Noyet, do you mean we attack them first? She agreed, exactly. Whether we launch a surprise attack or lure the Greenwood Bandits out, forcing villagers into slavery may bring them some benefit, but only mutual benefit can bring prosperity. She said softly, of course, fighting them is extremely dangerous. If we fail, we'll die. But if we can bring freedom to this land, that will benefit the caravan as well. To do that, I beg all of you, please help me. Min Noyet immediately gave an order. Man Cat, while we're on our way to the camp, make your preparations first, then catch up to us quickly. He answered at once. Understood, Sister Min Noyet. She hesitated, then said, I'm sorry for asking everyone to risk your lives. Hugh Kwan reassured her, it's all right. Our duty is to protect the caravan leader. Min Noyet felt more at ease. Thank you, everyone. In any case, the Greenwood Bandits are bound to be suspicious of us, so our discussion ends here. Hugh Kwan said softly, all right. The group stepped outside. Min Noyet remained seated there there quietly and asked in puzzlement, "What are you doing?" Tien Kwong sat there without leaving. A little displeased, she asked, "Why are you still here?" He said, "I truly don't want you trading those dangerous weapons or going to that place. And you're going there to assassinate that gang leader is far too dangerous. I know that well, because I've carried out many assassinations before. This may be even more dangerous than those. Your life could be threatened from now on. In truth, you might fail many times and in the end be killed yourself. I am afraid you'll be in danger." Min Noyet closed her notebook and asked calmly, "Do you realize that after disappearing for so long, then suddenly showing up again and acting like some older brother, it's actually very strange?" He looked up. "No, what I mean is," she immediately cut him off. "Just do what a member of the guard escort is supposed to do. As caravan leader, I have to set an example. How can the caravan leader send subordinates to their deaths while she herself hides somewhere safe? You were once a war slave. You should understand that better than anyone." Min Noyet firmly sealed the ink bottle and said, "This is the first trial in my grand plan. As caravan leader, it's time for me to lead everyone and raise morale." She paused for a moment. "And besides, do you think this is the first time something like this has happened? Do you think I've never lived with danger lurking around me the way you have? Back then, I was just a child sold away after my family was torn apart." Hearing that, Tien Kwong fell silent. Min Noyet spoke again. "This morning, you saved the children from the village school." She continued, just as Hugh Kwan said, "That was not a mistake." He looked surprised. She hesitated. "And also, about slapping you that." Hope flickered in Tien Kwong's eyes as he looked at Min Noyet. She stammered, I'm sorry." Min Noyet turned her face away, not daring to meet his eyes. "Think whatever you want." Tien Kwong pulled himself together and answered, From above, Ma Truong Kai's group quietly watched the mountain bandits below who were standing guard heavily. The children asked him doubtfully, "Big brother without weapons, can we really fight back?" He comforted them, "Don't worry. Before we get the signal, stay behind me. As long as we can find weapons and move to higher ground, we'll survive." He turned to look back. "And if something happens, we still have senior brother Hugh Kwan, right? Senior brother?" Hugh Kwan sat in a corner uneasily biting his nails. He called out in confusion, "Senior brother?" Ma Truong Kai asked worriedly, "Are you not feeling well?" "Senior brother." Hugh Kwan hurriedly replied, "Oh no, it's nothing. I just feel uneasy. Whenever I don't have my spear, I get anxious." He was so nervous that his whole body was trembling. "It's fine, don't worry." Ma Truong Kai felt uneasy too. "Then don't make everyone else worry." He added in agreement, "I feel uneasy too." Tien Kwong glared at them sharply, on guard. Min Noyet drove the long needle deep into Zhao Shi's neck. His eyes bloodshot with rage, he was horrified beyond words. Then, struggling wildly, he shoved Min Noyet away. She let out a weak cry as her body slammed hard into the dining table. Coughing violently and gasping for breath, Zhao Shi stumbled out in panic. Grinding his teeth, he hissed, "You bitch." Zhao Shi collapsed to the ground. His subordinates rushed in alarm. "Boss, what happened? Boss." Min Noyet struggled to her feet. They glared at her and cursed. "Crazy woman, don't think you're getting away." Min Noyet shouted at the top of her lungs, "Man-cat." At once, Man-cat dropped down through a tear in the roof of the tent. He jumped down with a sack full of smoke bombs in his hands. Man-cat hurled the smoke bombs out, throwing them into chaos. What? The smoke bombs exploded inside the tent, and thick smoke filled everything. They panicked in fear. What's happening? Tien Kwong charged in from behind, knocking down the guards with overwhelming force. Earth Spider killing fist. He struck them down one after another. Hell Windblade. Ha-Man cried out in shock. "These bastards. They planned an ambush. Release the dogs." He shouted the order. "Protect the boss." The bandits immediately surged forward. Ma Truong Kai threw a powerful punch that sent one man flying. Prophet Bear. He ordered the children, "Stay close. We have to find weapons." He shouted loudly, "Senior brother Hugh Kwan, watch the rear." Hugh Kwan was being bitten by a pack of wolves and screamed miserably, No, don't bite me." They kept tearing at his clothes. Without his spear, the children clutched their heads and cried. "What do we do?" The lower half of senior brother Hugh Kwan had already been chewed to pieces by the wolves. Ma Truong Kai ran on. "Forget about him for now. Find the weapons first." Tien Kwong swept through the mountain bandits like a whirlwind. Hell Windblade. Seeing the situation turn bad, Shueiji immediately rushed at him. He gave a sharp whistle, and a wolf instantly leaped up and bit at Tien Kwong. Then a whole pack surrounded him. One wolf pounced, another locked down his leg. They pressed the advantage and attacked all at once, forcing him to fend them off with difficulty. Assassin palm. They laughed loudly. Shueiji said smugly. Did you think we were just some ordinary bandits? We taught these wolves ourselves how to circulate inner power. You thought fewer than 10 men were enough for an ambush? Outnumbering them and full of themselves, they boasted, "Our wolf pack will tear you to pieces." The wolves bared their teeth and growled at him, eager for blood. Tian Kwang stood there alone, holding them all off. Explosions kept erupting from above the quarry. The bandits' faces went pale in terror. What was that? Smoke was rising from over there. The village chief led the villagers and shouted, "Everyone, charge. This is our last chance to save our families." Before they reached the camp, the chief pulled out a bag of chili powder. "Here, take this, mancat." Then he added, "I gathered every kind of poison, strong-smelling fruit, and red chili powder I could find nearby to make this." Mancat looked surprised. "Oh, thank you, village chief." As he kept grinding the mixture, he sighed, "It would have been better if we had explosives, but that's ridiculous. There's clearly a quarry here, yet no blasting powder. I thought we were only coming here to negotiate, not fight, so I didn't bring any thunderclap bombs. Those wolves have an extremely sharp sense of smell, so this trick should definitely work." The villagers looked around anxiously, and the chief nodded in agreement. "Right?" Mancat then asked uncertainly, "Did you read Sister Min Noyet's letter?" Since Min Noyet had to keep watch on the Greenwood sect, she couldn't meet the chief in person, so she wrote down everything she needed to tell him. He looked at the letter uncertainly, then nodded. "All right. I only know a few characters, but I understood the general idea." He continued, "The letter said they'd move against the Greenwood sect tomorrow and wipe them out, so she asked the villagers to help." Mancat looked up and asked then, "Village chief, will you fight with us?" They all fell silent. No one said a word. Embarrassed, Mancat broke the tense silence. "Please, village chief, I don't want to die." The chief hesitated. "Oh well." He looked deeply troubled. "To be honest, even though you've all helped us, we still don't know what we should do." He remembered the humiliation he and the villagers had endured. Their loved ones had been taken away, yet all they could do was endure it. It's truly miserable. Ever since that raid, we've still been too frightened to stand up and resist. Mancat said sadly, "I understand what you mean, village chief. To be honest, I want to run away too." The chief asked in confusion, "Then why are you still risking your life to save us?" Sniffling, Mancat said, "I was just about to explain. After all, Sister Min Noyet is our leader. I can't refuse her." He continued, "Sister Min Noyet must have lost family before too, so she understands the pain of becoming a slave." Mancat was the sort who couldn't help meddling in other people's troubles, and he kept talking on and on. When she was little, Sister Min Noyet was sold as a slave. After that, she found a way to get back on her feet and start over. The chief was startled. "Ah, so that's how it is." He stared thoughtfully at the letter, still a little hesitant. The villagers patted him on the shoulder. "Village chief." Then they said together, "We'll help you, Mancat." He was overjoyed. "Oh, thank you, everyone. Please help me grind these ingredients first." Elsewhere, the Greenwood bandits were still laughing and chatting, completely unaware that disaster was about to fall on them. Meanwhile, on Min Noyet and Mancat's side, they had thrown poisonous smoke into the boss's tent, making the bandits sneeze nonstop. The smoke burned their eyes until tears streamed down their faces. With their eyes shut, they panicked. "What is this? It's so spicy." Even the vicious dogs fell into chaos. Holding her nose, Min Noyet thought to herself, "So the chili bomb works this well?" Mancat looked alarmed, but this still isn't enough to kill them. The two of them quickly rushed out. Mancat signaled, "This way, Sister Min Noyet." "Damn it, stop right there. Go check on the boss first." The wolves lunged and bit into Tien Kwang's arm. He slammed them violently into the ground, and the sheer force killed two of them on the spot. Two bandits immediately leaped up to attack him. Inwardly, he cursed in alarm. Damn it. Tien Kwang glanced down at the wolf tangled around his leg, and one bandit seized the chance to bring his blade down. Tien Kwang grabbed the man's clothes and snarled. "These beasts even fight like men. What a nuisance." Earth's sister fiend fist, Hell Windblade. A violent gust erupted and swept them all inside it. The wolves went mad the moment they saw him and lunged forward, but Ma Truong Kai swung his axe and knocked them away. "Tiger Slash," he shouted. "No need to thank me. I'm only repaying the favor I owed from last time." Tien Kwang shouted back in sync, "You're late. You take the left, I'll take the right." The two fought in perfect coordination, sending enemies flying, but another pack of bandits came charging in with murderous momentum. Tian Kwang leaped up as Ma Truong Kai followed with his axe. Combined attack, Tiger Slash, Iron Branch Fist. The group before them was knocked down in an instant. The whole area shook from the force of their energy, and the bandits were blasted into the air. Worried, Tian Kwang said, "We have to go. Sheng O is in danger." Ma Zhongqi Zawen Hu Sheng. Tian Kwang waved him off. "Forget it. Don't worry about that yet. Where are the others?" Ma Truong Kai answered, "The kids went to look for weapons and rescue senior brother Hugh Quan." Tian Kwang asked, "Senior brother Hugh Quan?" Ma Truong Kai replied, "I don't know either. He suddenly became strange. It's too chaotic here right now. I'll explain later." The bandits who had been launched high into the air screamed miserably. At the entrance to the quarry, the continuous explosions had shattered the encirclement. The villagers shouted, "This way, run this way." They reunited and embraced each other. "My child, father," women and children, hurry into mountains. They reminded one another, "After finding your families, follow the plan and return to the village immediately." The rest of us spread out and burned the camp. But when they saw the bandits in front of them, they suddenly stopped. The bandits drew their swords menacingly. What a bunch of reckless fools. The wolves, their eyes stinging so badly they could barely see, growled low. Grinding their teeth, the bandits said, "Where did you learn a trick like this, turning our wolves into this state? Do you think you could defeat us that easily?" One of them immediately gave the order, "Capture them." The wolves and bandits rushed forward together, and the villagers fled in panic. He barked, "Seize all the women and children. Cut off the men's arms and legs and cripple them. We need to teach them a lesson they'll never forget, so they never dare rebel again." Desperate cries echoed throughout the quarry. "Help!" He grabbed the village chief by the head and snarled, "Viciously die." In an instant, a long spear struck him down. The bandits turned in shock. Hugh Quan stood there with imposing dignity. The village chief shouted, "Hero!" The bandits scowled. "Weren't you just being torn apart by the wolf pack? Lucky for you, the pepper smoke saved your life. While the wolves lost their sense of smell, why didn't you just run for it?" Hugh Quan remained silent, covering his nose. One bandit roared, "You think you can fight us off with that piece of wood? How laughable." They mocked him. "Look, my legs are shaking from fear." Hugh Quan relaxed his body. "At last, I've regained my composure. Without a spear at my side, I truly couldn't calm myself. I never imagined I'd end up this pathetic." The bandits froze for a moment, and he continued, "I want to erase this stain. I want to wipe this memory from the minds of everyone who witnessed it." One bandit charged at Hugh Quan in fury. "It's just a stick. Why act so grand? Kill him." Hugh Quan repeatedly swung the wooden staff to block. The basic forms of the spear all come from this very stick. In the hands of a master, even the plainest weapon carries the same power. "Azure Line Spear Art." The bandits shouted and rushed them together. Azure Line, Crimson Coil. The force in the wooden staff swelled and blasted them away. Azure Line, Rapid Thrust. They were sent flying one after another. Azure Line, Soaring Spill. Anyone who came near Hugh Quan was struck down by him. Azure Line Iron. They shot high into the air, screaming in terror. The children suddenly ran up and shouted, "Wait, senior brother Hugh Quan." He warned them, "Prepare yourselves before rushing in. If you dare step into my range." Hugh Quan said in a low voice, "Don't expect to survive." The bandits looked around in panic. Where did they go? They vanished. "Damn it, those two." The scar-faced Han said viciously, "After fighting me, they slipped into the camp." Shueiji warned, "They're definitely planning a sneak attack. Stay alert. Don't let your guard down." A bandit ran over with his nose covered. "Deputy Chief, the wolves on the front line can't smell because of this smoke. They must have tampered with it." Han was stunned. "What?" Shueiji said in alarm. "But senior brother, we still have enough men. You go to the boss's side. I'll hold things here." Han looked around anxiously. "All right." A long spear came slashing down. "You're not going anywhere." They stared in shock as Hugh Quan approached. The villagers, they panicked. Impossible. Then what about the other entrance? The front lines were ablaze, with corpses everywhere. One of them said, "Even if the wolves are useless now, how could a bunch of villagers who don't know inner power defeat all my men? This makes no sense." Shueiji stiffened. "Gui Jiao, take some men and go find the boss. Bring that caravan leader woman back here." Han tightened his grip on his sword. "Everyone else, support from the rear." Gui Jiao frowned. "What, just with these people?" Han and Shueiji released their inner force, and they thought it wasn't the villagers. The men at the main entrance were defeated by this man. Hugh Quan calmly spun his spear and faced them. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unwavering. He was a true master. They thought, "Senior brother, He's not someone we can leave to just anyone. Ha-Man said, I can feel his aura too, Shueiji. Let's attack together and kill him. The two fools who didn't know their place charged straight at Hugh Quan. Gui Jiao led a group of bandits away. Move! Hurry to the boss's tent. Off to one side, Tien Kwong and Ma Chuang Kai watched and whispered, there are fewer people here now. We'll strike them. Ma Junki Ansua Undo Stole. Tien Kwong worried. Will senior brother Hugh Quan be all right? Those two are strong. Ma Chuang Kai reassured him, don't worry about senior brother Hugh Quan. He's no ordinary man. I fought him once before, so I know very well. So long as he has a spear in hand, he can easily defeat 100 men. The two of them charged out together. Tien Kwong said with relief, is that so? Then that's good. The bandits panicked. There they are, behind us. They're attacking from behind. A flash of force burst out, and their screams echoed across the yard. Inside the smoke-filled tent, Tien Kwong calmly looked around. He murmured, something feels wrong. Ma Junki Gelat? What do you mean? Tien Kwong continued, according to the original plan. Once the signal came from this side, Shinger should have succeeded in the assassination already. But there are no bodies here. Food was scattered all over the ground in front of them. Looking at the food littering the floor, he muttered, Shinger is in danger. In the dark forest, Mancat and Min Noyet climbed up a rock face. He gestured, this way. Sister Min Noyet, panting Mancat said, if we climb to higher ground, it'll be much easier to observe the enemy. Let's hurry into the forest. Min Noyet anxiously looked back. Things aren't going according to plan. By now, we should have regrouped with Hugh Quan's group and, after rescuing the villagers, returned to the village to make our stand. We were supposed to wait there until Mancat returned to Mu Sun City with reinforcements, but the fighting has already dragged on longer than expected. Mancat asked, then what are you planning to do now? Min Noyet breathed hard as she thought, then said firmly, there's no other choice. We follow the plan and head to the rendezvous point. Mancat nodded. Yes. Zhaoshi suddenly jumped out in front of them. His sheer weight sent Mancat flying. Min Noyet cried out, Mancat. Zhaoshi clamped a hand around her throat, and she writhed in pain. Panting, he cursed inwardly, you little bitch, so you even know how to use a honey trap. His eyes were bloodshot, his inner force surging as he ground out, if that hairpin had been a little longer, you'd have pierced my artery. Just thinking about how I nearly died to your hairpin is humiliating enough. His grip tightened even more. So you came here with an ulterior motive. You bitch. Thanks to you, I got dead drunk. The bandits ran over. Boss, he said viciously, I'm fine. What's happening at the camp? Wiping sweat from their faces, they reported, the villagers are setting fire to our camp. It's poisonous smoke. The wolves can't fight. From the sounds over there, the remaining forces are still fighting inside the camp. He flew into a rage. How dare they? I absolutely won't forgive those bastards. Zhao Shi ordered, go to the beast pen at once. Release that monster. The men paled. But boss, he roared, shut up. Even if they're torn apart and fed to the dogs, it won't be enough to pay for this. Open the beast pen now. They scrambled away on all fours. Yes, Zhao Shi was so angry he could barely breathe. He tightened his grip on Min Noyet's throat and hissed, I'll tear the rest of them apart and feed them to the wolves. But I'll spare your life, you bitch. He leaned in close, face twisted with malice. I'll keep you alive, so you can suffer a fate worse than death. From the distance, a figure came hurtling toward Zhao Shi. Startled, Zhao Shi turned his head, and Tien Kwong rushed in and kicked him away. Ma Chuang Kai charged up and locked Zhao Shi in a tight hold. Zhao Shi shouted furiously, damn it. Tien Kwong looked at Min Noyet in alarm. Are you all right, Shengda? Ming Noyet Gauet Violenti. Ma Chuang Kai shouted, second brother, take leader Min Noyet and run. Leave this guy to me. Pen Guan Hesti Da. Can you handle him alone? Ma Chuang Kai shoved him away and replied, this guy's half dead already. It's fine. I'll finish him quickly and rejoin you. Min Noyet held her throat and said with difficulty, wait. The bandits are heading back to the dog pen. It looks like they're hiding some kind of trump card. Pen Guan Litstan Intendi. She continued, we have to stop them before the villagers suffer even more casualties. Beside them, Mancat groaned in pain. Tien Kwong reassured them, all right, I'll go there. You and Mancat stay here. Ma Chuang Kai clung to Zhao Shi and drove him toward the cliff wall. The bandits ran to the dog pen, while the villagers hiding in the corner watched them in fear. One bandit holding a key muttered, "Damn it, do we really have to do this?" Another said nervously, "The boss and the deputy chief aren't here. What if?" Tien Kwong suddenly rushed in. "You lot." They started in shock and raised their guard. "Damn it," he shouted, "stop." The two men fled while urging each other on. "I can't believe he chased us all the way here. Hurry and open the main gate. The key's here. Wait, we're standing too close. Back up." From inside came the sudden sound of chewing. One man screamed, "Damn it, no, don't come over here." A beast's roar thundered out, followed by a terrible scream. The sound of gnawing echoed through the darkness. Then a pair of glowing purple eyes slowly emerged, along with an enraged roar. Tien Kwong watched it warily and raised his guard, thinking, thank goodness Sure didn't come. His inner force enveloped him. I can't fight this beast and protect others at the same time by myself. A ferocious tiger emerged and strode up before Tien Kwong, letting out a threatening roar. Tien Kwong's eyes hardened. Powerful energy wrapped around his whole body as he prepared to enter combat. The children who had nearly been fed to the beast shrank back in terror. The tiger stepped over the corpses on the ground and advanced with a low growl. Tien Kwong remained on full alert, while the wolves in front barked furiously at the huge tiger. One bandit laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, you're scared now, aren't you? You must be scared. Do you know why we're called the Mountain Lords?" He shouted loudly, without realizing the tiger was already right behind him. Right now, we use wolves as soldiers because they're easy to control, but in the past we actually trained wild tigers. This tiger was too hard to handle, so we locked it up instead. "You're gonna die soon." Before he could finish, the tiger's paw slapped his head clean off. Several wolves became food in its belly as well. Tien Kwong said coldly, "Thanks for the explanation." He raised his stance and told himself, "Don't be afraid. I watched the old man hunt fierce beasts countless times." In the blink of an eye, the savage tiger lunged, opening its blood-red jaws to bite him. Tien Kwong summoned every ounce of strength he had to hold back the tiger's jaws, refusing to let it bite him. The beast's mouth gaped open, reeking of blood, its bite force monstrously strong. He struggled to resist. It was too heavy. He drove a vicious kick into the tiger's body, sending the beast flying. Its massive frame slammed hard into the ground. Tien Kwong rose and took a defensive stance. The monster was huge, but unbelievably agile, quick as a starving wolf. He hesitated for a moment, but this beast was far larger and stronger. The fierce tiger bared its fangs and growled, staring at him savagely. The village chief led the villagers charging into the tiger's den. He looked around anxiously, searching for Vin and Dan. The people beside him were panicking too. "Honey, if you can hear me, answer me." The two children cried out in joy, "Father." Their mother beside them screamed in terror. "Honey," they were reunited. And everyone exclaimed, "Thank heavens you're still alive." The village chief rushed forward. "My children." The kids ran toward him too. "Father." The tiger had no intention of sparing anyone. It immediately lunged at the crowd, trying to tear them apart when a figure flashed past. Tien Kwong threw himself in front of the pouncing tiger. Everyone screamed in horror. Alone, he used his own body to hold back the beast's gigantic frame. He turned his head and shouted, "Run." "I can't hold it much longer." The tiger struggled and roared nonstop, trying to break free from Tien Kwong's grip. The village chief hugged the children and signaled, "Everyone, this way, hurry." A man holding medicine shouted, "Hero, hold your breath." The medicine bottle shattered, and poisonous fumes instantly spread. Seizing the chance, Tien Kwong drove a heavy punch into the tiger's belly. He poured all his strength into a killing blow and sent the tiger flying with one punch. The beast howled in pain. It worked. Throw more. A violent gust burst from the tiger's body and suppressed the toxic smoke. The haze gradually dispersed. He was shocked. It can release its aura to blow the smoke away? Can even a beast do that much? The tiger's razor-sharp claws lashed out and sent him flying with a single blow. Tien Kwong crashed hard to the ground, groaning in pain, covered in wounds as he lay amid the wreckage. He glared at it. The tiger charged again. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack from the roof. The tiger clamped onto him and leaped high into the air. Tien Kwong strained to force its huge jaws apart. The villagers below watched in horror as he fought the tiger at the cost of his life. Deep in the dark forest, loud crashes echoed again and again, a constant thunder in the ears. Min Noyet, carrying the unconscious man-cat on her back, shouted, "Wake up, man-cat." The screech of metal clashing was abnormally piercing. Ma Truong Kai launched attack after attack at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi blocked every move, then thrust out with all his strength. Under the counterattack, Ma Truong Kai was punched in the face and cried out in pain. Then a storm of fists rained down on him without pause. Blood covered Ma Truong Kai's face as he lowered his head and ground his teeth. This old man, he raised his axe high and chopped down with all his might. Hunter's axe. Zhao Shi was no less fierce. He pulled his iron chain taut to block it, taking the full 4 slash. Zhao Shi immediately seized the opening and wrapped the chain tightly around his opponent's neck. Ma Truong Kai and his axe were both locked fast. Zhao Shi panted heavily. "You're nothing but an amateur." Ma Truong Kai was being strangled to the point of suffocation. Zhao Shi lowered his voice and said cruelly, "I may look like this now, but I used to be a great general. I've killed thousands upon thousands of amateurs like you. If I die at your hands, then my 20 years as a great general will have been for nothing." Zhao Shi loosened the chain wrapped around the axe and shifted it to tighten around Ma Truong Kai's neck. Ma Truong Kai's eyes bulged from lack of air as he clawed at Zhao Shi's thick arm. Zhao Shi growled, "I'm not so weak that I'd be killed by a rookie like you." Gasping for air, Ma Truong Kai thrashed wildly. Zhao Shi increased the pressure. Deep blat. Ma Truong Kai clenched his teeth, his hand groping all over Zhao Shi's body. Suddenly, he reversed his grip and grabbed the man, making Zhao Shi cry out in surprise. Ma Truong Kai forced his way out of the iron chain, seized Zhao Shi by the hair, and slammed him to the ground. When Zhao Shi saw Ma Truong Kai about to stomp his head, he immediately rolled and sat up, panting nonstop. Ma Truong Kai gritted his teeth. "If all you've done for the past 20 years is kill people, then it's time you paid with your life." Clenching his fists, he stared at Zhao Shi with unwavering resolve. "It's time for you to regret everything. I'll finish you here, you damned old man." Countless corpses flashed through Ma Truong Kai's mind, and he wailed in grief as he clutched the body of a fallen comrade. In the forest, the two of them tore into each other with fists and kicks, their attacks savage. Their punches brushed past one another and smashed into each other's faces. Zhao Shi's face twisted with fury. "You!" Ma Truong Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and, without the slightest hesitation, launched a barrage of punches. The two fought in a life-or-death struggle. Seeing his crazed assault, Zhao Shi ground his teeth and cursed, "You idiot!" Ma Truong Kai paid no attention to the insults and focused only on attacking. In his impatience to win, Ma Truong Kai exposed an opening. Zhao Shi seized the chance and drove a crushing punch into his jaw. Hit in a vital spot, Ma Truong Kai lost his balance and crashed to the ground. While he was unable to fight back, Zhao Shi stomped madly on his head. Ma Truong Kai was beaten until he could barely breathe, blood pouring from his nose. Zhao Shi showed no mercy and stomped hard on his eye. But Ma Truong Kai was no weakling. He shot up a hand, grabbed Zhao Shi by the hair, and yanked hard backward. Zhao Shi's head was jerked back, and he instantly lost the ability to resist, his limbs flailing wildly. The two wrestled with each other and finally rolled down into a ravine, neither willing to admit defeat. Zhao Shi kicked Ma Truong Kai away and rushed in with a punch. Zhao Shi's eyes widened when he realized his fist had been caught. He snarled irritably, "You stubborn little bastard." Faced with his rage, Ma Truong Kai merely gave him a dangerous smile. "I've always been known for being stubborn." Then he reached out and grabbed Zhao Shi's face. "Now it's my turn." Ma Truong Kai smashed his forehead into the man's nose. "Die, you big-headed bastard." Then he slapped him across the face again and again. D. Zhao Shi gritted his teeth and endured it, then hooked his legs around Ma Truong Kai's shoulders, twisted, and threw him down in a chokehold. Smugly, Zhao Shi said, "Not bad, but you lack technique. Even badly injured. Do you really think I'd lose to a reckless fool like you?" Ma Truong Kai groaned painfully, then suddenly turned and bit Zhao Shi's leg. Zhao Shi's face twisted in pain as he glared at him in disgust. "Too weak. Looks like you can't channel inner force to your ankle to escape." Ma Truong Kai groaned in pain. "Damn it." Zhao Shi bared his eyes in a cruel grin. "Ha ha ha ha. It's time to end this. Now I'll break your bones. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. Min Noyet appeared from nowhere, a huge rock in her arms. Zhao Shi stared at her in shock. Huh? Min Noyet frowned at him and said, what? Did you think I'd abandon everyone and run? She used every bit of strength she had to smash the rock into Zhao Shi's head, breaking his nose. 6 years earlier, in a village in the north, a man's voice rang out. Zhao Shi, you always go too far. I told you not to attack people who have already surrendered and can no longer resist. Zhao Shi, holding a wineskin, was red-faced from drink. Sect Master, you're too soft-hearted. Behind him stood a group of soldiers, while he himself sat atop the corpse of a fierce tiger. War is all about looting or losing. The victors have the right to exploit the defeated. If we don't plunder, how are we supposed to live on that tiny bit of provisions and pay? Stop pretending to be some compassionate gentleman. The soldiers behind him burst into laughter, backing him up. Ha ha ha, exactly. The war is over, great general. The man spoke slowly. I can hardly believe you brought a pack of beasts here. Your legion has turned into animals. Zhao Shi, I'm stripping you of the title Northern General. Everyone who took part in the plundering will be punished and expelled from the legion. Zhao Shi and his soldiers could hardly believe their ears. What? Zhao Shi yanked hard on the rope tied around the tiger's neck. Looks like the sect master has gone senile. Have you forgotten which legion helped you wipe out the northern barbarians? The tiger growled uneasily. He demanded in fury, instead of rewarding us, you want to drive us out? Do you think we'll obey a weak old sect master like you? The man silently put on his hooded cloak, a dense aura of death radiating from his whole body. It seems that before I drive you out, I need to teach you a lesson first. Zhao Shi suddenly felt something eerie in the air. Huh? Why? Why did it suddenly get so hot? Back in the present, Zhao Shi's eyes bulged as he convulsed. Damn it, his thoughts began to grow chaotic. Why was he remembering that day? That day, he had also been beaten until he couldn't move. In the forest, Min Noyet tremblingly threw away the rock in her hands. Seeing that Zhao Shi was no longer moving, she hurriedly asked, Ma Chuan Kai, are you all right? Ma Chuan Kai sat up and said, I'm fine. Thank you, leader. She let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Hurry, carry Man-Cat, and let's get back to camp. Ah, I only just realized my ankle. At the ravine, a huge explosion erupted and the villagers scattered in panic. It's too dangerous here. Village chief, we need to leave now. A little boy tugged at his father's hand. Father, what about the bandaged senior brother? That hero will be fine. We have to go. The boy being carried in his arms also spoke up. But that tiger is really scary, father. That bandaged brother must be scared too. Yes, but if we stay, we'll only get in the way. Chains snapped apart, and another house exploded into pieces. The vicious tiger pounced on Tien Kwang. He barely dodged and swung a punch into it, making it roar in pain. The tiger refused to yield and charged again. He retreated backward. Another structure was smashed to rubble, and the tiger wrapped its tail around his neck and hurled him away. It had gone mad. Houses were being destroyed one after another, with human and animal corpses strewn everywhere. On the other side, 2 bandits rushed to Hugh Quan, but one was quickly struck down and the second met the same fate. His swordsmanship was unbelievably fast. Anyone who attacked him ran straight into his blade. In the distance, a pack of wolves was advancing toward the battlefield. Dozens of them bared their fangs, ready to tear him apart alive. His gaze turned cold as he struck again. Any wolf that came close lost its life. But one man against countless enemies was bound to slip eventually. In a moment when he couldn't defend himself in time, Hugh Quan was struck by 2 short swords that came flying from nowhere. The enemy's men stood on the far side, continuously releasing wolves. Hurry, let more wolves loose. Second row, prepare to throw swords. Hugh Quan did not retreat despite the wound in his arm. He charged straight into the enemy formation and began cutting them down. Though they had no leader directing them, they coordinated perfectly. They clearly weren't ordinary bandits. If they were archers, we'd be dead for sure. The wolves he struck let out continuous screams of agony. Gripping his long spear tightly, he said, I was planning to look for a chance to slip away, but that doesn't seem possible now. He sprang up and attacked. Azure line, spear technique. I wonder how much longer I can hold on. Shui Ji and Ha Man also launched their attack, but all that could be seen was a flash of light passing through them. Azure line pierces the pond. The 2 men were cut in half, releasing miserable screams before they died. Hugh Quan moved so fast that the naked I could hardly follow him, like a razor-sharp whirlwind harvesting everything that came near. One of them shouted, "Don't be afraid. If he keeps moving like that, he'll burn through his stamina fast. Once he's exhausted, we'll chase him down and kill him." Hugh Kwan hurled his spear with all his strength, the spearhead shooting straight at that man's face. The man screamed in terror and dropped flat to the ground. Luckily, Hugh Kwan withdrew the spear in time. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Twirling the spear in his hand, Hugh Kwan let out a breath. "Phew, looks like that's done. Thank heavens. My arms are killing me." The remaining men sat on the ground in fear. "Boss, no way." A voice rang out from afar. "We won." Ma Chuang Kai came over carrying an axe in one hand and Zhao Shi over the other shoulder, with Min Noyet beside him. On Tian Kwang's side, he struggled to pull the tiger's tail off his neck. The beast slammed him into the ground, causing a slight tremor. He groaned in pain. Inner force, external force, and physical training really are important. He remembered how Han Luong had once taught him to unleash extraordinary power. A strong body and raw strength are indispensable. At the time, while practicing his punches, he had told the old man, "I know, that's why I train whenever I have free time." Han Luong kicked him and said, "You're diligent, but if success came from effort alone, then everyone would manage it." Thrown to the ground, he cried out, "Ow." Mancat sat to one side, roasting meat. Han Luong grabbed his legs and examined him, saying, "Martial arts are profound. You may have an indestructible body, but in front of this old man's strength, you'd still lose." Being yanked painfully, he wailed, "Ah. Why are you saying one thing and doing another?" Han Luong continued, "We're not done yet. Now comes the important part." Mancat looked at the two of them helplessly. Han Luong spun him around, creating a small whirlwind. The key to reaching that realm lies in the basic moves of martial arts. In other words, you must master the ultimate technique, Hell Wind Blade. He punched him in the face again. An ultimate technique means striking faster than your opponent. He groaned. "If you target vital points, you can bring the enemy down." He cried out again. Then the old man kicked him once more. Precise movement can suppress the opponent's strength. Han Luong added, "It's like on the battlefield. With the right tactics, even if our forces are fewer than the enemy's, we can still win." By then, Han Luong had kicked him flying into the air, and from below the old man shouted upward. In short, you must master your techniques to overcome advantages in physical ability. Han Luong dropped in a stance, powerful energy erupting from both hands. Only then can you attain supreme power. So I have to practice these moves hundreds, thousands of times. Han Luong proudly pointed at himself. Without technique, what's the difference between a human and a beast? Just as the tiger's claws closed in on his face, and it launched a frenzied attack that destroyed the house, he planted both hands on the ground and spun. Then he drove a kick into the tiger, painting step wrap. The tiger roared in pain, and he followed up with a string of moves, flying tendon twist nose. He smashed the tiger's face into the ground, and it let out a furious roar. He unleashed empty step needle cast, heart hollow gate of life. The tiger swung its sharp claws again and pinned him beneath its body. He evaded the pounce and struck with elbow to the crown, a hollow sight. Exploiting the tiger's weak points, he attacked continuously, fist bone bow. The tiger was blasted away, and he settled into stance. It's over. Attack while it's dazed. The final blow. He threw something at it, lying amid the wreckage. He had not expected a mistake at the last moment. The tiger charged at him again. He raised his guard once more, but it pinned down his shoulder. He resisted desperately. "Damn it, I'm not going to die like this." It pressed against the wound on his back. Suddenly, countless iron chains appeared behind it and bound the tiger fast. It was bound so tightly it could no longer move, and the chains kept tightening. It turned out the villagers had joined forces and used iron chains to tie it down. Together, they pulled with all their strength, trying to save him. "Pull! Lower yourselves! Don't let it drag you back." The fierce tiger roared in anger. Seeing it being hauled away, the village chief urged, "Hero, now's the time. Get up." The tiger stared at him with icy eyes and lunged again. He dodged its attack and drove a heavy punch into its neck, tiger head, throat. Min Noyet and Hugh Kwan led the villagers running toward Tian Kwang. The boss is dead, so they all ran off. I'd only heard about this before. I never thought it would actually work. Seeing the two of them sprinting over, Ma Chuang Kai reminded them. Senior brother Hugh Kwan, leader, slowed down a little my leg. Hugh Kwan carefully explained to Min Noyet, "This is exactly the weakness of groups with a rigid hierarchy. As long as the leader is still alive, everything can still be managed. But if the leader disappears, everything falls apart. This is also a common battlefield tactic when facing a large force." She ran with all her might. Almost there now. The villagers are all gathered there. The village chief shouted, "Don't let that tiger get away. We have to work together again." The villagers used all their strength to pull the tiger off Tien Kwong. Pull. Avo. Hold tight. The chains were stretched taut like bowstrings. The villagers struggled to bring the tiger down, while the tiger kept thrashing wildly. Cheers rang out. Hero. He clenched his fist, gathered all his strength into his arm, and punched the tiger in the belly. The tiger let out a mournful cry. Min Noyet ran over and, seeing this, stared in shock. The tiger trembled all over, began to stagger unsteadily, and finally collapsed on top of him. Seeing that it had lost the ability to fight, the villagers jumped for joy. "We did it. Is it over?" Ma Truong Kai, leaning on a crutch, was helped forward by the villagers. Did all the people from the Luke Lam sect run away? Ma Truong Kai raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "We won." The villagers echoed him. "We did it. We defeated the Luke Lam sect." Someone saw Tien Kwong unconscious beneath the tiger and cried out, "Hero Tien Kwong has passed out. He looks unconscious." Someone rushed over to pull him out. "Hero, this is bad. He's badly injured. Hurry and treat him." The village chief walked up to her. Min Noyet. She answered him. The village chief kept thanking her. "Thank you so much. I never expected things to go this smoothly. It was all thanks to Miss Min Noyet." She smiled softly. "Not at all. The credit this time belongs to all of you. If you hadn't helped us, we would have been in danger too." The village chief held the chain out to her. "Thank you, Miss Min Noyet, and this as well. Actually, we made this chain ourselves. The Luke Lam sect forced us to make it to bind wild beasts. Even a fierce mountain tiger can't break free of it. We also forged swords for the Luke Lam sect. They're light and thin, but very hard to break. That will be enough, especially with the materials that the Min Noyet caravan will bring in the future." She said gently, "Of course. I really look forward to seeing the village chief's craftsmanship. Let's make a lot of money together." The villagers shouted, "We're free. We're free." 10 days later, at Tan Yuan Pavilion in Mok Sun City. On the plaque with a red background and gold lettering were the 3 characters, Tan Yuan Pavilion. A crowd of richly dressed guests jostled one another as they entered. Min Noyet is back. Min Noyet? The place buzzed with excitement. "Welcome back, commander of the Inner Division. Is Min Noyet ready yet?" Laughter and cheerful voices kept drifting from the pavilion. "Start the music." A group of men waited eagerly for the beauty. "I've been waiting forever for Min Noyet." "Me too. Come sit beside me." "Hey, don't shove." Min Noyet, look over here, give us a look too." Min Noyet stepped onto the stage, and her beauty left everyone spellbound. The atmosphere in the room exploded. "Come sit over here. Look this way." She looked at the men below the stage and gave them a seductive smile. "Wow." She smiled at me. Heavens, I could die happy. Outside the pavilion, Hugh Kwan said gloomily to a Trung, "Look at these debauched officials. They're no different from the Luke Lam sect. What a disgrace." A Trung replied without changing expression, "I'm used to it by now. You don't need to take it to heart." He turned his head and introduced himself warmly. Forgive me for only introducing myself now. I am Hugh Kwan from the Tan Tuan Merchant House. I currently serve as captain of the guard for the Min Noyet caravan." A Trung also cupped his hands and introduced himself. "I'm the captain of the Tan Yuan Pavilion Guard, Nguyen A. Trung, from Noyet Tien Kim." He looked at a Trung and thought to himself, Noyet Tien Kim, the Nguyen family? If it's the Nguyen family of Noyet Tien Kim that I know, they would never serve a brothel. Suddenly, her voice cut through Hugh Kwan's thoughts. "I already heard from Mancat. I heard that during Min Noyet's trip this time, you made a great contribution." Hu Kwan Ziplit Modetli. You're too kind. I only did my duty." A Trung smiled lightly. "What a pity I still haven't had the chance to witness your spear techniques. If possible, would you like to spar with me sometime?" Hugh Kwan continued, "It's not any secret art. I just like learning a bit of everything. A spar, a martial exchange." He thought to himself, it really does seem she comes from the Nguyen family. The Nguyen clan has many descendants. There could even be an illegitimate child among them. Everyone has a different life. It's none of my concern. The banquet tables were covered with delicacies from land and sea. "Ha ha ha. I missed you so much, Min Noyet. How was your trip this time? Did you visit any beautiful places?" She walked over and sat down beside 2 officials. "There weren't any beautiful places. I was only there on business." The 2 officials beside her kept talking. "Oh, so you started building a merchant caravan now? Very impressive. What are you planning to sell? Silk and brocade, perhaps, or jewelry? Let me introduce you to a few craftsmen. If that were possible, that would be wonderful." As an Ion passed by and saw this, she thought to herself, "I wonder who's serving whom here." Min Noyet, your cup is empty." Resting her chin on one hand, Min Noyet said, Speaking of introductions, Supervisor Zhang Liang, the man whose name was called Jolted. Me? She said gently. Hearing about your school days moved me deeply. Though your family was poor, you still studied the classics day and night with your friends. The man, having his name remembered by beauty, was stunned all over. Min Noyet even remembers my name and post, but I've never even spoken to her. My school days were just idle childhood stories. Could it be that Min Noyet is interested in me? One look at his expression told her the fish had taken the bait. I heard that one of your friends is none other than the great general of Back in Gwyn City, and that you often spoke with him. Because the great general was the pride of your school. She stood up and walked to his side. He flushed red and stammered. Ah, yes, General Zhongham truly is the pride of our school. Min Noyet leaned close to his ear. I see, so you admire him that much. Then he must be an extraordinary talent. With only a little teasing, she had already bewitched him completely. I'm rather curious about him. Could you tell me more about him, Lord Zhongliang? The next day at the Min Noyet caravan. How was the armor production coming along? This is cotton and paper armor. Min Noyet was preparing the best possible armor with everyone. I also made chainmail and copper-plated armor, but to save on cost and production time, I started with cotton and paper armor first. I want to hear the captain's opinion, since you have battlefield experience. Hugh Quan picked up a set of armor and inspected it. The quality isn't bad, but the design is too plain. High-ranking generals won't like it. She felt his words made sense. That's not a problem. We still have many craftsmen who can make weapons for them. Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out. Young man, you have no skill at all. This old woman can work better with her hands and feet than that. Han Luong and Tian Kuang were sitting there, stitching armor with visible impatience. You're awfully noisy, old woman. So what if I sew one stitch wrong? The old woman shouted at once. Hey, you can't work like that. If it's done wrong, you won't get paid. Min Noyet pointed at the two of them and asked Hugh Quan in confusion. What are those two doing here? Hu Quan et Lai. I introduced them to this place because they needed work. While Tian Kuang wasn't around, that old man ate and drank on credit at the tavern and racked up a huge debt. Tian Kuang already handed over all his wages, but it still wasn't enough to repay the debt, so I had them come work here. But at this rate, they'll end up owing us money instead. We should stop them. Looking at their workmanship, Min Noyet's face darkened as she made her decision. Throw them out. Leader, I just checked the list of guard recruits. While you were away, many people applied. Our guard unit now has 23 men. Hearing that, she was delighted and immediately ordered Ma Truong Kai. Excellent. We'll be setting out soon. Choose 10 men to go with us. Hugh Quan asked in confusion, where are you planning to go? Min Noyet took out a letter. I received a letter of introduction. We have goods to sell now. We need to find customers for them. She glanced at Tian Kuang and saw him muttering to himself. She opened her mouth and asked Mancat, Mancat, have my goods arrived yet? Hugging a stack of clothes, Mancat replied, they have, Sister Min Noyet. The Lu Tien caravan has filled out an order form, and it was delivered just yesterday. Min Noyet gave another order to Ma Truong Kai. Ma Truong Kai, distribute uniforms to the guards. We can't walk into the city looking like beggars from the market. Make sure everyone is dressed properly and wearing a sword. In Back in Gwyn City, many people were already leaving the city at daybreak. Now let's go meet our customer. Min Noyet led the guards from the front. There is a man named Zhang Ham. He is the great general of Back in Gwyn City. He is the minister of war under the Gwyn family of the northern frontier and also the grand commandant of the Back in Gwyn City army. From what they had learned, he was said to be deeply trusted by the Gwyn family because every year he was able to maintain recruitment numbers. In other words, even caravan leader Lu Tien has never met him. He is a conservative man who has never come to Tan Yuan Pavilion to drink. A feeling of unease rose in Hugh Quan's heart. Would someone like that agree to buy our goods? He may be conservative, but rumor says he is also extremely wise. Min Noyet looked toward the distant stalls and explained, just as the captain said, our goods are not expensive items meant for high-ranking officers. We only produce weapons meant for killing and survival on the battlefield. Our goods are specifically for those who are conscripted or recruited. Most recruited soldiers are farmers, so they have no armor or weapons at all. But they choose to enlist because of exemption from labor service and the rewards after war. To receive those rewards, they have to find a way to survive the battle, so they desperately need weapons. The sound of soldiers drilling noisily echoed from within. However, weapons from smithies and merchant houses are usually very expensive, and they simply can't afford them. The two of them gradually went farther inside. Our goods are affordable, so they will definitely attract them. As Min Noyet walked, she listened to the clash of weapons nearby. When the army assembles and charges onto the battlefield, they will need these things. As I see it, the army is a fat prey. Compared with other weapon merchants and blacksmiths, the soldiers around them had already begun paying attention to their group. The leader wants to trade profit margins for volume. That's right, this is our current guiding principle. We can't compete with the other merchant caravans in Backingwin City, so we have to use this strategy. We must target the market they cannot reach, expand there, and defeat them. Hugh Quan spoke cautiously, selling weapons and armor to conscripted soldiers. This is absolutely the kind of strategy ordinary merchant caravans would never think of. Merchants don't see the potential here, even though these men are the ones who need weapons most. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out across the training ground. So, she's Min Noyet from Tan Yuan Pavilion. Sure enough, she's as beautiful as the rumors say. The soldiers stared at Min Noyet like hungry wolves, then began jeering. A woman thinks she can start a merchant guild, and she even puts on airs like some noble lady. How ridiculous. Exactly. They kept whispering and sneering within her earshot. Tien Kwong only stood there silently, watching those soldiers. Inside Zhang Ham's room for displaying everyday items, he frowned in disgust. So it's you, the head of the merchant caravan who wants to supply weapons to our camp? Min Noyet respectfully introduced herself. Yes, my lord. I am Min Noyet, leader of the Min Noyet caravan. I came here in the hope that you might give it some consideration. Zhang Ham tossed the letter he had received onto the table. I already remember what you wrote in the letter. His finger twitched slightly. You want to provide weapons to the soldiers, correct? I've told other merchant caravans many times before. Our army budget is limited. We cannot buy additional weapons. I'd rather invest in building a cavalry unit than equip 100 soldiers with weapons. That is far more economical. Min Noyet could only stand there and listen in silence. Zhang Hem braced himself on the table, his brows tightly furrowed. Labor service costs alone already consume a great deal of money. I do not like sending soldiers into meaningless battles on the battlefield, but that is the reality. Min Noyet gently closed her fan. I understand your difficulties, my lord. How would an ordinary merchant like me dare interfere in military affairs? However, I do have several ways to help you resolve your current difficulties. Please hear me out. Very quickly, the items she had brought were laid out before him. These are samples of the goods we are making, armor made from paper and cotton. Zhang Hem glanced at them. They looked quite carefully made. He silently rose to his feet, leaving the soldier beside him stunned. Then, Zhang Hem suddenly swung his blade hard in front of him. The soldier recoiled in alarm, clutching the armor. A long tear appeared on it, and the blade was indeed sharp, though the armor was not especially sturdy. But if they wear this armor, they won't die immediately. Hearing those words, Min Noyet finally smiled. As you can see, luxurious things are worthless on the battlefield. As a merchant, I always try to prepare thoroughly for every situation. Without wasting more words, Min Noyet held up the price list. This is the cost of these items. Compared with other merchant caravans, our prices are much lower. Moreover, each type of product is priced differently. Because we sell retail, it won't consume much of the camp's budget. Zhang Hem listened patiently. Go on. Min Noyet continued explaining how her weapons would be used. We will sell directly to soldiers right after they are sent to the battlefield, not supply them for free. They will use their reward money to buy what they need, not just essential weapons. A trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. So to protect themselves, they will spend their own money to buy weapons and armor, instead of carrying only a single spear. This will make the soldiers of the northern frontier stronger, while also spreading the prestige of the northern frontier even farther. All I need is for the Grand Commandant to permit us to sell goods within the northern frontier military camp. Min Noyet was doing her utmost to persuade him. We will sell weapons to the soldiers and strengthen the forces here, and you won't have to spend a single coin more. In other words, the camp budget will not be affected. What do you think? He gently set the sword on the table, inwardly somewhat moved. This woman is very skilled at making an offer. I heard she was once the top courtesan of Tan Yuan Pavilion. No wonder her tongue is so sharp. Zhang Hem slowly walked outside. This proposal is worth considering. Then he extended an invitation. Would you like to take a walk around the camp? I'd like to discuss it further while we walk. Min Noyet nodded quickly in delight. Yes, my lord. The two soon strolled through the camp, discussing many matters. Zhang Hem spoke with her in great detail, then introduced her to each corner of the camp. On the training ground came the sound of soldiers breathing heavily. Only then did Min Noyet speak. The great general truly is an extremely cautious man. He still hasn't given a definite answer, but he does seem rather interested in the proposal. Yes, the proposal is ideal because the camp doesn't have to spend a single coin. I think things will go smoothly. But inwardly, she was worried. Heaven help me, the money I earned from the last martial arts assembly is almost gone. I've kept hiring people, so the costs keep growing. Min Noyet kept calculating in her head. If the military camp of Backingwin City becomes our customer, that will help me keep the merchant guild afloat. But suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Being a caravan leader is truly lonely. There is no one I can share these worries with. As they approached the soldiers again, the men began tossing out teasing, frivolous remarks once more. She paid them no mind and kept walking forward. They could only watch Min Noyet pass in silence, then step aside to let everyone through. As she passed under that soldier's lingering gaze, he suddenly gave a sly, sinister smirk. His hand shot out at once, clearly up to no good. Walking beside her, Tien Kwong caught his intent and rushed over to stop him. You! The two struggled back and forth. What? What are you doing? Let go of me. What's going on? Tien Kwong gripped the man's wrist tightly. This bastard was trying to touch our leader. He was trying to molest our caravan leader. What? You bastard! Who do you think you are? People quickly turned their attention over there. Hey, what's all that noise? You dare cause trouble at the Sunlight Martial Hall in Backingwin City? The man angrily shook off the other's hand. Let go. He was the one who tried to harass our leader first. Just then, the Sunlight Martial Hall's head disciple, Zhang Tu-han, stepped forward. No one from Sunlight Martial Hall would ever do such a thing. He immediately spoke up for his own side. Junior brother, is what he said true? Of course not, senior brother. He's just slandering me. Zhang Tu-han kept covering for him. I will never forgive anyone who dares slander my junior brother right in front of me. I am Zhang Tu-han, 14th disciple nominated by the Sunlight Soar Mausoleum, and also the head disciple of Sunlight Martial Hall. Suddenly, Zhang Hem walked over from afar. What's all this commotion? At the sight of him, they all shrank back a little. General, he turned and gave a slight nod. It's nothing, father. Then he quickly complained. These people dared to falsely accuse a disciple of our martial hall. So I said they were lying. What? Zhang Hem looked at Min Noyet and Tien Kwong with suspicion. Is that really so? Leader, my apologies, sir. It seems my man grabbed the wrong person. With a calm look, Min Noyet let the matter pass. Hurry and apologize to them. Tien Kwong was so silent he could barely speak. Then he lowered his head and admitted fault. I seized the wrong person. Please forgive me, sir. Only then did Zhang Hem smile. As expected, a prestigious martial hall that my son studies, I would never do something so crude. Yes, father. Then Zhang Tu-han suddenly looked at Tien Kwong, but he doesn't look very convinced. Tien Kwong was furious at the way they were acting. Zhang Tu-han stepped forward and bluntly issued a challenge. Since they are our guests anyway, why don't we have a sparring match? What do you think, father? His expression was full of arrogance. In martial arts, conflicts are often settled through sparring. By exchanging moves, we can make friends and learn mutual respect. That made Zhang Hem laugh. You truly are a martial artist of Sunlight Martial Hall. That's right. Making friends through sparring is a fine idea. Zhang Hem turned to Min Noyet. What does caravan leader think? May I have one of my people spar with one of yours? Min Noyet Guset Inwali. Damn it. Very soon, everyone had gathered around the arena. Ma Truong Kai cursed angrily. A muddle-headed father and an idiot son. What a joke. His face was filled with disgust. So what? We just need to beat them. We can't beat them in the usual way. If we beat his son, how are we supposed to do business afterward? Hugh Quan spoke while thinking it over. But a few things are very strange. What do you mean? He voiced the doubts in his mind. Settling a conflict through a martial match. Sounds reasonable enough, but it was clearly that man who provoked Tien Kwong first. And yet the one who stepped in was the general's son. Hearing that, Ma Truong Kai angrily asked, isn't this already obvious? He thinks we're easy targets and just wanted to show off in front of his father. That may be true, but I still don't understand why they chose to handle it this way. Could it be that the general's son? You think they picked this fight on purpose and ordered that man to harass leader Min Noyet? Tien Kwong's eyes suddenly turned grave. Ma Junki Fo. Really? I thought second brother just wanted to pick a fight. Why would I go looking for trouble? It's too much of a hassle. Huquan spoke up. I saw his hand just now, so it definitely happened. Being falsely accused made Ma Truong Kai furious. What? Then why did you stay silent the whole time? Huquan replied calmly, because I was afraid things would turn out exactly like this. Sunlight Martial Hall is right inside Backingwin City's military camp. This place is basically a private martial hall. The disciples here all come from educated families and have trained in martial arts since childhood. Besides, only the children of nobles or wealthy families can afford to study here. If we come into conflict with them, it won't just affect the Min Noyet caravan. They all come from privileged backgrounds, while our merchant guild comes from common stock, so they'll naturally look down on us. To the pampered young masters here, we're just entertainment, no different from animals. Huquan said helplessly, even if they abuse us, there's nothing we can do about it. Ma Truong Kai retorted unwillingly, but that's not right. We're the leader's guards. It's our duty to protect her. Tien Kwong slowly stepped forward. And protecting the leader is exactly what led us into this difficult position now. But I think second brother did the right thing. Min Noyet stood to one side, fanning herself without saying a word. He walked up to her and stammered for a long while before speaking. I'm sorry. I acted rashly again and only made things worse. Min Noyet gently comforted him. That bastard was lucky. He still has parents he can run to. Those words left him stunned. Min Noyet looked at him angrily. It's too early to apologize now. Not only did she not blame him, she even offered quiet praise. That troublemaking bastard deliberately harassed me. You were only doing your duty. Min Noyet understood clearly how awkward the situation was. If they played along with the general's son, things might turn out better. But she still felt uneasy. This wasn't your fault, but I still feel bad about it. In the end, Min Noyet decided to tell him to go up there and deliberately lose to appease them. He was silent for a moment, then nodded and obeyed. Understood. Wearing an arrogant expression, Zhang Tuhan quickly stepped onto the stage. Behind him, Ma Truong Kai shouted encouragement. Second brother, don't go kicking him in the crotch again. Walking forward with his hands clasped, Tien Kwong replied, got it. The two soon faced each other in a heated atmosphere. Then Zhang Tuhan said haughtily, please allow me to learn from your skills, guard of the Min Noyet caravan. Let's settle the earlier conflict through martial arts. He was full of resentment. I never intended to pick a fight with you. The one who really wanted trouble is that bastard standing outside. Before he could finish, Zhang Ham shouted, begin. Zhang Tuhan immediately unleashed a powerful aura through his whole body, taking up a fighting stance. In that case, he attacked at once, using a sunlight sword technique that made the whole platform blaze. Sunlight killing sword dance. They come from a martial hall inside the military camp. They may be young, but they have real skill. Don't underestimate them. You have to let them see an expression like you're about to lose. He hadn't quite understood that. What does an expression like I'm about to lose even mean? It's hard to explain, but you just need to make sure you don't win. This guy, he's really strong. The two exchange blows, sword energy tearing through the air as it slashed toward the other. Each heavy strike landed straight on him, sending sharp pain through his body. The arena rang with nothing but the clash of metal. Suddenly, a limping figure appeared at the entrance. It's lively over here, so I can take a look. So it's a martial match. One of Backingwin City's 12 emperors. The grave Emperor Mong Siu, master of Sunlight Martial Hall, came out trembling with the aid of a cane. Zhang Hem bowed respectfully to the old man. Master Mong Siu, what brings you to the military camp? Just an old man's pastime. The old man looked toward the distant fight, murmuring to himself, there's nothing better than watching these youngsters and thinking about their future. Youth really is something else. It's only a spar, but they're fighting fiercely. Seeing who had appeared, Min Noyet thought to herself, that old man is the Grave Emperor, one of the 12 emperors, the founder of the Northern Frontier Fist School. I can't believe we've run into him in a situation like this. This is getting worse and worse. The old man observed slowly. Let's see. One side is a disciple of Sunlight Martial Hall, and the opponent is someone I've never met before. As he watched the fight, Mong Siu commented on their techniques. Their movements are still somewhat stiff, but their internal energy is extremely deep, and Mong Siu seemed to be admiring Tien Kwong. His movements look very familiar. Zhang Tuhan let out a breath and stepped back to one side. The two faced off in tense silence. His brows tightened, clearly irritated, and his fist had already risen. Outside the ring, Huquan still looked calm. As expected, the head disciple of the martial hall is no ordinary opponent. Is second brother going to lose? He isn't allowed to win. Inside, Zhang Tuhan had already begun to waver. This guy, I thought he was just some nobody tagging along with a caravan guard unit. I didn't expect him to be this strong. But when he saw his father standing nearby, he steeled himself again. Damn it, I finally got a chance to show off my talent in front of father. His expression darkened. I only meant to toy with him, but this is turning into real work. I need to distract him and use that opening to bring him down. Suddenly, Zhang Tuhan leaped into the air with all his strength, then shot down toward Tien Kwang in attack. As he struck, he said, "Impressive. You're wondering why I provoked you, aren't you?" Tien Kwang seemed to have already guessed there was a reason. "Of course there is," Zhang Tuhan answered in a shameless, sinister tone. "Because I was the one who ordered my junior brother to go molest your caravan leader." Standing nearby, Min Noyet heard every word clearly. Isn't your caravan leader that famous whore from Muksun City? If she's a whore, sooner or later some man is bound to grab her ass. He kept attacking as he spoke. And a woman like that is your caravan leader. Yet she still brought people here to meet my father. What a joke. Do you know how badly I wanted to humiliate her? As he fought, he kept insulting Tien Kwang. If trash like you knew your place, I'd stop here. But just wait until I get my appointment. I'll bring my brothers along and have some fun with that whore. The more he heard, the more furious Tien Kwang became. He quickly threw him down and pinned him hard to the ground. The move left Zhang Ham in the stands utterly shocked. As for Hugh Quan, amid Ma Truong Kai's cheers, he could only helplessly cover his eyes. The surrounding soldiers stared, mouths agape, in disbelief. Veins bulged across Tien Kwang's face in rage. "You filthy animal, I'll show you what that foul mouth costs." As soon as he finished, he drove a furious punch into the other's face. Killer palm. Zhang Tuhan's face went deathly pale and his eyes rolled back. His father cried out in horror from the side. "Tetuan!" The martial hall soldiers all rushed forward at once. "Bastard! How dare you? Senior brother had already dropped his sword, and you still hit him, you despicable coward." Looking at those soldiers, he taunted them. "Shut your mouths, you bastards. If you got something to say, come at me. I'll beat every one of you senseless." The arena descended into chaos. What's wrong with that low-born brat? You're dead. I'll tear you apart. Rage completely swallowed Tien Kwang. Earth-crushing fist. Hell Windblade. He charged straight at them, then leaped over Mong Siyu's head. Sunlight sword, wind rain. Very quickly, the others came to an abrupt halt. "Master, Master Monku." The old man turned and asked him, "You know the Hell Windblade technique? But your technique doesn't match the current Han Q sect." Mong Siyu stared blankly at the old man. "Can you tell me who you learned it from?" Memories gradually came flooding back, along with echoes of chaos in his ears. "Monster, help!" In that instant, Mong Siyu dimly wondered, was it 40 years ago or 41? It happened when I was still young. Back then, I was supremely confident in my swordsmanship and believed myself invincible on the battlefield. And yet many warriors as strong as I was died on that battlefield. At the time, Mong Siyu had collapsed on the ground, covered in wounds, tears streaming without end. Only after defeat did he come to realize it. I suddenly understood that I was only an ordinary man. It was then that Earth Emperor Sat saved my life. A tall, powerfully built man appeared, looked at him strangely, and asked, "Huh? Are you crying?" Even now, when Mong Siyu recalled it, it still seemed unbelievable. It was the first time he had ever met such a person, a true master who had reached the highest realm. On the battlefield, thousands upon thousands of corpses lay everywhere, a horrifying sight. Yet the towering Earth Emperor Sat carried an utterly different presence. He stood before Mong Siyu and said, "Hey, kid, if you're crying over something this trivial, you'll only embarrass yourself when you grow up." Mong Siyu had engraved it in his heart ever since. That man was the benefactor who saved his life. Several people were chasing after Earth Emperor Sat, and one of them shouted, "Master, I told you not to go off by yourself. Are you just going to abandon your disciples like this?" Earth Emperor Sat looked at them, then pointed at Mong Siyu and said, "You're all too slow. Look, if I hadn't gotten here in time, this brat would have died." The disciples came to Earth Emperor Sat's side, and they continued on their way. Before leaving, he seriously told Mong Siyu, "Hey, great general of the northern frontier, since I saved your life, you'd better live to be 100. A disciple behind him reminded him, "Master, hurry up. The Shonu camp is still far away." pressed by his disciple. Earth Emperor Sat looked impatient. "You talk too much. That's why I hate going to war." The disciple behind him immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. If you don't go to war, where are you supposed to use that strength? If you keep dawdling like this, we won't make it. I'll deal with you myself, master." Mong Siyu gripped his sword tightly, hot tears running down his face as he watched them go. From afar, Earth Emperor Sat's dissatisfied voice still drifted back. "Honestly, whether I go fast or slow, you still nag." Mong Siyu had always kept it in his heart. Earth Emperor Sat is my benefactor. He is a hero. Back in the present, the lush green forest was peaceful and still, sunlight pouring over everything. This scene was exactly like many years ago. Earth Emperor Sat frowned and asked, "What? Are you crying?" Seeing his benefactor again, Mong Siyu broke down in sobs. "My lord, you're still alive." The old man hurriedly dropped to his knees in salute. "This old one, Mong Siyu, is honored to meet you again, Earth Emperor Saturday." Seeing Mong Siyu like this, Zhang Hem cried out in shock, "Lord Mong Siyu." Earth Emperor Sat carried a wild boar over his shoulder and sighed. "I didn't expect that crybaby brat from back then to have gotten this old already. Time really flies." After that, they sat down and talked for a while. Mong Siyu said regretfully, "If I'd known you were nearby, I'd have invited you to my home long ago." Earth Emperor Sat laid out the meat and offered it around, holding a huge drumstick in one hand. Hearing that, he replied, "No need. I don't like living in those cramped mansions." Even so, Mong Siyu kept trying to persuade his benefactor. "Please come stay in my house. Your disciple could also train somewhere more proper." No matter what he said, Earth Emperor Sat refused, but then suddenly remembered something. "I already said there's no need." "Oh, right. Can you help me pay off my tab at the tavern in Muksun City? This brat doesn't earn enough money. We can hardly afford anything good to eat." Hearing the old man badmouth him, Tian Kuang immediately shot back. "That's because you eat too much, old man." An old acquaintance was still the same as ever. Mong Siyu chuckled softly and did not refuse his benefactor. "Haha, after all these years, you really haven't changed a bit. I'll send someone to Mook Sun City to settle the debt for you." The old man continued, "I recognize your disciple's technique at a glance. It truly resembles your fighting style." Han Luong looked proud, but answered modestly, "It's not exactly the same as mine. He only does exactly what he was taught." Tian Kuang really is just like his master. Unable to hold back, he immediately snapped back. "Can't you praise me for once?" Mong Siyu laughed and said, "To be able to do exactly as instructed means you truly are gifted. You really are a genius." Han Luong bit into the drumstick in his hand and replied casually, "No, that's not it." Back then, there were still people who could learn one thing and understand 10. Tian Kuang really was very much like Han Luong, differing only in blood. He shot him a glare and muttered, "This old man." Stroking his beard, Mong Siyu said, "If the person you mean is Gat, the current sect leader of the Hankyu sect, if I had known back then that you were in trouble, I absolutely would not have stood by and done nothing." Han Luong looked unconcerned and answered bluntly, Why would you interfere in someone else's household affairs?" "It was because I failed to control him and kept him by my side for too long. Though I was his master in name, I had no ambitions at all. I'd never even thought about who should inherit the sect after my death. To someone as ambitious as Gad, I really must have seemed like a hateful old man. Monk Wusigid softly, honestly. You truly are broad-minded, betrayed by the very disciple you trusted, stripped of everything, then imprisoned, and yet." Han Luong shook the drumstick in his hand and said proudly, "That's right. I'm a virtuous great master. After all." Tian Kuang immediately retorted, "No, this old man is just lazy." After that, the quiet forest was filled with nothing but cheerful laughter and conversation. But every feast must come to an end. Before parting, Mong Siyu bowed farewell to his benefactor. "My lord, I will come visit you often." Han Luong replied easily, "All right. Next time you come, remember to bring some food, and while you're at it, spar a few rounds with my boy." The people in the forest parted reluctantly. Mong Siyu called out, "Commandant." Zhang Hem stepped forward. "I am here, Lord Mong Siyu." The old man instructed him carefully. "I think you should place your trust in the weapons of the Min Noyet caravan." Zhang Hem cupped his hands in salute. "We should not make such a decision so lightly." Mong Siyu said calmly, "This does not even require military funds. They only need a place to sell them." "What's the problem?" Zhang Hem still hesitated, but we should still think it through carefully before deciding. Mong Siyu guessed, could it be because your son lost the spar, so now you dislike them? Zhang Hem quickly explained, no, that is not it, my lord. Their conversation drew Min Noyet's attention. Mong Siyu explained, from the very beginning, your son was deliberately harassing leader Min Noyet. I heard Zhang Tuhan say as much during the fight. Pointing at his ear, Mong Siyu reminded them, this old man's ears are still sharp, as you know. Then, Mong Siyu personally bowed his head to Min Noyet. Leader Min Noyet, this happened only because this old man failed to properly discipline his disciple. As master of the Sunlight Martial Hall, I sincerely apologize to you. Min Noyet panicked a little and hurriedly waved her hands. It's fine, really. Mong Siyu bent lower and pleaded on Zhang Ham's behalf. Though the commandant is somewhat rigid, he means no harm. He was only too protective of his son to see the truth clearly. I hope you can forgive him. Faced with Mong Siyu's attitude, Zhang Ham was too ashamed to speak. After thinking for a moment, he too lowered his head and admitted his fault. It seems I truly failed to see the truth clearly. Leader, I sincerely apologize to you. From now on, I will strictly discipline my son and the others as well. I hope you will not take this to heart, and that you will continue to look after us in the future. Min Noyet said nothing, lost in thought. The apologetic bows of these two elders were utterly sincere. As her thoughts drifted, a light breeze passed by. Mong Siyu and the other man were still waiting for her answer. Leader, realizing she had been staring blankly, Min Noyet hurriedly replied, sorry, no. I, too, look forward to your support in the future. In Min Noyet's life, something unbelievable had just happened. She had received a sincere apology from Mong Siyu and the commandant. Not the flattering words of perverts trying to curry favor with her, and not the forced apologies of violent thugs. For the first time, a renowned noble had treated Min Noyet as an equal. The two men still stood there solemnly. What she received was respect, not for Min Noyet, the lowly courtesan, but for Min Noyet, leader of the caravan. Standing among the crowd, Tien Kwong watched in silence. Back in training, a Trung suddenly charged at him aggressively. You really are lucky. Who would have thought Mong Siyu knew that old man? Tien Kwong immediately struck back, throwing a powerful punch as he said, yeah, I almost put Min Noyet in an awkward position. The two clashed fiercely while Han Luong slept soundly nearby without a care. A Trung shot back. Not exactly. In the end, justice still defeated evil. You won, and on top of that you taught that nasty fighter a lesson. Bad warriors deserve to be beaten into remembering it. Tien Kwong quickly dodged, still full of doubt. But why did those high-ranking people bow to the old man? He used his footwork to close in. A Trung tapped Tien Kwong with her sword to wake him up. What? You don't know? He's one of the 5 great kings of the Warring States era. Tien Kwong yanked a Trung toward him and asked, how would I know that? Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, on the battlefield, titles like God of War appear every day. The next day, the people with those titles die just like everyone else. Who could remember all their names? But that unintentionally intimate move made a Trung blush bright red. She stammered and shouted, water, water, flow. Tien Kwong was sent flying into the air. At that moment, neat lines of writing were forming on a sheet of paper. Ma Chuang Kai pushed the door open and asked, Senior Brother Hugh Quan, what are you doing? If you're free, could you go supervise the escort training? Hugh Quan put away the letter and did not refuse. All right, I'll go now. Ma Chuang Kai asked curiously, Senior Brother, you can write? He answered modestly, I picked it up by watching others, and somehow remembered how the characters were written. Ma Chuang Kai was astonished. You learned just by watching other people write? He began to wonder. You're sure you didn't come from some noble household? Hugh Quan hesitated for a moment, then denied it at once. Of course not. Smiling, he explained, I felt that being literate might help me survive on the battlefield, so I learned. You should try memorizing a few marks too, Ma. Truong, Kentucky. Hearing that, he immediately refused. Forget it. I'm not planning to become some high official. Even without knowing how to read, I've never really had any trouble in my life. At that time, Ma Truong Kai was only 16. Once they reached the training grounds, he said to Hugh Quan, if you want to send a letter, give it to me. I can ask the merchants to deliver it. U Quan daklinat puliteli. No need. I've already contacted the courier station. After checking the goods, Min Noyet quickly calculated. We need more manpower if we're going to start making armor. Gather everyone at once. and tell them to come to the caravan. Mancat replied, "Ah yes, Sister Min Noyet." She added, "In a few days, the commandant will come inspect the caravan. At that time, he wants to see all the goods we've produced. So send someone to the blacksmith's village and tell them to deliver the weapons on time." As Mancat wrote everything down, he answered loudly, "Understood." Min Noyet continued reviewing. "Go to the Tonjia caravan and check whether they have enough livestock. Then go to the Taotai caravan and get some wood for the wagons. Also, coordinate with the Jia caravan to ensure the transport of goods." Mancat answered at once, "Understood. We're going to be busy to death soon." That's right. This is only the beginning. A few days passed in no time. Zhang Hem walked around inspecting the goods and felt extremely satisfied to prepare everything this thoroughly in such a short time. "It seems I underestimated your abilities." Min Noyet replied, as if it were only natural. "If it is something the commandant needs, then of course I must do my utmost." Zhang Hem cupped his hands and apologized. "I looked down too much on the caravans of Mook's Sun City. Once again, I apologize for what happened in the camp." Min Noyet had never really taken those matters to heart. "It's fine, sir. Please, make yourself at ease." Zhang Ham then explained the reason. "Actually, there's a reason I suddenly need this shipment of weapons. The villages belonging to Noctian City on the southern front have issued an urgent conscription order. Fortunately, the soldiers there are fulfilling their duty, but they have sent a letter requesting reinforcements because their numbers are far too few. Noctian City is an extremely important region for the northern frontier. This is an emergency, so I hope the Min Noyet caravan can deliver the weapons there directly." After hearing his explanation, Min Noyet did not agree at once. Seeing her hesitate, Zhang Ham guaranteed, "I will allocate funds and pay you generously." Min Noyet immediately agreed. "All right, time is money. I will depart as soon as possible." Zhang Ham nodded in satisfaction. "Good. This is the first transaction between the military camp and the caravan. I hope everything goes smoothly. You must be careful. Transporting these goods is an important mission, so be sure to bring a strong escort." All the necessary supplies had already been arranged. Zhang Ham added one more special warning. "The current commander of Noctian City is Liu Te, and he absolutely hates mistakes. 34 years earlier, amidst the picturesque scenery of deep forests and remote mountains, that was when we were still at war with the Xiongnu." Tian Kuang asked, puzzled, "Xiongnu?" Atron explained, "They were the Xiongnu tribe from the north. If we divide the 50-year war of Bintan into two stages, then first came the Xiongnu invasion during the Xiongnu War, and afterward came the civil war among the generals of the Warring States era. In the war that erupted with the Xiongnu invasion, they possessed the mighty armies of a nomadic empire. All of their soldiers were trained in swordsmanship from childhood and taught to ride horses. For more than 20 years, we fought countless battles large and small. The Xiongnu split 1.2 million troops into two armies and invaded the plains capital. At that time, Bintan's forces were too weak to withstand them. We gathered around 500,000 soldiers from across the nation. When all the strategists in the capital had given up and were considering surrender, a young strategist named Luan Koi appeared with a mad plan. He proposed gathering all of Bintan's soldiers to block 700,000 enemy troops, while allowing the remaining 500,000 to enter the canyon. That place will be defended by the 5 great kings from the Orthodox sect, the unorthodox sect, and the demonic cult. Tian Kuang was horrified, unable to believe his ears. 5 people against 500,000? Are you crazy? Those soldiers could trample them flat just by walking past. Atron continued, "Exactly. That alone shows just how desperate the situation was. The 5 great kings of the Warring States era. One of them was the sword saint of the Orthodox sect, who had reached the state of oneness between man and sword. There was also one gun of the Wulchen Flow, the greatest mercenary of the unorthodox sect. There was the warrior of ministerial rank, Sima Dam, who had already become a leader in the northeastern martial world at the age of 13. There was Kong Nu Jia Dainjai, leader of the demonic cult. And there was the master of forbidden arts, Sa GWI. And finally, there was the master who could resist an entire army with his own strength alone, who had never once been defeated by any military force. Hell Buddha, Earth Emperor Sahan Luong. These 5 masters not only held back 500,000 troops, but also drove back the Xiongnu's strongest general, Ba Exeondat, the one they called a monster. The victory on the plain was the decisive battle that drove the Xiongnu back. It dealt them such a devastating blow that even now, they have never invaded again. Tien Kwang turned and asked Han Luong, "That sounds impossible. Is it true, old man?" Han Luong began to explain. Actually, the numbers and details have been exaggerated. It wasn't 1.2 million troops, and it wasn't just the 5 of us either. Every sect brought disciples along, but the Xiongnu forces really were numerous, and they were strong too. I'm only a little annoyed because all this makes my status sound lower than it was. I was really powerful back then. After saying that, he stood up and showed off his strong muscles. Tien Kwang was still somewhat doubtful. Really? Atrung continued, although the Xiongnu War ended. The wars themselves did not. The battle on the plain created many heroes and landowners, but too many heroes became a problem. The emperor's authority weakened because he had accomplished nothing during the war, so people no longer respected him. The heroes who held power and land gradually declared independence and proclaimed themselves kings. From then on, the realm split apart among many factions, and the civil war has continued to this very day. After hearing that, Tien Kwang said, "I was just a war slave myself. I know nothing about any of this." "Atrung, where did you hear all that?" Atrung answered frankly, "When I was little, at the martial hall, the teachers taught us these things." Han Luong spoke while eating. That's family history for her, because her ancestor became a hero. Tien Kwang was surprised. "Family," Han Luong said. "You heard it just now, didn't you? One of the 5 great kings was from the Wulchen flow, right? Then one gun must be your master's ancestor." Atrung did not hide it and admitted it openly. "That's right. One gun, the Sword King of the Warring States era, is my grandfather." Tien Kwang exclaimed in surprise. "Aha, so you're the granddaughter of a hero?" Han Luong added, "Strict household, huh?" One gun really was a little rigid and harsh. Atrung stood up sharply. "I'm leaving." The two watched her receding back. Han Luong leaned over and whispered, "She's angry." Tien Kwang looked helpless. "Yeah, she's angry. Old man, that's because you badmouthed her grandfather right in front of her." Han Luong retorted unwillingly, "You did too." Atrung strode away decisively, without turning her head. Northern Plains military camp. "Father," Zhang Tuhan was crying and begging. "I was the one who caused trouble. Please forgive me, Father." The monk beside him pulled him along and called out, "Let's go, little monk." He kept crying all the while. "I swear I'll never joke like that again. Please forgive me, leader." Zhang Hem sternly lectured him. "Zhang Tuhan, it seems you need your masters to teach you more martial arts. Go to Shaolin Temple and repent properly." Zhang Tuhan kept shouting noisily, "No, don't send me to that godforsaken place." The person beside him reminded him, "Little monk, calling that place remote is going a bit too far." Hearing that, he grew irritated. "I'm not a monk, so stop calling me that." Zhang Hem turned to the person before him, cupped his hands, and bowed. "This is truly disgraceful, to let you witness my family's shameful side. I hope you will forgive me." Min Noyet also bowed in return. "It's nothing, sir. You are an elder, after all." As they walked, Zhang Hem asked, "Will you be leading the supply caravan by yourself?" Following behind him, Min Noyet replied, "Yes. Since the camp has already provided soldiers and horses, I think I can personally lead everyone there." Hearing that, Zhang Hem laughed heartily. "Thank you. If you go in person, Commander Lu Te will surely be pleased." Min Noyet gestured to the 2 people accompanying her. "While I'm away, Thursday Lan will act as my representative, and Captain Hugh Kwan will stand in for me and assist her." "Tu Lang, go ahead and introduce yourself." The moment Thursday Lan opened her mouth, she blurted out, "Oh my, sir, you're so handsome." Min Niet hurriedly clapped a hand over her mouth and reminded her, "Not like that." Only then did she recover her reason and self-respect and formally introduced herself. "Ah, I am Tui Lone. It is an honor to meet you, Minister." Zhang Ham replied politely as well, "A pleasure to meet you. I am Minister Zhang Ham." From behind him, Min Noyet added, "If there is anything you wish to know, please discuss it with Hugh Kwan." Zhang Ham answered, "All right, I understand." Zhang Tuhan's cries could still be heard in the distance. "Father," Hugh Kwan asked with some concern, "are you sure you don't need me to go with you?" Min Noyet explained, "Our capable people are limited. It can't be helped. The hall has manpower for production and military strength, but we lack people who can manage. That is why I need Thursday Lan, someone I trust. As for you, Hugh Kwan, you can make sound decisions. I will definitely pay you extra. While I'm gone, please handle the supply of weapons to the military camp properly." Hugh Kwan then replied, "If that is how you see it, then I understand. But I advise you to take Tien Kwang with you." Min Noyet asked in confusion why. Hugh Kwan explained honestly, "He may be a bit unsociable and quick-tempered, but he is very strong. If anything happens to you, he will be the first to rush in and save you." I sincerely advise you to take him with you. After hearing that, Min Noyet simply remained silent. Xiongga Pavilion, a tall, luxurious, and ancient structure. Inside the room, Min Noyet sat deep in thought. Though she said nothing, worry and heaviness flickered across her face. She sat there quietly, while words of praise from herself echoed in her mind. Well done. Now go make money. A path appeared. A line of horse-drawn wagons advanced one after another. This was the supply route. People often say that the strength of an army comes from its supply train, and that proves just how crucial a supply route is in wartime. The stronger an army is, and the longer a war drags on, the more supplies it needs. To transport enough provisions for countless soldiers, horse carts had to be mobilized. The most important thing during transport is access to water, so they have to travel along streams, which makes the route much longer. On top of that, moving slowly along the main road with supplies makes the convoy an easy target for bandits or hostile forces. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted a warning. Bandits, attack! Everyone gather up. Protect the wagons. So transporting goods is the most important task, but also the most difficult one. The scene was utter chaos. The bandits shouted, "Take everything. Look at all that food over there." The soldiers were no less tense. "Don't come any closer. Damn it. How many times is this going to happen?" Suddenly, a tremendous force blew the bandits away in an instant, leaving them horrified. What was that? One person recognized it and cried out excitedly, "Oh, it's a martial arts master." Another added, "Looks like the Min Noyet caravan really does have all sorts of extraordinary people." A gifted young man stepped forward, and everyone cheered with delight. "Pen Guang, Tien Kwang's here to save us again. You're the best. So handsome." Tien Kwang's handsome, dependable face almost seemed to glow. Ma Truong Kai looked up at the sky and said, "Second brother, you're really showing off because someone's watching, aren't you?" Tien Kwang flushed red and stammered. "Who's showing off?" "Forget it. We're almost there. Feels like we've been traveling for a month already, doesn't it?" Ma Truong Kai complained wearily. "Transporting goods for this long is driving me insane." Come to think of it, Leader Min Noyet is really incredible. Even though we've been traveling for over a month, she's never once complained. Not even about riding on horseback. Min Noyet turned around and announced, "We're almost at the military camp. Mancat, go on ahead and inform General Liu Te that the supply convoy is about to arrive." Mancat quickly replied, "Yes, Sister Min Noyet." At Liu Te's camp, 3 or 4 burly men stood guard in front of the tent. One large man looked surprised. "The supply convoy is almost here? Hey kid, let me tell you something. What I hate most is lateness." That man was one of Bakangwin City's 12 sovereigns, the great general of Noctian City, Liu Te. Mancat thought to himself, he's built like that, but his face is so cute. Then he hurriedly explained, but we actually arrived a day early." The other man replied, I know, good work." Mancat could only think helplessly, what a strange person. The convoy continued forward. A soldier reported, "We're almost at Liu Te's camp." The small young man beside him said, "This trip took way too long. We were on the road for a whole month." Someone next to him added, "At least on the way back we won't be carrying cargo, so it should be a little faster. Still, we have to go back," which is annoying. Tien Kwang suddenly noticed something. When Ma Truong Kai saw him run off, he asked in confusion, "Tien Kwang, where are you going?" Tien Kwang answered, "I heard something over here. I'm going to check it out. Make sure you keep a close eye on Sydney." Ma Truong Kai sighed, "Seriously, your hearing is incredible." A magnificent sight unfolded before them. When the world happened here, Tien Kwang stood beside a tree, observing. A startled voice shouted, "Who beat these men up?" Across from him, a group of people had surrounded a young woman. "Is she sick? She looks so haggard." "No idea. Maybe she is sick. Damn it. Hey, are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Questions raced through Tien Kwang's mind. Their clothes look like soldiers from Thuong Kingdom. Is this their army? And that woman too. There aren't even any villages nearby. Forget it. They're enemy troops anyway, so it won't matter if I take them out. They might target the supply convoy, so I should deal with them first. The group turned back in alarm. "Who are you?" Tien Kwang struck at once, launching a flurry of attacks. The onlookers were stunned, speechless. "A master. Captain, get over here." Tien Kwang showed no hesitation as he took down the next man, one after another. Each of them was felled in an instant. Several soldiers shouted, "This guy's tough. Retreat. Spread out. Damn it. Hold him back and run. Don't follow me." Tien Kwang looked slightly irritated. His hands never stopped attacking, and his cold face was full of killing intent. One soldier yelled, "Hey woman, you're in the way. Move." Suddenly, The woman leaped up, knocking the whole group sprawling. The scene was so unbelievable that everyone froze. Huh? What? Then those men tumbled into a deep ravine, and another group of soldiers was defeated. In the blink of an eye, Tien Kwang had finished off every opponent. He widened his eyes in surprise. The woman was now standing in front of him. Her face was filled with fear and exhaustion. She lowered her head in thanks, then leaped toward the path behind her. Tien Kwang could not help but stare in bewilderment. What exactly was that? At Lu Ti's camp, the supply convoy had arrived, and people there were remarking, "So that's the leader of the supply caravan?" The person beside him praised her too. "Yeah, she's really beautiful. She looks like a fairy." Someone else agreed. "Are all the women in the city this pretty?" "Hey!" An enormous voice startled everyone. "I requested food supplies for 10,000 soldiers and weapons for 3,000 men. And this is all you brought? I hate this sort of thing the most," Lute said sternly to her. "Actually, the quantity we brought exceeds what you requested," Minnoyet replied. After hearing that, Lute said, "I know. Good work." A man beside him explained, "Lord Lute has a habit of saying he hates this and hates that, so please don't take it to heart. Caravan leader, you've done very well. I am the deputy commander under General Lute. Thank you for going to such trouble to deliver the supplies here." Minnoyet answered politely, "It's nothing. Transporting all the goods takes time. I'll leave the handover to all of you." The sacks were carefully unloaded one by one. The deputy commander reported to Lute, "My subordinates will move them inside in a moment." Lord Lute, fighting has broken out at the upper reaches of the Noctien River. After hearing that, Lute said, "I hate this kind of thing the most. Everyone move out at once." The deputy commander was startled. "What did you say? You want the caravan leader to come too?" "The caravan leader only needs to stay at the command line. She won't be in danger." Minnoyet thought to herself, "I shouldn't refuse and make him angry." So she answered, "All right, I understand." A fierce battle was already underway, and someone shouted, "Raise the shields. They're firing arrows this way." The enemy soldiers kept pressing forward. "Hold them back. Cut down anyone who tries to climb up. Cross the river. Charge onto the bank. Hurry, climb up. Find an opening." Many died under the merciless rain of arrows. "Spearmen, forward. They're getting close." Cries for help and agonized screams echoed everywhere. "Help!" Minnoyet silently watched the scene before her. This was the first time she had ever personally come to a battlefield. Lute gave the order, "Send 1,000 troops to the north side." The deputy commander quickly acknowledged, "Yes, sir." Since childhood, Minnoyet had endured countless hardships. Only recently had she fought desperately in the battle against the Greenwood sect. But the battlefield was something else entirely. Tens of thousands of people fighting simply to survive. The chaotic, tragic noise went on without end. "Climb up. I'm slipping. Save me." Most of them were fighting and dying meaninglessly, without knowing the true purpose or significance of it all. Every one of them was controlled by banners and war drums. "Charge! W.D." Many lost their lives because of those cold, inhuman orders. Those who gave such orders were the truly evil ones, filled with ambition. This place was filled with terror. Even seasoned warriors with little real battlefield experience, and those seeing such a scene for the first time, could do nothing but tremble. Minnoyet was shaking uncontrollably as she tried to steady herself. "Don't be afraid. I have to work hard to maintain business with the Northern Frontier Army. I can't let them look down on me." As the caravan leader, she could not let them see her weakness. Lute gave another order. "Casualties are too heavy. Pull back the troops at the center." The deputy commander related at once. "Yes, sir." Luchin unit, retreat immediately. Minnoyet felt more and more anxious and afraid, while the battle raged on just as fiercely. She grew increasingly frightened, and both her hands kept trembling. A hand reached out. Tien Kwang firmly grasped her arm and comforted her. "It's all right. Being afraid is normal. Don't relax. Stay focused. I'll support you so you won't fall. If you feel tired, look up at the sky for a while. Breathe in the fresh air. You'll feel better. Don't worry. The escort team is right behind you. Minnoyet, I will definitely protect you." Hearing those words of encouragement, Minnoyet was both surprised and moved. The deputy commander shouted, "Lord Lute." The man beside him understood at once. "I see him." They both looked up at the calm sky and drifting clouds. a mysterious and noble figure was floating in midair. It was Xiaoyu, one of Thuong Kingdom's 4 directional generals. He landed lightly on the ground. The deputy commander recognized him and said, "It seems the enemy commander, Xiaoyu, has come here to face you." Lu Te shouted irritably, "That bastard. I hate his smile the most." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Te shot forward. The deputy commander only had time to say, "Please take care, my lord." From where he stood, Lu Te charged straight at Xiaoyu. The two faced each other, as if a brutal battle were about to erupt. Lu Te and Xiaoyu stared at one another without saying a single word. Instead, they rushed at each other and clashed fiercely atop a small rise. This duel was incredibly violent, the shock waves making the surrounding water surge and shudder. The soldiers of both armies were no less relentless, continuing to hurl themselves at the enemy. Watching that duel, Ma Truong Kai was utterly shocked. Is that really the sound of people fighting? The rivers splashing everywhere. Mancat, on the other hand, thought this was only natural. As expected of his reputation, he didn't become a great general of the northern frontier for nothing. Compared to the others, he may only have recently received the title of one of the 12 sovereigns, but as one of the masters representing the northern frontier, his cultivation is definitely no joke. That was his assessment of Lu Te, but standing beside him, Mancat was even more curious about Xiaoyu. Damn it, who exactly is the one fighting him? There really are a lot of monsters in this world. The battle went on for more than half an hour before it finally ended. The Manhwa caravan decided to stay at Lu Te's camp to complete the handover of the goods. The next day, at Lu Te's camp, Ma Truong Kai came to the front of the tent and introduced himself to the guard. "Hello, we're from the Manhwa caravan." The guard asked, "What do you want?" He explained, "At General Lu Te's request, we've brought weapon samples for 3,000 soldiers." "Is the general here?" After hearing that, the guard lowered his guard and allowed them in. "He's out on patrol right now. There are a lot of soldiers, so he won't be back before sunset. Just leave the weapon samples in the tent." As soon as they stepped inside, he marveled, "Oh, the general's camp is really nice." They looked around at everything, from the documents to the weapons inside. "Hey, look at these weapons over here." Ma Dong noticed a large saber resting on a tray nearby. "Oh, look at this blade. It seems to have been made by blacksmiths from the northern cities." The companion beside him also ran over to admire it and praised it. "It must be incredibly expensive. Even if we saved our wages for a whole year, we still couldn't afford it. This camp is much better than the mercenary barracks we stayed in before." Suddenly, the unlucky Ma Truong Kai took a step back and accidentally knocked over a cup of water onto the pile of documents on the table. "We're dead, big brother." The 4 of them each grabbed a sheet of paper, frantically fanning them dry. "We're done for. The whole table's soaked. Everything's wet. We're dead for sure. These are all important documents. Looks like letters. Hurry and wipe it up. Don't let the ink smear." Just then, the guard stuck his head in and asked, "What are you doing? Get outside." The 4 of them jumped in fright and hurriedly stuffed the papers inside their clothes. The guard warned them, "You're not allowed to rummage through things like that." What Lord Lu Te hates most is people touching his belongings. The 4 men silently walked out, pretending they had broken nothing. Yes, we're leaving right away." But even after going outside, they were inwardly miserable. "Big brother, what do we do now? We accidentally brought some of those documents out with us. Damn it, we've caused trouble." "Calm down. We could dry the papers first, then sneak them back before Lord Lu Te returns." In the Manhwa caravan section of Lu Te's camp, Mancat sat there gloomily and complained to Tien Kwong, "War is terrifying. Seeing so many people hacking at each other like that is really exhausting. Just think about how frightened the people in the middle of the battlefield must be. You don't seem to feel much of anything, do you? I guess it's because you've been on battlefields since you were young, so you're used to it." Hearing that, Tien Kwong spoke in a low voice, recalling the painful memories of his childhood. "The first time I went onto a battlefield, I was so scared that I didn't dare do anything at all. Luckily, a lot of people died, so I hid beneath their bodies and cried. For many years afterward, I struggled to survive too, but things weren't much better. Even when Tai Hao used me to assassinate martial arts masters, I was scared to death. From then until now, the only thought that kept me moving forward was that I had to survive. As long as I kept thinking that way, thinking that I still had a home to return to people I had to protect. After hearing that not too long, not too short summary of his growth, Mancat said calmly, "So this is the power of family bonds? That's really something to envy." Tian Kwong turned his face away, perhaps to hide his embarrassment. "Mancat, you're family to me too." Sure enough, the kid immediately teased him. "Hey, why do you suddenly get so cheesy?" Tian Kwong even brought up one of his old exploits. "Even when you accused me of being a thief and ran away." Hearing that, Mancat stopped teasing him. "That was a long time ago. I don't remember it anymore." Haha. At that moment, Min Noyet came out. Sister Min Noyet. Seeing her, Mancat curiously asked, "It's almost dark. Where are you going?" She answered, "I'm going to inspect the goods one last time before handing them over to Lu Ti's army. I don't want any mistakes." Standing beside her, Tian Kwong wanted to go with her and help inspect them. "I'll come with you. It's dangerous for you to go alone." Min Noyet hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked off. "Suit yourself." Mancat watched the two of them walking off together side by side, a satisfied look appearing on his face. "I'll just leave them alone together." The two of them checked the weapons area and then the grain stores one by one. Even late into the night, the two of them were still on the mountain road. Min Noyet kept walking behind Tian Kwong, and neither of them said a word. At that moment, Min Noyet's emotions were in turmoil. "For me, the worst thing is the misfortunes I suffered in the past. But that doesn't mean other people's pain amounts to nothing compared to mine. It's just that my own wounds exceeded what I could bear, so I wanted to ignore everything else." "But why?" Suddenly, Tian Kwong spoke, interrupting her thoughts. "We got a bit too far from camp. This may be Lord Lu Ti's territory, but it's already dark. We should head back." Min Noyet said nothing, still immersed in her emotions. "I truly cannot honestly face my own feelings." She pulled herself together and answered, "If we don't finish checking the goods tonight, all our effort will have been for nothing. No matter how late it gets, we have to finish." Deep inside, she always carried a lingering anxiety. "I'm afraid that the life I fought so hard to win will collapse, and that fear forces me to hide my true feelings." Suddenly, a sound came from nearby. Min Noyet noticed it. There was light ahead. Tian Kwong felt something was off. "I remember there not being any camp over there." From the place where the light was coming from, the voices of two people could be heard. "You should have told me about this sooner. Because of this battle, we suffered heavy losses and had to reinforce our troops. But thanks to this battle, the northern frontier also sent us a great deal of provisions. If we withdraw with those supplies, the king of Shang will be pleased. I'll go negotiate with the king of Shang. What I hate most is being looked down on by others. Of course, I will definitely keep my promise and reward you handsomely." "What about the soldiers?" "They're very loyal to the northern frontier, so aside from my 5,000 volunteer troops, kill all the rest. I'll draw their attention and create an opening for you to strike. You'll be able to wipe them out easily. Let's do it that way." Min Noyet and Tian Kwong had been hiding nearby the whole time and heard the entire conversation. Those two men were Chu Hu and Lu Te. Min Noyet and Tian Kwong were both so shocked they were speechless. Back in the camp, Ma Truong Kai's group was busy doing something. It turned out they were trying to flatten the stack of paper that had gotten wet that morning. It seemed they had been struggling with it all night, and quite a few sheets were already laid out to dry in the room. That big guy was probably in charge of pressing the paper. "How is it?" The two smaller men beside him checked whether the paper was flat. The ink smeared a little, but the paper's dry now." After hearing that, the big man still sounded doubtful. Could it be that because he's a great general, he just doesn't like writing? The two beside him immediately chimed in. "Right, that's why his handwriting is so ugly." Yeah, that's possible too." Suddenly, Mancat jumped down from above and snatched the paper from Ma Truong Kai's hand, startling all of them badly. "Who are you trying to fool? Anyone can tell at a glance that this letter got smudged with ink." Mancat, he steadied himself, held the paper, and asked in confusion, "Why are you all so startled? What's this?" Ma Truong Kai's group recounted what happened, but avoided the main point. "We went to the general's tent, but something happened, so we came back." After hearing the story, Mancat felt helpless with this bunch of troublemakers and started grumbling. These idiots always ruin everything. But he failed to realize that he himself caused even more trouble than they did, making Ma Truong Kai snap back. "Hearing that come out of your mouth sounds even stranger." Mancat vaguely made out the writing on it. "Hey, you can read?" Big Sister Min Noyet taught me a little. After reading for a while, he seemed to understand what was written on the paper. No one knew what was written there, but Man-Cat's face turned extremely ugly. What? Then he turned and shouted, Ma Truong Kai, we have to find Big Sister Min Noyet immediately. Ma Truong, Kai didn't understand what he meant. Huh? Where did they go? But Man-Cat kept urging him. This is extremely important. Hurry, back to Min Noyet and Tien Kwong. Chu Hu suddenly sensed someone nearby. Who's there? Lu Te shone his torch behind them. Fortunately, Min Noyet and Tien Kwong were hiding well, but they were still very close to them. So both of them were extremely tense inside. I didn't make a sound at all, so how did they notice? When the soldiers of those two men came running over, the situation grew even more tense. Lord Chu Hu, what happened? He replied meaningfully, we have uninvited guests. Lu Te even shouted angrily, I hate this sort of thing the most. Who are you? Get out here. Hearing that, Tien Kwong quickly calculated how to get away without making any noise. This place is far from the camp, and they don't know how many people are hiding here. But in the end, he decided to take off his outer coat and step out. By doing so, he admitted he was an eavesdropper and directly challenged them. When he stepped out, Lu Te sternly interrogated him. You dared to eavesdrop on our conversation? How bold? What unit are you from? Chu Hu beside him did not wait for an answer and directly threatened him. More importantly, how much did you hear? If you dare reveal our plan to the Northern Frontier soldiers, you're dead. Lu Te roared, state your name. In this tense moment of one against many, Tien Kwong signaled to Min Noyet, telling her to stay hidden and wait for a chance to escape. Then he turned back and confronted them directly. I don't understand. A noble figure like one of the 12 emperors. Why would you betray your own people? Lu Te still stubbornly demanded his name. You dare ignore a question and ask one of your own instead? Insolence. He even openly admitted he intended to kill him to silence him, since you're about to die anyway. I'll tell you before I send you off. As Lu Te drew his sword, he explained as if preaching some grand truth. Human greed knows no bottom. Chu Hu's subordinates also began preparing to move, while Lu Te continued, power comes with wealth. As long as you gain riches, you will hold power, and once you have power, you will crave even more. That is the truth of all things. Shang has given me many things, so I chose to join hands with them. Compared to that, loyalty to the Northern Frontier means nothing. Just then, Chu Hu gave the order as well. Kill him. Move. When those two subordinates faced Tien Kwong, they used Hakbo. Tien Kwong showed no fear at all. They still haven't noticed Min Noi yet. I have to stop them before they do. Right after that, he used Ho Kai to blast the two men away, preventing them from getting close. The two were somewhat surprised to see it. Oh. Then, he seized the opportunity and followed up with Sat Thursday Chuang. Seeing his strength, Chu Hu turned to Lu Te and asked, a man with such abundant internal force, could he be one of the Northern Frontier's great generals? Lu Te denied it, no. Among the great generals, I've never seen anyone use techniques like this. An unknown great general? How irritating. Down below, Tien Kwong fought a fierce battle with the two subordinates. These two were indeed no ordinary opponents, so Tien Kwong used Thai at Sat Yunguk. But the two of them still dodged the move, and at one point a blade came right up to his face. Luckily, he dodged in time and immediately countered with a crushing punch. The other man ended up the same way. These men were quite tenacious, and Tien Kwong was forced to use two more techniques in succession, Kyuhon Jenguk and Tok Tram. Only then did he truly and completely defeat Chu Hu's two subordinates. Looking at the wreckage below and having personally watched the entire process of his two men being utterly defeated, Chu Hu said flatly, they were high-level assassins trained by Shang, yet you were able to fight two against one without a scratch. You're very strong. After saying that, he reached for his sword, apparently preparing to act personally. To Dao Kim Vu. Suddenly, Lu Te beside him stopped him. Let me. He came up with a rather absurd excuse to fight Tien Kwong, saying that what he hated most were weaklings who liked to put on airs, and that sort of person annoyed him to no end. As he spoke, he walked toward Tien Kwong. If you were one of the Northern Frontier's great generals, I would have recognized you long ago. I'll give you one more chance to state your name. Tien Kwong refused decisively. I'm just a war slave. Hearing Tien Kwong call himself a slave only made Lu Te even angrier. Are you playing games with me? A slave could never possess this kind of martial skill. Then, he stopped asking questions, his tone filled with murderous intent as he prepared to kill and silence him. If you want to throw your life away for nothing, then I'll send you on your way. Even though he had heard that Lu Te possessed extraordinary power, Tien Kwong still did not hesitate and attacked decisively. About 8 years earlier, at the camp of the Han Q sect, a soldier asked, "You want us to sneak into the camp, cut off the general's head while he's asleep, and bring it back?" Tai Hao paced back and forth as he explained. "The main target is La Kong. He's Hoan's left commander and leads 500 soldiers. They've won battle after battle for the last 4 days, so they're arrogant now." He waved his hand, but they don't know we retreated on purpose. Now is the time to act. Your mission is to sneak in and take the leader's head. After speaking for a while, he turned to his men and asked, "Any questions?" Someone bluntly asked about the risk. I heard La Kong could defeat an entire cavalry unit by himself. Can slaves like us really kill him? Faced with this life or death question, Tai Hao answered vaguely. That's why rookies are such a pain. You start fearing rumors before you've even done anything. Da Trung, this is your 5th mission already, isn't it? Explain it clearly to them. With that, he pointed at Tien Kwang, who was sitting to one side with a gloomy expression. Tien Kwang opened his mouth and said, "It doesn't matter whether they're heroes or legends. Once their heads are cut off, they die just the same." Tai Hao seized the chance to indoctrinate the new recruits. Exactly. Most titles are just rumors meant to scare people like you on the battlefield. If someone is truly strong, then it's only normal for them to have an evil reputation. Think about it. Who would call a killer like that a hero or a legend? Hearing those grating words, Tien Kwang felt uncomfortable and stepped out of the tent. "I'm leaving first." Tai Hao kept rambling on. "All you need to do is slit his throat and come back. If you follow my instructions, you'll return safely. If he really were the monster the rumors say he is, I wouldn't send you at all." But then his tone changed, as if answering the important question from before. But if anyone ever ordered you to go kill one of the 12 emperors of Backingwen City, then yes, that person would truly be strong." That line was perhaps the perfect way to describe Tien Kwang's current situation, because at that moment, Lu Te smashed a punch straight into his face. 1 month earlier, while Tien Kwang was sparring with Han Luong asked worriedly, "Hey kid, how long have we been fighting like this?" Tien Kwang fell to the ground and begged in pain. "I admit defeat, I surrender." Han Luong ignored his pleas and started reminiscing. "It's been 2 years, hasn't it?" Meanwhile, Tien Kwang struggled even harder. "Let go, I said let go." A little later, somehow the two of them ended up carrying 2 bears on their backs, so heavy that Tien Kwang couldn't help cursing. Damn it. His voice was full of resentment. "Old man, you're cheating. Just you wait." But Han Luong argued back, "I'm not cheating. Just now, while we were grappling, that part of you suddenly got hard. I thought it was strange, so I stopped you, brat." Hearing that, Tien Kwang wanted to curse a few more times, but the bear on his back was too heavy, so he could only mutter a few words in frustration. "Annoying old man. Just wait and see." Suddenly, Han Luong asked, "Do you remember when I spoke with Mong Siyu?" He had only asked casually, then began talking at length. "At the time, I said you were just a kid who only knew how to obey orders. This is just my personal opinion, but the other sects don't like that. If the goal is only to pass on martial skill, then most techniques can be mastered within 2 years. They use repetitive training and moral cultivation to refine martial arts. But in the end, maintaining a sect is about accumulating strength. I'll be blunt. If your goal is to improve your own strength, then focusing on only one martial art is useless." After saying that, he stacked the bear he was carrying on top of the one already on Tien Kwang's back. "The Jetai Sak Gwen I taught you is only a fighting method I came up with myself. On the surface, it looks like it only strengthens physical endurance, but in truth, it has a tremendous effect. It is a technique that maximizes the full power of the body by reinforcing physical strength itself. I'm the only one who can push Jetai Sak Gwen to its absolute limit. For disciples who want to defeat me, they would need to ambush me, bring an entire army, or wait until I'm old, weak, and sick before they'd have a chance." This passionate teacher even sat on top of his student, leaving Tien Kwang carrying 3 enormous weights. Han Luong continued lecturing. "In short, it's impossible to learn Dietai Sat Gwyn and then defeat me with it, understand? If you only learn what I teach you, you'll never become stronger than me. I'm just too strong. Whatever you do will be useless. However, you've already mastered the basic techniques, so you're far stronger than ordinary people. But if you run into someone with extraordinary natural talent and much more training time than you, then my advice is simple: run." Now, facing Lu Te, whose body was incredibly powerful, was that the very advice Tien Kwang needed most right now. Sure enough, Tien Kwang was being beaten until he was covered in injuries. Lu Te used Zich Hong Wen, yet it seemed to do almost nothing to his opponent. Right after that, Lu Te counterattacked with Zich Fong Tu Dao, and the impact sent Tien Kwong flying far away. But thanks to his excellent stamina, Tien Kwong still managed to get back on his feet. Before he could steady himself, Liu Te launched a sneak attack from behind. Tien Kwong endured the pain and threw several punches back over his shoulder. After a few underhanded strikes, his arm was caught by the enemy. Damn it, this is what I hate most. Then Liu Te spun him around like a top, intending to use Thai Tai Jian Guk to finish him off completely. Tien Kwong showed no fear despite being caught. He broke free and used all his strength to launch Sat Thursday Chuang straight into the opponent's lower abdomen. But he had misjudged it. He thought this strike would make Liu Te writhe in pain. Yet the man seemed completely unaffected. Liu Te even grabbed his head in return. You're very stubborn, but to me you're far too troublesome. That's the thing I hate most about you. With that, Liu Te viciously slammed Tien Kwong's head into the ground, the force so great that shattered stone flew everywhere. Watching this deadly struggle, Tu Hu looked rather entertained. Sure enough, villains do live comfortably. You've got guts, but after fighting this long, you should have realized the gap in strength by now. It was your own recklessness that got you killed. In pain, Tien Kwong clenched a rock in his hand, sprang up, and smashed it straight into Liu Te's head. The blow stunned Liu Te, Seizing the chance, Tien Kwong unleashed a flurry of punches at Liu Te. Jianguk Fong Dao. He thought this would be a finishing blow, or at least weaken Liu Te, but the man instead bared a savage grin. What a nuisance. Now I'm starting to get a headache. Then he launched into a mad barrage against Tien Kwong. Because that last technique had consumed too much of his strength, Tien Kwong could not fight back, and he could not even dodge. Even so, deep in his heart, he refused to surrender to this traitor. Don't lose heart. My attack worked. I have to focus all my strength into a single point. Thinking that, he gathered power into his fist and prepared to keep fighting. But at that moment, Liu Te played dirty. He drew his sword, Zich Hong Song Dao. Liu Te even shamelessly found an excuse for it. What I hate most is losing. Nameless warrior. Then he slashed Tien Kwong again, and finally ran him through. Seeing this, Min Noyet's eyes widened in horror. Just as she was about to scream, a hand clamped over her mouth. It was Ma Truong Kai and Mancat. It seemed they too had witnessed what had just happened. After heavily wounding Tien Kwong, Liu Te threw him down into the open ground below. Only then did Tu Hu speak again. Looks like we've taken care of it. As Liu Te sheathed his sword, he said, "There's been too much commotion here. The soldiers will come running. Leave this place to me. You withdraw first." Tu Hu had no choice but to leave ahead of him. Fine, carry it out according to plan. Liu Te agreed, checking his wound as he muttered, "Damn, that hurts." Back at the camp, Min Noyet cried soundlessly, covering her face. Ma Truong Kai recounted what had happened to the others. Naturally, everyone was horrified, and Ma Truong Kai was just as shaken. Is second brother going to be okay? Damn it, what exactly happened? Someone was so shocked he could hardly believe his ears. A general turned traitor? I've never heard of such a thing. Ma Truong Kai felt the same way. Me neither. According to the letterman Cat had read, when the time was ripe, Shan would launch a surprise attack on Liu Te's army. Ma Truong Kai was utterly pessimistic now. Then what about the army? What will happen to us? We'll die, and the goods we worked so hard to transport will be seized too. Someone turned to Min Noyet and asked, "Leader Min Noyet, what should we do now?" Min Noyet was still trapped in the shadow of what had just happened. He fought them to save me. What do we do now? What are we supposed to do? Min Noyet buried her face in her hands and sobbed uncontrollably. And no matter how the people around her tried to comfort her, she would not stop. Ma Truong Kai also lowered his head and remained silent. At the ravine where Tien Kwong had fallen, the traces of the fierce battle were still clear, and the ground was cracked open. At the bottom of the ravine, a torrent rushed past, corpses bobbing in the water. Mancat leaped onto a large rock and searched all around. He couldn't find him. He looked at the bodies in the stream, but still didn't see the person he was looking for. It's too dark, and there are corpses everywhere. I can't find Tien Kwong. Anxious, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Mancat recalled what Tien Kwong had once said to him, cold on the outside, but warm at heart. Mancat, you're family to me too. In pain, Mancat thought, why did you have to say something like that? He jumped down and kept searching elsewhere. It's making my chest feel awful. Night fell, and the camp was deathly silent. Inside a brightly lit tent, 3 young soldiers anxiously asked Ma Truong Kai, "Are we going back to camp? Shouldn't we be running away now?" Ma Truong Kai barked, "Damn it, I don't know either. Wait a little longer." We have to wait for Man-Cat to come back first. As soon as he finished speaking, the tent flap was pulled aside and Man-Cat stepped in. Ma Dungi Sao that Manga. Exhausted, Man-Cat entered the tent. Ma Truong Kai immediately went up to him and asked, "Did you find second brother?" He replied sadly, "No. It looks like he was swept away by the current. It's too dark and there are too many bodies there. We'll have to wait until dawn before I can keep searching." Ma Truong Kai couldn't stay calm. "Damn it, even if we do find him." Remembering the wounds on Tien Kwang's body, he continued, "Beaten up that badly, it'll be hard for him to survive." Man-Cat let out a long sigh. Min Noyet still sat there silently clutching her head, thinking. She remembered Tien Kwang once holding her hand and telling her, "Don't be afraid. You have the guard unit behind you." Tien Kwang had once solemnly said, "I will protect you." Leader Min Noyet. The memory made her tremble, her heart shattering. Her thoughts drifted back into the past. "All right, I've decided." 8 years earlier, when Min Noyet and her sisters had been huddled together, crying in misery, she had heard those words. Leaning against a dead tree beneath the gentle sunlight, and Ion said to everyone, "I'm going to open a tavern. If surviving means becoming a courtesan, then I'll accept that too." Everyone cried out in shock, "Sister and Ion said, "Stop looking so dejected. Even if we've been sold or passed from one person to another, we're still not dead." This was the first skill of an Ion, who would later become the proprietress of Qinglin Pavilion. She said to the sobbing young girls, "As long as we're alive, we still have value." And Ion sat down and gently patted the shoulders of the two girls in front of her. "From now on, things will be hard, and they'll be painful, but endure it. We deserve to live happy lives. Ni an gontin. But we have nothing in our hands and no one to protect us. So we must become strong enough to protect ourselves and not let others hurt us." Hearing those words, Min Noyet and the other girls cried soundlessly. Min Noyet engraved in Ion's final words deep in her heart. "You must become a strong woman. Understand?" Min Noyet came back from her memories, lifted her head, and said firmly, "We absolutely have to stop his plan." Man-Cat and Ma Truong Kai stared at her in shock. "What?" Min Noyet continued. "Even if we manage to escape and return to the caravan, the northern frontier won't believe that Lute betrayed them. They'll think we lost the goods and made up the story about the squad being wiped out." After a moment's thought, she added, "No, even if they do believe us, will they still want to keep doing business with our caravan? If we run now, the entire caravan will go bankrupt." Ma Truong Kai asked doubtfully, "But what can we do?" Min Noyet fell silent for a long while. Then she handed a letter to Man-Cat and said, "Man-Cat, deliver this letter from Lute to Emoda in Bakangwin City as quickly as possible." A little flustered, Man-Cat stammered, but sister, what about Tien Kwang?" Min Noyet tightened her grip on the letter, her expression extremely serious. "Man-Cat, you're the only one who can get the letter to Bakangwin City the fastest. Not even a trained warrior could get there within 5 days like you can. Besides, you know the roads well. And I've already taught you how to ride." Min Noyet encouraged him. "You can shorten a journey that would normally take us a month down to 10 days. I know Tien Kwang is very important to you, but thinking of the worst-case scenario, she said, if you don't go, everyone in the caravan will end up on the streets." Hearing that, Man-Cat grew frightened, his hands clenching tightly. He lowered his head and said, "You're right, sister. I'll leave at once." Min Noyet instructed him, "While you get your things ready, I'll write a letter to Emoda. After you leave, Ma Truong Kai and I will go stop Lute's plan." Man-Cat answered yes. Min Noyet then explained her thinking to everyone. Lute and General Hugh don't know we've discovered their scheme, so their ambush and their meeting will still proceed as planned. Right now, the total strength of Lute's camp is 65,000 men. Lute needs time to prepare such a large-scale ambush because he can't allow anyone to desert. During that time, we need to inform all 65,000 of Lute's soldiers, except for his confidants, that Lute is a traitor. Picking up a brush, Min Noyet laid out the plan. "We have 2 tasks. First, make Lute's soldiers realize that Lute is rebelling. Second, Man-Cat and Ma Truong Kai listen intently." She went on with the second task. "Disrupt the meeting between Lute and General Hugh and delay the ambush." Trembling, Min Noyet wrote the final lines. She handed the sealed letter to Man-Cat. She straightened her back, both fists clenched tight. Min Noyet was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she spoke their names. Madon, Kong Thu, Chu Bao Ho. The 3 answered in unison, yes. Min Noyet fell silent again. After a while, she pleaded softly, "Tien Kwang, can you go look for Tien Kwong? All 5 of them turned to look at Min Noyet. The tent sank into thoughtful silence. A moment later, the 3 men said, "All right, we'll go search for him now." At daybreak, corpses lay scattered along the creek bank. The scene shifted downstream along the Nok Tien River. On a pile of rocks, an old woman in pink sat enjoying something. A shrill scream rang out. The mysterious old woman, Lo Na, was happily eating candied hawthorn. Hearing the noise, she turned and asked, "What's wrong?" A foreign voice replied, roughly meaning, there's a corpse." The mysterious foreigner, Khan, answered the old woman fearfully, his face even more horrified. "It's still moving." Lo Na said calmly, "There's a war on right now. That's normal. What's so strange about seeing the dead left behind by war?" Still trembling, Khan replied, "No, this one's different. He was clearly dead, but..." Looking at Tien Kwong lying on a rocky bank, his whole body covered in saber wounds, he said he just moved. Hearing the voices, Tien Kwong slowly opened his eyes. Khan exclaimed, "It's a ghost." Lo Na also found it odd. "Oh, that is strange." After examining Tien Kwong's body, Lo Na said, "Though he's badly wounded, with broken ribs and internal injuries, there's still a current of qi circulating inside him, sustaining his life and healing his wounds." Khan stared at her in surprise and asked, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Patiently, she explained, "Normally these would be fatal injuries, but even while unconscious, this man is still breathing and moving. That's all because he knows how to control his qi." Lo Na said to My Khan, "Carry him." He asked, "And me?" She replied, "He barely managed to hang on to his life. We should lend him a hand, shouldn't we?" The scene shifted to a house beside a clear stream deep in the forest, where Kamai stared blankly at what she saw. Seeing Lo Na and My Khan bring back a heavily injured man, Kamai asked them in surprise, "Who is this?" Lo Na asked her, "Cam, do you know him?" She answered, no, it's just..." "Yes, I know a little about him." Lo Na let out a sigh of relief. "Looks like it's fate, then." Smiling, she said, "I'm old and weak now. I can't help him much. Cam, can you help him?" After a moment of silence, she answered, "Yes." Tien Kwong squinted in pain, his body covered with several kinds of green herbs. In the pitch-black forest, Mancat was desperately running down a rough dirt path. He was exhausted and had no choice but to stop to catch his breath. Wiping away sweat, he complained, I'm dying here. I can't breathe anymore. I'll sit down and rest for a bit." Leaning back against the rock wall outside a cave, Mancat sat down and reached into his bag. He gulped down water from a bamboo tube. Because he drank too fast, he choked, but it quenched his thirst, and he let out a relieved breath. Mancat suddenly opened his eyes wide and came to his senses. He remembered his past with Tien Kwong. When he and the others had first moved there, he had asked Tien Kwong for help, and Tien Kwong had agreed. They traveled through the forest. Strong adult men pulled carts piled high with bulky luggage and carried the elderly, while the youths and children carried their own bags as they all moved forward together. As they walked, Mancat chatted with Tien Kwong, who was pulling a cart beside him, even though Tien Kwong didn't say a single word. In the end, they safely arrived at Min Noyet's caravan. At the caravan, everyone worked together. Tien Kwong taught Mancat many things. Thinking of all that, Mancat shut his eyes tight. Pulling his legs in, he said, "No, I have to hurry." He dashed down the forest path at full speed, shouting, "There's no time to sit around and rest anymore." Elsewhere, Kamai was doing everything she could, using green herbs to treat Tien Kwong. Gentle sunlight bathed the little house in the forest. Inside the room, Kamai, Khan, and the old woman Lo Na stayed at his side, taking care of Tien Kwong. When Lo Na's and Kamai's hands touched his wounds, soft sounds rose together with pulses of light. Kamai used Akloida, while Lo Na used Nathonda. Gentle light entered Tien Kwong's body, and the medicinal force of Lo Na and Kamai merged into Lu Hon Tien Luke Kai. Cough. A coughing fit sounded. As the power of the two women flowed into him, Tien Kwong suddenly coughed up blood. Lo Na immediately said to the foreigner, "If he keeps bleeding, it'll get even more dangerous. Press down on the wound, my Khan." He answered yes. Madamlo. Kneeling on the floor, Kamai exhausted all her strength, helping Lo Na save Tien Kwong. Sweat dotted her face, and she too was utterly spent. As she cast her healing art on Tien Kwong, her hands began to tremble. Seeing this, Lo Na couldn't help but worry. "Cam, are you all right?" But Kamai said nothing. Tien Kwong's consciousness was hazy, as if he were sitting in hot water. In confusion, he wondered, where is this? A current of chi wrapped around both sides of his body, and he thought, my body feels as heavy as a corpse. Tien Kwong murmured, it's so hot, like I'm being burned alive. Just as he sank into his thoughts, a figure appeared before him. It was his father, bracing himself on his knees and lowering his head with a gentle smile. Tien Kwong looked up and saw his father, tears spilling out at once. Father! He burst into sobs like a child. His father reached out and touched his face. As if he had returned to childhood, Tien Kwong cried out, I missed you so much, father. He wept soundlessly in his father's warm embrace. His father held him tightly, smiling as he kept apologizing. I'm sorry, father. I was the one who ran away on my own. It's all my fault, Solbi. I'm sorry, father. His father placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Smiling, Hesai, Ten Kwang, Sing Yi. Little Tien Kwong, his face covered in tears and snot, listened to his father speak. The last thing his father said was, I'm entrusting that little girl to you. In that instant, all the illusions slowly faded. Back in the little house, Tien Kwong had regained consciousness. Mai Khan was about to feed him some porridge. Seeing that he was awake, he said to the other two, oh, he's awake. Calling to Lo Na, who was tending to Kamai in the outer room, he said, Lo Na, this man is awake. Hearing that, she remarked, you just came back from the gates of hell. Tien Kwong asked, how long have I been lying here? Walking to the bedside, Lo Na scolded him. You brat, is that the first thing you say after waking up? We just saved your life. Shouldn't you thank us first? In pain, Tien Kwong asked, was it you who saved me? Lo Na gestured for him to calm down. Akam and I put in a lot of effort. My Khan stayed here too, giving you medicine and wiping you down every single day. He looked toward the foreigner and said with difficulty, thank you. Lo Na placed a hand on Tien Kwong's body and used her healing art. And you should thank the person who taught you martial arts too. All this time, you fought desperately to stay alive. It's all thanks to the inner power your body kept circulating even while you were unconscious. Your body is incredibly strong, unlike my granddaughter. That child also gave part of her strength to save you. Kamai lay, sleeping soundly on the bed. Tien Kwong asked that girl. Lo Na said to him, it seems that Cam knows you. She went to great lengths to save your life. So when she wakes up, remember to thank her. Looking at her granddaughter, who was breathing heavily on the sickbed, she said, Akam is fighting her own illness, and that has weakened her body's ability to sustain itself. If she doesn't use her inner strength to care for herself, she'll grow so weak she can hardly breathe. She spent a full 5 days using that tiny bit of inner power to treat you, and that's why she's ended up like this now. As a warrior, you must take responsibility and be grateful to her. Tien Kwong said appreciatively, yes, thank you. Suddenly, he turned an alarm and asked, wait, it's already been 5 days? Struggling to sit up, he said, I have to go now. Sing yes in danger. Sitting beside him, Mai Khan said, you can't. In an instant, Tien Kwong felt as if needles were stabbing all over his body, and he asked in confusion, what's happening? Why has my body become like this? Lo Na tapped him on the forehead and said, enough. The human body isn't made of iron. You can't force it and expect it to recover quickly. Your bones and organs were all damaged. The fact that you're still alive is already a miracle. Hearing Lo Na say that, Tien Kwong trembled and raised both hands in front of his eyes. She continued, look at the scars all over your body. How many times have you already died and come back? You should have been killed long ago. Maybe because you've learned martial arts, you've become arrogant and reckless, thinking you're stronger than everyone else. Tien Kwong could hardly believe his eyes, his breathing growing ragged. Lo Na said, you ought to count yourself lucky. From now on, learn to fear death. Frightened, Tien Kwong remembered a gigantic Lu Te reaching out in front of him, gripping his throat no matter how desperately he struggled. It was useless. All he could feel was fear. Lu Te tightened his grip as if he meant to crush him. Tien Kwong was utterly terrified. Lo Na teased him, you're trembling all over. Looks like you still want to live after all. Mai Khan changed his blanket. He respectfully replied, yes. Madam Lo. Tien Kwong lay on the bed, eyes wide, trembling. 2 days later, Mai Khan helped Tien Kwong outside on crutches to take in the morning sun, praising him nonstop. Tien Kwong, you really recover fast. It's only been 2 days, and you're already on your feet. He helped Tien Kwong sit down by the corridor and reminded him, you should walk around now, and then too. Look, the weather is beautiful today. Tian Kwang said gratefully, "Thank you, my Khan." Lo Na called out to him, "My Khan, go to that graveyard of fallen soldiers and collect anything valuable before the metal rusts." My Khan quickly responded, "Yes." As the two walked farther away, Lo Na's voice could still be heard. "I feed you and taken a drifter like you, so you should help me out too." "My kind sight, Lo Na, you're too ruthless." Leaning on his crutches with his head lowered, Tian Kwang thought, "Sinni, did she escape safely? Please, I hope you're all right." Tian Kwang sat alone beneath the eaves. In the distance, a light breeze stirred long black hair. Kamai was there, circulating her energy, using Dokloithi and not Hona. Kamai relaxed her body and spread her arms, releasing her chi as rings of green leaves spun around her. One hand raised high and the other hanging low, her arms guided the flow of energy in steady rhythm. The green leaves moved in harmony around her, set apart in the cold forest. Her slender fingers lightly brushed the young leaves, and the leaves stretched upward. Her whole body rose with the wind, wrapped in green foliage. The trees all around shook violently, and even the grass on the ground swayed along with them. Small stones slowly lifted off the ground. Watching this scene, Tian Kwang could only stare in a daze. Kamai gradually rose from the ground. She, and those brown stones, completely left the earth and floated in midair. Kamai drifted gently upward, her eyes half closed, as if enjoying the stillness of nature. For a moment, Tian Kwang was speechless. Suddenly, he doubled over, clutching his crutch tightly, and coughed violently. Hearing the noise, Kamai startled and turned around. She saw him collapsing to the ground, trying to endure the pain. She hurried over and asked as she ran, "Are you all right?" Kamai frowned, using all her strength to help Tian Kwang up. "Let me help you." She used her art to ease his pain, then said, "The aura grandmother and I used to maintain your injuries is almost exhausted, so slow your breathing." Tian Kwang breathed heavily and said to her, "You were really incredible just now. I've seen others use lightness skills before, but I've never seen anyone move as gracefully as you. You and that old lady. Are you hermits?" Kamai smiled and explained, "It's not like that. My body can't retain inner power, so I have to release it outside like this all the time. Grandmother and I are just ordinary people living in seclusion." But Tian Kwang was not entirely convinced and pressed further. "Ordinary people can't possibly save and treat someone who's on the verge of death like that." Kamai replied, "That's not saving a life. It's just sending strength to the parts that need treatment. All things have yin and yang. We use chi arts to balance those two poles and make use of the flow of chi to affect the body. All I'm doing is releasing energy to the proper places and controlling it in the most effective way possible. A frail body like mine can't keep chi inside, so I have no choice but to let it out. Like right now, I'm sending energy to where treatment is needed." Kamai continued, "With the herbs and bandages grandmother used, your wounds are slowly healing. Your body is recovering its own strength. Grandmother says there isn't any martial art in this world that can heal a person's wounds." Curious, Tian Kwang asked her, "Even so, you still don't seem like an ordinary person. You live in the forest, but this house is huge." As she treated him, Kamai smiled and said, "Grandmother and I both originally came from a prominent family in this region. Our clan has passed martial arts down from generation to generation, so I started practicing martial arts from a young age." She remembered training with her father as child. When she performed well, he would pat her on the head and praise her. She had been full of enthusiasm for martial arts, and the elders of the clan had all doted on her. But then disaster struck without warning. Back then, Kamai sat collapsed on the ground, her face full of fear and confusion. She said, "Little by little, my body grew weaker and weaker. Every time I got out of bed, I would fall. Later on, even breathing became difficult. During training, I fell. And grandmother Lona anxiously ran toward me, while my father, seeing his daughter fall, only coldly turned his face away. So I couldn't keep up with training, and rumors began to spread. They said the eldest daughter of the Kam family had gone mad. Seeing his only heir become like that, my father was deeply dissatisfied. In the end, in order to preserve the family's martial arts, he adopted a nephew. Kamai stood aggrieved beside her grandmother in the back, watching her father shower affection on a little boy who wasn't his own son. She continued, "Grandmother was the one who loved me most. She brought me to this mountain, Here, she began researching martial arts and medicinal herbs to care for me, and she taught me as well. Kamai ended her story with a smile. Thanks to that, although my body grew weak, my technique for controlling inner power improved, and this ruined body of mine has managed to hold on until today. She suddenly realized she had talked too much and hurriedly apologized to Tien Kwong. Sorry, I suddenly started rambling like that. It's been a long time since I talked with anyone besides my Khan and grandmother. Tien Kwong said, thank you. Only now have I finally been able to say those words. It was entirely thanks to the people here finding me when I was dying. He had thought he would die by that stream, covered in wounds. Turning to Kamai, he said, thanks to all of you, I survived. My name is Tien Kwong. Kamai was busy treating him, and though her expression couldn't be seen clearly, the blush on her cheeks could not be hidden. Blushing, she replied, my name is Kamai. Kamai placed her hand on Tien Kwong's bare, bandaged back and asked, Tien Kwong, how did you end up like this? He answered, while escorting a merchant caravan, I witnessed the general of Lu Ti's army betray us and was discovered. I left my younger sister Sin Yi there, so I have to get back as quickly as possible. He continued, she's very smart. She probably escaped safely, but I'm still worried. Kamai smiled and said, I'm really envious of her. Your sister is so fortunate to have an older brother who cares about her like this. Tien Kwong suddenly felt a little guilty. Sorry, I made you uncomfortable. But she immediately said, it's all right. I still have grandmother. At that moment, Lo Na was with my Khan by the stream where they had rescued Tien Kwong. My Khan tried to drag the corpse away, but accidentally yanked both of its arms off and screamed in fright. Kamai said to Tien Kwong, I want to take you back too, but if I don't regulate your chi, your wounds will split open and you'll be in danger. She smiled to reassure him. I'm sure your sister is safe. At the very least, until you can walk without a crutch, I'll help you recover. Tien Kwong had no choice but to accept it. Let's do that then. He asked her, by the way, can I control chi the way you do too? Kamai replied, of course. As long as you have chi, it's possible. I'll teach you. As night fell at Lu Ti's camp, despite the tight security, a man in purple slipped inside. He lightly climbed and leaped among the branches, moving with great agility. He pulled a letter from his pocket and thought to himself, Lu Ti's army. It's already pitch dark, and their guard is still this strict. If it's only an ordinary ambush, I'm afraid it won't work. Suddenly, he noticed firelight behind a large log. Curious, he crept closer to look. This is a military camp, yet they've got lamps lit this brightly. Do they think the battlefield is their home? He jolted in surprise. Min Noyet was bathing. He thought to himself, why is there a woman bathing on the battlefield? How improper. This isn't the time to worry about that. I have a more important mission. With that thought, he quietly slipped away. He had to hurry back to General Tu Hu. Silence returned to the surroundings. Min Noyet said, oh, feels like something stuck to my butt. She gasped. Turns out it's just a branch. I thought it was a bug. The pervert hadn't actually left and had snuck back to peek again. He had no idea that Ma Truong Kai was charging in from behind, ready to seize him. A noise echoed through the dark forest, and the man fell flat on his face. Min Noyet said to him, at least pay the peeping fee before you leave. Ma Chung Ki Stam Tat. Makes sense. I can't believe catching him was this easy. Min Noyet rummaged through the man's pocket and smiled. Found the secret letter. After reading it, she said, just as I thought, they're waiting for the right moment. They're planning to launch a surprise attack within the next 7 days. Ma Truong Kai said worriedly, this is bad. Mancat won't be back for another 2 weeks. Min Noyet turned and walked away. Then we'll just have to buy time. Hurry and take this man away. Bury this thing. Ma Truong Kai hoisted the man onto his back and answered yes. The next day, in Lu Ti's army, many officers gathered around him and asked, General, shall we seal off the forest and attack from the rear? He said to them, not yet. We just finished one battle, so drag it out a little longer. Another officer said, but General, even though the provisions have arrived, if we keep delaying like this, it will put us at a disadvantage. Lu Te turned away and said in annoyance, what I hate most is hearing you nag. Just then, he saw Min Noyet approaching with the caravan and asked in surprise, oh? Why has the caravan leader come here? Min Noyet hid her anxious expression behind a fan and walked toward him. Seeing this, Lu Te spoke first. Did the caravan leader sleep well last night? Before Min Noyet could answer, he continued, the weather today seems perfect for battle, doesn't it? Caravan leader, this weather is rather irritating, isn't it? Min Noyet remained silent. The two sides fell into silence, with only the sound of the wind passing by. Suddenly, Min Noyet snapped her fan shut and began flattering him. In truth, Today is a glorious day for Lu Ti's army. Thanks to the great general's help, every member of the caravan has had a chance to rest well. So I came specially to express my gratitude. As Min Noyet spoke, the surrounding soldiers stared at her with greedy eyes, their faces red as if drunk. As she walked, she said, "Everyone here is fighting to protect the land of the northern frontier. So how could anyone say you smell?" Her next action even made Lu Te blush. She tugged her robe down, revealing her full breasts, and said, "With all of your passion burning so high, even I feel heat rising all over my body." She pulled her clothes lower still, and some soldiers covered themselves while others blushed and stole glances. The fervor here burns hotter than any military camp. In complete contrast to her flirtatious behavior, Min Noyet was calculating in her head, 1, 2, 3. Remember these easily tempted faces. The rough-bearded men blushed and stared at her, but some still turned their faces away. Min Noyet continued thinking, 9 out of 10 are looking this way and blushing. The rest are frowning. She began planning it out. First, I need to persuade the officers, starting with the easiest ones, and gradually gain the upper hand. As long as even one person takes my side, the others will unite. Even if I can only convince half of them, I can still prepare to stop the ambush. Suddenly, her gaze shifted elsewhere. Last of all, can I persuade Lu Ti's deputy commander, Bang Guchuang? The man she was referring to was tall and expressionless. I need to see whether he's on my side, or Lu Ti's. Seeing that Bang Guchuang still wore a blank expression, Min Noyet continued to think, if he has nothing to do with Lu Ti's betrayal, then he's the one who can minimize losses and stop the ambush. Still standing there beneath the soldiers' stares, Min Noyet carefully weighed everything. I have to be extremely cautious, gather information, and tell the others about Lu Ti's betrayal. If I carelessly let this slip to someone involved in his treachery, Bang Guchuang's eyes unconsciously shifted away. We'll be killed before Thuong Quoc even attacks. Then his gaze dropped to the ground, and his cheeks began to redden. Mingwayet's my. Elsewhere, the scenery was strangely peaceful. Tien Quang sat on a rock in meditation, with Kamai behind him channeling inner strength into him. With her eyes closed, she said, "Although your body is injured and you cannot train, that doesn't mean you've become weaker." He kept his eyes closed, listening intently as she continued. "What's more, the loss of physical strength may help you discover the hidden power inside yourself and see the inner worth you've always overlooked." Her hand rested on Tien Quang's back as she formed a hand seal and said, "Losing physical strength gives you the chance to hear the voice of your inner self. The sound of flesh closing over a wound. The sound of bones supporting your whole body when you stand." He still sat there with his eyes closed in silence. Then he opened them and said with some displeasure, while Kamai could only give an awkward smile, "What are you even talking about?" Now I understand what my con meant. He recalled being tormented by Han Luong, then said, "That old man, when he taught me martial arts, never said things this deep and impossible to understand." Kamai replied, "Everyone's goal is different, so the way they express chi is different too." She continued, "My weak body has to move chi to the proper places to help it function. If I want to walk, I need to send a large amount of chi to my legs and hip joints. If I can't breathe, I force my chest muscles so my lungs can work." As Kamai worked on Tien Quang's shoulders, she continued speaking without pause. "I control chi gently and precisely to match every smallest movement, and I've also trained myself to make efficient use of the weakened chi in my body." Tien Quang sat quietly and listened. "If I relied on my own strength alone, I couldn't do it, so I seek help from the natural world around me." He sat there, his body covered in wounds, even on his legs. Kamai continued, "The power of the weather helps me breathe. The power of the earth helps me stand firm." The space around them seemed to come alive. Fallen leaves flew in one direction. Every branch, every blade of grass, even the river itself, was quietly supporting life. Under Kamai's guidance, the fallen leaves danced around the two of them. I asked for their help, and all the chi around me gathers together to fulfill my wish. Suddenly, Tien Quang opened his eyes and asked in a weary voice, "Are you superstitious or something? I don't understand any of this at all." Still patient, she asked, "You still don't understand, do you?" Kamai's hands never stopped moving. "Well, I can't blame you. Even if you did understand, you wouldn't be able to use any of this on the battlefield right away." She continued explaining patiently, "But it can help your body and mind recover." Tian Kwang also sensed something unusual. "The chi that you and that old lady sent into me. The way it flows is very strange. All of it is moving slowly through my body." Kamai corrected him, "No, it's more like joining forces than moving." Lo Na's small figure came running over. "Stop, Kamai," she interrupted. "If other people could learn these things so easily, our family wouldn't have needed to pass them down only to its own descendants." She never stopped praising Kamai. Kamai is a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy among the great families. If this child hadn't fallen ill, her name would already have shaken the world. Kamai blushed bright red and protested, "That's not true." Then Lo Na turned her attention to Tien Kwang. "By the way, the one who taught you martial arts was Sat, wasn't it?" Hearing her mention him, Tien Kwang was astonished. "You know him? So that crude old man is still alive. Who in our generation doesn't know Sat?" She recalled the battles of the past. "I still remember his chi. We crossed hands several times before." Tien Kwang was stunned. "You fought him before?" Closing her eyes and clasping her hands behind her back, she explained, "It was the Warring States era, so we had no choice but to fight everyone. Your chi felt familiar to me, so I guessed." While Kamai and Tien Kwang were talking, Lo Na thought to herself, "A disciple of Saturday, what a mysterious fate. Somewhere deep in a deadly wilderness." A voice came from inside a cave. "Fourth brother is late. By rights, he should have been back from Luti's camp by now, shouldn't he?" Fifth spoke to eldest, who was bowing his head in thought with great optimism. "He'll be back tonight. He's delivered secret letters many times before. He won't make a mistake." From the mouth of the cave, two people came running in, shouting loudly, "Big brother, the provisions are here." Fifth mocked them, "Oh my, look who's here. Isn't this the disgrace of the spy corps?" The man who had just returned looked displeased. "Fifth, what did you say?" She turned her face away. "How embarrassing. You were sent to reinforce General Tu Hu, and in the end you were beaten miserably by some nameless nobody." The man said angrily, "You filthy bitch." Fifth laughed scornfully. "You still have any pride left?" She went on mocking him. "You should be ashamed to be a member of the spy corps." The assault reconnaissance unit of Thuong Quoc was defeated by an ordinary fighter. "If I were you, I'd kill myself out of shame." The other one also pulled down his face covering and replied irritably, "Fine then, I'll kill you first." Only then did Elda speak up. "Enough." He cut off the quarrel and said, "That's enough noise. Eat." The leader of Thuong Quoc's assault reconnaissance unit, eldest, he stood up and said, "The Battle of Nok Tien City against the northern frontier is of utmost importance to General Tu Hu. For more than 10 years, General Tu Hu's family, along with the other 4 powers of Thuong Quoc, have been fighting each other for power and profit. This battle is an extremely important opportunity for the Chu clan to seize dominion over Thuong Quoc." The other 3 lowered their heads at once and answered, "Understood." He lowered his voice and said, "That is why General Tu Hu personally took the initiative to win over the Northern Frontiers General. The duty of our intelligence unit is to be hunting dogs and complete General Tu Hu's mission." With both hands on his hips, he told his subordinates, "It does not matter who we lose or how many of us die, understand?" The 3 bowed respectfully. "Understood, big brother." Suddenly, one of them pointed toward the cave entrance. "Big brother, over there. There's someone outside saying something." A group of children holding swords and sabers pointed forward and stammered as they questioned him. "Who are you?" Another child said, "He looks so weird. Is he some kind of water monster?" A short child tremblingly asked, "Are you human or a monster?" Maikon raised his hand in surrender, trying to explain, "I'm a foreigner." The 3 children waved their swords around threateningly. "You brats are way too fierce." Back at Lo Na's house, Tien Kwang excitedly called out, "Ma Dong Kong Tu Chow, Bao Hong." The 3 children hurried over to, chirping, "Senior. Senior brother Tien Kwang, you're still alive." "Senior brother," Lo Na asked helplessly, "why did you bring back more little beggars?" Seeing the children again, Tien Kwang immediately asked, "How is Sin Ni?" "Yes, Xing Yi say." One of the children replied, "Sai, you're still just as stubborn as ever. Even in a situation like this, the first thing you ask about is the troop leader. The troop leader is very safe." Another child said with concern, "That's wonderful. Senior brother is still alive." Everyone chatted excitedly like that, and Tien Kwong lowered his head and covered his face. Thank heaven and earth. He trembled as if about to cry. She's still safe. A skinny boy spoke up. Right now, the troop leader and senior brother monk, Truong Kai, are thinking of a way to sabotage Lu Ti's plan. The other two children took turns comforting Tien Kwong. The troop leader said that before senior brother Mancat returns, she won't do anything dangerous. So don't worry. That's not what she said. The troop leader said the top priority right now is treating you first, if you're still safe. That's not what she said either. Standing outside and watching, Kamai was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped, while the four brothers kept chattering away. Waves of golden light radiated from Tien Kwong's body, then gradually faded. Though he still had a lean on a crutch, a smile and hope had returned to his face. Seeing that, Kamai smiled faintly. On the other side of the river, several people were still watching that house. Eldest gave the order, "Fifth, report this matter to General Chiu Hu at once." She answered firmly, "Understood. Nok Tien City, Chiu Hu's camp." As Chiu Hu trimmed a bonsai, he said to Fifth, who stood humbly beside him, "Ah, so that's where they are." The other party bowed respectfully. "Yes, Lord Chiu Hu." He chuckled softly and said, "Two birds with one stone indeed. First, tell Eldest to leave that cave. Fifth, take a message to Lu Te for me. It seems there are still far too many people eavesdropping on our secrets, so it would be best to meet in person instead of sending secret letters." Fifth lowered her head, glanced up, and accepted the order. "As you command." Chiu Hu handed her a token. "This is my family's command token. If you go alone, Lu Te will become suspicious, so take this with you." Fifth quickly received it. "As you command. Please leave this matter to your subordinate." Elsewhere, Lona was instructing a young boy. "Don't add that one." The boy looked confused. "Huh, Granny, do you mean this kind?" She slowly explained, "That's poison. Separate it out. We kindly took you in, so you ought to do your work properly." The boy immediately argued back. "Oh, please, I never begged you to take me in." On the other side, my Khan was talking with two other boys. "I come from a very faraway place. There are many things I still want to see." The two children took turns asking, "Wow, then where are you from, mister? Have you ever seen anything interesting or unusual?" He casually said, "This place and that place, many places. I've traveled through a great many lands, so I've forgotten the road home." My Khan told them about his journey. "I once crossed an endless mountain of sand. I nearly died there." In his memory appeared a volcano in eruption. "I've crossed fire-spitting mountains too, and nearly died there as well. Then a gigantic tree whose top could not be seen. There I saw a dragon." The images from the past gradually became terrifying. "I even went to the end of the world, to a deep sea sunken in endless darkness." In contrast to his proud tone, the two boys looked completely uninterested and ignored him as he continued. "Next time, I'll go to that dark place." One boy shouted, "This guy's full of lies. He's no different from a braggart." He hurriedly explained, "No, I'm not lying." The other child didn't believe him either. How could a place like that exist in this world? If there were a giant tree, why can't we see it from here? My Khan still tried to explain. "It's true. That place is very far away." Somewhere else, Tien Kwong was practicing Qi with Kamai. She said, "You're doing very well, Tien Kwong." Blue and golden light radiated from their bodies. She instructed him, "Think about gathering all your Qi in your lower abdomen." As she demonstrated, she explained, "Then imagine moving that sphere." Kamai opened her eyes, and gentle gusts of wind stirred the fallen leaves around the two of them. She raised a hand, moving the blue sphere from her abdomen to her hand, instructing him while Tien Kwong listened quietly. "Circulate it around your body." Now, depending on where the sphere is directed, it can be used in many different ways. Kamai explained more specifically, regulating Qi is the basic technique of the Hot Loi sect. He asked back, "Basic?" Tien Kwong tried to control the sphere of energy, but failed. He hesitated and said, "Gathering all Qi into one point and controlling it at will. And this is basic? Easy to say, hard to do. It doesn't have legs. So how am I supposed to move this thing?" Kamai laughed and explained, "But it clearly moved just now." Tien Kwong looked at her helplessly. "Sometimes you're even stricter than that old man." In the yard, the three groups kept chatting noisily. Lo Na and the boy beside her looked over to one side, where Kamai was smiling as she instructed Tien Kwong. The old woman felt secretly pleased. It had been a very long time since she had seen Kamai smile so brightly. The boy beside her held a flower vase and asked, "Granny, where should I put this?" She looked over at my Khan, who was telling the two children about his past experiences, and thought to herself, "This child really likes the warmth and bustle of a harmonious family, just like the atmosphere now." But reality is far too cruel. When the boy saw that she did not answer, he asked again, "Granny?" Only then did Lona speak. "It seems everyone is tired today, too. I'll add a little herb to help everyone sleep well." The boy still had not gotten an answer. "Granny, where should I put this?" Back in the small room where incense was burning, the three boys were sleeping soundly while hugging my Khan. And Tian Kwang had also fallen into a deep sleep. Kamai was asleep as well, but her hand was clutching the bedsheet tightly. In the room filled with fragrance, only Lo Na remained awake, covering her mouth with her hand. She pushed open the door and stepped outside, walking straight toward the lake in front of the house. On the far side of the lake, Eldest Group was secretly watching. Eldest asked, "Where's Fifth?" The person beside him replied, "She was sent to deliver General Tu Hu's message," and immediately ran to Lu Ti's camp. Eldest continued, "I see. Looks like Fourth has run into trouble." Another said coldly, "He may already be dead." From across the lake, Lona's voice carried over. "Is that so?" All three of them jumped in fright. The old woman said, "So that means only the three of you are left now." Her body began to glow blue. "So this is why you've been spying on us these past few days." Channeling her inner power, she flew straight to the opposite bank and said, "After I capture you, I'll interrogate you later." Though startled, Eldest still managed to order his two subordinates, three-man formation. The other two responded in unison, understood. Both sides charged at the same time. Eldest and his subordinates attacked the old woman simultaneously. Three-man technique. When the blades came down, the old woman vanished. Vile bird. While the three of them stood there bewildered, she suddenly reappeared. All three struck toward Lona at once. Poison thunder stance. The three of them spun around her at incredible speed like a whirlwind. Split force. Inside the vortex, lo energia mand perfectly calm. Every single strike was evaded flawlessly. The group swept them together through the air, yet they could not touch even a single hair on Lona's head. They switched to surrounding her and unleashed Knight's sword prison. The more they fought, the more horrified they became. It was absurd, unbelievable that the three of them could not bring down one old woman. She remained standing in place, yet not one sword point struck her. Every blade that came near her seemed to bend away. Lona lightly slipped past the sword points and began a counterattack. Sun Emperor's stance. A current of chi surged out and wrapped around the three men. With a single turn of her body, she caused them to slaughter one another. Super reverse current. The whole group was caught in the whirlpool of chi she created. The vortex swallowed the three of them, leaving only their miserable screams. One bubble of air after another burst and fell away. The leader suddenly rushed out to ambush Lo Na, but she easily avoided him. A second later, she had already appeared behind him, gripping his throat tightly. She whispered in his ear, "Compared to the other two, your skills are better. You must be the leader, right?" Her expression remained calm. "You look tight-lipped and dangerous, so I'll kill you first." The leader trembled from lack of air, his eyes bloodshot. "So I really can't escape this old woman's grasp." At the same time, second and third were lying unconscious beneath the lake. "I'll ask those two who the mastermind is, so for now, you may rest in peace." Suddenly, he swung his sword in a counterattack, startling her. Four-head sword dance. He broke free from her grip, and she immediately pursued. All at once, a figure appeared in front of Lo Na and blocked her path. "Elder, please show mercy and do not kill my subordinates." It is not easy to find a capable subordinate. Tu Hu slowly descended, for long swords floating around him, and continued, "Besides, it is even harder to find a loyal dog." He took hold of one sword, a cunning look on his face. "So all these years, you've been hiding here." Lona raised her guard, letting Tu Hu identify her. Lona, the old matriarch and elder of the Cam family of Thuong Quoc, grandmaster of the Hot Loi school. That man swam toward his two companions and struggled to speak. "Second, third, are you two all right?" Floating in the air, Tu Hu said smugly, "You may not remember, but when I was little, I once saw you while strolling through the city with my father. I am Tu Hu, eldest legitimate grandson of the Chu family, and also one of the four direction generals." Lona answered in surprise, "Now I remember. The eldest son of Chu Suong has grown this much already? You've become a general. It seems you have worked hard." He smiled sinisterly, recalling the past. 20 years ago, old matriarch Lona vanished without a trace. To meet you again in this battle must be my destiny. Could it be that heaven truly favors the Chu family so much? Murderous intent surged from him as he tightened his grip on his sword. If I cut off the head of the Cam family's old matriarch, our hereditary enemy, then the entire Cam family will suffer a tremendous blow, won't they? Old matriarch Lo Na kept her calm expression and shouted, "You arrogant brat." Then she immediately attacked. At that moment, a girl's voice called from inside the room, "Tian Kuang, Tian Kuang." Tian Kuang slowly woke up in exhaustion. What happened? Kamai stood by the bed and said, "Something seems to have happened outside. Grandmother secretly used a sleeping drug, so he slept like the dead and didn't hear a thing." He sat up at once and replied quickly, "We have to get outside and see." She nodded, and the two carefully pushed the door open to look outside. Tu Hugh glanced over, blood seeping from the wound on his face. What a disappointment. When I was a child, I always looked up at you with fear, but now you've grown old and weak. Time really does pass quickly. At this point, old matriarch Lo Na had already been beaten until she was covered in wounds and seemed to have no strength left to resist. Kamai screamed in panic, "Grandmother!" Tu Hugh immediately redirected his attack toward her. Tian Kuang dashed forward and shoved her aside, narrowly avoiding Tu Hugh's strike. Seeing that she had nearly been killed, Mai Khan shouted, "Kamai, it's dangerous." The people inside the house also rushed out, yelling, "Senior brother!" Tian Kuang calmly assigned orders. "Damn it, Mai Khan, take Kamai and run. Ma Duan, Hong Tu Ju, Bao Ho, Gadap Zhao Weepa now. They're attacking us," Tu Hugh said disdainfully. "Don't get the wrong idea, you nameless warrior. Do you think I personally came here just for you?" This old woman is old matriarch Lo Na of the Cam family, one of the 4 great clans of Thuong Quoc. Among the 4 great clans, the Cam family and the Chu family are the 2 strongest houses holding the power of Thuong Quoc. Naturally, the 2 families are hereditary enemies. To discover the missing old matriarch of the Cam family near the battlefield like this, I believe this is the very moment to end the power struggle between our 2 sides. As he finished speaking, he pointed his weapon at Cam Mai. That lost descendant of the Cam family living out here in hiding must be her, the only daughter of Cam Kang, eldest son of the Cam family and the Chu family's hereditary enemy. Rumor has it that their only daughter was frail and sickly and died young long ago. If the family's heir is that weak, then their decline is only natural. It seems they hid her here to protect her from outside forces. Old memories replayed like scenes in a film. Inside a room, a man said to Lo Na in anguish, "Mother, if this continues, Kamai's life will be in danger." Rumors that the child is ill have already spread throughout the 4 great clans. The same thing happened again today. The courtyard is piled with the corpses of assassins, and who knows where the intruders that slipped into the main house came from. If this keeps going, the man clutched his head in terror. If this continues, Kamai will be in danger. After a moment of thought, she answered, "I will take Kamai away. As for your grandson, adopt Cam Feng as the new heir, and at the same time spread the news that Kamai has died." The image of Lo Na supporting a weak, cane-bearing Kamai as they departed appeared clearly. "I will take Kamai into the mountains. I will study herbs to find a way to cure her, and I will also study hot loy to nurture her frail body. I will definitely save Kamai. Leave this matter to me. Cam Kang, you must remember this well. You are the head of the Cam family of Thuong Quoc." Chu Hugh let out a mocking laugh, confidence showing on his face as he looked at the 3 people holding weapons before him and said, "I already sent a letter to Lu Te, knowing there were many eyes and ears outside. In the end, the war with the northern frontier will be over, victory will belong to us, and not a single seed of future trouble will remain. If I kidnap the Cam family's eldest young lady as a hostage, then power in Thuong Quoc will surely fall into our hands. Won't it?" Tian Kuang suddenly rushed out and attacked. Chu Hugh easily evaded him. "Oh, I wasn't finished speaking yet. Clumsy moves like yours will only aggravate the wound Lu Te gave you. Do you really think such stupid tricks can touch me?" Then he counterattacked. "But your spirit does have the air of a general, even if your actions are still idiotic. Charging in just to save one useless false life. A meaningless effort. Do you think that body of yours can escape from my hands? Or do you think that crude brute strength is enough to fight me? That's the same power you once used and still failed to defeat Lu Te with." He launched his attack, and Tian Kuang was beset from all sides, forced completely onto the defensive. Suddenly, Cam Mai appeared in front of him, blocking all the blades flying toward him. Oh, so you're not as useless as the rumors say. Now I'm starting to get interested. He unleashed a technique that sent the water surging upward. Poison thunder stance. Kamai struck back in return. He began to tense up, but also looked thrilled. Good. On the other side, everyone was checking on old matriarch Lo Na's condition. Tien Kwang called out, "Grandmother, grandmother, wake up." Mai Kan supported her body and gently shook her. "Lo Na, are you still alive?" Using the last of her strength, Lo Na weakly said, "Kamai, she must not fight. I only taught her methods for healing. Right now, she may be able to block his attacks, but very soon she'll realize she has no defensive trump card left." On the other side, Kamai was still unleashing her techniques, sending the surrounding earth and rocks flying into the air and straight at Tu Hu, burying him under the rubble. Tien Kwang stared blankly and said to Lo Na, "But she can still keep fighting." Lo Na replied proudly, "That girl inherited the Kam family's gifted bloodline. It's only natural that she can do this much." Furious, Tu Hu burst out from the pile of shattered earth and stone. "Arrogant, before I capture you, I'll cripple that arm of yours first." Enraged, he began to unleash his ultimate move. Forehead sword dance, chaotic waltz. Kamai calmly parried every strike aimed at her, her movements smooth and elegant. The two sides faced off, and the tension in the air grew heavier and heavier, every breath seeming to weigh 1,000 pounds. Tu Hu was struck by a counterattack and glared furiously as he cursed, "You bitch." The onlookers were all stunned, unable to look away. Amazing. I can't even see their movements clearly. Tien Kwang's face was full of shock and excitement. What's going on? She's absurdly strong. She's actually suppressing him. Although Kamai neutralized every one of Tu Hu's attacks, she also seemed to be reaching exhaustion. Lo Na forced herself to sit up, watching her anxiously. "That girl is pushing herself too hard." Mai Kan, Tien Kwang, hurry to the medicine storehouse where the herbs are. There's no time left. The night sky seemed lit up by the fierce battle between the two of them. Amid the exchange of offense and defense, Tu Hu's cold sword tip kept trying to pierce her slender hands. The leader saw it with his own eyes and was stunned beyond words. "This is ridiculous. How could Lord Tu Hu?" The number of people who can stand against Lord Tu Hu can be counted on one hand. Even if she is the Kam family's heir, she's still just a woman living in seclusion in mountains. This is too absurd. Living a life in hiding like that. How could she possibly have reached this level? "We need to cover Lord Tu Hu's retreat." While muttering to himself, he suddenly spotted a group approaching the medicine storehouse. Tien Kwang helped Lo Na sit down and asked urgently, "Grandma, we're here. Why did you suddenly bring us here?" Lo Na gave orders with difficulty, breathing hard. "Mekan, quick, take out the medicine from your luggage." Mai Kan looked at the baggage beside him. I get it." Lo Na turned and urged, "Ma Don, bring me that small white medicine bottle behind the pile of herbs." Ma Don looked at the bottle on the shelf, then asked uncertainly, "This one?" He looked at the powder poured into his palm and listened as Lo Na instructed, "Tien Kwang, sprinkle this powder on your wound. In a moment, that spot will start to feel numb." Staring suspiciously at the bottle, Tien Kwang asked, "What is this?" Lo Na answered slowly, "It's an anesthetic powder. Normally you shouldn't use this because it's made from poison. And this," Mai Kan handed him another bottle, "is opium, a diluted hallucinogenic medicine that Mai Kan brought back from overseas. Even one small sip can create a sense of exhilaration. There's no martial art that can heal the body instantly. Herbs can't make wounds close at once. But fighting poison with poison works immediately." Tien Kwang fell silent for a moment, then without another word decisively grabbed the bottle and drained it in one gulp. Grinding his teeth, Tien Kwang said in a hoarse but determined voice, "So in short, this can help me fight, right?" Deeply uneasy, Mai Kan warned him, "Don't drink anymore. It's been diluted, but too much will kill you. Now circulate your chi and force the medicine to take effect." Before he had even finished speaking, the leader violently shoved open the main door, exposing everyone inside the house. He roared angrily, "You bastards. So this is the scheme you were plotting in here." Lo Na hurriedly said to Mai Kan, "Find a way to stall for time." Mai Kan, quickly sprinkle the numbing powder on my wound to stop the bleeding. As Mai Kan hurried to do so, he answered, "Got it," unable to hold back his anger. Ma Don rushed forward to drive him off. "Get lost, you ugly masked freak." Seeing the brat charging at him, the leader shouted, "Insolent." On the other side, Tu Hu seemed on the verge of being defeated by Kamai. Unable to accept it, he muttered darkly to himself, "Absurd. I'm actually being suppressed by a sickly woman. Could she really be the genius descendant of the Kam family heir of the hot Loi school? After saying that, he planted his sword into the ground and forced himself upright. I remember she was expelled when she was 10. At that age, there's no way she could have learned and mastered every ultimate technique. No, even so, she's still extremely capable. If I can't take her alive, then I have no choice but to kill her here and cut off any future threat to the Chu family. She doesn't know any fatal killing techniques. She only knows how to borrow force and counterattack. Let's see how she'll handle a relentless barrage. Tightening his grip on the long sword, he unleashed another technique. Secret art, forehead sword dance, rampaging chaos. Sweat-drenched Mai, her expression tense. Before her was a scene of smoke, fire, and devastation. At this point, Mai's whole body was covered in wounds, and her body had begun to tremble uncontrollably. Chu Hu showed a cold, smug smile, then launched an even fiercer assault than before, sneering, "I truly didn't expect you to neutralize my finishing move. But against a continuous assault like this, can you still deflect it?" Mai gripped the hilt tightly and in fury slammed him to the ground. Just as she was about to finish Chu Hu off, she shouted, "You will not take away my happiness." However, she had finally reached her limit and collapsed to the ground. Chu Hu was startled at first, then felt a trace of admiration, but in the end, only humiliation remained. He glared at her and growled through clenched teeth, "Her chi is spent. So her illness really is severe. How disgraceful. I was actually played by someone from the Cam family, and a sickly woman at that. I have to kill you." He climbed on top of Mai and wrapped both hands around her throat. Mai struggled to breathe, her voice faint and breaking. Grandmother. At that critical instant, Tien Kwang appeared with bloodshot eyes, grabbed Chu Hu, and threw a powerful punch. In another room, cluttered with things, Lona said, "My Khan, quickly use a rope to tie me and Tien Kwang together." My Khan immediately understood. I get it. Longa Kontin, Ten Kwang, Circulet Zoki. Mai taught you already, didn't she? Let your strength flow through your entire body. That way the medicine will take effect faster and more effectively. The numbing powder will dull your sense of pain, making you forget the pain from your wounds, and the opium will make you stop feeling fear when facing the enemy. Covered in injuries, Tien Kwang hesitated and asked, "Can I really win using this method? I don't have much confidence." Lona replied, "What I just told you is the worst-case method to help you fight. Once the medicine takes effect, you must do your best to control it, as if you were Dida Sat himself." At that moment, the boss was being surrounded and beaten by those 3 children. Lona said softly, "Leave the rest to me." The moment she finished, Tien Kwang rushed toward the boss. The boss looked at Tien Kwang and thought to himself, "This is the man who defeated 2nd and 3rd. He's badly injured, but I absolutely can't let my guard down." The 2 locked eyes, and Tien Kwang launched an attack at once. The boss couldn't react in time and was utterly shocked. "What is this? That footwork. It's that old man's." Ma Don exclaimed in surprise. "Why did senior brother run out there alone?" Another person wondered, Tien Kwang, can he even still run? At that moment, the boss was gradually wearing down. Someone shouted, while he's still not thinking straight, "Knock him out first." Another child yelled too, "Attack him. Hit him." But the boss's movements seemed even faster. With one kick, he sent all 3 of them flying. Clenching both fists, the boss roared angrily through gritted teeth. "Being an assassin like this is too disgraceful. I can't keep going on like this." My Khan stood inside the storehouse watching the scene outside. "He's still alive. Don't let go of the sword. Wah, spare me. Mekan panik. My bag. I need that bag. Go to hell." Tien Kwang's voice rang out, his eyes bloodshot as he reached out to grab Chu Hu by the throat. Blocking the attack, Chu Hu said, "Brat, do you think such a weak attack can hurt me?" Tien Kwang struck again, fire style. Riding on Tien Kwang's back, Lona said that hit. "Keep attacking." He's exhausted too after beating Mai down. Tien Kwang attacked with all his might, and Chu Hu was struck. Chu Hu's eyes widened, and he cursed in fury, "Damn it." Tien Kwang looked at Lona and said, "If he hits me, both of us will die." She replied calmly, "You won't get hit. Keep going." Chu Hu quickly realized what was happening. So that old woman is the one plotting for this brat. Their chi is blending together. Looking at the charging Tien Kwang, he thought hatefully that old hag has to be eliminated first before she becomes more trouble. Then he launched a swift attack. Seeing it, Lona shouted, "He's attacking. Release as much chi as you can and counterattack. His target is me. I'll keep watch on him. You just attack." The battle between both sides grew fiercer and fiercer. Tien Kwang lightly evaded Chu Hu's techniques, while Chu Hu took several palm strikes in return. Chu Hu roared, "You bastards!" As soon as he finished, he rushed at Tien Kwang, wildly slashing his sword. Tien Kwang glanced at Lo Na and said, "He hit me." Lo Na slowly performed a technique, shielding him from the long blade. Tien Kwang thought in confusion, "The sword didn't pierce my body." Right after that, he threw a punch and snapped Chu Hu's sword in two. Chu Hu refused to back down and roared furiously, "Damn it, no matter how exhausted I am, I can't believe I'm being beaten by some wild beast." Then Tien Kwang drove a powerful kick into him and sent him flying. Tien Kwang was experiencing something completely different. This wasn't some meaningless martial display meant only to show off. He was facing a master who made very few mistakes, and this battle made him realize his true strength. More important than the experience itself was that all of it was happening while his life hung by a thread against an opponent of a higher level than his own. Tien Kwang was absorbing experience through actual combat, not mere observation. And on top of that, he was directly learning from a master. That was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Inside the storehouse, Mai Khan held a gun in his hand and fired a shot at the boss, shocking everyone. The boss clutched his wound and struggled back to his feet. Mai Khan glared at him. "Godi!" The other two cried out in fear. Why was there suddenly thunder? "Oh, what was that?" "Again, try it again," Mai Khan said with difficulty. "Hurry up, I won't make it in time." At that moment, the boss's subordinates suddenly appeared. "Boss, Captain," outside, Tien Kwang and Chu Hu were still locked in fierce combat. The boss said, "This is bad." Second, third, released the smoke bombs. Thick smoke billowed out in all directions. Pen Guang, fill the smoke? Seeing this, Lo Na warned him, "Don't let your guard down. They're planning to attack from inside the smoke." Within the haze, two of Chu Hu's men approached. "Lord Chu Hu," second called. Chu Hu answered him, "Boss." Another continued, "The boss is injured. The situation is very dangerous now. Please withdraw. We can keep the Cam family under surveillance first and decide what to do afterward." Chu Hu frowned, displeasure on his face. "TCH, how disgraceful." Second comforted him, "This isn't disgraceful. Our intelligence was incomplete, so our preparations were lacking. As long as you're safe, my lord, we can take revenge next time. Let's go now." But Chu Hu remained stubborn. "I absolutely will not go back empty-handed." Kamai lay motionless on the ground, using the fog to his advantage. Amid the chaos, even Tien Kwang's vision was blocked for a moment. By the time he saw Chu Hu's next move clearly, the man had already leapt in another direction. Chu Hu's target was Cam Mai, lying wounded on the ground. Seeing through his intention, Tien Kwang charged over recklessly. But one of the subordinates suddenly rushed out from nowhere and wrapped himself around him. The man screamed as he used every ounce of strength in his body to stop Tien Kwang from saving Cam Mai. This made Tien Kwang lose patience, and he slammed his elbow hard into the man's back. But it already seemed too late. Chu Hu had raised his long sword high, preparing to drive it down. Back in the past, 21 years earlier, in Truong Dao city of Thuong Quoc, a man's voice echoed from afar Cam Mai. A little girl with long black hair looked over excitedly, then ran toward him in greeting. "Father." The man she called father opened his arms kindly. "The meeting ran a bit long. Sorry for being late. Have you been waiting long?" Little Cam Mai answered sensibly, "Not at all, father. I was reviewing what I learned yesterday with grandmother." The man lifted her into his arms, and the girl happily asked, "When we get back to the main house, what are you going to teach me today?" He smiled and replied, "You little thing, it usually takes half a year to learn the things you want to study. Don't you get tired from all the training?" The little girl answered, "Not all. I'm only reviewing the moves I already know." An elder walked over and asked the young boy, "Did you have fun?" "Phew," the boy sighed. "Phew, I am exhausted. I still can't keep up with Cam Mai's speed." Hearing that, little Cam Mai smiled brightly and said, "As long as I study the Hot Loi school well, I can stay with everyone, father, grandmother, and our whole family too." The Lord of Thuong Quoc gave a soft laugh as he replied to his mischievous daughter, "You little thing, then today father will have to teach you a really difficult move." Full of anticipation, the girl said, "Okay." Cam Mai is so happy. Returning to the present, Cam Mai lay weakly on the ground, her hands trembling. She lay there, silently crying, thinking to herself, "I just wanted to live an ordinary life." Cam Mai remembered those simple days when everyone gathered together. Everyone happy and smiling. Every day filled with laughter. She asked herself, do I not deserve happiness? Kamai tiredly closed her eyes and let the tears keep falling. It really was too late. Hugh had thrust his sword into her abdomen. Kamai's breathing grew weaker, and in that moment she thought with a trace of resentment. Was that wish really too much to ask? Hugh's hand on the sword paused for a moment. In the distance, the two sides were still fighting fiercely. Seeing what had happened on Hugh's side, Lona cried out anxiously, Kamai. That subordinate still held tightly to Tien Kwong and refused to let go. Enraged beyond measure, Tien Kwong grabbed the man's head and smashed it into his knee. A crack sounded from the man's neck, as if it had broken. Before losing consciousness, he still struggled to shout, "The Chu family will endure forever." Hugh stood there, tightly gripping the long sword buried in Kamai's body. Only after a while did he move again, straightening up and shooting a resentful glance behind him. Then several subordinates urged him, "Lord Hugh, we have to go." He did not linger any longer. He pulled the sword out of Kamai's body and fled. Only then did Tien Kwong rush to Kamai's side. But by then the distance between him and Hugh's group was already too great. Dawn broke, and the sky gradually brightened. The surface of the lake was calm. A desolate scene after the battle, bodies fallen everywhere. Tien Kwong's group sank into oppressive silence over Kamai's death. Everyone's eyes were wet with tears as they looked at her in grief. Kamai's clothes were torn, both hands pressed over the stab wound in her abdomen. Her eyes were shut tight. In pain, Lona clutched her sleeve, saying nothing, only silently weeping. Tien Kwong, too, fell into silence. Someone noticed something and turned around. Everyone looked toward the mountaintop. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Someone spoke up uncertainly. "Is the ground shaking?" The voice grew louder. "Senior brother Tien Kwong, I think the battle has started." Another person panicked as well. "It looks like an army is moving toward Lu Ti's camp." Tien Kwong turned in shock. At that moment, Lo Na, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, "Go." Tien Kwong looked at her and called softly, "Grandma." Lo Na did not turn around. Struggling to hold back her emotions, she said, "If you stay here, you'll only make me want to take my anger out on you. This old woman needs time to calm down." Her voice softened slightly. "As for Kamai, that child also needs to rest in peace. I have no more opium, but take the anesthetic with you. If you know how to use it, it will help you." Pen Guang Listen Ga Fao then lowered his head slightly and said softly, "All right." After that, he did not hesitate to kneel and kowtow. Pressing his face to the ground, Tien Kwong prayed devoutly in silence, "I'm sorry and thank you." In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves kept echoing. At the same time, in Lu Ti's camp at the northern frontier, flames filled the sky. Soldiers fled in chaos in all directions, and the slaughter was brutal and merciless. Cries and shouted orders rang out without end. "They're all drunk. Kill them all before they sober up." A lot of Lu Ti's soldiers still haven't come out of their tents. Block the entrances and set them on fire. Those words were followed by an unrelenting massacre. The situation worsened by the moment, and Lu Ti's forces began to collapse. "What's going on? What happened?" "An ambush. Hugh ambushed us." Everyone fell into turmoil. "Why is this happening now?" "General, where is the general? Where are the commanders?" Lu Ti's camp was swallowed by a sea of fire, and screams echoed everywhere. "Spare us. Kill them." After a while, corpses were strewn all over the ground. Min Noyet sat collapsed on the ground alone, looking up tensely. The sound of man's footsteps slowly approached. You actually dared oppose the general. You got some nerve. Ever since you showed up on the battlefield, I've hated you, you filthy bitch." The man dragged over one of the soldiers she had brought with her. "You even dared eavesdrop on my meeting and stir up the other commanders." Lu Ti's face was gloomy as he growled in a low voice, "I hate you to the core." The soldier gripped by the collar cried and begged, "Great general, please spare me." He ignored him completely, tightened his grip, snapped the man's neck, and went on. "Because of her meddling, I was forced to act according to Hugh's plan. From the timing to the method of the ambush, everything was manipulated by him. If this keeps up, then once I reach Thuong Quoc, Hugh will be able to ride roughshod over me." He slowly drew his blade. "This whole mess is your fault." Without hesitation, Lu Te swung his saber down, die. Min Noyet stared at the descending blade in extreme terror. 2 hours earlier, at Lu Ti's army camp, inside Lu Ti's tent. Sitting inside the tent, he held a command token and said, "So you're saying that at the hour of Een, from 3 to 5 in the morning, Lu Ti's army will begin to be ambushed?" Fifth knelt and reported, "Yes." I personally came to convey his words to prevent them from being overheard, and I also brought a token from the Chu family for you to verify. There are people inside Lu Ti's camp who are deliberately obstructing things. So Lord Chu Hu fixed the time and asked me to pass the message on to you. After hearing this, Lu Ti's tone became even more sinister. He actually dares decide things on his own and make me follow along, as if I were some subordinate of that bastard Chu Hu. Enraged, he crushed the token with force. I don't like this. Sensing the heavy pressure in the air, Fifth hurriedly slipped away, politely leaving behind one sentence. This lowly one takes his leave. Lu Te remained standing there in silence. And when he came back to himself, he was alone in the tent. Men? Lu Te then stepped out of the tent, and a guard asked, "Your subordinate is here." "Lord Lu Te, what are your orders?" He waved his hand and commanded, "Go prepare wine and meat at once to treat all the officers and soldiers. Everyone has fought bitterly these past few months. Tonight, we reward them generously." The guard replied, "Yes, sir. That will definitely boost morale." Behind the camp, a masked figure had been secretly observing all along. Seeing this, she thought to herself, "Damn it, that killing intent doesn't match his face at all. Too terrifying. I need to get out of here." Following Lu Ti's orders, the soldiers began the feast. "The wine's here. What's this? Why are they suddenly bringing us wine?" A logistics soldier replied, "It's Lord Lu Ti's order. This is a reward for all the officers and soldiers who have fought hard during this time." Hearing that, everyone cheered happily. As expected, Lord Lu Te understands us best. They began drinking and chatting. "When was the last time we got a drink? Hurry up and pour it, gods. Just look at this color. Superb. Damn, it tastes incredible. Come on, everyone, drink up." One man climbed on a watchtower. "Hey, the guard can share too." A guard answered, "Drinking while on duty will ruin everything." The other man quickly said, "It's fine. Lord Lu Te already gave the order. He said everyone has to drink tonight." "Really? Then I'll." The whole camp echoed with sounds of drinking. "So good. We have to enjoy it while we can. Who knows when we'll get a drink again." Then just one cup. At Lu Ti's army camp, inside Min Noyet's tent, laughter, rowdy shouting, and drunken cries from the main camp. "This is amazing. Wife, I miss you," made the two guards start gossiping. "They're drinking in the main camp?" The other replied, "Damn it, I'm so jealous. It's obviously the wine and meat we delivered, yet we don't get any of it." A few other soldiers joined in. "Leader Min Noyet forbids us from drinking." Another one cut in, "Damn it, if only the deputy leader were here to speak up for us. But he's too young." "Right, where's Ma Truong Kai? Haven't seen him these past few days." One of them answered, "No idea. Leader Min Noyet sent him to do something, so he hasn't shown his face." Just then, a man approached, and the soldiers quickly called out, "He's here." Then they hurriedly greeted him. "This way, please. Deputy General Bang Gu Truong." Someone lifted the tent flap and announced, "Leader Min Noyet, Deputy General Bang has arrived." "Let him in." Bang Gu Truong lifted the flap and entered. Before he had even fully stepped inside, he asked, "What's going on here? Why did the leader suddenly invite me over at this hour?" Min Noyet stood to one side, watching, while Bang Gu Truong asked again, "Why are all of you here too?" Behind Min Noyet stood a group of Lu Ti soldiers. One of them spoke, "Deputy General, this is extremely urgent. I'll explain later. Please sit down first." Bang Gu Truong frowned. "I need a clear explanation. Sneaking around at this hour. What kind of conduct is that?" Meanwhile, over in the main camp, the drinking feast was still in full swing. The masked figure moved swiftly through the forest and suddenly spotted something. She crouched on a tree branch and looked down. Below her was someone who looked like her companion, buried deep in the ground with only his head exposed. She hurried over and pulled the bamboo strip from his mouth. "You bastard, you're still alive?" The moment he opened his mouth, he shouted, "Fifth, it's a trap." She froze in shock. "What?" Just then, Ma Truong Kai sprang out from nowhere and swung his sword at her. Startled, she twisted aside just in time. But the force of the sword aura still sent her flying. The man buried in the ground shouted when he saw it, "Hey!" Ma Truong Kai paid no attention, using the Mantis Brigade style to unleash a chain of axe strikes. She had no choice but to focus entirely on evading. As Ma Truong Kai swung his weapon, he said, "Good thing we were on guard. Leader Min Noyet was right. You people would come back to pass on the secret letter." As she dodged, she retorted, "What the hell are you talking about? You big oaf?" Using her supple footwork, she kicked Ma Truong Kai in the back, and just as she was about to follow up with a stronger kick, he seized her ankle in a tight grip. He slammed her hard to the ground. She cried out in pain. Ma Truong Kai said, "Where do you think you're going? But you're so light." Could you be a woman? When Ma Truong Kai asked that, he failed to notice that the man who had been buried had somehow already escaped. The man thrust his sword into the hand with which Truong Kai held the axe. What the hell? After stabbing him, he quickly retreated to the woman's side and asked with concern, "Hey, are you all right?" Clutching his wound, Ma Truong Kai asked in shock, "What is going on here? How'd you get out?" The other man replied darkly, "That's an assassin's black art, you idiot." The woman added, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you, you moron." With that, she charged forward, unleashing the Twinchy head-splitting axe technique. Back in Min Noyet's tent, Bang Truong sat inside with both fists clenched and shouted, "Traitors!" The soldier beside him defended himself. "Deputy General, we are not traitors. Please look at this evidence." He barked back, "Nonsense. Do you really believe the great general is a traitor?" At that moment, Min Noyet spoke. "I saw with my own eyes Lu Te secretly meeting with Chu Hu, a general from the enemy side. Lu Te's betrayal is the truth. If I were making up a story about treason, what benefit would there be for me in risking my life like this?" He speculated, "It's possible you were Thuong Quoc's spy from the beginning, or that you're colluding with them." She answered calmly, "You can easily investigate that I was once, long ago, the top courtesan of Tan Yuan Pavilion. More importantly, if I were a spy, there would be no need for me to come here and persuade you." Min Noyet thought to herself that he was even more stubborn than expected, then continued, "I'm not asking you to hand Lu Te over to me. I am begging you to prepare for the raid." Bangu Truong said bluntly, "I can't trust you." Min Noyet weighed her next move. Mancat left here for the northern frontier 10 days ago. If he traveled quickly, he should have delivered my letter to Mong Siu by now. Before he gets back, I have to convince the deputy general to prepare for the ambush. Up on the watchtower, the two guards were already dead drunk. The wind feels nice tonight. Huh, the wine's good too. One guard gazed outside and sighed, "Gods, I miss my kids so much. When we finally get to go home." Suddenly, he was seized by terror. "What? This is..." Before he could finish, an arrow from nowhere struck him. A rain of arrows kept cutting down the soldiers in the camp, but they only thought it was their drunken comrades. That guy fell over. Flaming arrows poured down from the sky like rain. After that, volleys of arrows shot straight into the tents. Lu Te's soldiers were hit one after another, and the scene descended into chaos. "WH, what is this? Ah, my arm. WH, what's happening?" Then the sound of war drums rang out. Only then did they realize the enemy was attacking. "Charge!" The loud commotion alarmed the people in Min Noyet's nearby tent. She sprang up and asked the guard, "What's happening?" The soldier hurriedly replied, "Leader, it's an ambush." He reported shocking news. Thuong Quoc soldiers are attacking everywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, a blast of chi sent him flying. Bang Truong drew his sword and shouted, "Who are you?" But he too was quickly struck hard in the side. Lu Te appeared and threw a punch toward Min Noyet. The main camp area of Lu Te's army was already engulfed in flames. Inside Min Noyet's tent, Lu Te's chi tore the tent to pieces. The soldiers cried out frantically, "Wait, great General Lu Te, spare us." But it was useless. He alone wiped out everyone in the tent. Lu Te crushed one soldier's head, and the slaughter continued as screams rang everywhere. Help. After a while, only Min Noyet remained conscious, slumped on the ground. A soldier seized by the throat by Lu Te cried and begged, "Leader, save me." Lu Te swiftly snapped his neck, then cast her a silent glance and reproached her. "Because of your interference, I was forced to act according to Chu Hu's plan, including the timing and the method of the ambush. Once I get a Thuong Quoc, Chu Hu will be able to lord over me." He drew his sword. "It's all because of you that everything has become such a mess." Without hesitation, Lu Te swung his saber down, die. Min Noyet stared tensely at the blade coming down toward her. At the very instant his sword was about to strike Min Noyet, a shock force knocked it back. Lu Te cried out in shock, "What? You're taking her side too?" Bang Guchuang? Bang Guchuang used his sword guard to protect Min Noyet. Maintaining a defensive stance, he said in a low voice, "Great General, please tell me all of this is just a misunderstanding. Tell me that the 12 imperial cities of Beiyuan, that great General Lu Te's army, has betrayed us and slaughtered our own people, is all just a misunderstanding." His final words carried a trace of pleading. Bang Gu Truong continued, "You have always been our example. You rose from an ordinary soldier to one of the 12 imperial cities of Beiyuan, building everything with your own two hands. More than 60,000 soldiers risk their lives on the battlefield because they want to follow your example. You absolutely cannot betray the northern frontier by colluding with Thuong Quoc." Lu Te listened in silence. and Bang Gu. Truong roared. Please tell me this woman is lying. Prove that great General Liu Te, who has always fought beside us, is still here. After waiting for him to finish, Liu Te slowly spoke. You're right. I haven't changed at all. He admitted calmly. From the past until now, to achieve my goals, I've always been willing to trample over everything. Brotherhood? Loyalty to the northern frontier? Bang Mu Zhong. You never understood me at all. Bang Ngu. Truong listened in shock as he continued. I kept you by my side only because you were useful to me. Even now, your life can still help me achieve my purpose. Liu Te leaped into the air, and sword and saber clashed violently. Liu Te unleashed the Scarlet Emperor twin blades, and saber chi swept across everything. Only the area protected by Bang Ngu Truong's sword escaped destruction. Min Noyet struggled with all her strength to withstand the aftershock. As Liu Te slashed continuously, he said, 4-5. You've persuaded 6 generals already. It's only been 10 days since we met. You really do love meddling, young lady. You're quite the old fox. He unleashed an immensely powerful strike, but it's useless. It won't change anything. Bang Gu Truong slashed straight at him, but Liu Te saw through it easily and blocked it. Smiling, he praised him. You're not bad either. Bang Gu Truong, which is why I hate you even more. Liu Te brought both arms down in a single strike die. Bang Ngu Truong blocked the right side, but his left flank was hit, and he cried out in pain. At the same time, Min Noyet shouted her orders. Guard unit, attack. In an instant, hundreds of people appeared from all directions. Ropes that had been buried underground like traps wrapped tightly around Liu Te at the center, each guard pulling one end. Liu Te stood motionless in the middle of the circle of ropes. Min Noyet continued issuing orders. Archers, fire. Hundreds of arrows shot toward him at once. Other than standing there and taking it, Liu Te had no option. Pointing at him, Min Noyet said with hatred, You martial fighters always think you're stronger than everyone else. Just because you know how to fight, you always look down on others. Liu Te was bound so tightly, he could not move and could only stand there waiting for fate to descend. Min Noyet raised her hand to the sky and declared, 6 people? Don't underestimate the tongue of Tan Yuan Pavilion's greatest courtesan, you big brute. At the main camp of Liu Te's army, the killing was still ongoing. One of Liu Te's commanders shouted, Mi Kwang unit, charge! Protect our comrades! He roared as he directed the troops. Forward! Then he led a large force straight into the battlefield. The soldiers quickly realized, it's Liu Te's army. Thuong Quoc's soldiers panicked. Where did Liu Te's forces come from? Did they know about this attack in advance? Back to Min Noyet. The sudden sound of Liu Te's cavalry made Liu Te turn in shock toward the main camp. Min Noyet explained, I successfully persuaded more than 20 commanders and 2 generals. Your ambush plot was exposed long ago. My troops may be fewer than yours, but we set our ambush in advance and launched the attack first. Liu Te's fache darkenet. The guards pulling the ropes shouted, Pull harder. Min Noyet gave the order, fire arrows. If those 2 blades get any closer, they'll cut through the ropes. Arrows flew toward him once more. Don't let him escape. Pull the ropes with all your strength. Struck by the arrows, Liu Te was so furious he nearly fainted. Min Noyet's soldiers shouted, We don't have enough force, so the arrows aren't going in deep. Charge! That's right, kill this traitor. One soldier led the way and rushed forward, slashing Liu Te across the back. Show him no mercy. But suddenly, the ropes around his body were shredded to pieces by the Crimson Emperor Blade's Crimson Emperor Flash, and even the guards pulling the ropes were blasted away by the shockwave. Min Noyet's face changed in shock. Liu Te said in a low voice, You dare look down on me again. Killing intent surged from his whole body as he pointed straight at Min Noyet. Did you think I was just some ordinary warrior? What I hate most is being underestimated. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade at her. Bang Gu Truong suddenly appeared again and yanked Min Noyet back. Shouting, Get down! The blade aura swept through like a tsunami, flinging away houses, tents, and people alike. Screams rang out everywhere. Bang Gu Truong shielded Min Noyet with his sword and brought her to a temporarily safe spot. Then the 2 of them started running. He led the way in front. This way, caravan leader. As she ran, Min Noyet said, Wait, if we go this way, then the main camp. Bang Gu Truong understood at once. The 2 stood on a high cliff and looked down at the state of the main camp. Corpses were everywhere. Flames spread like a sea of fire, and the soldiers' cries would not stop. Kill them. Counterattack! Help! Bang, Gu, Truong muttered. Is there really no way out? Right then, Lu Ti's blade aura slashed toward them. Bang, Gu, Truong desperately blocked it. Holding twin blades, Lu Te chopped down at the same time. If you had real archers, things might have turned out differently. Bang, Gu, Truong could no longer hold out and was forced to the ground. In the end, you still can't change anything. Min Noyet was knocked, rolling away by the impact. Lu Te stepped on her body. This is the fate of the weak. Young lady. Suddenly, several poison needles flew over and struck Lu Te. Min Noyet was saved. Mancat's group had arrived just in time. They moved earlier than expected. Mancat spoke up, reinforcements are here. 3 days earlier, at the northern frontier, in Mong Siyu's residence. Mong Siyu was drinking tea with On Kien when a flustered man rushed in, stammering, Lord Mong Siyu, Lord Mong Siyu. Mong Siyu turned to look at him. It's the middle of the night. What is so urgent? The man hurriedly replied, Forgive me, my lord, but we found a messenger from the caravan. Min Noyet collapsed unconscious at the gate. On Kien listened closely as well. Mong Siyu pressed, a messenger for the caravan leader? Everyone crowded into the residence to report. One person carried the pitiful man cat on his back while another explained, it seems to be an emergency. He ran from Nak Tien City day and night for an entire week to get here. After incredible hardship, Man Cat finally woke up, gasping. Are you Lord Mong Siyu? This is a letter from caravan leader Min Noyet. Then he tremblingly handed over the letter and fainted again. No matter how the people around him called to him, he did not respond. Hey, wake up. Damn it. Call a doctor at once. Give me the letter. Elsewhere, Chu Hung, one of the 12 emperors of the northern frontier, the 5th emperor, lightly leaped down. Her gaze fell on Sunlight, sword on Kien, who was intently watching the glowing sword in his hand. Chu Hung decided to jump in and instructed him. The situation looks serious. Hodiin, Angkien, my martial arts don't counter Lu Ti's, so you must stop him. On Kien accepted the order. Yes. Lord 5th Emperor, Lu Te strode viciously toward them. He provoked On Kien, then charged. The ground and rocks around them split apart with deafening force. On Kien retaliated with one-strike sword rain, his eyes as sharp as blades. At the same time, Lu Te also unleashed his power. One blue, one red. The two streams of energy collided violently. To support On Kien, Chu Hung used the six-ring technique, striking Lu Te with purple streaks of light. Lu Te was startled by Chu Hung's sudden sneak attack and whipped his head around. It was the perfect opening for On Kien to finish him, but thanks to the quake caused by Crimson Emperor Flash, which sent shattered stones flying everywhere, Lu Te barely managed to avoid it in time. Furious at being ambushed, Lu Te roared, Damn it, why do you merchants always get in my way? Hearing that, Chu Hung mocked him. Pathetic. That's why people say never trust someone lowly, stupid, and arrogant enough to betray the northern frontier. On Kien said bluntly, You will pay for your crimes. Lu Te. Their words had no effect on him at all. Lu Te gave a cold laugh. Betrayal? Crime? Ridiculous. You don't understand. This is the battlefield. I devoted my entire life to winning this war. You're the truly desperate ones, a pack of arrogant fools. After saying that, he unleashed his power and knocked everyone around him to the ground. Out of nowhere, Man Cat suddenly ran to Min Noyet's side and anxiously asked, Min Noyet, are you all right? When she saw him, she was stunned. You came back so fast, Man Cat. Smugly, he joked, pretty amazing, right? I didn't sleep for 7 days and 7 nights just to deliver your letter to Lord Mong Siyu. In truth, he had ridden himself to the point of collapse and had barely eaten or drunk properly along the way. Fortunately, Lord Mong Siyu had quickly reported the matter to the northern frontier's great general and sent troops out. He recalled how Lord Mong Siyu had led the way while he himself was carried on someone's back and eagerly told Min Noyet all about it. There wasn't enough time to gather the army, so they sent 2 experts ahead first. Chu Hung is the 5th emperor among the 12 emperors. Thanks to her, Man Cat was able to make it back in just 3 days. She is incredibly fast, and her martial arts are well suited to emergencies. Lord Mong Siyu also sent Sunlight, sword on Kien. He is Mong Siyu's most prized disciple. He can keep up with the 5th emperor's speed, and his martial arts may even rival Lu Ti's. The heavy burden in Min Noyet's heart was finally lifted. That's good. What about the army? Man Cat answered honestly. They've sent an elite force. but it will take another 10 days for them to arrive. The plan was for the 5th Emperor and On Qian to defeat Liu Te and stop Thuong Quoc's ambush. But I didn't expect them to attack this early. I'm not sure we can hold out until the main army gets here. At that moment, Bang Ngu Truong, whom Min Noyet had been supporting the whole time, suddenly cried out, "This is bad." She anxiously asked, "Deputy General Bang?" Clutching his blood-soaked abdomen, he struggled to say to Min Noyet, "I'm sorry for doubting you, caravan leader. Thanks to you, we weren't wiped out, but there's no time left." She was startled. "What?" He explained, "The soldiers in the central area have fallen into chaos, and the commanders are missing. You managed to persuade 1 battalion, but there aren't enough generals left to command these frightened troops. If the formation isn't restored, they will collapse. How can a mob of commoners armed with nothing but their mouths stand against soldiers who train day and night and are bent on annihilating them? But in this kind of chaos, reorganizing the ranks is impossible." At that point, Bang Ngu Truong stopped, overcome by pain. Min Noyet looked at him as he spoke, barely able to contain her emotions. Her sweat-soaked face was filled with anxiety. She stood up and said bravely to Mancat, "No, we can't just sit and watch. On a battlefield full of men, a woman will stand out." At that moment, Ma Truong Kai was fighting 2 of Chiu Hu's subordinates. Though completely exhausted, he still fought on with all his might. When he counterattacked, he even shouted provocatively, "Take this!" But very quickly, the 2 men rushed in and hemmed him in. They used black step flight, descending like missiles onto the spot where Ma Truong Kai stood. Caught by their considerable strength, Ma Truong Kai could only take the blows and howl. He cursed furiously, "You two keep sneaking attacks on me. Damn it, if you got guts, come at me head on." He used his words to distract them, successfully broke free, and then burst out with his own power. The 2 men watched him warily. One complained, "This monster, I've stabbed him countless times already." The other assessed, "His external martial defense protects his body. He's too tough, and the sword won't cut deep." So they decided, "Then we'll just keep slashing until you bleed." "Fine, let's do that. Get him." Ma Truong Kai refused to back down and taunted them, "Come on, you bunch of chickens." Suddenly, a cavalry unit charged in from nowhere and formed a circle with Ma Truong Kai at the center. The horses neighed as their reins were pulled tight, making the scene even fiercer. He muttered in shock, "WH, what is this?" One of them noticed something unusual and said, "Thuong Quoc cavalry. Looks like reinforcements." The man on horseback halted and recognized the familiar subordinates. "You are Chiu Hu's men." The 2 recognized him as well and called out, "Lord Chuan." He ordered, "Once you've completed your mission, return at once. I heard my older brother was seriously wounded after returning to camp." The 2 subordinates were horrified. "Lord Chiu Hu is injured? Impossible. Who could have wounded the great general?" Chuan did not answer. Instead, he stared at Ma Truong Kai and demanded, "Who is this man?" Ma Truong Kai said nothing, only glaring fiercely at him. Then he took the chance to flee. The cavalryman shouted, "That guy's running. Don't panic. We need to return to Lord Chiu Hu's side." Chuan ordered 1 squad after him. The rest proceed according to plan. At that moment, the enemy had already flooded into the village, cruelly slaughtering the common people with weapons and fire. Min Noyet led the way and told Mancat, who was supporting Bang Ngu Truong, "This way, hurry. From this slope, you can see the whole area, right?" He replied, "Normally, yes." But she already had her own plan, and before she acted, she instructed him, "Mancat, quickly take the deputy general and hide in the forest." Mancat worried for her. "Are you going alone?" She answered, "I'll be faster alone. If Deputy General Bang keeps moving, his internal organs will be damaged." Suddenly Bang Ngu Truong took out his treasured weapon and said to Min Noyet, "If you're going, take this sword with you. It's broken, but it may still help you." Min Noyet looked at the sword gratefully. "Thank you, Deputy General Bang." The soldiers burned down the thatched cottages, and the cries of the people whose lives were being destroyed were heartbreaking. Only a few people, like Min Noyet, managed to escape in time. By then, she had reached a large war drum. Suddenly, she heard mounted soldiers chasing after someone and shouting, "Found him," which made her heart jump in fear. When they saw Min Noyet, they were startled, then decided, "What a woman. So what if she's a woman? If she's the enemy, kill her." And so the group rushed forward, ready to swing their swords. Kill! Caught completely off guard, Min Noyet could only cry out in alarm. Out of nowhere, Ma Truong Kai ran over and said to her, "So, it's the caravan leader. I saw a white shadow from far away just now, so I came running here." She was surprised but delighted to see him. "Ma Chung Ki, perfect timing." Hurry and bring me a few horses. Back in the village, the people were overwhelmed with grief, either from losing loved ones or from fear of death. Big brother, wake up. Help, please, I don't want to die. Some awoke in shock and realized they were left alone, tossing in anxiety. Is it over? What do we do now? All they could do was clutch their heads and beg, I don't want to die. Suddenly, amid the battlefield's ruins, a strange sound rang out. Was it a drum? No, it was the figure of a rider charging toward them, bringing hope of survival to the people. Min Noyet pulled her horse to a halt. She roused everyone's fighting spirit. Get up, beg all you want. They still won't spare you. Sitting there, crying only makes you more pathetic. It solves nothing. Begging for mercy is the same as seeking death. Even if you cry, cry with a weapon in your hand. In wartime, don't expect anyone else to save you. You must survive and return to your families. Don't you still have loved ones waiting for you back home? The people were stunned by that stirring declaration. That's the supply caravan's leader, and that sword belongs to the deputy general. Min Noyet continued to call out, Get up, soldiers of the northern frontier, follow me. What Min Noyet did not know was that this action would become one of her gravest mistakes. Rallying allied troops right in the center of the battlefield exposed her to the enemy. Yet in war, sometimes one unexpected act can awaken a warrior's will. The sound of Min Noyet's galloping horse was as powerful as the courage that drove her forward. Charge, soldiers of the northern frontier! Ma Truong Kai shouted from behind as the white horse and Min Noyet sped ahead like the wind. He yelled, Wait for me, caravan leader. Then he decided to chase after her by scrambling and stumbling forward. But he still couldn't catch up. Ma Truong Kai reached out as if to stop her. Wait, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Seeing that Min Noyet did not listen to a word he said, he could only curse under his breath. Damn it. Then he grabbed a black horse at random, making it rear and neigh in fright. How about to catch up? Move. He had the will, but the reality was another matter. He was a young man who didn't know how to ride a horse. The battle still raged fiercely. Liu Te was still locked in combat with the duo of On Qian and Chu Hung without the slightest sign of fatigue. Chu Hung made full use of the Xian Tri-Strike. This technique greatly helped On Qian by distracting Liu Te and creating more openings for him to attack. But who was Liu Te? A few dirty tricks were nowhere near enough to defeat him. Seizing the opportunity, On Qian unleashed the Heatlight Sword. His ultimate move, one slash, two halves, emitted a powerful beam that shattered the surrounding earth and stones and sent debris flying skyward. Liu Te roared furiously, startling both Chu Hung and On Qian. He unleashed the killing Move Crimson Emperor Flash, intending to bury the two of them under rock and debris. Chu Hung tried her best to use her purple light to stop him. With both hands gripping his swords, Liu Te leaped up to duel her. Chu Hung sneered, stupid and slow. No wonder weaklings like you disgust people. On Qian added, he has the strongest, indestructible body among the 12 emperors. He won't be easy to restrain. Suddenly, arrows flew in from nowhere and pierced through Chu Hung's beam of light, startling her. Fortunately, On Qian created a defensive shield in time. Soldiers then came pouring out from everywhere, shouting as they attacked them. Chu Hung quickly analyzed the situation for On Qian. Looks like Thuong Quoc's reinforcements have arrived. This is bad. Liu Te took the chance to slip away, disappearing into the retreating chaos. Seeing that, On Qian asked, Liu Te ran. Should we chase him? Chu Hung answered at once, no need. If reinforcements are here, we need to regroup. If we don't stop this surprise assault, the northern frontier will suffer heavy losses. As soon as she finished, she swiftly used the 108 flicks. The shots flew in all directions like scattered pearls from a broken string, rapidly sweeping across the enemy ranks, causing men and horses struck by them to collapse. Suddenly, On Qian noticed something strange and quickly reported, Master Fifth Emperor, over there. Chu Hung was startled. What is it? On Qian continued. It looks like someone is there. Sure enough, another group was rushing toward the battlefield, leading a force with them. A lone figure, driven by sheer will, was struggling against the savage army and pressing forward bravely. It was none other than Min Noyet, a beautiful flower daring to stand for justice on the battlefield. But in Chu Hung's eyes, this was hardly wise. That seems to be caravan leader Min Noyet. Foolish. Charging to the front line like that is no different from seeking death. But without Min Noyet, would the people have united to fight? So even though she was displeased, Chu Hung still acknowledged Min Noyet's strengths objectively. Still, thanks to her, the soldiers have formed up into ranks. Interesting. Shu Hung immediately ordered her disciple, On Qian, go help her at once. I'll block and deal with the soldiers on the flank. On Qian accepted the command. Yes, Master Fifth Emperor. Min Noyet's courage would later become a widely told tale. On the way to the battlefield, some soldiers were saying, this is different from what we heard. The northern frontier soldiers regrouped incredibly fast. The men speaking so heatedly were the first-rate cavalry of Thuong Quoc, led by Chuan. Hearing this, he frowned and asked, because of that woman? Then, in a stiff tone, he ordered his subordinate bow. The subordinate presented it. Yes, Lord Chuan. Suddenly, he drew the longbow, took aim at his target, and fired a murderous arrow. His lightning-fast arrow struck Min Noyet's mount. The horse collapsed from the shot, throwing her off balance. Fortunately, Ma Truong Kai rushed over and caught her in time. Caravan leader, both rider and horse, crashed to the ground. She cried out in pain. The people around her anxiously asked what happened. Did the leader fall from her horse? The soldiers were confused. Did something strike her and knock her off? Ma Truong Kai quickly sensed that something was wrong. He muttered, was that an arrow? It felt like being hit by a piece of steel. Min Noyet was shaken and dazed. Ma Truong Kai scooped her up in his arms. Leader, Dronzer, Chuan shot another arrow at the two of them. Could they escape his deadly shot? Unexpectedly, On Qian rushed in just in time and blocked the arrow for them. He asked her, you're the leader of the Min Noyet caravan, the master of Mancat, right? Mon kuzel dis disciple, Anf Qian. The situation is extremely critical right now. You already managed to gather the troops to join the battle. The enemy's first-rate corps is heading this way. It's too dangerous here. You should withdraw first. But Min Noyet firmly refused to back down. No, On Qian could not understand. She explained, the northern frontier soldiers are following me. They already saw me fall from my horse. If I disappear from the battlefield now, they'll lose all will to fight. On Qian warned her, you'll die. Though he said it aloud, inwardly he deeply admired this woman's resolve. Even in fear, she was still thinking everything through so carefully. It was truly admirable. No wonder Master valued her so highly. In contrast to Chuan, who wanted to stop her, Ma Truong Kai supported her and did everything he could to protect her. Leader, stay close to me. As more and more soldiers poured in, they formed clusters, shouting in groups. At that moment, the situation became Chuan facing On Qian. Ma Truong Kai also joined in to support the fight. The clash of blades rang out with terrifying force, mixed with the sounds of people slaughtering one another. To win, Min Noyet had no choice but to push through these obstacles. Yet Ma Truong Kai anxiously said, leader, fall back. She ignored him and rushed straight onto the battlefield. Suddenly, a disheveled figure came running toward her. It was Lu Te. He grabbed her by the throat and vented his fury. If it weren't for you, Ma Truong Kai could not protect her in time. Leader, Lu Te's eyes were filled with death. I have to kill you. Min Noyet was being choked so hard she was nearly suffocating. At that life-and-death moment, her older brother, Tien Quang, rushed in just in time and punched the armored bracer off Lu Ti's arm. More and more soldiers flooded in, swarming like a broken hive and launching their assault in packs. They brought with them the flames of death and the cries of the unfortunate. Meanwhile, Tien Quang's group had been hiding in a corner of the forest. One person said to him, Senior Brother Tien Quang, it's total chaos down there. Another said, because it's so chaotic, I can't see anyone from the caravan. It'll be very hard to find anyone down there now. Hearing them, Tien Quang was beside himself with worry, but he still forced himself to stay calm, staring at the chaotic battlefield. I will definitely find Sin Ni. He shot downward at once. Someone cried out, Senior Brother. Tien Quang weaved through the battlefield, where soldiers were endlessly killing each other. Finding Sin Ni is what I do best, so don't be afraid, little sister. Even amid the chaos, Tien Quang quickly found his younger sister being strangled by Lu Te. He immediately drove a punch into Lu Te's arm. Lu Te's arm guard shattered, and he instantly released Min Noyet. Big brothers here. The caravan was finally reunited, and now their task was to fight at the center of the battlefield. After being strangled by Lu Te and narrowly escaping death, Min Noyet stared blankly at the one who had saved her life. Only because Tien Quang had protected her was she safe. The fear and pain made it impossible for her to hold back her tears. The three children charged forward to deal with Lu Te. Since he had dared to choke Min Noyet, they shouted one after another, Senior Brother Ma Truong Kai, move aside. Let go of him. However, one kick from a hulking Lu Te was enough to send all three flying. Crying out in pain, Now all three were sprawled on the ground, while Ma Truong-kai was pinned beneath Lu Te's foot. He shouted anxiously, "Kids!" Lu Te looked at his empty hands, then roared furiously, I will kill you no matter what." With Tien Kwong here, could Lu Te really carry out his intent? The answer remained uncertain, because Tien Kwong knew full well that his own abilities had not changed at all. I haven't grown stronger, and Lu Te hasn't gotten weaker either. Tien Kwong took his stance and prepared for battle. But his mindset had changed, and that was part of the hope for victory. He thought to himself, to clearly recognize that the enemy is stronger than me, to clearly understand how weak I am, that is knowing both the enemy and myself. After barely escaping death, he had learned how to narrow the gap between them by adapting to circumstances. Just like now, even though he was at a disadvantage, he did not lose heart. He recalled warm memories to spur himself on, then threw a fierce punch at Lu Te. Tien Kwong unleashed Iron Hell Strike, erupting with earth-shaking power. Lu Te's eyes widened. At that moment, he looked like a true demon, and he unleashed Scarlet Emperor Wind in response. It seemed Tien Kwong was about to be dragged into a bitter fight. Around them, many onlookers clamored noisily. The Great General. So the Great General is still alive. We've been ambushed. Thuong Quoc set a trap for us. They chattered endlessly, not knowing that Lu Te had already begun to lose his temper. Back then, we let our guard down. Great General, are you going to issue an order? With one wave of his hand, the people around him were flung away like stones, and he roared, "Shut up." Lu Te seemed to have gone mad. "You insects keep buzzing in my ears, and I can't focus my strength. I endured countless humiliations and insults in the past. I too was once a nameless nobody, until I became one of the 12 emperors." Though On Qian and Chuan were still fighting, they both glanced back at Lu Te as he poured out his heart. "I fought on battlefields for 30 years to win this glory." The people from the caravan also fixed their attention on him, while the northern frontier nobles only knew how to play politics. "I earned my merits on the battlefield. And now, just when I am about to become someone even greater, you dare interfere." The soldiers around him were terrified. What are you saying, Great General?" Lu Te had suppressed himself for too long, and now all he saw was hatred. "I will kill every last one of you." Facing the increasingly tense situation, Tien Kwong began assigning tasks. "Ma Junki, Potet Singyi, Ma Junki Obedini, note that." Understood, second brother. At this point, he quietly made up his mind. Tien Kwong took a deep breath. "I can't face him head on. If he lands a hit on me, I'll die for sure." Then, in his heart, he called to mind the images of Kam Mai and Elder Lo Na, as if drawing strength from them. Right then on the battlefield, the clash between Tien Kwong and Lu Te erupted once more. Under the eyes of the enemy soldiers and the villagers, the two charged at each other fiercely. Tien Kwong burst forth with a powerful golden aura that made Lu Te squint. As Lu Te rushed in to counterattack, he cursed, "Die." Meanwhile, Tien Kwong told himself, "Stay calm." As he adjusted his breathing, he kept reminding himself to let his chi spread through his entire body. He imagined a small pearl in his dantian and moved it wherever he wanted. The method truly worked. Every move he made grew sharper and sharper. Lu Te felt the pain and sensed the change in his opponent. Unlike before, this brat had grown stronger. That was what he hated most. Then he roared, "You little brat, you should have died already." As Lu Te was controlled by his emotions, Tien Kwong tried to focus on his own rhythm. Lu Te unleashed terrifying power while hurling vicious words nonstop. Tien Kwong hurriedly tilted his head to dodge, because in this situation, he could not confront him head-on. Lu Te was now venting his rage by slaughtering innocent people in a frenzy. The nearby civilians were horrified. "A traitor. The Great General has betrayed us. How could he abandon his comrades on the battlefield? One of the 12 emperors of Northern Frontier City has actually colluded with Thuong Quoc to kill us." His murderous blade made the people understand that the Great General had cast them aside. They were finished. Just then, Mancat arrived supporting Bang Ngu Truong. Bang Ngu Truong shouted to rally the people's hearts. "Warriors of the Northern Frontier, it is still far too early to give up." The people cried out in surprise. "It's Deputy General Bang Ngu Truong. The Great General abandoning us does not mean we have lost this war. That is why I am here. It isn't over yet. Our strength is still great. Get up and show them the strength of the Northern Frontier." Suddenly, someone threw him a sword and shouted, "Deputy General." It was Min Noyet riding toward them. She asked with concern, "Are you all right?" He answered honestly, "I can still stand. I won't dump all of this onto the leader to handle alone." Min Noyet immediately said, "Then I'll be relying on you." She then assigned tasks. Ma Chuan Kai, go support the deputy general. Man Cat, get on the horse with me. We need to regroup the broken lines. And so, Min Noyet and Man Cat charged off on horseback. Move out, back to Lu Te and Tien Kwong. Lu Te was still crazed, intent on taking the lives of innocent people. Lu Te even used Scarlet Emperor twin blades to whip up a blazing red whirlwind, as if he meant to devour everyone's lives. But unexpectedly, Tien Kwong blocked him with a sword. Lu Te quickly snapped the blade and blasted Tien Kwong to the ground. That exchange made him think. It's not that his techniques have improved, nor that his internal force has increased. Not even 2 weeks have passed. There hasn't even been enough time for the wounds I gave him to heal. Could it be that he has learned how to neutralize my attacks? How irritating. Then he grabbed Tien Kwong and laughed loudly. "Now I'll crush you all over again." His laughter was so loud that even On Kien and Chuan stopped fighting and turned to look. On Kien said in confusion, "The left hillside is shaking." Then Chu Hung came flying in from nowhere, making the people below cry out in alarm. As she shot through the air like an arrow, the soldiers below also began moving, their morale surging as they shouted, "Northern Frontier Army, advance." At the same time, Chuan leaped up and witnessed the chaos below, saying nothing. Just then, On Kien shouted, "You left an opening," and rushed in to attack Chuan, but Chuan narrowly managed to block the strike. After On Kien's attack, Chuan quickly jumped back on his warhorse. As soon as he steadied himself on the horse's back, Swangan at his side hurriedly called out, "General Chuan." Chuan ordered in a low voice, "Withdraw the troops at once." The soldiers stammered in disbelief. What do you mean by retreat?" Even Swang and did not understand. "We have the advantage in both numbers and terrain. We can win this battle. Why retreat?" Chuan replied, "We can win, but the army will suffer heavy losses. One battle alone cannot end a war. A commander-in-chief's duty is not to sacrifice the entire army for a temporary victory." He recalled his conversation with Chu Hu the night before. "Are you planning to leave this battle?" Chu Hu had replied, "The Shadow Guards just reported something even more important. So I will leave the glory of destroying the northern frontier to you. In terms of tactics and skill, there would be no problem with you succeeding me as great general." He patted Chuan on the shoulder and instructed him, "During my absence, you are the great general. Judge the situation for yourself." Chuan answered softly, "Yes, elder brother." The memory ended. Before leaping away, Chuan instructed his subordinate, "Before we retreat, there is one more thing I need to do. Swangan, I'll leave things here to you." Swangan accepted the order. "Yes, great General Chuan." In the blink of an eye, Chuan flashed past On Kien, making him shout angrily, "Damn it, where do you think you're going?" But at that very moment, a squad of enemy soldiers seized the chance to rush at On Kien, raising their spears and shouting, "Don't even think about blocking great General Chuan's path. Northern frontier, trash." They were Thuong Quoc's first-rate cavalry, boldly provoking him. "We'll be your opponents. You seem pretty strong. Every general here will fight you." On Kien immediately took up a defensive stance and thought, "These people won't be easy to deal with." Elsewhere, war drums began pounding without pause. In that instant, the sound drew the attention of Min Noyet and Man Cat, making them turn their heads even as they fought. Min Noyet said the drums. Man Cat added, "They're coming from the enemy's side." Chu Hong suddenly appeared. "They're signaling a retreat." She landed on Min Noyet's horse and continued, "A battle of this scale will only end with both sides badly wounded. A smart general will choose to retreat." Man Cat gasped, "Master Fifth Emperor." At the same time, Chu Hong remarked, "HM, now that I see you up close, you really are quite pretty." Min Noyet could only stare at her in speechless surprise. Chu Hong praised her, "Very cute." Both armies are going to withdraw now. In any case, we've already suffered heavy losses, so it's time to pull back. The retreat will be chaotic, so you should leave first as well. All right then, goodbye, beauty. Min Noyet looked at Chu Hong. "Yes, thank you for your help, Senior Master Fifth Emperor." With that, Chu Hong leaped away and loudly ordered, "All troops, retreat." Beside her, Man Cat also urged, "Leader Min Noyet, we should go too." Min Noyet gave a slight nod. She was about to turn away, but in the next instant, she sensed something and whipped her head back, looking at the melee before her. Her gaze did not waver. Instead, it shone with determination. Below, Lu Te and Tien Kwong were still fighting without pause. Thanks to his massive build, Lu Te stopped Tien Kwang's fist with just his palm. Tien Kwang thought, stay calm. Don't rush. Then he unleashed wind-revealing false iron hell strike, landing a hit squarely on Lu Te's upper arm. A large bruise immediately spread across Lu Te's arm. He roared, damn it, and swung a powerful punch at Tien Kwang, but Tien Kwang blocked it in time. Tien Kwang thought, still not enough. I have to make the chi in my body flow faster, reaching exactly where I want it. Very quickly, he kicked Lu Te in the head. Right after that, the two exchanged a barrage of high-speed attacks. Lu Te furiously cursed, you rude, idiotic bastard. Finally, their fists collided head-on. Under the force of their terrifying power, cracks gradually began appearing along Lu Te's arm. Even Tien Kwang fell into the same state, telling himself, don't pass out. Not yet. Suddenly, his eyes widened at what he saw before him. Qiu An had pierced Lu Te through the neck with twin swords. Trembling, Lu Te asked, who are you? Qiu An only looked at him, without answering. Then Lu Te fell, and soldiers on both sides gradually began to withdraw. Qiu An slowly rose to his feet and said, I don't know who you are, but thank you. Things have come to this. If Lu Te stayed alive, he would only cause trouble for me. Thanks to you distracting him, I was able to stab him from behind. Tien Kwang frowned at him and said nothing. Qiu An continued, I had intended to introduce myself, but we have to retreat now. As long as the war continues, we will meet again. Until then, after saying that, he quickly moved away from Lu Te's corpse. Tien Kwang furrowed his brows tightly, and in the next instant, he collapsed amid the soldiers' cries of retreat. Retreat. Holding his wound, Tien Kwang's breathing grew heavier and heavier. He thought, the numbing powder is about to wear off. I kept using qi non-stop in that fight, so the medicine's effect faded too quickly. The wound feels like it's on fire. I have to get out of here now. If I stay, I'll be trampled to death. He stopped caring about anything else and immediately jumped onto a horse. The horse let out a loud neigh. However, in the very next instant, he was thrown to the ground because he simply did not know how to ride. And so, amid the fleeing, shouting crowd, people trampled over Tien Kwang as they tried to escape. Run, retreat, fall back now. Retreat at once. Horses kept trampling over him, and all he could do was groan in pain while the soldiers screamed, help me, run. It's an order to retreat. Not that way. There are people underneath. Help me. Tien Kwang thought to himself, I've reached my limit. I can't run anymore. If this keeps up, I'm gonna die. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, hey, and jolted him awake. It was Min Noyet's voice. Leaning down from horseback, she reached out a hand to him and shouted, take my hand. Tien Kwang immediately stretched out his arm. Just like that, he managed to climb onto Min Noyet's horse. Sometime in the past, on a terraced field somewhere, a childish voice asked, big brother, are you done yet? The boy answered, yeah, I'm done. Sin happily climbed onto his back and shouted, then let's go. Right after that, an exasperated sigh rang out. Tien Kwang was sprawled face down on the ground while Sin tugged his hair and teased him. See, I told you already. Big brother can't carry me the way father can. Tien Kwang groaned in reply, that's not true. I can carry you. After a while, the racket made by the two children drew the attention of the farmers nearby. Tien Kwang crawled along the ground with Sin on his back, excitedly shouting, hiya, hiya. Tien Kwang asked curiously, don't you ever get bored? Sin shot back, bored of what? Tien Kwang explained, there are only the two of us children in the whole village. All the grown-ups are busy farming, so I'm the only one who plays with you. Sin said, well, that can't be helped. Do you think playing with me is boring, big brother? Tien Kwang hurriedly denied it. No, that's not it. The old granny on the hillside said, there's a town where there are lots of children like us. She said we should go there. Sing sai, mama, but I like living with our family better. Tien Kwang replied. She said if we want to get married, we have to leave the village. So one day we'll leave the village too. Sin asked eagerly, do you think they have real horses there? Do you think riding those horses feels different from when you and father carry me? Pen Guan Juka Sopti. I don't know. When we get there, we'll try riding horses first. Then we'll ride them back here together and take the whole family with us. Sing but old Laoging. That sounds so fun. Back in the present, Tien Kwang was riding double with Min Noyet, weaving through the stream of people in hurried retreat. He frowned at the crowd ahead, and Min Noyet was just as tense. The two of them kept galloping on. Beneath them, lay the corpses of soldiers and the routed remnants of the army. The battle at Nok Tien Fortress was over, and the Northern Frontier Army had begun to withdraw. The surviving soldiers and the reinforcements that had arrived were now beginning their journey back to the Northern Frontier for treatment. Ever since their food and military supplies had been burned in the ambush, this was the first time in 3 days they had rice to eat and medical care. The wounded were placed on carts, but their progress was far from swift. Min Nuyet had also come down with a mild chill, and after linking up with the reinforcements, she had no choice but to sit on a cart. Perhaps it was because of the strain after the battle. Ma Truong Kai's junior fellow disciple was bandaging Tien Kwang's wounds when he suddenly blurted out, "Heavens, thank goodness, senior brother is still alive." He recalled that when they first found senior brother Tien Kwang, he could no longer walk. By the time his injuries had improved even a little, Thuong Quoc shadow guards had appeared that very night to ambush them and had even destroyed the house. The situation back then had truly been terrible, and on top of that, after taking the medicine, senior brother had still fought all day long. The fact that he survived it all was practically a miracle. Meanwhile, Tien Kwang's body kept trembling. Min Noyet merely looked away in silence. Ma Truong Kai's junior fellow disciple said worriedly, "Oh no, senior brother Tien Kwang looks like he's caught a chill too. It must be a side effect of the medicine. I'll go find something to cover him with, and while I'm at it, borrow a blanket for the commander as well." Min Noyet answered at once, "I'm fine." At that moment, the line of people kept moving, but Min Noyet was strangely quiet. Thoughtfully, she recalled the moment she had ridden in and taken Tien Kwang away. Tien Kwang had gradually shown signs of exhaustion, then slowly rested his head against Min Noyet's back. She quickly reached behind her to support him, thinking, suddenly I remembered a very strange scene. It felt deeply familiar, but that image was incredibly vague. Snapping out of the memory, she glanced toward Tien Kwang, saw that he was still shivering without stop and breathing a little heavily, and turned her head away. The group continued onward until dusk fell. Then, out of nowhere, Mancat and Ma Truong Kai appeared. Mancat cried and shouted, "Tien Kwang, you bastard! I thought you were dead." Pinching Tien Kwang's cheeks, he complained, "Oh no, what are we going to do? You don't look alive at all, but thank goodness you're still breathing." Ma Truong Kai stepped forward and reminded him, "Mancat, if you do that, he won't be able to breathe." Mancat paid him no mind and kept saying, "Thank goodness, thank goodness. You're not dead. Ma Junki Sai Halpa. I told you to stop fooling around. There are piles of corpses outside already." Still crying, Mancat replied, "Thank goodness." Just then, Ma Truong Kai's junior fellow disciple came back as well. When he saw the blanket, he thought to himself, Mancat already covered him with one. And so, the cart was filled with the non-stop chatter of Mancat and Ma Truong Kai. Meanwhile, the convoy continued moving forward. Elsewhere, at a place where a stream ran through, nothing remained now but ruined wreckage. My Khan broke the silence. "Ba Longa, I'm about to leave. Longa Ziplit, Mama. Go on." The two of them stood before a grave piled with stones. My Khan said softly, "Kamai, I'm leaving now." The mound of stones before him remained as silent as ever. My Khan continued, "Lona, I'm about to wander the world again, and the house has been destroyed too. Where do you plan to go?" Lona was kneeling quietly before the grave. She suddenly spoke. "All my life, I devoted myself to serving as an old matron of the Cam family. In my youth, I spent my days training at the Hot Loy sect. After I had children, I wanted only to live for them. Over these years, I poured my heart and soul into finding a way to cure my granddaughter. I used a lifetime of martial and medical knowledge to drag Tien Kwang back from death's grasp. But I could not save my own granddaughter. That child was everything to me. Heaven is truly cruel. Is this the price of hiding my name and defying the natural order? Now I have no reason left to hide here anymore. Before letting me die, Heaven gave me one final task." Lowering her voice in fury, she said, "I want to return to Thuong Quoc. I will kill every last one of those Shao family bastards and bring their corpses before Cam Mai's grave, so her spirit may finally rest." 2 months later, at Tan Yuan Pavilion, a voice said, "I heard you had gone to deliver goods and would be coming back, so I didn't go to see you off. We almost never got to meet again." Min Noyet immediately replied, "It wasn't that dangerous. Madam is worrying too much. and Ion sighed and asked, "You think I don't know?" There was an uproar outside the city, saying you charged straight into the middle of the battlefield. "I know you too well." Hearing that only made me more frightened. "You must have been scared to death." As for danger, it was no different from throwing yourself into a sea of fire. Minnoyet replied, "I don't really know myself." "Right, while I was away, you handled the caravan's business very well, sister. To be honest, before I came here, I had already prepared myself to lose money because you aren't familiar with trade." "How did you manage it?" Thursday Lawn turned and praised Hugh Kwan. "Oh, I didn't do anything. It was all thanks to leader Hugh Kwan." Hugh Kwan replied quietly, "You flatter me. I merely brought along a few people who know inner martial arts and had them demonstrate a few special techniques. It was really all an act, just to make the weapon's effectiveness more convincing than words alone, like those quack medicine peddlers. I also made use of the rumors about the battle at Noctian Fortress. For example, I said that the survivors who fought against Thuong Quoc had all lived thanks to wearing these suits of armor." Min Noyet interrupted, "From a moral standpoint, we shouldn't do that, but the result is the same." Hugh Kwan went on, "Besides, those soldiers were bewitched by Thursday Land's beauty, so they bought the weapons. We almost sold out." Thursday Lan said shyly, "Oh, you're praising me too much, leader Hugh Kwan." Minoyet thought to herself, "She's really good at persuading people." Suddenly, an official called out, "Miss Min Noyet, is leader Min Noyet of the Min Noyet caravan here?" Startled, Min Noyet stood up and asked, "I am Min Noyet. Who are you?" The official explained, "Ah, so you're here. The people of the Merchants Guild said you were here, so I came at once. I've come to deliver an order from the northern frontier. I should have arrived sooner, but dealing with the aftermath of the war took too much time. A message from the royal palace has come for you. The chancellor wishes to see you." In the forest, the sounds of fierce fighting rang out. Standing outside, Man-Cat asked a Trung, "Isn't Big Sister working at Tan Yuan Pavilion today?" She replied, "I'm taking the day off today." At that moment, Tien Kwong was sparring with Han Luong. Their fight shifted into midair. Han Luong fell into a disadvantage, and Tien Kwong seized the chance to unleash Hell Wind Blade, Fire Chi, and Iron Fire Halberd. A heavy punch from him sent Han Luong flying into the cliff face, causing an explosion. Man-Cat and a Trung, standing outside, stared in shock. But in the very next instant, Han Luong seized Tien Kwong's leg and slammed him down underneath him, making him cry out miserably. A Trung stepped forward and asked the two of them, "The move Tien Kwong just used seems different from what you taught him, doesn't it?" Han Luong shot back, "So what? Is there a problem?" He paid no attention at all to Tien Kwong yelling beneath him, "Wait, my bones are about to break. Stop already." A Trung said, "If a disciple changes techniques on his own, it means he has strayed from his master's teaching. At this rate, he'll fall into the demonic path." Tien Kwong shouted, "Hey, old man, I'm about to die. I really am about to die." Han Luong replied calmly, "Is that so important?" A Trung asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Han Luong explained, "I don't care in the slightest about preserving sex or things like that. Besides, I think it's only natural that this brat would alter techniques on his own. What's more, now that he's learned a few tricks, it's even more fun playing with him." Han Luong tossed Tien Kwong aside and continued, "Sex and teaching are all well and good, but dividing people into righteous and demonic is child's play. In truth, every sect claims to stand for justice and calls its enemies evil, but I've never seen anyone admit they're walking the path of tyranny and domination. Really, they're just a bunch of cowards." Hanging upside down from a tree, Tien Kwong shouted, "I nearly died at the Noctian River, and you didn't even care about a word I said." "I almost died, old man. How can you be so heartless?" Han Luong stood with his hands on his hips and shot back, "Huh? You wanted me to come running to save you? Why should I do that?" Man-Cat chimed in too. "There was nothing I could do. I ran to Lord Mong's CU and passed out. And when I woke up, On Kien was carrying me straight onto the battlefield, so I never had a chance to tell the old man." Surprised, Han Luong said, "Oh, at least you got saved. Don't be so petty." Tien Kwong replied, "Damn it, all of you could just go die." Han Luong burst out laughing and mocked him. "Oh, my precious son is sulking now, so you know how to sulk too?" Tien Kwong roared in fury, "Stop messing with me, or I'll kill you right now." In Backengwin City, the townspeople all stared in astonishment in one direction. They had formed a circle, and in the middle of it was Min Noyet's group. Ma Truong Kai asked curiously, "Why are so many people gathered here?" Min Noyet explained, "Muksun City is usually crowded, but Backengwin City is different." Hugh Kwan added, "The tale of a caravan leader's heroic deeds on the battlefield at Noctian Fortress has spread all over the city. Your actions are being talked about everywhere. The surviving soldiers spread the news, and of course plenty of embellishments were added. At the same time, the people nearby kept cheering, "Leader Manhwa, look this way." "Ah, leader," Hugh Kwan continued, a woman riding a white horse like a fairy descending from heaven, inspiring the soldiers' fighting spirit on the battlefield, helping our side kill the traitor Liu Te and saving everyone's lives. According to the storytellers in the taverns, you are the holy maiden of daylight, the fairy maiden wielding a sacred sword. Embarrassed, Manhwa said, "That's too much." Hugh Kwan replied, "That's how rumors are." Suddenly, two people approached Manhwa and said, "Excuse us, leader." Ma Chuang Kai warily stepped forward and asked, "What is it?" The woman said excitedly, "I heard my husband survived the battle entirely because he fought side by side with the leader." The man stammered as he continued, "Thank you, leader. Thank you for bravely stepping forward. Because of you, I was able to come home. It was an honor to fight beside you. I will treasure this life of mine. Thank you, leader." Their little son beside them also lisped, "Thank you, pretty big sister, for saving my daddy's life." Manhwa smiled at them. She told the woman, "Please take this. Use it to treat your husband's injuries." Flustered, the woman replied, "Ah, no, you don't have to do that. Thank you." All of a sudden, the surrounding crowd became agitated, surging toward Manhwa's group and shouting, "I fought too, leader. I lost a finger too. I was fighting right behind you back then." Hugh Kwan reminded her, "Leader, we need to hurry to the royal palace." Manhwa replied awkwardly, "Oh no, I acted too impulsively." At the chancellor's residence, Hugh Kwan stepped forward and reported to the official, "This is Leader Manhwa of the Manhwa caravan. We have come by the chancellor's order." The official replied, "Ah, I have been waiting for you since morning. Please come this way." As they proceeded, Ma Chuang Kai asked, "Senior brother, why do you think we've been summoned?" Hugh Kwan replied, "How should I know? But judging from the atmosphere here, perhaps it's to reward us for our service in the battle at Noctian Fortress." Ma Chuang Kai said happily, "Oh, could it be that I'm about to be praised before the whole world?" Hugh Kwan retorted, "No, because Ma Chuang Kai didn't make any particularly outstanding contribution." After walking a bit farther, Hugh Kwan asked the official worriedly, "Forgive my boldness, but may the guards accompany the leader inside to meet the chancellor?" The official answered, "Of course. The chancellor does not mind such things. Please make yourselves at ease." In the chancellor's chamber, Wan Koi ordered, "Come in." He spoke first. "Leader of the Manhwa caravan, I have recently heard of your great merits. You're a newly risen caravan dealing in weapons, are you not?" Manhwa knelt and cupped her hands in salute. This humble woman, Manhwa, greets the chancellor. She glanced at him and thought to herself, "So this is the chancellor, the man known as Emperor Bin's master strategist, Chancellor Wan Koi." Wan Koi also silently observed her from head to toe. Manhwa continued thinking. After the Ben Hung War, some generals declared themselves kings. In the time of peace that followed, only two men remained loyal to the Ben court and continued to support the king. One was Gwen Vu Khan, head of the Gwen family of the northern frontier, and the other was Wan Koi, strategist of the great final battle at Bindu. On the surface, they displayed loyalty to His Majesty and preserved the legacy of the Ben court. But everyone knew that the Gwen family of the northern frontier had long since used the pretext of supporting the king to seize the Ben family's power. And Wan Koi, who had risen to the office of chancellor and aided the northern frontier, was one of the key figures who turned the northern frontier into a flourishing capital. Chancellor Wan Koi. However, Wan Koi said calmly, "I heard from Mong Siu and Deputy General Bang Gu Truong about your contribution in this battle. Thanks to you, many soldiers' lives were saved, and our army avoided catastrophic losses." Manhwa quickly replied, "It was all thanks to your excellency's strategy. Thank you for paying heed to my letter." Wan Koi glanced around, then said slowly, "In truth, the situation at the time was far from optimistic. Rather than arguing over whose merit was greater, what matters most is who will bear responsibility for this, because in the end, our side lost the battle. I prepared the army and attacked Noctian Fortress for more than half a year, only to lose one great general, one of the 12 emperors, and 30,000 soldiers. The weapons you brought us were burned in the ambush before we even had the chance to use them. Stirring up the fighting spirit of the routed troops was certainly brave, but the real issue is how to make up for the losses. the responsibility for Lu Ti's betrayal, and this defeat will be borne jointly by the strategist's office, the 12 emperors, and the Red Phoenix sect. But the problem is, who will pay for those burned weapons? After the war, the national treasury is in a serious deficit. It will be difficult to pay the full amount, which is why I summoned you here to discuss this matter, caravan leader. I would like to hear your thoughts. Standing behind them, Hugh Quan thought to himself, this situation is truly awkward. The Manhwa caravan won't be able to answer easily. In his mind, he pictured Luan Koi explaining, my rooster accidentally damaged the goods, but I never used them, so could you refund me? Then he thought again. Besides, the supplies weren't only weapons. There were also many other goods from the Muk Sun City Merchants Association. Manhwa alone can't possibly bear all of that. At that moment, Luan Koi asked again, what do you think, caravan leader? Hearing that, Hugh Quan thought, but for someone of the Chancellor's stature to negotiate this personally, could it be they fear I might demand full compensation? Kneeling at the front, Manhwa pondered deeply. As a courtesan, when receiving guests, it's easy to tell what they want and what they want to hear. For him to bring this up personally is shameless. Either he looks down on me, or he is testing me. It can only be one of those two things. Could it be he wants to see whether I am worth listening to, or whether I'm just a profit-hungry merchant? No, that's only part of it. There's something else. And besides, this person feels strangely familiar to me. A flicker of hesitation passed through her eyes. Luan Koi pressed her again, almost as if forcing an answer. Are you listening, caravan leader? What do you think? At those repeated questions, Manhwa's gaze sharpened. Calmly, she gave her answer. The amount the Northern Frontier promised to pay is indeed enormous. So enormous that even the entire Muk Sun City Merchants Association cannot simply ignore it. This is not just a matter for my caravan alone. I still need to seek the opinions of the other merchant groups. So I will need some time to find a way to preserve the dignity of the other caravan leaders. But I understand in Northern Frontier's current circumstances, and I do not wish for your treasury to suffer further losses. On the contrary, as the caravan leader and as someone who personally went through this battle, I have one request. We will accept only half the payment. In exchange, I want a trade policy. To make transporting goods across the battlefield easier, I hope a policy can be enacted to build a road running through the entire territory of the Bin Kingdom. Hearing this request, Luan Koi widened his eyes in surprise and stared at Manhwa. She continued, the reason I say this is because I know you already had the same intention. I used to be a singing girl at Tan Yuan Pavilion, and I received many guests. One of my skills is remembering the faces of those I have met. A few years ago, you looked very different from how you do now. Back then, you said you were assisting an important official in Northern Frontier City. If I remember correctly, your identity then was Eunuch Kong, who served at the side of Pavilion Master Hong. So I believe that the Chancellor who summoned me here is hiding somewhere, quietly observing me. The court official standing behind him, after being exposed by Manhwa as the real Luan Koi, turned to look at her and asked, why would you think that? Manhwa calmly replied, as I said, I was not called here to be rewarded for my contributions. Therefore, there is no need for the Chancellor to meet me in person. If you summoned me merely to say the Treasury was in difficulty, then that means you were expecting something from me. As for how I discovered this little performance, that was purely by chance. Remembering the connections between people around me is one of my small tricks. Once I began to doubt your identity, everything else became suspicious. While speaking to me, your eyes kept glancing at the eunuch behind you. There was one more thing that made me suspicious: the arrangement of this meeting. Normally, a trusted eunuch would not personally lead me to meet the Chancellor, especially not inside the Imperial Palace. Besides, among the 12 emperors seated here, there is someone I know, yet from beginning to end he said nothing. If this were only to discuss the treasury shortfall, there would be no need to gather so many people here. So I thought, were you all testing me? And if a third person were observing the entire process, then watching from a distance would allow for a more objective judgment. After hearing that, the court official stared at her in silence. And even Luan Koi, sitting above, said nothing more. Then loud laughter rang out, followed by a voice saying, just as Mong Siu said, you truly are a very interesting person. The laughter drew everyone's attention in the room. Someone pushed the door open and entered from outside, speaking as he walked. You're right. But if I wanted to observe you, I would have done so before you arrived. This little play was simply a personal hobby of mine. Manhwa silently studied the person who had just entered. Luan Koi hugged his knees and sighed. That's exactly it. On my leg, leaning on Ma Trong Kai, he said, give me a hand, guard. Ma Chung Ki Ak Wadili Zipli Ah. Yes. Luan Koi squeezed Ma Truong Kai's shoulder and praised him. Your body is really sturdy, and your build is large too. You're well suited to being a guard. Ma Truong Kai curiously asked, then what about you? Are you a man or a woman? The court official immediately rebuked him. Insolence. How dare you speak to the chancellor like that? Min Noyet added, apologize at once, Ma Truong, Kentucky. That left Ma Truong Kai somewhat stunned. Seeing this, Luan Koi burst out laughing and eased the tension for him. It's fine, it's fine. Then he walked toward Min Noyet and said as he went, compare to gender and appearance. What matters most is possessing the strength and talent to prove oneself. Wouldn't you say, caravan leader? Hugh Kwan, standing behind, spoke up. Forgive my bluntness, Chancellor, but there is one thing I do not understand. Luan Koi is famed as the strategist and hero of the Battle of Binda, which means you were already present at the battle on the plains more than 20 years ago. Yet for such a great figure, you still look very young. Luan Koi toyed with the hair at his temple as he replied thoughtfully, People often do say I look younger than my age. It's true, I do appear younger than I am. At the time of the Battle of Binda, I was only 8 years old. Ma Truong Kai cried out in shock. No way. Don't tell me you commanded troops when you were only 8? Even Hugh Kwan chimed in. That's hard to believe. Just like Ma Truong Kai here, being only 17. Hearing his own name, Ma Truong Kai snapped back. What do you mean by that, senior brother? Luan Koi explained. That's right. Perhaps because I was still a child then, I came up with strategies others never would have considered. Back then, in order to persuade others, I often put on little performances like this. But the past isn't important, is it? What matters most is whether the person standing before you now is truly Chancellor Luan Koi or not. Even after hearing the man's explanation, Min Noyet still observed him with a trace of doubt. Mong Siu, seated nearby, hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. You needn't doubt anymore, caravan leader. He really is the Chancellor of the Bin Court. Seeing Mong Siu jump down from his chair, Min Noyet exclaimed in surprise, Lord Mong Siu. Mong Siu curiously asked Luan Koi. So then, Chancellor, have you made your decision regarding caravan leader Min Noyet? Luan Koi replied, just as Mong Siu said, she is an extremely perceptive person and highly skilled in diplomacy. Chu Hung also stood up and said, I'm tired of this pointless little show. I'll be taking my leave. Luan Koi answered, very well, Lord Fifth Emperor. Thank you for stopping by. Though, to be fair, she came here partly because she was curious about you as well. Your appearance really is quite eye-catching. Min Noyet softly replied, you flatter me. The 12 emperors likely just think somewhat kindly of me. The fake Luan Koi beside them objected. No, even I was astonished. I never expected you to remember the face and position of someone you met so long ago. I was at fault, Chancellor. He continued, it is truly remarkable. I never expected the proposal you made to align so perfectly with the Chancellor's own thinking. Luan Koi beside him nodded in agreement. Exactly. That makes everything much easier. Min Noyet asked suspiciously, you mean the matter of opening trade roads? Luan Koi explained, exactly. That has been my idea since 10 years ago. In military affairs, winning battles is what matters most. But for us civil officials, one of the most essential concerns is trade. If we wish to protect the entire territory of the Bin Kingdom from the smoke of war, then the transport of grain and supplies is indispensable. If we rely only on the existing roads, they're too easily affected by natural disasters. Landslides or floods will erode the roads, or carts will sink into potholes, causing delays. Min Noyet suggested, I have an idea. What if we build a stone road along the southern front? Or at the very least, if we can connect the inland towns that have remained undeveloped these past 10 years, the speed of goods transport will increase many times over. That would not only benefit wartime operations, but would also allow migration and exchange between the two regions to develop in a more balanced way. Luan Koi nodded. Exactly. It would benefit both sides. But the real problem is finding the right person to supervise and manage it. We need someone who can handle the raw materials, oversee the process, and clearly understand wartime trade methods. Min Noyet replied, a merchant caravan that specializes in wartime supply would be well suited. But merchants are all greedy by nature, so finding someone truly willing to take responsibility for the project would indeed be difficult. Luan Koi cheerfully exclaimed, I like you more and more. Caravan leader. What I want is a road that can reach anywhere within 7 days. However, if only one merchant group handles it, then given the long duration, I'm afraid it won't be able to carry the burden. I have a proposal. Unite all the merchant associations in this area to carry out the construction together. Muksun City, a town on the northern plains, together with the other guild halls of the Bin Kingdom, will complete this road within 2 years. What do you think? Can you do it? Ah, right. The story about the treasury deficit was a lie. Of course, we can immediately pay the full cost of the goods from the Battle of Noctian Fortress, and at the same time invest in building the roads. Min Noyet replied, I will certainly gather the leaders of the merchant caravans to discuss this matter, Chancellor. Outside, Han Luong suddenly flew out of a house, shouting loudly, Grab him, Mancat. Hey, you useless old man. But Han Luong had already run off carrying 4 plates of buns, not forgetting to mock them. Idiots. Mancat and Tian Kwong were both sprawled amid the wreckage caused by Han Luong, and Tian Kwong angrily shouted, Damn it, we should have stopped him while the old man was still eating. Mancat said, Looks like we won't be getting away today. The innkeeper and his workers came over and reminded them, Roof repair, meal charges, outstanding debt. A little later, by some riverside, Tian Kwong washed dishes together with Mancat while muttering, Damn it, I already used up all my wages to pay the debt. Even so, it still wasn't enough. It's all because of that useless old man who smashed the roof. Couldn't he at least run away quietly? Mancat said tiredly, Sometimes I really wonder, with a brain like yours, how you ever survived on the battlefield. Tian Kwong asked in alarm. What? Mancat explained. You clearly knew he always bolts after eating, yet you still couldn't catch him. All you had to do was ask Lord Mong Siyu to cover it for you. But instead you insisted on using your own wages to repay it. You're really too stupid. Tian Kwong fell silent for a moment, then said, That old man is hard to change, but no matter what, he's still my benefactor, so I wanted to pay for his meal in his place. The innkeeper, standing behind them, sighed and said, The problem is that his appetite is terrifying, so you're always short on money because of him. Tian Kwong admitted, That's true. He turned to the innkeeper and said, Thank you for not throwing us out, and for even letting us keep a tab. The innkeeper replied, That's because you always pay on time. You may look like this, but you're an honest fellow, Tian Kwong. Besides, as long as I say I'm here to keep an eye on you too, my wife won't know I'm actually hiding from work here. That girl who usually comes around with you, isn't that her? Following the innkeeper's words, Tian Kwong and Manhwa both looked up toward the bridge and discovered it was a Trung. On the bridge, a Trung was speaking with someone. The innkeeper whispered, Hey, isn't this serious? Your woman is meeting another man. Manhwa also added fuel to the fire from the side. Tian Kwong, your love life is in danger. Be careful, or your sweetheart will be stolen away. Tian Kwong replied helplessly, She's not my woman. And so, the stream continued to flow, while a Trung on the bridge widened her eyes in surprise at the person before her. Jiang Shao said awkwardly, I'm sorry, senior sister. Hearing that, a Trung lowered her head slightly and answered in a low, saddened voice, It's all right. Jiang Shao urged her, Senior sister, you should go home. Just then he suddenly noticed people behind a Trung and shouted loudly, What are you staring at? Behind a Trung stood Tian Kwong and Manhwa. Manhwa asked probingly, Who are you? Jiang Shao shot back, I'm the one who should be asking that. But a Trung had already recognized the two of them and called out, Tian Kwong. Manhwa. Tian Kwong stammered, No, we. But Manhwa cut in first. This one right here is Sister A Trung's fiancé. Jiang Shao shouted in shock. What? What is that supposed to mean? After hearing Manhwa's bombshell, Jiang Shao repeated blankly, Fiancé? He looked at the two of them, then turned back toward Trung. Seeing her face flush red as she faced Tian Kwong, Jiang Shao exploded in anger and unleashed his power. With tears in his eyes and teeth clenched, he said, What? That's impossible. He remembered how he had once gazed at a Trung affectionately and called her sister. But now he roared a Trung's name and charged straight at Tian Kwong. Shouting liar, he launched a Ngu Shuyan body palm attack at him. Blinded by rage, he kept attacking without pause. Tian Kwong dodged Jiang Zhao's attacks one after another, and could only admit one thing. He's fast. As Jiang Shao swung his sword, he cursed. Bastard! He shouted furiously. How dare you? Tian Kwong hurriedly yelled back. Why are you suddenly hitting people? Behind them, a Trung could no longer bear the scene before her and shouted, Stop! Jiang Shao turned back and called, Sister! A Trung rebuked him. Jiang Shao, as a cultivator of the Ngu Shuyan sword, How can you behave so rashly? Jiang Shao blurted out in panic. I am sorry, sister. I'm sorry. Ten Guang. It seems my junior brother misunderstood. It's working hours now, so I'll return to Tan Yuan Pavilion first. You apologize to Tien Kwang and then go back. Jiang Shao asked awkwardly. Sister, then what about you? Trung answered, that's my own business. You should go back now. Tien Kwang stepped forward and asked, Trung's junior brother? Jiang Shao quickly bowed sincerely and said, I'm sorry. I acted without thinking just now and even drew my sword on you. Tien Kwang stammered. Actually, but man cat cut in again. Just apologizing isn't enough. If Sister Trung's fiancé had gotten hurt, imagine how heartbroken she'd be. Hearing that, Jiang Shao muttered under his breath, damn it. But after grabbing man cat by the hair, Tien Kwang hastily corrected him. It's not like that. Trung and I are only friends who practice martial arts together. Jiang Shao looked surprised. Really? And so, the river kept flowing. In a tea house, Jiang Shao sighed and said, Sigh, how embarrassing. I misunderstood you, and I sincerely apologize. As a martial artist, to attack someone in broad daylight like that was truly discourteous. Whenever it concerns Sister Trung, I become easily muddled. Mancat thought to himself, this guy really does seem to like Sister Trung. Then Tien Kwang asked, so you and Trung are fellow disciples, and you both practice the Ngushuyan sword. Is that place famous? Jiang Shao replied, you said earlier that you're from somewhere else, right? Then it must be very far away. The Ngushuyan sect is an old sect with a long history, one that has existed since before the founding of the Bin Kingdom. The 16th generation sect master held an important post in the court and devoted himself wholeheartedly to serving the Bin Kingdom. They contribute to the country and train the next generation. Tien Kwang murmured, sounds interesting. But carrying such responsibility must be a heavy burden. Jiang Shao continued. It is a noble sect with a long history, something that cannot be bought with money, a true righteous and prestigious school. Sister Trung is the youngest daughter of the current Ngushuyan sect master, Nguyen Tanquan. Because of certain circumstances, she was forced to leave home and live independently, but noble blood still runs in her veins. Since childhood, Trung and I have practiced martial arts together at the Ngushuyan Sword Hall. After hearing that, Tien Kwang exclaimed in admiration, so you came all the way here just to see her. Jean Xiao replied, that's right. I had something I wanted to tell Sister. This will spread everywhere sooner or later. But last night, the Grand Sect Master of the Ngushuyan sect passed away. A man appeared with a cloth covering his face. Fresh flowers surrounded the place where he lay. This was the headquarters of the Ngushuyan sect. It was the funeral of the Ngushuyan sect's Grand Sect Master, the Sacred Sword, Nguyen Quan, one of the 5 great kings of the Warring States era. People came in droves to pay their respects to him and his family. Afterward, they changed into mourning clothes and went inside. Tien Kwang asked Jiang Shao suspiciously, everyone here is a major figure. Are we really okay sitting here? Jiang Shao quickly replied, it's fine. Everyone here is a friend of Sister Trung, and you two are also guests of the Nguyen family. Han Luong hurriedly stuffed a bun into his mouth and smacked his lips in praise. The food here is so good. Tien Kwang quickly reminded him, stop stuffing buns into your mouth, old man. That's too rude. But Han Luong only answered, munch, munch. Thanks to Nguyen Quan, I got treated to a meal. If I'd known the old man lived this well, I would have come mooch off him while he was still alive. Somewhat surprised, Tien Kwang asked, you can find me, but you can't find your own friend? Han Luong shot back. Who do you think I am? Some all-powerful god? I found you because our energies are connected, but if I'm not interested, I won't go looking for other people. Tien Kwang reproached him. You should show some respect to the dead. Han Luong didn't care in the slightest. If you think Nguyen Quan and I were close, you're wrong. We only fought together once, but I know him too well. Nguyen Quan was stubborn, dry, and irritating. The good thing was that his disciples trusted him deeply and were willing to risk their lives in the war against the Xiongnu. And once he drew his sword, he was extremely strong. Concerned, Tien Kwang asked, didn't you say before that a Trung was too rigid and that it would destroy her? Han Luong explained, it depends on the person. I never said my judgments were absolute. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Pardon me, are you the Fist King? The question drew the attention of both Han Luong and Tien Kwang. Nguyen Tan Quan stepped forward with members of his family and respectfully said, I recognized you. It has been a long time. Thank you for coming to my father's funeral. You may not remember, but during the Binxiongnu War, I saw you fighting at my father's side. Mi nim es Nguyen Tan Quan. I am the current sect master of the Ngushuyan sect. After hearing this, Han Luong still paid little attention and only focused on eating. Munch, munch, the food's really good. Sitting across from him, Man-Cat thought to himself, this old man clearly doesn't remember anything. Nguyen Tan Quan continued, when I saw you from afar, I was very surprised. You have not changed at all since then. Would you like to go to the memorial hall and pay respects to my father? Han Luong said, no need. I only came because my precious disciple promised to treat me to something good. Nguyen Tan Quan et Kalim, Ohat. So you came with your disciple. Han Luong immediately retorted, disciple my ass. He's just my entertainment. Tien Kwong quickly spoke up. We came as Atrung's friends. Hasn't Atrung arrived yet? At the same time, Jiang Shao muttered inwardly beside them. Don't say it like that. Nguyen Tan Quan Mumut, so it sa jung. Behind him, Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen On merely watched Han Luong and Tien Kwong closely without saying a word. Then Nguyen Tan Quan bowed his head and said, then please continue enjoying your meal. We must go receive the other guests. Han Luong only nodded and said, go on. After they left, Tien Kwong kept staring after them with a thoughtful expression. At the same time, elsewhere, Atrung was on the move, with Min Noyet walking ahead of her. As they walked, Min Noyet suddenly asked, aren't you going to see him? The question startled Atrung. Min Noyet began, I heard about it. The Grand Sect Master of the Ngushuyan sect has passed away. Atrung only replied, it's work hours now. I have to fulfill my duties. However, Min Noyet said, even so, I can handle things by myself. Just take leave. Atrung complained, didn't you say you hated meddling in other people's family matters? Min Noyet answered, you're still hung up on that? Fair enough. It really would be hard for me to handle everything alone. With that, she pushed the door open and stepped inside lightly. Inside were Lu Tien, the head of the Tone Jia caravan, the head of the Jia caravan, Chow Tai, and Tu Ma Vo. All eyes were fixed on her. To break the atmosphere, Lu Tien said, Leader Min Noyet has arrived. Min Noyet swept her gaze around, then asked everyone, have the heads of the other merchant caravans still not arrived? Lu Tien replied, no one came. He listed them off. The towns of the northern plain, the other plains settlements, and even our Musun city have never been close because of trade matters. They aren't the sort of people who come the moment they're called. Min Noyet said softly, I expected as much, but seeing no one show up is still surprising. I already said this was the Chancellor's plan, yet still no one appeared. Lu Tien explained, unless they receive a letter written personally by the Chancellor, they won't come. Min Noyet objected. The Chancellor won't help either. He wants to test whether I can unify all the merchant associations myself. I need to unite all 19 merchant associations. I'll have to gather them one by one and bring them to meet the Chancellor. Lu Tien shined. Then this will be difficult. Not a single one could be missing. The head of the Jia caravan suggested, how about this, Leader Min Noyet? There's an event that all the caravan heads will attend. If you go there, you'll be able to meet most of them, and the one presiding over it is a man of great prestige. If you can help him, persuading the other merchant associations will become much easier. Min Noyet said, Zhendi, Nguyen Tan Quan, you mean the funeral of the Ngushuyan sect's Grand Sect Master. At that moment, Atrung, who was standing guard outside the room, heard those words. Without saying anything, she only tightened her grip on her sword. Back at the Ngushuyan sect headquarters, a voice said, from here we can get back on our own. You don't need to escort us. Jiang Shao handed a lantern to Man-Cat and said, then take the lantern, brother. Man-Cat agreed cheerfully. Thanks, brother. Han Luong, meanwhile, praised the food. Not bad. Hey, upside-down bowl head, the noodles you cooked were good. Tien Kwong asked with concern, but why didn't Atrung come to attend? According to custom, family members should come pay their respects. Hearing that, Jiang Shao stammered that's a family matter. Man-Cat quickly cut in. All right, we know enough already. He urged Jiang Shao, hurry up and tell us. Jiang Shao began recalling, when Sister Atrung and I were children, we trained in the same group. The Ngushuyan sect is a major sect with more than 1,000 disciples, so we were divided into many smaller groups. There, we learned not only martial arts, but also responsibility and the philosophy of a warrior. The teaching was extremely strict. It usually took over 10 years to complete the standard course of training. Even so, many people still wanted to join the Ngushuyan sect. The sect's honor and history are incredibly noble, but Man-Cat loudly cut in. Isn't that because your sect helped found the kingdom? Enough of that. Tell us about Sister Atrung. At the martial training grounds, everyone could hear the shouting. You're too weak. Do it again. A Trung had fallen to the ground, and then came another round of scolding. Idiot. Jiang Shao wanted to help a Trung up, so he stepped forward and called, sister. However, a shout came immediately. Don't help her. The person who spoke was one of the Ngu Shuyan's sex instructors, and also a Trung's half-brother, Nguyen Phuong. Beside him was another Ngu Shuyan sect instructor, likewise a Trung's half-brother, Nguyen On. Nguyen Phuong reminded her, even if you're a member of the Nguyen family, the Ngu Shuyan sect will not give you special treatment. Wasn't this your own wish, Nguyen A. Trung? A Trung slowly got to her feet and said to Jiang Shao, it's okay. I can stand on my own. Standing beside her, Jiang Shao asked worriedly, sister. Nguyen Phuong walked up in front of a Trung and rebuked her. Look at the way you're staggering around. This is what happens when a woman dares imitate men. I told you not to keep pretending and bringing shame on the Nguyen family. Women are not suited to wield swords. As soon as he finished speaking, he thrust his sword at a Trung, but a Trung managed to block it. To counterattack, she immediately used Ngu Shuyan Divine Ascent to strike at Nguyen Phuong. However, he blocked the attack and mocked her. Too weak. You should never have learned the Ngu Shuyan sword in the first place. Don't come to the martial grounds to train anymore. The regular instructors were strict, but their training standards were excellent. Nguyen Phuong shouted, I don't like hearing women scream, but the way they treated Sister A. Trung was exceptionally harsh. More precisely, they were bullying her. Even if they were half-siblings, bullying their younger sister was wrong. That's right, those two instructors and a Trung were half-siblings from the same father. The sect master's wife died early from illness, and only much later did he remarry. Sister A. Trung often had to endure beatings. She always practiced in silence, and she treated the disciples very well. A Trung understood martial arts better than anyone, so I admired her immensely. Manhwa warned, don't go off topic. All right. Although the instructors disliked a Trung, the Grand Sect Master was the one who always encouraged her, and he was also the one she always looked up to. One of the 5 great kings of the Warring States era, the Sacred Sword. The former Sect Master of the Ngu Shuyan sect, the Grand Sect Master always favored a Trung in particular. After returning from the Binxiongnu War, aside from the training sessions, he rarely involved himself in matters outside the martial grounds. A Trung also loved staying by the Grand Sect Master's side, and relied on him deeply. After hearing enough, ManhwaCapped began complaining. All right, that's enough. I've heard enough. Tien Quang, let's go home already. The old man's back. The next day, Min Noyet exclaimed in surprise, there are so many people here. It's like a festival. It doesn't feel like a funeral at all. Lu Tian explained, the Grand Sect Master had been ill for a long time, so it isn't unbearably tragic. Besides, the Ngu Shuyan sect has always been generous to commoners. I heard that during the funeral period, they're even distributing grain to the villagers. Min Noyet replied, looks like the merchant associations around here have already donated grain to them. Suddenly, Lu Tian gave a faint hum. Looking toward the people gathered under a tent in the distance, he said, those people are the heads of the merchant associations from Northern Plain City. Min Noyet turned her head to look as well, and said loudly, the caravan heads from the plains are all gathered here. They're the ones who should have come to see me after receiving my invitation. When those people saw Min Noyet, they all deliberately turned away to drink, acting as if she didn't exist. Lu Tian said quietly, the way they're looking at us is full of contempt. Tiredly, Min Noyet said, let's go. This isn't the time to gossip. Nguyen Tan Quan glanced to the side and thought to himself, the Fist King's disciple is escorting this group too. With a respectful cup fist salute, Min Noyet introduced herself. I am Min Noyet, leader of the Min Noyet caravan. Standing beside her, Lu Tian also added, I am Lu Tian from the Lu Tian caravan. Min Noyet continued, upon hearing of the passing of the Ngu Shuyan sect's Grand Sect Master, we came especially to offer our condolences. Nguyen Tan Quan Ziplit, welcome, Gadavan Litida. I have heard much about your association's work. I hear you rendered great service in the previous war. Min Noyet answered, no, it was nothing important. I apologize for not being able to come sooner. Sect Master, Nguyen Tan Quan said, thank you for coming. We have prepared a small gift. Please accept it. Ming Nguyet Ziplit Tangzu. Then she thought to herself, his gaze is clear and deep, and his expression never changes. He's an upright and decisive man. Nguyen Tan Quan stepped up the stairs and said, please come inside to pay respects to my father. Today we will bury him in the family graveyard. Min Noyet gave a small exclamation. Then you must be very busy. Then she calculated silently, don't rush. First, leave a good impression. Once the funeral is over, I'll ask him to help persuade those merchant caravans. That night at Qinyun Pavilion, a Trung was sitting alone. when she suddenly heard movement beside her and quickly drew her sword and turned to check. The one who appeared behind her was Tien Kwong. He called out, Trung, startling her. Trung asked him, Why are you here at this hour? Tien Kwong looked at her silently for a moment. Then he lightly jumped over the railing and asked, Are you done with your watch? Flustered, Trung replied, Yeah, I'm done. He took Trung's hand and said, Then come with me somewhere. Trung asked him, Wait, where are we going? At the same time, elsewhere, an Ion saw the two of them and thought to herself, a night like this really suits young people. At the Ngu Shuyan residence, when Mancat saw Tien Kwong and Trung arrive, he said, Tien Kwong, you're here. Tien Kwong immediately asked, How is it? Mancat replied, Everyone's busy because of the funeral. There seem to be guards, but you can handle them, right? Lowering her voice angrily, Trung asked him why. Why did you bring me here? Tien Kwong looked at her and said, If I were your grandfather, I'd be waiting for you to come see me one last time with a grieving face. Trung looked at him without saying a word. Mancat informed them, Let's go. It's easy to sneak in right now. In no time, the guards outside had been knocked unconscious. Trung, along with Mancat and Tien Kwong, entered the place where the Grand Sect Master was resting. Looking at the white cloth covering his face, Trung thought to herself, Grandfather. She remembered her grandfather's laughter. Trung, are you crying because you're angry again? Her expression grew even sadder. Just like that, she walked up to where the Grand Sect Master lay, bent down, and choked out through tears, Grandfather. Tien Kwong and Mancat only stood nearby, silently listening. In the past, the Grand Sect Master had once laughed heartily and said, Trung, if you're a warrior, then don't cry. A swordsman of Ngushuyan should not reveal emotion so easily. Feelings like that will hinder a swordsman from walking the righteous path. She gazed at the Grand Sect Master for a while, then suddenly noticed something. Her pupils widened sharply. She lifted the Grand Sect Master's robe and discovered a wound there. 5 years earlier, at the Nguyen family's Ishian sect, a row of bodies covered with cloth had been laid out neatly in one corner of the residence. Nguyen Tanguan, Nguyen Fung, and Nguyen Ang On stay atos kop in shock. Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen exchanged glances and said nothing. At the same time, Trung was searching the residence for the Grand Sect Master, calling out loudly, Grandfather, where are you? Grandfather. When she found him, she saw that he was practicing swordsmanship. The Grand Sect Master lightly swung his sword, and the falling leaves around him danced along with it. Trung walked over and called, Grandfather. She said to him, Normally by this hour you've already finished practicing. Why are you still at it today? The Grand Sect Master smiled. Is that so? Though I'm old and frail now, I feel uncomfortable if I don't hold a sword. Before I even realized it, I felt that only when I'm holding a sword am I truly myself. It's as if my whole body has been taken over by this sword. What do you think? Want to practice with me? Hearing that, Trung answered excitedly, yes. Grandfather. Returning to the present, the guards outside had already been knocked unconscious by Tien Kwong and Mancat. However, inside, Trung discovered something that left her staring in shock. She found a wound on the Grand Sect Master's chest. Trung thought to herself, This is a stab wound. How can this be? She recalled what Jiang Shao had once said. He had been gravely ill for a long time. He only passed away last night. Trung stretched out her trembling hand. She secretly pulled back the white cloth and thought, He didn't die from illness. Did he? When she saw the Grand Sect Master's purplish face, Trung seemed to understand something. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Who are you? Nguyen Phuong roared angrily. You dare step into this place? Mancat cried out in panic. We've been discovered. What do we do? Tien Kwong also said awkwardly, I don't know. This is Trung's house. Should we run away? Mancat shouted. We already knocked out several guards. We have to run now. But at that moment, a sword was already pressed against Mancat. In an instant, Nguyen held his blade to Mancat's throat and warned, Don't move. He said, You thieves should never have come here in the first place. I won't kill you, but I'll hand you over to the authorities. Hearing that, Tien Kwong glared at him in fury. Suddenly, Trung spoke up, Grandpa, why did you have to leave like this? Nguyen was bewildered by the scene before him and quickly asked, What is this? What happened? At the same time, shouts came from outside. Trung, Master. The disciples rushed over and shouted, Intruders! Up front, Nguyen Phuong loudly ordered, This is the mourning hall of the deceased. How dare they cause trouble here? Everyone get out. A moment later, the Ngu Shuyan sect disciples moved into position, weapons in hand. They surrounded Tien Kwong and Mancat. Bound up, Mancat began to complain TCH, my luck has been awful lately. Tien Kwong sighed. At least they didn't kill me. Mancat clicked his tongue and replied, Tien Kwong, you're way too trusting. Just look at the killing intent in their eyes. In the next moment, Tien Kwong looked up at them. In another room, a voice rang out. It's been 5 years since I last saw you. Nguyen Phuong scolded, and now you've picked up the filthy habit of sneaking around like a thief. Trung lowered her head and answered, I'm sorry, brother. Nguyen Phuong roared, call me master. I have no younger sister who would disgrace the Nguyen family like you. Do you know how much shame you brought our father by running away after your engagement? Trung muttered there was a stab wound on Grandpa's chest. As soon as she said it, both Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen stared at her in shock. Nguyen said coldly, you saw it wrong. Nguyen Phuong added, you've been out in the world too long, and started imagining things. He died of old age. Hearing those words, Trung glared furiously, and red sparks seemed to flare around her. Sensing her killing intent, Nguyen immediately turned serious, and Nguyen Phuong also shot her a hard stare. He said, I won't hold it against you for breaking in here. Just leave quietly. The body is to be cremated tomorrow, so don't interfere. Trung silently looked at the two of them, then turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen kept glaring after her. Suddenly, Trung said coldly, your neck. Looks like it's badly injured. Nguyen shot back, that's none of your concern. Then she left the two of them behind. The next day, at the Min Noyet caravan, Min Noyet asked, you two sneaked into the Ngushuyan sect last night? Mancat replied tiredly, that's right. We wanted to help Sister A Trung see her grandfather one last time, but we got caught and nearly ended up following that old man ourselves. Min Noyet scolded him. Honestly, when you were caught, you didn't mention our caravan, did you? Mancat quickly answered, oh no. Luckily, they let us go without even interrogating us. Min Noyet continued, haven't you learned your lesson yet? Mancat, Thursday Lon, Doc Mancat's wages for next month. Thursday Lon immediately replied, yes. Mancat wailed, who? No, this isn't my fault. Tien Kwong insisted on going. I just tag along. I didn't even do anything. Min Noyet said irritably, selling out your teammate? Then dock both of their wages. Mancat immediately began pleading, Sister Min Noyet, please don't dock my pay. Off to the side, Tien Kwong was still diligently working. This made Min Noyet think to herself, idiot. He always acts on impulse and never uses his brain. At Qinyun Pavilion, in Trung's room, she lowered her head and looked at the neatly folded outfit before her. That purple robe made her remember the moment she cried out in shock. Marriage? Nguyen Tan Quan nodded and said yes. Liu Bang, eldest son of the Grand Coachman of Bin Nguyen City. He's a talented young man. You must have heard of him. I think this is the right time to discuss marriage, since you've already come of age. It may be a little sudden, but you're about to be married into a new family. In my view, through this marriage, you'll be tied to someone of great status and power. Standing beside him, Nguyen Phuong said loudly, Humph, you've finally returned to where you belong. Nguyen added, put down that sword that never suited you. Take up the role of a daughter of the Nguyen family. At last, you become useful to the Nguyen family. In front of the former Supreme Sect Master's residence, Trung asked curiously, why? Why can't I see him? A guard stepped forward and reported, yes, the former Supreme Sect Master's condition has worsened. He needs complete rest. The Sect Master has ordered that no one is allowed inside. Trung pressed, even me? The guard answered yes. So the Miss Ajung. From that day on, I was never allowed to see Grandpa again, the only person in the Nguyen family who truly cared for me. Then my marriage was suddenly arranged, and Grandpa fell gravely ill. Everything happened far too suddenly. Unable to bear all those injustices piling up on me, I ran away from home a few days later. But now, at the Ngu Shuyan sect, at the Nguyen family's ancestral burial grounds, everyone was already in position. The former Supreme Sect Master's coffin was being moved to the cremation site. But just then, the disciples cried out in alarm. Senior Sister, Sister A Trung, the one who appeared blocking their way, was none other than Nguyen A Trung. Nguyen drew his sword and threatened, you shouldn't have come here. At that moment, Trung was radiating a chilling, killing intent before everyone. She had already drawn her longsword, ready to strike back. An hour earlier, at Qinyun Pavilion, Tien Kwong was strolling through the courtyard. He walked over to Meng Ho and greeted him, Vice Captain. Meng Ho raised a hand. Oh, Tien Kwong, looks like you're late today. Min Noyet just went out. Tien Kwong asked, went out? Where did she go? Meng Ho replied with his hands on his hips. I'm not too sure either. Someone came to see her just now, and the two of them left together. Seems like she had business with another caravan. Tien Kwang looked toward the main gate. She probably went over to the Lu Tien caravan. Meng Ho pointed at someone in the corridor and said, "Looks like my captain went out too." Following the direction of his finger, Tien Kwang thought Trung wasn't on duty last night, so she should be out on patrol today. Meng Ho explained, she has to switch shifts with me. She's never switched shifts before, so it must be something important. In the opposite corridor, Trung was walking with an angry expression, and Tien Kwang watched a retreating figure, deep in thought. On a towering cliff within the Gashian sect's territory, an old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking into the distance, then murmured, "HM." Nguyen Phuong hurried up and asked, "Uncle, what is it?" The old man answered uncertainly, "It looks like there's someone below. Could it be an assassin?" Nguyen Phuong's expression darkened as he looked down, then reassured him, "Don't worry, Uncle." Nguyen on and the other masters are all down there. Nothing will happen. I'll go down and check. You should hurry to Grandpa's side. The old man accepted the advice. Yes, we must proceed carefully and see him off on his final journey. From an angle the old man couldn't see, Nguyen Phuong cast an emotionless glance down the mountain, his eyes full of suspicion. Sure enough, something had happened. Trung was standing alone against the crowd from the Gashuian sect, with Nguyen on at the front. He calmly said, "I already told you not to show yourself again. Was breaking in last night not enough? That you had to come here too?" Trung replied bluntly, "I want to see Father. I want to ask whether he knows about the stab wound on Grandpa's chest." Her words sent the disciples into an uproar. A stab wound? Does she mean a sword wound? Didn't the former supreme sect master die of old age and illness? When ang sa fight daken. And he said in a low voice, "Not this again. I told you not to speak such nonsense." He continued coolly, "Everyone must go through birth, aging, sickness, and death." The more he spoke, the colder Trung's expression became. She frowned and gathered her inner energy. "I don't understand." Clenching her teeth, she growled, "Why do you all keep twisting the truth and turning me into a liar? Why do you have to hide the truth behind Grandpa's death?" Nguyen refused to yield and drew his sword from its sheath. "Shut up. Get a hold of yourself, Trung. Stop making up absurd stories in front of everyone." Trung continued pressing him. "The Ngushian sect always taught me to stand on the side of justice and truth. Can you really say you had nothing to do with Grandpa's death?" Nguyen shouted angrily, "You've gone too far." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword and rushed forward without hesitation. Flowing river fish. Trung quickly blocked the attack. The disciples whispered among themselves, "Master, Sister Trung." Nguyen moved close to her face and warned, "Stop using baseless words to confuse the disciples. You really have gone mad." He unleashed a rapid series of slashes at Trung, while she defended and demanded, "Why are you hiding the truth? Why won't you let me see Father?" He shouted back, "Because I have no reason to indulge your delusions. I'll deal with you and throw you out of here." The two of them launched into a barrage of sword techniques, and the sword energy sent shockwaves rippling in all directions. Nguyen unleashed fish probing the current sword, creating a whirlpool-like arc of sword energy that slashed diagonally at Trung. She swiftly dodged, and right after that the two of them simultaneously used fish pearl body manifestation. Their sword energies were evenly matched and collided violently. The surrounding disciples were stunned. What's going on? Why are Master Nguyen and Sister Trung fighting? And what she just said about the former Supreme Sect Master? Jiang Shao stared wide-eyed in thought. "I don't understand why Sister Trung is doing this, but using a real sword against Master is far too reckless." Master Nguyen Phuong and Master Nguyen are both top experts among the 20 extraordinary talents of the younger generation in Northern Plain City. They're even strong enough to rival Ng Jian, Mong Siyu's heir. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, hesitating over whether to draw it. Sister Trung isn't weak, but challenging Master like this is too foolish. He wondered, what should I do? Should I help Sister Trung? Just then, Nguyen loudly ordered, "Everyone, seal off the path up the mountain. Stop Trung from going up there. She left the sect 5 years ago, and now she's gone mad. Don't let her get anywhere near the elders." At the order, all the disciples drew their swords and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Then they spread out into formation, sealing every path up the mountain like a net. The two continued fighting, but Trung was clearly starting to tire. Gasping for breath, she thought, "I'm being overwhelmed. If I keep using the same moves, I won't stand a chance of winning." At that thought, she immediately changed techniques. Shatter. A half-moon arc of sword energy swept horizontally toward Nguyen. He blocked it and countered with a cleaving slash, and Trung quickly leapt back. She braced one hand against the ground, panting heavily, as if someone behind her had just helped absorb the momentum. Trung said, "Why are you here?" Tien Kwong had appeared without anyone noticing and answered calmly, "I want to help you." I could tell from your face that something was about to happen. Trung forced herself up. "Hearing you say that, I really do feel like I've gone crazy." His appearance startled Jiang Shao. Tien Kwong came too. "Why?" Nguyen pointed his sword at him and warned, "Disciple of the Fist King, stay out of other people's family affairs." Tien Kwong took his stance and replied, "I'm not interested in that, but this matter concerns my friend." Tien Kwong gathered his strength, ready to strike. But when Jiang Shao heard those words, he somehow twisted them into a Trung being bullied. "My friend, is it because I never stripped you naked? Because I never stripped a Trung? A Trung belongs to me." Tears streamed down his face as if he'd just reached some great revelation. After hearing Tien Kwong's words, a Trung accepted his help and said, "Hurry and send me upward." Tien Kwong followed her instructions and struck the sole of her foot with his palm. Assassin palm. A Trung rode the force and shot into the air, then combined it with the empty phantom path, stepping off the air to borrow force and gliding another great distance. The disciples couldn't catch up and could only stare upward in shock. Meanwhile, Jiang Shao seemed completely provoked and shouted, "Damn it, are they dating again?" With that, he gripped his sword and charged at Tien Kwong, using falling strike point. But Tien Kwong swiftly sidestepped and then landed a heavy punch on his back. "When I'm stay in shock," as Jiang Shao coughed blood and collapsed unconscious. Tien Kwong said, "So, are you all coming to me together?" Nguyen answered coldly, "The Ngushian sect is honorable. We don't stoop to that. Disciple of the Fist King, I will fight you." Tien Kwong asked in return, "Really? Even if you all came at me together, it wouldn't matter. But I don't like dragging uninvolved people into things." A threatening pressure spread from him as he declared, "Whoever dares chase after a Trung, I'll beat that person to death." Nguyen took his fighting stance and thought, "Jiang Shao is one of our best disciples, yet he was taken down in a single move. The Fist King's disciple truly lives up to his reputation." As for a Trung, she used her lightness skill to dart through the brush at incredible speed. Suddenly, she turned sharply to one side, as Nguyen Phuong appeared and slashed with his sword. A Trung swiftly answered with the same sword move. The two landed at the same time, and with a dark expression he said, "You're here, causing trouble again." He raised his stance. "This time I won't just warn you. I'll defeat you and throw you out, just like before." A Trung stared at him tensely. Then the two charged at each other. They came from the same school, and their techniques were nearly identical. A Trung used fish probing the current sword to strike directly at his upper body, while Nguyen Phuong used water current river sword to attack straight at her lower body. The sword energies collided with a loud explosion, sending water spray flying everywhere. A Trung was at a disadvantage and was forced back by the recoil. She nervously watched her opponent's movements, but Nguyen Phuong immediately followed with another move, River Body Manifestation, a spinning sword arc sweeping horizontally toward a Trung, who raised her sword across her body to block. The two exchanged 3 straight moves like that, but a Trung was mostly on the defensive while Nguyen Phuong attacked fiercely. On the 4th move, Swordless Flowing Water Stream, he struck out with a palm infused with powerful chi, blasting a Trung straight down into the lake. A Trung struggled and surfaced, and at that exact moment, Nguyen Phuong thrust a stream of sword energy down from above. A Trung sharply tilted her head and dodged. She countered with Shatter, a half-moon slash of sword energy that swept up with the water toward him. Nguyen Phuong used his lightness skill to leap up, landed on a tree branch, and sneered, "Too weak. You'll always be the shame of the Ngushian sect." That last move had already left a Trung panting hard. She said nothing, only glared at him. Back on Tien Kwong's side, an extremely fast streak of sword light shot toward him. Tien Kwong ducked low and narrowly avoided Nguyen-on's lethal strike. Nguyen did not stop there. Immediately after, he unleashed a series of continuous slashes, and Tien Kwong swayed left and right and sprang up to evade them. While dodging, he silently assessed, "So fast. Is this what a master of the Ngushian sect is like?" Tien Kwong observed the way his opponent held his sword and analyzed, "In battle, there are two kinds of sword users. One is a raw recruit who had no weapon and was forced to choose a sword. The other is someone with absolute confidence in his own ability. On the battlefield, being unarmed makes defeat easy. If you want to fight, a spear or halberd usually suits cavalry better. But when a true expert uses a sword, that's a different matter. Nguyen swung again with tremendous force. For an expert who could wield a weapon like an extension of his own body, it was indeed terrifying. He came straight down at Tien Kwang. Tien Kwang bent backward until he was nearly flat to the ground, dodging as he calculated. A sword's reach is longer than bare hands, and its techniques are more varied than a spear or halberd. If I use my killing move now, things could get even worse. But I can't just let them chase after Sister A Trung either. Fighting while having to think about all this is such a pain. He kept searching for chances to evade Nguyen On's fatal sword strikes. At the same time, the disciples of the Ngushuyan sect called out to one another of their own accord. Team 1, come with me. But we don't know what's going on. We have to stop Sister A Trung. Another person answered. Understood. Noticing the disciples' movements, Tien Kwang began blinking from place to place, attacking while dodging Nguyen On's techniques. Of course, they noticed what he was doing. He's coming this way. Stop him. Tien Kwang unleashed Iron Crutch of Hell, knocking down each disciple blocking his path as he pushed forward. A burly disciple raised his sword and cursed. Damn it! He slashed down, but naturally failed to hit Tien Kwang, and instead took a solid punch straight to the stomach. Just then, a stream of sword energy struck from behind. Tien Kwang tilted aside and avoided Nguyen On's sneak attack, but the edge of his robe was still sliced open. He spun in place, borrowed the momentum, and kicked Nguyen On flying. Nguyen On landed, and the disciples cried out anxiously, Master, are you all right? The disciples who had tried to go after A Trung had all already been beaten down by Tien Kwang. Tien Kwang decisively stripped off his outer robe and muttered, Damn it, finding new clothes is hard enough already. Nguyen On resumed his stance, suspicion rising in his heart. How strange. A man with martial arts like yours, and yet you're a complete nobody. With your skill, you could easily rank among the 20 outstanding youths. Tien Kwang did not answer him, instead changing the subject. It's easier to hold you all here. Don't even think about going after A Trung. Veins bulged on Nguyen On's forehead as he growled, insolent. You dare ignore my words and those of my disciples? Don't dream of getting what you want. Even if you stop us, A Trung still won't be able to meet her father. The whole mountain path is filled with disciples. Besides, the master of the Ngushuyan sect is not someone you two can handle. And indeed, A Trung looked somewhat outmatched against Nguyen Phuong. Against most of his moves, all she could do was dodge. Especially for someone who looked as disadvantaged as A Trung. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell she would be defeated by one of the masters. Tien Kwang listened in silence. Behind him, a burly disciple was quietly creeping closer. He suddenly spoke. From the very beginning, I found it strange. The disciple behind him raised his long sword high, preparing to chop down. Tien Kwang casually drove his elbow into the man and continued, Why do you all think A Trung is weak? Nguyen On shot back, What? Tien Kwang explained. Maybe because A Trung is a bit stubborn and doesn't easily show her real strength. But over these 3 years of martial training, A Trung has become my sparring partner. Even when I wasn't home, if she had the chance, she'd go look for that old man to challenge him. In his mind flashed the image of A Trung getting thoroughly beaten by Han Luong's grinning self. He went on, A Trung hates admitting that she learned anything from that old man. She's from the Ngushuyan sect after all, but because we've sparred so often, I know her martial arts better than anyone. When ein letzten in silence. Now was the moment for her to show her true strength. A Trung knelt on one knee with her sword planted on the ground, panting heavily, her whole body drenched. Suddenly, she clenched her teeth. Nguyen Phuong, still in midair, was about to strike her with the same blow as before. At the exact moment he swung his sword down, A Trung raised her sword to block, but this time it was different. The water around where she knelt surged upward. Ngushuyan water wood. Her move transformed into eerie sword shadows shooting up from below, engulfing Nguyen Phuong. Nguyen Phuong immediately retreated, thinking to himself, her fighting style has changed. It's still Ngu Shuyan sect swordsmanship, but these moves have become far more forceful and savage. A Trung shifted into a stance that looked much wilder, veins standing out in anger. Nguyen Phuong demanded, A Trung, you brat, have you fallen from the path? A Trung looked at him, calmly drawing her sword back behind her into a thrusting stance. and said, "Distinguishing what's righteous and what's filthy. That's what cowards do. Didn't you know?" It was still shatter, but this time it raised an enormous wall of water, blocking Nguyen Phuong's view. When he could see again, sword energy had already pierced through the water wall and was rushing toward him. Reverse current sword. Taking advantage of his obscured vision, a trunk slashed upward from below, catching him off guard. Nguyen Phuong quickly counterattacked, simply bringing his sword down with brute force. A trunk blocked it. She frowned and thought, if I keep clashing head-on like this, my sword will break. I need to keep my distance. Nguyen Phuong increased his strength and kept chopping down. A trunk used her scabbard instead of her sword to parry. She temporarily held off Nguyen Phuong's attack, then immediately sprang up and kicked him under the chin. Elsewhere, the coffin lid was closed, and Nguyen Tan Quan turned his gaze away. On Tien Quang's side, he kept moving non-stop, beating the disciples into a miserable state. Damn, one disciple had not even finished cursing before a punch as heavy as 1,000 pounds slammed into his stomach. After his rampage, bodies lay scattered all over the ground. Nguyen rushed toward him. You, swinging his sword right in front of Tien Quang, he shouted, "I already told you, I'm your opponent." Tien Quang leaned back to dodge and replied, "That's your business." Nguyen's blade came right up to Tien Quang's throat. "Is that so?" Tien Quang clamped the sword blade between both hands. Nguyen loudly ordered, "Everyone, form the figure-8 formation and surround him." The disciples answered in unison, "Understood." Then they spread out and encircled Tien Quang layer upon layer. Tien Quang looked around and said, "Didn't you say fairness and righteousness were the teachings of the Ngushuyan sect? Change your mind already?" Nguyen did not deny it. "I admit you're strong. Since you brought this on yourself, I'll gladly oblige." Tien Quang frowned and thought, "These people are even more stubborn than I expected. Not one of them is properly down yet. Even that upside-down-headed Zhang Qiu guy is back on his feet. This is going to be a real problem." Meanwhile, after taking a Trung's heavy kick head-on, Nguyen Phuong's chin had swollen badly. Grinding his teeth, he growled, "The Ngushuyan sect has no such lowly techniques." As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped and unleashed fish-roiling body sweep, a vast wave of sword energy sweeping toward her. Leaping up, a Trung countered, "Those old, rigid ideas are only holding you back." From the air, a Trung brought her sword crashing down. This isn't a sparring match in the training hall. That mindset is what's keeping you from using your full strength. Nguyen Phuong raised his sword over his head to block and rebuked her. You truly are the shame of the Ngu Shuyan sect. Even your way of thinking has been tainted." A Trung answered bluntly, "That stiff, inflexible way of thinking would rather go without what it wants." Furious, he roared, "Nonsense." The two fought fiercely across the lake's surface. A Trung launched Ngu Shuyan water melody, and at the same time Nguyen Phuong used reverse current sword. The sword energies of both sides collided. As he fought, Nguyen Phuong analyzed a Trung's every movement. Ngu Shuyan sword, its defining trait is that it flows with flexibility like water. It's not a style suited for putting all your strength into a single blow, which means the practitioner must possess deep internal power. Endurance is needed to keep chaining moves together, growing stronger the longer the fight continues. That is precisely why this sword style was never suited to someone as frail and light as a Trung. But every move a Trung is using now is filled with power. After dodging, a Trung copied him and swung a broad horizontal slash. Nguyen Phuong tilted to avoid it, but a Trung did not let up. She grabbed his collar and yanked him back. Nguyen Phuong assessed inwardly. Her movements aren't agile enough, but the force behind every strike is astonishing. Like a little stream transformed into a raging waterfall. This style of swordsmanship is making a Trung stronger. A Trung swung her sword and blasted him away. Nguyen Phuong fell onto the surface of the water, and the momentum forced him to slide backward for some distance. What am I even thinking? She's just someone who's gone astray. Nguyen Phuong gritted his teeth and told himself, I have to correct her immediately. A Trung also thought tensely, my swordsmanship can actually stand against big brothers. I hate to admit it, but my Ngu Shuyan sword truly has changed. Han Luong's grinning face flashed through her mind, saying, don't be afraid of change. Nguyen Phuong charged at her again. She raised her sword to block and thought, as long as my direction is right, I am still myself. Luckily, this is one-on-one. I still don't feel confident using that move against many opponents. She remembered what Tien Quang had once said, I want to help you. She settled into her stance. A Trung felt that Tien Quang was always behind her, supporting her. I may not care much, But this concerns a friend of mine. A Trung raised her sword and thought, "You may be an idiot, but thank you, Tien Kwang." At that very moment, the person she had just been thinking about let out a miserable cry nearby. Tien Kwang appeared behind her and said irritably, "Damn it, these people cling like starving leeches." A Trung asked suspiciously, "Why are you trying so hard to show off today? You're nothing like your usual self." The disciples arrived at the same time. As Tien Kwang punched people away, he answered, "What are you talking about? Why are you still here?" A Trung did not reply. Instead, she demanded, "Weren't you so confident just now that you could stop them? So why have you brought them all here?" Tien Kwang loudly explained, "I was afraid of causing too much destruction, so I didn't use any big moves. I was thinking about your sect." She mercilessly exposed him. "Thinking, my ass. All you did was lead them here." The two of them charged forward together. "Just fight at full strength. As long as you don't kill them, it'll be fine." Tien Kwang shot back, "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean, full strength without killing anyone?" A Trung shouted, "Get moving, Tien Kwang." The two attacked at the same time, earth-wind path. Their chi intertwined, forming a violent gale that swept the disciples away. The gale did not stop, but kept surging forward. Nguyen shouted, "This is bad." Nguyen Phuong raised his sword and ordered, "Nguyen, redirect it now." The two brothers joined forces and unleashed Ngu Shuyan water melody, Shatter. Together they struck hard at the raging wind, changing its course. The gale flattened a huge stretch of forest before finally crashing into the mountainside. Other members of the Ngu Shuyan sect nearby panicked. What was that sound? Something seems to have happened below. Nguyen Tan Quan glanced down toward the foot of the mountain as someone behind him continued loudly, "Cam Van, go down and check." "Understood." Someone else whose identity was unclear spoke up. "Didn't I say so? It sounds like a trunk came. Let me go down and settle this." Nguyen Tan Quan turned his head and firmly refused. "No, we will postpone the funeral. This is something I should handle myself." At the foot of the mountain, Tien Kwang was fighting Nguyen Phuong, while Nguyen struck down from above. A Trung rushed in just in time, stopping his sneak attack on Tien Kwang, and the four of them descended into chaotic battle. None of them gave an inch. Tien Kwang spun and punched Nguyen while a Trung thrust her sword at Nguyen Phuong. The four streams of chi tangled wildly across the battlefield. The watching disciples were horrified. "This is terrifying. We can't interfere at all. Sister A Trung and that disciple of the Fist King are both too strong. They can actually fight two masters at the same time." Even Zhang Chu was shocked as he thought, "Sister A Trung has become strong enough to dual master." He muttered, "Sister, you're so cool." Zhang Tiu Bo Lucet, Min Noyet's group, hiding on a nearby cliffside, was also watching the commotion. She spoke. As expected, a Trung still came. But Hugh Quan continued, "That's right. I didn't expect Tien Kwang to come with her, and to cause such a disturbance too." Min Noyet coldly remarked, "Completely useless." Hugh Quan understood and asked, "What should we do? Should we go stop them?" Just then, a wave of pressure swept over Min Noyet's group. The high-ranking elders of the Ngu Shuyan sect all appeared at once, led by Nguyen Tan Quan, who radiated a protective aura. The oppressive wind brought by his presence swept everywhere, and the four fighters all stopped at once. Nguyen Phuong and cried out, "Father!" Even Tien Kwang could not help being shocked, judging inwardly. This power is overwhelming. It's on a completely different level. It can directly suppress another person's will to fight. He stared hard at Nguyen Tan Quan, recalling the opponents he had faced before. Tien Kwang had learned a great deal from his battle with Liu Te, and from that experience, he could more clearly gauge an enemy's strength. If he had fought Liu Te back then in perfect physical condition, he might have lasted for a while before dying. If the opponent were On Kien, Mong Siu's disciple, the fight would have been evenly matched. But if it was this true emperor before him, radiating such oppressive force, he felt that with even the slightest mistake, he could be killed at any moment. Nguyen Tan Quan said softly, "Everyone stop." This man was the sect master of the Ngu Shuyan sect. He said calmly, "Everything is my responsibility." A Trung looked over at him tensely. He continued, "The cause of all this turmoil. The one who killed your father was me. The story must begin when a Trung was still a child. More specifically, with what happened at the Ngu Shuyan sect 5 years earlier." Nguyen Tan Quan led the way toward a secluded corner of the estate, where an incident had everyone talking in alarm. Several blood-soaked corpses lay scattered across the ground, covered with white cloths. Nguyen Tan Quan and the two brothers, Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen An, lowered their heads and looked in silence. No one spoke. An angry voice rang out. Something so unbelievable happened within the Ngu Shuyan sect itself. This wasn't an accident. It was murder. The speaker was Nguyen Phuong. Walking behind him, Nguyen An reminded him, Nguyen Phuong, your voice is too loud. Calm down. He lowered his voice, but still said in fury, all the elders are at the front lines right now. We have to handle this ourselves. Nguyen An went on, that's right. For the time being, we won't be going to the battlefield. We need to train the disciples while focusing on finding the culprit. Nguyen Phuong ground his teeth. I don't know who it is, but if it's one of our own, then the Ngu Shuyan sect will truly lose all face. In another corner, a Trung happened to pass by and saw her grandfather practicing swordsmanship with intense focus. Night fell, and when Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen An rushed over, they found 3 murdered disciples lying on the ground, with Nguyen Quan standing in the middle, his whole body covered in blood. He seemed unaware of what he had done, simply standing there in silence. Then, he turned his head and asked a strange question. Where were you sent from? Why did you arrive so late? The two brothers widened their eyes in shock. Nguyen Phuong shouted in disbelief, Grandfather! A moment later, Nguyen Quan was brought back to his room, several acupuncture needles inserted into his wrist. After taking his pulse, the imperial physician diagnosed, it seems he has developed dementia. Nguyen Tan Quan zipit in display dementia. Nguyen Quan lay silently on the bed without speaking. In the inner courtyard, as he paced, he hesitantly asked, how many people have I killed? Tan Quan lowered his head and softly replied, 6 guard disciples and 7 servants. Father. Nguyen Quan looked into the distance and said calmly, how many people of this sect have I killed? No matter my position, don't concern yourselves with it anymore. I deserve death 10,000 times over. As he walked, he quietly instructed, hand all matters of war over to the deputy sect master, including the matter of punishing me. Nguyen Tan Quan cupped his hands in salute, understood. Then he said to the 2 brothers standing behind him, a master swordsman who no longer knows where to point his blade will make everyone afraid and become a threat to the sect. Nguyen Phuong, Nguyen An, escort your grandfather back to his private residence. Also arrange for the masters to watch over him. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. His orders were quickly carried out. 3 guards were stationed outside the house where Nguyen Quan was being confined. One disciple instructed them, do not let anyone learn of the Holy Sword's current condition. Yes, sir. However, not long after that, 5 years later, to be exact, the 3 guards were slaughtered right in front of the room. Amid the chaos came shouts, get back. Go get an elder now. Emergency. Nguyen Quan was covered in blood. Sword wounds crisscrossed the floor, and 2 guards lay dead. At this moment, he had completely lost consciousness and kept muttering, great general. Where's the enemy army? Nguyen Phuong asked anxiously, Nguyen An, are you all right? Nguyen An seemed to have suffered a very deep wound to the neck while trying to stop him. Clutching the injury, he thought, is this really the strength of a 90-year-old man who can't even take care of his own basic needs anymore? Illness has completely taken over grandfather. This dark aura, could it be the presence of a demon? Nguyen Quan's eyes were vacant, and a dangerous power erupted from his whole body. Just then, Nguyen Tan Quan arrived with others in tow. He was utterly shocked. An elder of the Ngu Shuyan sect, Nguyen Lo, shouted, what is the meaning of this? His younger brother cried out in alarm, Father. Gathering his energy, he said, Nguyen Nam, control the situation here. As the sect master of the Ngu Shuyan sect, I will take responsibility for having failed to properly watch over the holy sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword. 2 figures shot from the inner residence toward the forest outside at the same time. The sounds of battle echoed through the air, and the cliff beside the Ngu Shuyan sect was repeatedly struck by the force of their mighty blows. When everything finally fell quiet, the cliff face was covered in slashing marks. The man hailed as the sword sank collapsed to the ground. Standing above him was Nguyen Tan Quan, whose sword had pierced his own father's chest. He was breathing heavily, while blood poured from Nguyen Quan's wound like water. Nguyen Tan Quan called out in regret, Father, I'm sorry. At that moment, Nguyen Quan seemed to recover a trace of consciousness. Weakly, he said, I feel so tired. Before I retreat, I want to rest for a while. Nguyen Tan Quan looked at him, his eyes brimming with tears. Nguyen Quan softly said, come to think of it, I miss my little granddaughter at home. By now, she must have grown up so much. As his eyes closed, his voice grew quieter. I haven't seen her since she was little. I want to go home and see her. And just like that, the sword saint passed away, and the disciples held a funeral for him in grief. Everyone stood in silent mourning, yet cries still rang out, "Father, elder brother, farewell." The brothers Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen On silently watched the flickering flames. Standing beside Trung, Minoyet said, "Trung, if you had thought things through a little more, that sword strike would never have happened. No one here would gain anything from your grandfather's death. Everyone here has lost something, haven't they?" After saying that, she thought to herself, thanks to this upheaval, I finally got a chance to speak with the true emperor and earn his trust. Trung silently stared at the flames, while mournful cries echoed in her ears. "Father, grandfather." Trung's eyes stared blankly ahead. In her mind appeared the image of Nguyen Quan smiling gently as he advised her, Trung, a swordsman must not cry. A swordsman of Ingushian sect should not reveal their emotions so easily. When Trung was little and sobbing, he would hold her in his arms. Such excessive emotions will lead a swordsman astray. From her childhood until she became a young woman, he had always been there beside her with a smile. Before she realized it, tears were streaming down Trung's cheeks. The crimson flames swallowed Nguyen Quan's body where it lay in the center. Nguyen Tan Quan watched silently, lost in his memories as well. After the incident, though unwilling, he had been forced to kill his own father, and he said, "I will step down as sect master of the Ngushian sect. No matter the circumstances, a man who kills his father is unfit to hold this position." Nguyen Phuong spoke up, "You can't." "Father." Nguyen An agreed as well. "Father, right now you are the sect master of the Ngushian sect." Nguyen Lo also urged him, "I think so too. If you collapse now, all the sects that follow the Ngushian sect will waver. If you're no longer sect master, outside enemies will invade, and our allies will be destroyed." Nguyen Nam tried to persuade him. Fortunately, only a few people witnessed Father's final moments. "We will keep it secret from the masters and the servants, and we will hold Father's funeral." Back in the present, he lowered his head, recalling what his younger brother had said. "Sect master, no. Nguyen Tan Quan, I understand how you feel right now, but please consider your position. You're not only Nguyen Quan's son, but also the symbol and sect master of the Ngushian sect. If the one at the top falls, those who depend on him will fall as well. We will handle Father's matter, and we absolutely will not forgive those who dare tarnish Father's honor, no matter who they are, and no matter what price must be paid." The flames slowly engulfed Nguyen Quan's body. At the same time, on a distant mountain with a clear view of the funeral below, Han Luong crouched there watching. What a grand send-off, isn't it?" As he chewed on dried meat, he muttered, "This is good, really. Nguyen Quan, at your final moment, so many people have gathered here for you. Looks like your time in this world wasn't wasted after all. But still, why do you look like you just swallowed a firefly?" Nguyen Quan's translucent spirit quietly appeared beside Han Luong, and Nguyen Quan turned to look at him. Han Luong continued, "Why come see me of all people? We weren't even close when you were alive. Now that you're dead, you should leave in peace. The road I walk is different from yours." Nguyen Quan's spirit seemed to have only wanted to see his old friend one last time for a few seconds before quickly fading away. A few days later, at the Chancellor's residence, a servant reported in a panic, Chancellor, something terrible has happened in Bintan." Frowning, he asked, "What is it?" The servant hurriedly replied, It was suddenly invaded. Duma Zamhes invaded Bintang. After Nguyen Quan's funeral, inside the Ngushian sect, the teacup on the table had gone cold. Trung sat alone in her room, seemingly waiting for something. Outside, Nguyen Tan Quan was strolling with his two sons. Trung turned to look out the window. A woman entered with a faint smile. "I've told you hundreds of times to come home for a visit, and only now have you finally returned." Trung looked over and said, "Mother." It was Trung's mother, Lon. She said, "You finally come back, yet you're still at your grandfather's cremation ground, crossing swords with your brothers." Walking closer, she reproached her daughter. "Were you venting your anger because your marriage arrangements fell through?" Trung hurriedly replied, "No, it wasn't like that." She glanced at the three men outside and noticed that the one teacup on the table had become two. Lon picked up a cup and took a sip. The problem with you Nguyen family people is that you all follow the rules too rigidly. Your father, your brothers, not a single one of them is willing to show emotion. Even you are the same. Trung disagreed. I don't think I'm like my brothers. Lon looked at her daughter and bluntly exposed her. You father and children are all exactly alike. You left without saying a word, and lately you haven't even sent a letter home. At a loss, Trung answered, I'm sorry. Then Lon asked, do you know why they started discussing your marriage back then? Trung asked in confusion, why? Lon explained, the thing your father worried about most was your grandfather's worsening illness. They had to find a way to keep you far away from him. If I had told you the truth about his condition, you never would have agreed to leave. Back then, she had discussed it with her husband. Nguyen Phuong said, Trung's marriage is the best solution. It's the most effective way to keep her away from grandfather. Nguyen added, if Trung finds out about grandfather's illness, more people will die. At the time, Lon had spoken up from behind the two of them. Wait, you mean you want to marry your little sister off somewhere far away and not explain a single word to her? Nguyen Phuong calmly replied, it may be a little harsh, but considering grandfather's current condition, this is the safest way. Many disciples admire Trung. If she learns the truth, she will insist on staying to care for grandfather. If the disciples discover that the holy sword has lost his mind and is killing people, rumors will spread at once. Nguyen added, marrying her off is the best option. If she doesn't want to marry, then we must find her an official post at court. But for someone from a martial family, the only path into office is the battlefield. On the battlefield, no one cares about righteousness or evil, only the strong and the weak. He then said frankly, Trung, the two of us, and even her mother, do not share that kind of family affection. But we still feel sending her to the battlefield is not a good idea. Even if Trung comes to hate us because of this decision, for the honor of the Ngushuyan sect, we will bear everything. Lon silently listened to the two brothers. At that moment, Nguyen Tan Quan reminded them, don't be too hard on the girl. With his hands clasped behind his back, he said, Trung truly is of marriageable age. The Grand Coachman in Bin Tan is also interested in her. I have met that family's eldest son. He is an upright young man. I will bring up the marriage matter to Trung again. She ought to try meeting the Grand Coachman's son. If she agrees, I will speak to Trung again. Other than going along with the father and sons, Lon had no other choice. Returning to the present, Lon told her daughter the hidden meaning behind it all. Marriage is troublesome, yes, but in the end you still left. That was exactly what they wanted. If I had known where you were, I never would have begged you to come back. Hearing this, Trung answered honestly, but I still can't forgive them for hiding grandfather's illness from me. Lon explained, most of the elders only learned about it today. If you had stayed by your grandfather's side, rumors would have spread among the disciples who admired you. She took a sip of tea. They were forced to conceal his illness completely. The Ngushuyan sect really is a strange family. Oh, and by the way, the young man who might have become your fiancé is quite handsome too. That remark left Trung speechless. At the entrance to the Ngushuyan sect, Nguyen Tan Quan was walking with his two sons. Suddenly, he said, I still think it would be better if I gave up the position of sect master. His two sons exclaimed in shock, Father. He continued, the more I think about it, the more I realize how truly afraid I was back then. I was afraid that the fortress our Ngushuyan ancestors had painstakingly built over 1,000 years would be destroyed overnight. I was afraid those who admired the Ngushuyan sect would be disappointed. The three of them climbed the long stairway. Tan Quan continued to bear his feelings. I once deceived myself to justify my wrongdoing. I should go seek forgiveness from the families of the victims my father killed, rather than hiding from it. I should be begging for mercy all the more. His two sons lowered their heads and listened. The same goes for you two and Trung. I should have fulfilled the responsibility of being a true father. I am sincerely sorry. He went on, the Ngushuyan sect values integrity. I did not want to continue acting weak, running away, and making excuses. Just then, ill-timed laughter and chatter came from a distance. That decision suits you quite well, Nguyen Tan Quan. Wan Koi approached from afar. Nguyen Tan Quan side in sui Chancelo. Wan Koi bowed sincerely. My apologies for being unable to attend your honored father's funeral. I have been extremely busy lately, so please do not take offense. Tan Quan also bowed in return. How would I dare blame the chancellor? Everyone knows how occupied you are with affairs of state. Wan Koi spoke frankly. I have heard the general outline of what happened. With the personality of the true emperor, I thought you would want to resign. and I cannot stop you from stepping down as sect master. But I absolutely will not allow you to give up your position as one of the 12 emperors. For the sake of the lives of those who support the Ngushuyan sect, please continue serving as the true emperor. Thanks to the encouragement of Captain Min Noyet, the elders of Ngushuyan sect have already taken action. They have shown their sincerity to the families of those killed by the former sect master. Once rumors spread, the truth will be twisted, so they are now doing their utmost to clarify the facts. Luan Koi recounted the results of visiting the victims' families with Min Noyet. Fortunately, everyone still trusts the Ngushuyan sect. Many people offered comfort and forgiveness. That proves they do not want to see you fall. Nguyen Tan Quan closed his eyes and replied, "Though this is only a family matter, we now owe Captain Min Noyet a debt of gratitude." Luan Koi asked, "I heard you and the captain are on good terms." Nguyen Tan Quan did not hide it. "That's right. She is my daughter's friend. She helped my daughter shoulder her hardships, while I knew only to care about the family's honor and remained completely unaware. She even attended the cremation and explained a Trung side of things, helping greatly." After a brief pause, he continued, "Thanks to her, my youngest daughter finally came home after 5 years." Luan Koi gave a faint smile. "So that is why you feel relieved. Though it may be a little inappropriate to bring this up right after the Sword Saint's funeral, I must inform you of an urgent matter. When Tan Quan Zipit in Gunfusin an Ugenmata," Luan Koi solemnly declared, "at dawn this morning, we received emergency intelligence. Tuma Zamhes Atak Bingtang." That single sentence horrified all 3 of the Tan Quan family. Luan Koi did not continue negotiating, but directly issued the order. Nguyen Tan Quan, true emperor among the 12 kings. In my capacity as Chancellor of Bin Kingdom, I deliver His Majesty's decree. You are to immediately lead 40,000 soldiers to defend Bin Tan and block the advance of the mercenary king to Ma Dam. 3 days later, the large punitive expedition began its march. The 40,000-strong army of the true Emperor Battalion set out for Bin Tan. The commander of the reinforcements sent to defend the city was none other than the true Emperor, Nguyen Tan Quan, who held the post of general leading the army. Accompanying him were 3,000 disciples of the Ngushuyan sect, as well as 600 supply wagons. The head of the supply convoy was Bang Ngu Truong, captain under Min Noyet, and Ma Truong Kai, Min Noyet's assistant who was responsible for escorting the supply train, was also among them. Holding a new axe, Ma Truong Kai excitedly showed it off. "Hey, look at this. The captain gave me this axe." Tien Kwang said nothing, utterly helpless. In Ma Truong Kai's memory, Min Noyet smiled beautifully as she handed him this new axe and said, "You are our savior." After finishing the story, Ma Truong Kai rubbed his face against the axe. "The captain noticed my axe broke in the last battle. I'm really touched." As for Tien Kwang, he only stared with dead fish eyes and answered with a single grunt. Before the forces split up, Min Noyet introduced someone. "You may already know him, but this is Bang Ngu Truong, the captain of the transport unit. He is in charge of managing military supplies for Bintan, so please support him." Bang Ngu Truong stiffly raised a hand in greeting. "Pleasure to meet you all. Guards, we will do our very best." Min Noyet smiled in response. "Then I'm counting on you, Bang Ngu Truong." He blushed and replied, "That should be my line, Captain. Ever since the battle at Nok Tien Fortress, I was no longer a soldier, but you hired me, and I will give it everything I have." Then she reminded them, "All right, we don't have much time left. The supply unit is preparing to depart." At that moment, Tien Kwang raised his hand. She asked, "HM, what is it?" "Pen Kwang Hes Dita. What I mean is, do I really have to go there?" Min Noyet answered curtly and bluntly, "No." He stammered, "No. I mean, wouldn't it be better to send senior brother Hugh Kwan instead of me? He's smarter, and besides..." Before he could finish, Min Noyet coldly cut him off. "Hugh Kwan needs to stay here to protect me and take on the responsibilities of acting leader." She unrolled a scroll and continued, "You were hired by the trading company, so follow orders. I've only assigned you a task that suits you. Stop rambling and go lead the support force." With a dejected expression, Tien Kwang accepted his fate. He then cautiously asked again, but Min Noyet understood what he meant and replied, "Isn't it safer for me to stay here than to go to the battlefield?" He made a confused sound. She continued, "So stop arguing with everyone. Go, then come back as quickly as possible. Once you're back, there's still a lot I need you to do." Tien Kwang stammered as he repeated, come back, come back." Suddenly, Han Luong leaped onto him from who knew where. What's this? When are we leaving? Hen Guang Sao that. Ah, what are you doing, old man? Han Luong hooked an arm around his neck and spoke in his usual flippant manner. I just happened to drop by because my weak little puppy is about to head to war again. If I don't show some concern for you, you'll sulk. Tien Kwang gritted his teeth and denied it. I'm not sulking. Min Noyet listened with a cold face as master and disciple bickered. Oh, really? I was planning to go with you. Why? You don't want me to go, do you? It's not like I'm worried about you or anything. It's just that lately Nguyen Quan keeps coming to see me. I find it a little troublesome. Tien Kwang asked back in disbelief. Who is looking for you? Han Luong avoided the question. I'm just going to visit a few old friends and see how they've been doing lately. I won't get in the way. Let's go together. Back in the present, Han Luong lay sprawled over the pile of provisions and casually tore open a big hole to steal food in plain sight. Hey, before we reach our destination, hurry up and try this specialty from Bin Kingdom. Meanwhile, Ma Truong Kai kept showing off. See how sharp this axe blade is. Tien Kwang looked helpless. Mentally exhausted, he only let out a grunt. After the army set out, inside the Min Noyet caravan, Thursday Lon called out coquettishly, Captain Hugh Quan. Hugh Quan hurriedly stuffed a letter into his robe and replied, Thursday Lon, you just got here. Clinging to his arm, Thursday Lon complained, Hey, do you know what Min Noyet said to me? She told me not to come to the caravan anymore. Min Noyet arrived just in time to expose her. You're making things up again, aren't you? She said. Now that Bang Guchuang is here, you don't need to serve as deputy caravan leader anymore. Feeling wronged, Thursday Lon rested her head on Hugh Quan's shoulder. What difference does that make? Why are you tossing me aside after using me? Hearing that, Min Noyet pouted and said, Do you even know what being truly tossed aside looks like? The madam told me not to steal any more people from the brothel. Stop whining. You can still come here to sell weapons to the camp. Tulan statet bat guy. Then you have to give me a cut. My money. Min Noyet countered 3%. Not a bit more, not a bit less. Thursday Long glared at her. You cheapskate. Min Noyet turned to someone else. Captain Hugh Quan, hurry up and go to the Ngu Shuyan sect. As if granted amnesty, Hugh Quan quickly answered, Understood, caravan leader. But Thursday Lon still refused to give up and shouted, Fine, Min Noyet for percent is enough too. Hugh Quan, say something. Min Noyet did not budge. Only 3%. Hurry back to Tan Yuan Pavilion. At the Ngu Shuyan sect, Nguyen Lo led Min Noyet's group and said, Thanks to caravan leader Min Noyet's help, we were able to handle the funeral smoothly without any problems. Our Ngu Shuyan sect owes you a favor. Caravan leader, she humbly replied, I'm a Trung's friend. This was only natural. I'm very grateful that you arranged this meeting. The one receiving her was Nguyen Lo, an elder of the Ngu Shuyan sect. She guessed, It seems a Trung will stay at Tan Yuan Pavilion and won't be going home anymore. The old man understood and replied, It still doesn't sit right, does it? To be honest, if an unmarried woman lives outside for too long, what will people say? Besides, the girl should marry before she gets too old. Hearing this, Min Noyet turned her face away and frowned, silently judging him. What old-fashioned thinking. But maybe that's for the best. She pictured herself being tormented. If a Trung left Tan Yuan Pavilion, the madam would definitely kill me. Nguyen Lo brought her to her room, and Daivan quickly stood up to greet them. Oh, Eldon Nguyen is here. However, Min Noyet's appearance left him puzzled. She greeted them politely. It's an honor to meet all of you guild leaders. Wearing a contemptuous expression, Daivan said, You're with the Min Noyet caravan. What are you doing here? Min Noyet smiled outwardly, but inwardly cursed. You bastards daring to ignore my invitation. You're dead. At the camp of the true Emperor Army, the grain carts of the support unit were scattered everywhere. Riding on horseback, Tien Kwang said, I'm getting used to riding now. Turns out it's not that hard. Standing beside him, Bang Ngu Truong replied, Riding a horse is as easy as a child learning to walk. The hard part is riding in a battle. You have to get used to their gait and breathing and clamp the saddle tightly with your thighs. Tien Kwang still was not used to it and looked a little awkward. Truong Kai walked over and asked, What are you doing? Pretending you know how to ride. He replied, Because I didn't know how to ride, I almost died in the last battle. If I knew how, I could have run faster. In the past, he had once achieved the glorious feat of falling off a horse and landing flat on his back. Ma Truong Kai continued mocking him. A real man walks on 2 feet. Riding horses is for weaklings. Tien Kwang shot back. Look at yourself first. Suddenly, Bang Ngu Truong announced, Looks like the army has arrived. Bin Tan is over there, and Hugh Tan is ahead. Ma Truong Kai let out a breath of relief. Phew, 15 days of travel, and we've finally made it. Staring ahead, Tian Quang said suspiciously. There's smoke at the city gate? Bang Gu, Truong's expression tightened. Looks like they've already been surrounded. Sure enough, the city gate was already in the middle of chaotic battle. The sounds of slaughter rang out to the sky. Climb up and kill them. Set up the ladders. Climb. Fire arrows. Charge. Get inside. The Thai Kingdom army held an overwhelming advantage. They slaughtered wildly, sparing no one. They're here. Nearby, soldiers were sent flying into the air. A Thai Kingdom general was cutting people down in a frenzy, laughing disdainfully. Weaklings, go die. People of Bin Kingdom. Are you people from Bin Kingdom or the northern frontier? He was a general of Thai Kingdom, the corpse General Tan Ni. He cut down enemy after enemy in succession, mocking them as he killed. What should I even call you lot? A female general nearby shouted a warning. Don't charge in too deep, Tan Ni. She leaped onto the city wall, cutting down the two soldiers in front of her. She was another Thai Kingdom general, the corpse General Tu Ma Mai. Looks like the northern frontier reinforcements have arrived. The force led by Nguyen Tan Quan had reached the walls. Nguyen Phuong said grimly, the enemy is climbing the gate. Nguyen An added, we have to stop them. Nguyen Tan Quan Stipet Fawat, leave it to me. Our army's fighting spirit is very low right now. I'll charge in first. As soon as he said that, he drew his sword from horseback and leaped toward the wall. Ngu Shuyan's sword. Tan Ni looked up and shouted, looks like something's coming straight at us. Tuma emigrek. A tremendously powerful wave of sword energy slashed toward where he stood. However, Tan Ni managed to pull Tuma Mai clear of the attack zone in time. She said suspiciously, who is that? His strength is no joke. But without noticing it, Nguyen Tan Quan had already closed in behind them. Mu Guangbao, a majestic burst of sword energy smashed both of them into the ground. The soldiers on the wall quickly recognized him. That's Nguyen Tan Quan. They jumped and cheered. It's the true emperor. The northern frontier reinforcements are here. We're saved. It's Nguyen Tan Quan. He landed on the ground in imposing fashion, pointed his sword to the sky, and shouted, heroes of Bin Kingdom, raise your swords high. The soldiers were overjoyed. The dragon god has come to save us. The world-saving dragon god has descended. Nguyen Tan Quan swung his sword down and swore solemnly, I will fight shoulder to shoulder with you, seize glory with you, and even if I die, I will remain by your side. Defensive positions. The soldiers' morale surged, and they all rushed forward. With a single slash, Nguyen Tan Quan opened a path of blood, throwing the Thai Kingdom army into panic. Stop them. They've recovered their fighting spirit. The two surviving Thai generals remain alive. Tan Ni cursed irritably. Damn it, these stupid Bin Kingdom people. Their morale came back just because of one old man. To Mom, I continued. The way Bin Kingdom people recover their spirit is terrifying. Now, I understand just how much faith they place in the true emperor. He shouted, encirclement troops retreat now. If all their reinforcements arrive, we're in trouble. But before he could finish, Nguyen Tan Quan's Gushuyan and Truong came whistling through the air, sending Tan Ni, Tu Ma Mai, and countless soldiers flying. Gritting his teeth, he said, this old man, every swing of his sword can blow away dozens of men. Everyone still alive strengthened the defense. Nguyen Tan Quan kept charging and cutting his way through the center of the enemy ranks. Just then, a domineering wave of purple chi came crashing toward him. Nguyen Tan Quan instantly zikuin it huang ki nga loi vu. A technique that spared neither friend nor foe and swept clean a vast area. Tu Ma Dam appeared right in front of him, and Nguyen Tan Quan quickly raised his sword to block. The power of their clash was enough to split the ground apart. Leaning in close, Tu Ma Dam asked with interest, well now, who do we have here? He drew back his weapon. Isn't this the brat of the Nguyen family? The one who had appeared was Thai Kingdom's great general, the mercenary king and corpse general, Tu Ma Dam. Standing opposite Nguyen Tan Quan, he said, I came running over here because I was having too much fun. By the way, how has Nguyen Quan been lately? Nguyen Tan Quan answered calmly, he just passed away. Tu Ma Dam frowned. All right. I think I heard about that. That old man went mad and turned into a sword ghost, didn't he? Nguyen Tan Quan replied coldly, that's going too far. Back when Thai Kingdom and Bin Kingdom were allies, their relationship had been very close. His own son had even married a royal princess to strengthen the alliance, and he was still serving as an official in Chiu Tuong. So why did you suddenly betray his majesty? Tu Ma Dam sneered, his majesty my ass. I never swore loyalty to that puppet in the first place. You people of the northern frontier have always acted as if you already ruled all of Bin Kingdom, and Chu Tuong was never part of Bin Kingdom. Don't you think you've walked right into a trap by coming here? That statement caught Nguyen Tan Quan's attention. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Sorry to interrupt, but you two seem pretty close, huh? Han Luong popped out of nowhere and greeted them casually. Han Luong's sudden appearance shocked both of them. In surprise, Nguyen Tan Quan blurted out, Fist King. Han Luong raised a hand in greeting. Hey, long time no see. Tuma Dam sized him up and said incredulously, No way, you're still alive. Before he could finish speaking, Han Luong had already attacked. But Tuma Dam was no ordinary man either. He hurled his long spear in response, and for a moment shattered stone flew everywhere. The soldiers on the wall were all stunned. What's going on? The enemy general just attacked. No, the true emperor is fine. Catching the spear, Han Luong said, What are you doing? Are you that in love with me? You dark-skinned bastard. Tuma Dam maintained the pose of his throw and said irritably, Impressive. You haven't aged a bit. He speculated, Rejuvenation, they call it that, don't they? This is my first time seeing it in real life. Han Luong snapped the spear in two. Tuma Dam commented, Ever since the Bin Hung campaign, your strength hasn't changed at all. Standing opposite him, Han Luong pointed to his hair and replied, Not true, old man. I'm practically going bald here. Tuma Dam refused to believe him and said resentfully, I got old, but you stayed exactly the same. That's not fair. These two men, on one side was Han Luong, the Hell Buddha Fist King, one of the 5 great kings of the Warring States era. On the other was the Mercenary King, the Corpse General Grand General Tuma Dam, also one of the 5 great kings of the Warring States era. Tuma Dam curled his lip and probed, Earth Emperor Killer, didn't you once say you had no interest in war? Han Luong did not deny it. Yeah, I'm not interested. I just came here to see you. Tuma Dam answered briefly, Is that so? Meanwhile, Nguyen Tan Quan and the other Thai kingdom generals could only stare blankly at the two of them, like old friends reunited. Silence filled the air, and then Han Luong and Tuma Dam suddenly turned at the same time, leaving the battlefield and the soldiers behind. The two calmly used their lightness skills and flew away. Everyone cried out in unison, Hey, the enemy Grand General is leaving together with that old man. Standing on the wall, Ma Truong Kai said in disbelief, Your master just went off with the enemy Grand General. Beside him, Tien Quang ground his teeth. That old man showed up out of nowhere and then just left like that. In Bing Tang, a meeting was taking place inside the true emperor's camp. Nguyen Tan Quan opened by asking, What is the situation in Hutan? Nguyen Dam said, After the true emperor confronted the mercenary king, the enemy seems to have withdrawn for the time being. But true emperor, why did the Fist King, why did he leave together with Tuma Dam? Don't tell us we have to deal with 2 of the 5 great kings at once. The one speaking was Nguyen Dam, Nguyen Tan Quan's younger brother. Folding his arms, Nguyen Tan Quan answered, It doesn't seem to be like that. They said they only came here to talk. Nguyen Anh Luc Bu Dao. Talk? In the middle of a battle. Nguyen Phuong added, Those old men aren't just stubborn, they're lunatics too. A soldier entered, knelt on one knee, and reported, Lord Nguyen Dam, this subordinate obeyed orders and scouted the enemy's retreat routes. Nguyen Dam asked, What's the situation? The soldier hurriedly reported, just as Lord True Emperor predicted. The troops at Hutan are making their move. Tuma Dam's son, the Lord of Chiu Tuong, Tuma Luke, is leading soldiers to cut off our retreat from the rear. Sure enough, tens of thousands of Thai kingdom soldiers had already closed in, with only a single lake between them and Hutan. Nguyen Dam said bitterly, So we're surrounded on all sides. Who would have thought they'd circle behind us? Standing nearby and hearing this, Banggu Truong thought in terror. The situation is terrible now. A short while later, at the west gate of Bintan, behind the true emperor's camp, hundreds of grain carts from the supply convoy lined up as they entered the city. Within the convoy, Ma Truong Kai asked, We can't go back. Bang Gu Truong replied shortly, That's right. Tien Quang asked in shock why. Ma Truong Kai continued, I don't understand. Isn't Chu Tuong City on our side? Why are they attacking us like this? Bang Gu Truong explained, It's a little complicated. Put simply, the corpse generals and Chu Tuong do not belong to Bin Kingdom. After the Bin Hung campaign, Tuma Dam was appointed commander over all the corpse generals and was granted the title of Mercenary King by His Majesty. After that, Bin Kingdom, wary of Tuma Dam's savage nature, married a princess to his son and appointed him Lord of Chu Tuong in order to preserve peace. But in Tuma Dam's eyes, marriage into the royal family was never about peace. From the start, he had no intention of being loyal to Ben Kingdom. During the alliance with Ben Kingdom, he was only waiting for a chance to strengthen his southern forces so he and his son could attack Ben Kingdom together. After hearing that, Ma Truong Kai concluded, so in simple terms, we marched deep into enemy territory and got surrounded, which means we're about to die. No, the true emperor said things haven't reached the point of despair yet. Raising one finger, he said, there is one person who foresaw all of this. Tien Kwong could think of no one other than his younger sister, Min Noyet. Before Nguyen Tan Quan set out, he had been preparing to mount his horse when he paused and asked, to Madam's son? Wan Koi answered, that's right, 5 years after the Ben Hung campaign. He married Princess Vo Hoa of Ben Kingdom to maintain peace, and after that, in order to restrain Tu Ma Dam's ambitions toward Ben Kingdom, he was appointed Lord of Chiu Tuong. If I remember correctly, his name is Tu Ma Luke. He remained in Chiu Tuong under the identity of City Lord and was recognized by the 12 emperors. Yet somehow, I forgot about him. Wan Koi quickly clarified, that's understandable. At the time, we were busy dealing with Ho On Tran in the west. On the other hand, the Corps generals bore us no grudge and were still allies of the northern frontier, appearing as a nation similar to Ben Kingdom. Whenever Tu Ma Dam attacked the south, Tu Ma Luke would also appear to support him. What worries me is the nature of Tu Ma Luke and the princess. Tu Ma Luke is a battle-crazed leader just like his father, and his wife, Princess Vo Hoa of Ben Kingdom, harbors hatred toward the northern frontier, believing that the northern frontier is the threat that will lead to Ben Kingdom's collapse. Wan Koi turned his head to look in one direction, then continued, unfortunately, everyone is trying to survive, fighting desperately to live. No matter what, we must give this battle everything we have. If Tu Ma Dam and his son decide on a full assault against Bentan, even the elite army of the true emperor may not be able to withstand it. Nguyen Tan Quan quickly asked, what should we do now? At this rate, Bentan will be breached by Tu Ma Dam. With a grave expression, Wan Koi said, though this cannot entirely be called strategy, we should prepare a contingency plan. At that moment, in Bacton, Wan Koi was walking at the front. The unit Zhang Kong said, just as the Chancellor predicted, Tu Ma Luke is targeting Bintan. Wan Koi replied, bad premonitions always come true. Most of Bacton soldiers have already joined the true Emperor's army, so we do not have many left to defend Bacton. Fortunately, we already have a deployment plan at Bintan. Hutan is also short on troops. If we take all of our elite forces and launch a full assault, we should be able to capture Hutan. Our objective is to attack Chiu Tuong City. Isolat Tumaluk. As he said this, Wan Koi's expression turned somewhat dangerous. I'll leave this matter to Lord Mong Siu. Elsewhere, Mong Siu chuckled and said, An Kien will have a hard time, so leave this matter to Not Kwong Marshal Hall. Take care on the road. An Kien cupped his hands in salute. Yes, master, I will return. The 1,500 elite troops of Not Kwong Marshal Hall, led by An Kien, set out toward Chiu Tuong City. At the rear gate of Bintan, Nguyen Phuong, mounted on horseback, waved as he directed the troops. Quickly gather behind the supply convoy. We must be fully prepared before Tu Ma Luke's army arrives. Nguyen was also busy giving orders. Spearmen to the front, elites gather in the center. Advance and form a circular formation along the road. Tens of thousands of soldiers moved into formation at the command. The disciples of Ngu Shuyin sect chatted as they marched. Have you heard? The enemy commander behind us is Tu Ma Luke. Tu Ma Luke? Isn't he the successor to the 12 emperors? That's right. A warlike leader who inherited his father Tu Ma Dam's genius for warfare and martial skill. He was originally the most suitable heir to the 12 emperors, but because of his cruelty and lack of loyalty, his name was struck off. One person cursed, damn it, this is my first time on a battlefield, and I already have to deal with one of the 5 great kings and a former heir to the 12 emperors. Another looked dejected as well. No way. Have we really been driven into a dead end? Zhang Chu was also in the ranks, thinking to himself, this is a great chance for me to prove myself on my first mission. If I perform well, I can become a master of Ngu Shuyin sect. He then thought of Trung being bullied by Tien Kwong and tearfully thought, Sister A Trung, watch me. I'll definitely return in glory and save you from that bastard. Tien Kwong and Ma Truong Kai were transporting rice when the terrified screams of soldiers suddenly rang out. They're opposite us. The banner ahead is Tu Ma Luke's. Tu Ma Luke's army was advancing this way. more than 10,000 strong. Tuma Luke, eldest son of Chu Tuong's city lord Tuma Dam, was leading the army in. The defending soldiers of Hu Tan shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle. Beat the drums. Cavalry, form up in front." A strangely equipped warhorse carried its master, Tuma Luke, forward. "What's this? Damn it." With a sword in each hand, he said excitedly, "Did they guess I was coming?" Seeing them this well prepared, it looks like my father leaked the intelligence. A thick killing intent radiated from him. That old man would never let his son have an easy battle. Fine then, let me see how strong these bastards of Northern Frontier really are. Current battle situation. On Bintan's right flank are 6,300 Bintan guards. On the left flank are Tuma Luke's 12,000-man legion, along with Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen On's 5,000 troops. The Ngushian Sect's 3,000 men and the supply unit. Opposite them lies Hu Tan, where Nguyen Tan Quan's army of 32,000 is stationed, and in the distance Tuma Dam's 50,000-strong army is surging forward. Inside Tuma Dam's camp, Tenny placed a hand on Tuma Mai's head and asked, "Tuma Luke seems to have reached the rear of the city already, but where did the mercenary king go?" The rough woman replied, "He's on the mountain, busy receiving a guest." He looked toward the cliff ahead. "Is that tall old man the Hell Buddha?" "He doesn't look like it." Tuma Mai slapped his hand away and said in disgust, "Take your hand off me, bald head." On the mountaintop, Han Luong was happily eating the rice balls his old friend Tuma Dam had offered him. Suddenly, he asked suspiciously, "You came here just to see me? That doesn't sound like the Hell Buddha style at all." Tuma Dam bluntly asked, "All right, old man, are you feeling unwell?" While smacking his lips, Han Luong probed, "Hey, guards, do you have any local specialties here?" The two soldiers answered honestly, "We've got salted sardines. You could eat them all night like this." Han Luong lit up. "Not bad. Bring them here." Tuma Dam couldn't watch any longer and ordered, "Don't bring any more." "Old man, are you planning to eat all my army provisions?" Han Luong said aggrievedly, "Humph, but I'm still not full." Ignoring him, Tuma Dam speculated, "I don't know the exact principle, but with this kind of rejuvenation, if you want to keep your body in its best condition, certain conditions are required. It seems you need to constantly exchange qi to maintain bodily functions and resist aging. So you keep eating non-stop to relieve that terrible hunger. Looks like every miracle comes with a price, huh? Who knows what the side effects are?" Han Luong criticized him. "You're just like those perverted old men who love scrutinizing other people's bodies. You nosy freak." He continued, "Your disciple is in the true emperor's army, right? The snake-eyed one I met last time, wasn't it?" He was talking about my Don. Tuma Dam muttered to himself, then denied it. "Ah, no, I heard that guy already declared himself king in the north." Han Luong replied, "Not him. Now I've got something cuter." He reproached him, "Old man, you really are strange. You let off the one who betrayed you and imprisoned you for over 10 years. If I were you, I'd have killed him long ago." Still chewing his rice ball, Han Luong asked back, "Why?" "As long as I haven't lost anything, the two of us can just live our own lives well enough." Tuma Dam said frankly, "I don't understand you. Old man, why have power if you don't want revenge and have no ambition? You really are a weirdo. Why not join my army? I can give you anything you want." Han Luong gave a cough, stood up, and said, "Ahem, I'm not interested. If I join you, you'll make me fight until I die. My path is different from yours. Old man, you won't even let me eat my fill, not a scrap of meat either. Too stingy." Tuma Mai and Tanny listened with dark expressions. Han Luong walked over and patted Tuma Dam on the shoulder. "Even though you're old, you're still greedy. We're not alike at all." Having said that, he made an encouraging gesture. "Still, thanks for the meal. I'll always be watching you, so don't worry about me. Just live your life well. If our side wins this battle, I'll come back and eat the local specialties here." With that, he resolutely jumped off the cliff, not forgetting to leave one last farewell. "Goodbye." Tuma Dam joined helplessly, lunatic. He silently looked into the distance. Tuma Mai suspiciously spoke up. "Could that old man be the true emperor's spy? Mercenary king, maybe we've fallen for a trick. That old man stayed here just to eat through our provisions." Tuma Dam turned and answered, "Tuma Mai, your joke is painfully dull. The Hell Buddha as a spy? That doesn't suit him at all. The Hell Buddha, I know, isn't someone with such a complicated mind." She pouted. "I'm not joking." Tuma Dam continued, "He never listens to anyone anyway, so we'll just proceed according to plan. Now, then, back to the main matter. Tuma Luke seems to have arrived. Let me see what my son has learned after all this time." At Bintan's east gate, ahead were the supply convoy and Tuma Luke's 12,000-man legion, while facing them was Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen On's 8,000-man force. The two brothers thought to themselves, "It's Tuma Luke. the man who was originally meant to become one of the 12 emperors. Resting 2 great swords on his shoulders, Tuma Luke said, "So those 2 are the famous men of the Ngushuyan sect I've been hearing about lately?" Fan Tu answered, "Yes, my lord." He continued, "Is that all? They're just a couple of brats. In that case, let's play the bully for once. At most, they'll only be enough to cause Tuma a little extra trouble." As he spoke, he raised his weapon. "Let's see what these little brats can do." The moment the 2 brothers saw Tuma Luke's movement, they understood at once. Nguyen Phuong was slightly surprised. He just got here, and he's already charging in a battle. Nguyen followed up, spread out to the sides. "We have to stop them, brother." Nguyen Phuong led the charge to hold them back. "We have to stall them until the supply convoy gets out of here." When Enslaved formed the half-moon formation, the soldiers moved into formation at once. Kill them all. The 2 sides crashed into chaotic battle, shouts shaking the heavens. "Stab them to death. Surround these madmen." Inside Bingtang, a soldier reporting to the true emperor, Tuma Luke's army has launched a surprise attack on Nguyen and Nguyen Phuong's legion in the rear. Nguyen Dam was shocked. An attack? Since the ambush failed, they're attacking head-on? Their forces aren't enough to break through the rear defenses. So are they planning a suicidal assault? Nguyen Tan Quan calmly speculated. They must have another plan, or they believe they themselves are stronger. Tuma Luke's martial arts are indeed very strong. We have to support that side. The soldier brought even more shocking news. Reporting to the true emperor, Tuma Dam's army has reached the front gate. Tuma Dam had already made full preparations, crouching outside the city like a tiger stalking its prey. He asked in a low voice, "Where do you intend to go?" Nguyen Dam ground his teeth. "I can't leave here." At Bin Tan's west gate, soldiers on both sides fought endlessly. 2 Thai soldiers ganged up on a Ngu Shuyan sect disciple. Damn it. Fortunately, a comrade arrived in time and sent them to the afterlife. Zhang Qiu stabbed a soldier dead. A soldier shouted a warning. "Don't let them get in." Ngu Shuyan troops, if the center is broken through, the formation will collapse. New recruits, follow your squad leaders and form groups of 5. The Ngu Shuyan sect disciples immediately formed into 5-man groups. Zhang Qiu panted heavily and thought, "This is completely different from fighting in a martial hall. Even now I can't regulate my breathing or use my techniques." Tuma Luke had already forced his way close, and when he brought his sword down, the sword Chi blasted Zhang Qiu's group away. Unlike his unconscious teammates, Zhang Qiu had barely managed to block part of it, and helplessly realized he's too strong. Seeing this, Tuma Luke spoke with excitement. "Oh, you blocked it? The one in the middle isn't ordinary." Right at that moment, Nguyen closed in from behind him and unleashed a Ngu Shuyan sword art. Ngu Shuyan light burst. He struck down powerfully, but Tuma Luke merely raised his sword lightly and blocked it. Nguyen Phuong also rushed in from below, releasing reversed with Ngu Shuyan, a wide sweeping strike. And Tuma Luke's horse was cut in 2, but he quickly leapt off to evade it, even casually blocking Nguyen's follow-up strike at the same time. Nguyen Phuong charged up, and while defending himself, Tuma Luke said excitedly, "These little brats. Nguyen Phuong shooted Angeli, Tuma Luke. You dare betray the Bin Kingdom and rebel." Nguyen added, "You'll regret this." Tuma Luke reacted as if he'd heard joke. "Ha, regret? Do you really think you have what it takes?" He unleashed swift rain combat art, Rock Breaker, blasting both of them away. Fortunately, they escaped in time. Now, he understood his elder brother's meaning and activated a Ngu Shuyan sword art, Dripping Point Strike. The 2 brothers turned into a streak of light and shot forward. Tuma Lucas le terrain out. Not bad. With a sword in each hand, he easily blocked the attack from both of them. "If I let my guard down, my swords might actually shatter. But you're still far too weak." With that, he launched a flurry of slashes. "It's not just because you're weak," Nguyen Phuong was hit, and it's also because your tactics are too sloppy. Nguyen was no exception. "You're too focused on me and not paying attention to what's behind you." In the supply convoy area at the west gate, a distant roar from the Thai army rang out. "They're over there." The transport team panicked. "Huh, what's that sound?" Thai soldiers were climbing down the cliff on ropes. "Move in." Everyone quickly realized it's the mountain on the other side. One of them shouted, "Raid the grain carts. Lord Tai's son promised to share the grain with us, so all we have to do is kill you." The supply team fell into chaos. "It's an ambush." Ma Truong Kai swung his axe and cut one of them down. He shouted as he directed the defense. "Stop them. Protect the supply convoy." Everyone obeyed and charged forward. "Stop them. Don't let them get through. Bangu Trong unleashed layered sword and quickly cut several of them down. He shouted loudly, "Protect the wagons. They've only just climbed down the mountain. They're exhausted, and there aren't many of them. Ma Chuang Kai and I will lead the guard unit." Ma Chuang Kai asked tensely, "Damn it, I thought we weren't supposed to be fighting. Where did second brother go?" Bangu Chuang. He answered, "I sent him away." Ma Chuang Kai roared, "What? It's critical here. Where did you send him? If the true emperor can't get there, then no one can stop the enemy commander. We need more manpower. If there's an expert available, then he has to be sent there." And at this moment, Han Luong was lying leisurely on top of a pile of rice, yawning and acting as though the world affairs had nothing to do with him. Tuma Luke's martial skill had already reached the divine transformation realm. While fighting the Nguyen brothers, Tuma Luke had already noticed what was behind him. He turned his head to look and crudely asked, "Who are you?" Tien Kwang was walking forward, choking a soldier by the neck. In front of Hu Tan, soldiers fought in waves. Suddenly, countless long spears flew in from nowhere and slammed viciously into the city wall. An injured soldier fell screaming, "My leg, it's coming again." The spears charged and carrying chi force. "Run!" The soldiers on the wall were struck by disaster. Again? What kind of ghostly technique is this? Help! The source of the spears was Tu Ma Dam, who was using long-reach multitude. He launched another wave of attacks, and screams echoed everywhere. Nguyen Dam called softly, "Senior brother." Holding his sword alone, Nguyen Tan Quan faced the oncoming spears. Ngu Shuyan sword, Ngu Shuyan body expansion. He swung his sword and drew out an enormous arc of sword chi, like a shield that blocked the incoming spears. As he defended against Tu Ma Dam's attack, he shouted, "Don't panic." If he could keep attacking like this nonstop, he would have done it earlier. No matter how strong the enemy is, a large-scale move like this can't be sustained for long. Squad leaders, raise your shields, block the spears, and deflect them upward. The soldiers obeyed at once. Tu Ma Dam rolled his shoulder, his interest deepening. "That's right, clever child. You're as clever as Nguyen Quan. Truly troublesome." Tenny asked, "Shall we send people to surround them?" Tu Ma Dam answered, "No. Not yet. The purpose of this attack is to stop that brat from reaching the west gate. Don't attack them. Just beat the drums to threaten and mock them." Tuma Dam instructed, "Tan Ni, Tuma Mai, wait a little longer. I'll soon create a chance for you two to show what you can do." Tuma Emigrik answered briefly, "Understood." He turned and smiled darkly. "Now then, it's time to create an opportunity for Tuma Luke to shine. On Tuma Luke's side." He turned and stared at the approaching Tien Kwang. Tien Kwang thought nervously, "Damn it, he looks really strong." He recalled the mission Bang Gu Truong had urgently given him. Hurry and go reinforce Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen On. Tien Kwang had asked suspiciously why. "I don't like those two." Bang Gu Truong explained, "Ma Truong Kai and I have to reinforce the supply convoy, so we can't leave. If we can't stop the enemy from the rear, our retreat route will be cut off. Go help them." Bang Gu Truong made an encouraging gesture. "Show them your strength, Tien Kwang. Show them you once stood against a great general." "Oh no, Lu Te." Snapping back from the memory, he took a stance and grumbled, "Easy for you to say." The Nguyen brothers quickly understood as well. Nguyen Phuong thought to himself, a disciple of the Fist King. Nguyen On raised his sword. "I'm ready." Tien Kwang gathered his strength and charged. Tuma Luke evaluated him excitedly. "This one's different from the other two. Interesting." He arrogantly provoked them. "The three of you, come at me together. Iron Maid Hell kill." Tien Kwang's movement technique turned ghostly, and he threw a punch at Tuma Luke's back. Tuma Luke glanced back and thought, this guy, his techniques are pretty strange too. He used light strike, chopping down hard with his hand, forcing Tien Kwang to block desperately with both arms. The Nguyen brothers also closed in from behind. Facing 1-against-3, Tuma Luke spread his arms and activated his chi, then slammed the hilts of his swords into the backs of the rushing Nguyen brothers. Tien Kwang seized the chance and rushed forward. But Tuma Luke had already seen through his move and grabbed him by the head, smashing him into the ground. Holding his sword horizontally, he sneered, "Kid, your fists are pretty hard too." Just then, Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen On rushed in and used reverse current sword, successfully drawing Tuma Luke's attention away and rescuing Tien Kwang. Tuma Luke only grew more excited instead, laughing loudly as he unleashed his chi and blasted all three of them away. Tien Kwang ground his teeth. "Damn it, that bastard isn't hurt at all." Nguyen Ang sight? EA, but Nguyen Phuong continued. We can hold out until the supply convoy gets into the city. At the west gate, the escort troops shouted to encourage one another. Hurry, get into the city. Stay close behind us. The mercenaries still refused to let up, yelling, smash the wheels. Don't let the convoy into the city. Break the wheels now. If you can't take the grain, fire flaming arrows. If we can't seize the food, burn it all. They spared no one. A wounded man begged for mercy, but Ma Truong Kai appeared just in time and split that mercenary in two with his axe. He pulled the man to his feet. Get up, run into the city. Thank you, my lord. Ma Truong Kai looked around, then cursed, damn it, the grain. Bang Gu, Truong stared tensely at the situation and shouted, Vice Captain, order the entire supply convoy to retreat at once. We absolutely cannot open the city gates while they're charging in. Ma Truong Kai snapped back crudely, fuck, I know. Everyone retreat now. Abandon that grain. Under his order, the soldiers scrambled to save their lives. Retreat, retreat. Get into the city. On Tien Quang's side, the fierce clash between the four of them was still raging. He and the brothers Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen were joining forces against Tu Ma Luke alone. Hell's Call. From behind, Tien Quang threw a heavy punch straight at his opponent's face. Tu Ma Luke seemed to feel no pain at all. Instead, he grew even more excited and praised him. Not bad. Tu Ma Luke swung his swords into a whirlwind and sent all three of them flying. Nguyen Phuong cursed loudly, damn it, if this keeps up. Nguyen picked up the words, disciple of the Fist King, now's the time, go. The three of them were supposed to launch a coordinated strike together, but only the Nguyen brothers charged in. Tien Quang had not even reacted yet and stood there blankly. As usual, the three of them immediately began arguing. What are you standing there for? We already missed the opening. Do you remember when you coordinated with a trunk? You just have to go by instinct and follow my lead. Are you people crazy? Why the hell should I coordinate with you? It's not like teamwork just happens because you say so. You damn idiot. What did you say, you lunatic? Tu Ma Luke looked coldly at the three brats, then laughed and cut them off. What a pack of fools. You're still too green. You've got a long way to go. I'm tired of playing now, so I'm leaving. Next time we meet, I'll kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed an advanced martial art flood. The attack swept up dirt and stone into a tidal wave-like assault that crashed toward the three of them. Get out of the way, move. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out. Tu ma Lucas Army Widro. Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen On's legion suffered 1,130 dead and 580 seriously wounded, leaving a total of 6,200 troops. Tu Ma Luke's legion suffered 450 dead and 800 seriously wounded, leaving a total of 10,250 troops. The Mingyu supply convoy lost 40% of its carts. 2 days later, inside Bintan, Nguyen Tan Quan asked, how is the food situation? Bang Gu, Truong reported, we were forced to leave 40% of the grain outside the city. 30% was burned and 10% was stolen. If we ration it carefully, what remains can last us 1 month. After hearing this, Nguyen Tan Quan concluded, we were played by Tu Ma Dam and his son. Bang Gu, Truong asked, can we hold out until Meng Siyu's legion attacks Yuhan? He replied, we can only try. After walking for a while, Bang Gu, Truong found the person he was looking for and called out loudly, there he is, Tien Quang. Tien Quang was sitting with several children while bandaging himself and turned his head. Captain, Bang Gu, Truong said, the true emperor wants to speak with you. At Bintan's west gate, the grain cart stood in a long line. Bare-chested, Tien Quang clasped his hands and asked, what do you want with me? Aren't you very busy right now? I'm busy too. I still have rice sacks to carry. Standing beside him, Bang Gu, Truong reminded him, Tien Quang, watch your mouth. Nguyen Tan Quan looked at him with concern. It seems you were injured in the last battle. Tien Quang replied, thanks to the new captain's blessing. That madman beat me black and blue. Nguyen Tan Quan turned to Bang Gu, Truong, and said, I heard from Nguyen On and Nguyen Phuong already. The three of you joined forces against Tu Ma Luke, and thanks to the captain's quick response, you managed to survive. Bang Gu, Truong flushed slightly and answered, it was nothing, Lord True Emperor. Tien Quang, meanwhile, ground his teeth and said bluntly, the one who almost died was me. Nguyen Tan Quan seriously asked, what did it feel like fighting Tu Ma Luke? If the three of you joined forces again, Could you keep him pinned down? Tien Kwong imagined it for a moment before answering. I'm just a war slave. I don't understand tactics and all that. But if it's just fighting and the same situation happened again, we could hold him off for a while. But if it were a fight to the death, the three of us would definitely be torn to pieces. I'm not confident I could defeat someone like Tuma Luke. After saying that, he glared and asked in return, then do you think you could beat him? Bang Gu Truong immediately reminded him again, Tien Kwong, be careful how you speak. When Tan Guan Ansua, you don't know. I've never fought him, so. At that moment, Nguyen Dam cut in, which is why I came to see you. Right now, the strength of both armies is roughly equal, and we're still in a defensive position. Even an elite force from Ngu Shuyan sect cannot compare to the enemy's great generals. But the core issue is the divine transformation experts, the Tuma father and son. Still, victory cannot depend on a single expert alone. No one can win a war by himself. That is the law that governs armies, strategy, omens, and territory. But for divine transformation warriors, it is different. One person can stand against 10,000 soldiers. They are masters who have surpassed ordinary human limits. Our first duty is to protect Bintan and the people inside it. Our second duty is to buy as much time as possible until we capture Shaoxiang City. We need to deal with the two divine transformation experts, Tuma Dam and Tuma Luke, but I cannot face both of them at the same time by myself. Right in the middle of this serious moment, Han Luong stole several sacks of rice and fled like a monkey, while the soldiers all rushed after him. That old man stole rice again. Catch him. This crazy old man wants us to starve. Grab him and hang him. Tien Kwong's group all turned to look, but the scene was too familiar. Nguyen Tan Quan decisively ignored it and continued the serious discussion. So I need the Fist King's strength. After the battle at Bin Hung, the Hell Buddha disappeared from the battlefield. When I spoke with Tuma Dam, he told me the Fist King had no interest in war. So I want to ask you directly, disciple of the Fist King. Nguyen Tan Quan asked, how can we get the Fist King to fight alongside us? Tien Kwong answered frankly, how would I know? He scratched his nose. Aside from training, I've only seen him make a move twice. But both times, it was because the other side provoked him first. It wasn't that old man taking the initiative. Nguyen Tan Quan concluded, in short, you don't know the answer, right? Tien Kwong replied, just as naturally, right? Every day, he just trains and eats like there's no tomorrow. I have no idea what he really wants. Then Tien Kwong suddenly realized something. Wait, could it be he's just been playing around with me? Nguyen Dam gestured behind him. Then we should discuss a plan that doesn't include the Fist King. Nguyen Tan Quan added, or perhaps seek help from a neighboring state. Tien Kwong said calmly, if all we need is more strength, why not just mobilize the 12 emperors directly? There are 12 of them, or are there only 11 now? The Nguyen brothers fell silent, considering the suggestion. Nguyen Tan Quan gave a faint laugh and replied, you're right. If it really were that simple, that would be nice. Just then, the assembly horn sounded, and Nguyen Dam looked behind him and said, senior brother, that's Hugh Tan's rally signal. Nguyen Tan Quan also turned to look. Let's go. Then he turned back and said, thank you for making time to meet me, Captain, and you as well, disciple of the Fist King. Bang Gu Truong hurriedly answered, yes, Lord True Emperor. With that, the Nguyen brothers used their lightness skill and flew away. Tien Kwong said suspiciously, what the hell? They're just leaving like that? Bang Gu Truong was speechless. He turned to Tien Kwong, sighed, and said, I don't know whether you're stubborn, innocent, or just stupid. That arrogant attitude of yours really gives them headaches. Tien Kwong still did not understand and asked, what are you talking about? Bang Gu Truong raised two fingers and explained, that question you just asked. The 12 emperors are rarely all present in a single battle. They're stationed all over the place, guarding the different regions of the Bin Kingdom. They fight in different areas, so gathering them all together is very difficult. But the most important problem is factional infighting. Pen Guan Zipi Fationa Infai. Bang Gu Truong explained. Simply put, it means which side you stand on and what you're fighting for. Every one of the 12 emperors has different goals. Even if they are loyal to the emperor of the Bin Kingdom, follow the northern frontier Fist family, or cooperate with the chancellor, each of them serves a different master. Tien Kwong still asked blankly, so what? If they're on the same side, then they should just fight together. Aren't the Bin Kingdom and the northern frontier basically the same? Bang Gu Truong helplessly began giving an example. Do you remember what Lord Nguyen Dam said just now? War is for expanding rule. He patted Tien Kwong on the back, then sighed and said bluntly, this is a bit too complicated for you. Just think of it as them having different ideas about how the land should be ruled. After hearing that, Tien Kwang challenged him. Captain, are you looking down on me? Bang Gu Truong dodged the question. Of course not. Now hurry up and go carry those sacks of rice. At Hu Tan, a soldier hurriedly reported, Lord True Emperor, there's been an ambush. Several villages outside Bintan have just been set on fire. Nguyen Dam quickly asked, villages? The soldier described it loudly. Black smoke is rising from villages near the front line, not just the ones around us. Bintan is very close to Hutan. From the city wall, one could clearly see the whole opposing city, as well as the thick columns of smoke rising from the villages below. Lord Nguyen Dam, the mountain near Hu Tan, is burning too. Looks like the enemy has crossed the Great Mountain, but not by the main road. Sure enough, a force led by Tu Ma was advancing along the mountain path. Suddenly, an army of 10,000 came charging from the distance on horseback, and alarmed cries rang out from all sides. What? This force was under the command of Thai Kingdom General Tan Ni. A soldier urgently reported, Lord True Emperor, 5,000 of Tanese troops are charging toward the city gate from the front. The enemy is attacking us from all directions, with Tu Ma Dam's army on the right flank. Hu Tan was hanging by a thread. The great general of the Thai kingdom, Tu Ma Dam, led 10,000 soldiers in pressing toward Hu Tan. And that was not all. The situation only got worse as soldiers came one after another with reports. Lord True Emperor, it's urgent. Tu Ma Luke's army is closing in from the rear. The soldiers cried out in horror. We're surrounded on all sides. Lord True Emperor, what do we do now? There are too many of them. The Nguyen brothers fell into silence. At the Chancellor's residence, someone was leisurely pouring tea and said, Chancellor, your tea. Luan Koi accepted the cup and replied softly, Thank you, Eunuch Dong. The eunuch beside Luan Koi said, The army from the Sunlight sect will reach Shaoxiang City in 2 days. He took a sip of tea. Is that so? They're moving quickly. As expected of Ing Qian, very diligent. He suddenly asked, Why do you look so troubled, Zhang Kong? The other man stood with his hands behind his back and replied, It's nothing. It's only that the situation at Bintan is extremely critical, yet the Chancellor remains so calm. Hearing this, Luan Koi pretended to be hurt and said, How can you say that? I've been working nonstop all this time. I've only just had a chance to rest and drink a cup of tea. The eunuch sighed and explained, What I mean is, you do not seem worried at all. Lord True Emperor's army must surely be surrounded by Tu Ma Dam and his son by now. Luan Koi pursed his lips. Whether I worry or not, the outcome of the battle won't change. I already did everything I could at the War Council. Before we discuss the next step, all we can do is wait for news from Shaoxiang City. Seeing that the eunuch still seemed to have more to say, Luan Koi lightly shook his teacup and cut him off. Zhang Kong, may I offer you a piece of advice in my capacity as a court official? He asked this because Luan Koi was still very young. The man looked puzzled. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Luan Koi continued, Though I am younger than you, my office is higher than yours. So let me tell you something. If you always let your emotions interfere, you'll never make the best decision. No matter the circumstances, a leader must always keep a cool head. After saying that, he handed the teacup over to be refilled while turning away with a sigh. Zhang Kong obediently said, I will engrave it on my heart, Chancellor. Luan Koi took another sip of tea, then asked, But if you need something to reassure yourself, to worry a little less. Why do you think I sent the Ngu Shuyan sect to Bintan? And why do you think the Ngu Shuyan sect has survived for so long? Zhang Kong glanced at him and answered as if it were obvious, because the Ngu Shuyan sect is very strong. Luan Koi rebutted, Why are they strong? That is the heart of the matter. He asked and answered himself. They're strong because those people are all extremely cautious. The Ngu Shuyan sect is firm and unwavering, focused on its own path and diligent in honing its skills. They reject every other opportunity and remain steadfast on their chosen road. They may be rigid and slow to adapt, but that in turn makes them stable. The mercenary king's tactics, Tu Ma Dam's, are endlessly changeable, and he often launches surprise attacks when his opponent lets down their guard. That is why most people are helpless once his assaults begin, unable to strike back. But strangely enough, what counters that kind of strategy is precisely this stubborn, head-on style. As if to prove his point, Nguyen Dam pointed forward and shouted an order, Don't panic. Calm the soldiers and hold your positions. The enemy's goal is to throw us into chaos and force us to move our army. The fires in the villages and on the mountain were started by only a small number of troops. The Legion is not to move. Stay where you are, face the mountain, and maintain maximum vigilance. The villagers have already evacuated into the city, so there will be no casualties. Don't be distracted by those things. Tuma Dam isn't stupid enough to burn down every village. Hold your ground and focus your strength on the soldiers attacking from the front. Our strength must remain steady. We cannot let the enemy's tactics shake us. At that exact moment, Tuma Dam suddenly leapt onto the city wall and closed in on Gwyn Dam. A sinister smile spread across his face as he thrust his spear downward. Just as the strike was about to hit Nguyen Dam, his elder brother Nguyen Tan Quan rushed in and blocked it in time. Nguyen Tan Quan looked at him mockingly. The leader of the Thai kingdom really does love charging into battle personally, doesn't he? Tuma Dam replied with a crazed expression. Sitting still and giving orders is too boring. Come on, let me see what you can do, son of Nguyen Quan. Between Hugh Tan and Bin Tan, in the villages where the people had fled for shelter, the flames spread fiercely. Fan Tu pointed ahead and ordered stop. That's enough burning. If we reduce the whole village to ashes, it'll be hard to occupy this place later. Then he turned and asked Commander Tu Ma Mai, I think we've drawn enough attention. Even if we search thoroughly, the people have probably all evacuated already. There's no one left in this village. Why don't we head back or go join Great General Tumaluk? That doesn't sound like a bad idea. She said flatly no. Even properly trained soldiers sometimes disobey orders and run. Everyone has their own reasons, so you can't be certain that all the villagers made it into the city. She studied the village thoughtfully, then gave the order, search beneath the rubble. The soldiers obeyed and started clearing it away. When they moved aside the last wooden plank, they found a family of 3 hiding underneath, a mother and 2 children. Tumam, I raised her sword with a vicious smile. This is the rule of martial combat. At the same time, at the east gate of Bintan, the chaotic battle between the 2 armies was still raging on. A general shouted a report. The enemy cavalry is closing in. Nguyen Phuong hurriedly gave orders, cavalry unit. Move to the right, infantry to the front. But in the current situation, it was not easy to form ranks. The soldiers were beginning to panic. How are we supposed to move in this kind of chaos? The formation is already completely messed up. Fall back to the rear. Tuma Luke and another man were watching from afar. The other man asked in confusion, Aren't you going into battle today, my lord? That man was Fan Tu, deputy commander of Tuma Luke's legion. Tuma Luke replied with obvious boredom. Today it's only the Toon Gwyn brothers. How dull. A little over 1,000 of our men is enough to deal with them. Fan Tu answered, Yes, city lord. Tuma Luke sighed. Being strong is truly lonely and boring. Fan Tu, not understanding, pressed him, What do you mean by that? Tuma Luke arrogantly explained, Because I've grown stronger. I can no longer enjoy the tension of battle. Normally, the enemy has no one strong enough to make me risk my life in a fight. They're all weaklings. And when I finally do meet someone worth fighting, they're afraid of losing and don't dare attack head on. They only circle around. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. It really is unbearably irritating. Fan Tu looked over at him uneasily. Tuma Luke's hand tightened around the sword hilt so hard that it trembled. I want to fight the strong, a battle where both sides struggle to the very limit, staking their lives. Then I'll swing my sword and cut the enemy's throat. That thrill, not even embracing a woman can compare. A mad obsession was playing on Tuma Luke's face. Then he said softly, If I can't find an enemy, then maybe I should just kill my father instead. Fan Tu cried out in horror, City Lord. What are you saying? Tuma Luke chuckled. I am joking. I'm not that stupid. Hearing him say that, Fan Tu did not know what else to say. Tuma Luke suddenly asked, By the way, my father is fighting the sectmaster of the Ngushian sect right now, isn't he? Fan Tu answered, Yes. At this moment, the situation in front of Hugh Tan was utter chaos. Tuma Luke spoke resentfully. It's so unfair. He's always the one who gets to fight strong enemies. At the gate of Bin Tan, soldiers were gathered everywhere, and the battlefield was so chaotic that friend and foe were impossible to distinguish. In the center of the 2 armies, however, a battle between powerful warriors was underway, with razor-sharp techniques flashing one after another. Tuma Dam wielded twin spears in both hands and unleashed furious ocean tide, sweeping out 2 slashing strikes to surround his opponent. Nguyen Quan was no less formidable. Using Ngu Shuyan Light Burst, he smashed directly into the 2 long spears and broke the move. Tuma Dam answered with Rockbreaker, an immensely powerful slash strong enough to send anyone flying. Nguyen Quan was no exception and was blasted back toward the city wall. But Nguyen Quan instantly borrowed the force to launch himself back in close, raising his weapon to block. Nguyen Quan then used Ngu Shuyan Expanding Body, a violently spiraling wave of sword energy that shot toward Tuma Dam and drove him back. The move's range stretched dozens of meters. Tuma Dam was not to be outdone and quickly steadied himself. The two charged each other again. Light Strike Supreme Force. Spear and sword clashed fiercely, neither side yielding an inch. At astonishing speed, they split apart and collided again and again. They continued battling in midair like that. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. Soldiers unable to distinguish friend from foe were all caught up in the clash between the two men. Both landed beside the city wall at the same time and resumed fighting. Tuma Dam held a slight upper hand, and he seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this battle. The sound of weapons striking rang without end. The two fought so fast that after images appeared, from one end of the wall to the other, constantly moving and colliding. From the Bin Tan area, they fought all the way to the foot of a nearby mountain. Nguyen Quan was smashed hard into the cliff face by the impact. Tuma Dam quickly pursued. Nguyen Quan gathered himself again, ready to continue. Tuma Dam sujinli spoken price. Not bad. I'm getting old. The longer I fight, the more exhausted I become. Nguyen Quan had already assumed his stance. Tuma Dam continued, "You truly live up to the title of one of Northern Nguyen's 12 imperial cities, son of Nguyen Quan. Your father in the other world would be very proud." He sneered as he added, "I'm talking about the man you killed with your own hands." On the city wall, Nguyen Dam shouted anxiously, "Senior brother, he's too far from the main army. Maidon, Nguyen Khan, quickly lead the guard unit to reinforce senior brother." The two men called out were Master Maidon, also captain of Maidon's unit of the Ngushuyan sect, and Master Nguyen Khan, also a unit captain. They answered, "Understood. Senior brother, Nguyen Dam." Suddenly a voice rang out, "The enemy is here." The three turned to look. Tanny led soldiers leaping up onto the wall, and she sneered inwardly, "Where do these foolish people of Bin Kingdom think they're going?" Seeing this, Nguyen Dam shouted orders. "Thai Kingdom soldiers have climbed the wall. Send more units here at once." "Damn it, main force, move out. Open the gate and reinforce the true emperor." Back on Nguyen Quan's side, Tuma Mai stood atop a towering cliff, gripping 2 children in her hands, preparing to throw them down. Tuma Dam smiled viciously. "Now let's see whether you're like your father." If it were Nguyen Quan, he would save the weak first. With one hand, she dangled the little boy over the cliff, and with the other, she held the little girl. Then, without the slightest hesitation, she threw both children down. Nguyen Quan clenched his sword between his teeth and kicked off the air, shooting forward. Tuma Dam also used Qigong to pursue him. Nguyen Quan managed to save both children in time, but in doing so he allowed Tuma Dam to close in behind him. Tuma Dam swung his spear down, and Nguyen Quan blocked with the sword in his mouth. But because his hand were tied up, he exposed an opening, and Tuma Mai stabbed him in the shoulder. She smiled smugly, but Tuma Dam immediately realized, too shallow. Nguyen Quan uset heven li net. He spun in midair, creating a vortex. And Tuma Dam immediately kicked Tuma Mai away to keep her from being caught in it. Below, Maidon spurred his horse forward. True Emperor. Behind him came Nguyen Khan and hundreds of soldiers, charging in with whips raised to protect the true emperor. Thai Kingdom soldiers jeered. The cowardly people of Bin Kingdom have finally shown themselves. The Thai army pressed after them. Kill them. Hold them there. Meanwhile, Nguyen Quan's soldiers no longer cared about anything else. At that moment, they had only one goal: advance. Protect the true emperor. A captain gave the order, "Archers, fire." Garrison of Hutan, obey the command. A dense rain of arrows then shot toward Tuma Dam and Tuma Mai. creating an opportunity for Nguyen Ton Quan to retreat. Nguyen Ton Quan landed safely on horseback, still holding the two children who had been dragged into all this. My Don came forward and asked, "Lord True Emperor, are you all right?" Nguyen Ton Quan hudiden ziplit mi apoli everdin. Return to the city at once. What is the situation at Hugh Ton? My Don immediately reported, "Not good. Heavy fighting has broken out on the walls." And indeed, fierce close combat had erupted there, with blood and corpses scattered everywhere. My Don continued, "The gate is open. It'll be very hard to hold Hugh Ton." He then asked, "Lord True Emperor, what should we do now?" Nguyen Ton Quan hesitated briefly, then answered decisively, "Abandon the gate." My Don asked in shock, "What?" Nguyen Ton Quan instructed, "Evacuate the civilians in the city at once." He then shouted the order, "Abandon Hugh Ton. Zegup at Bungtang. Gather all soldiers and move towards South City and the East Gate. We cannot let them catch up to the villagers." At Chiu Tuong City, two men on horseback stood atop a cliff looking below. An Kien spoke first. "What's the situation in Chiu Tuong City?" The man beside him replied, "Yes, there are indeed very few soldiers there. It seems they never expected our army to come here." An Kien said calmly, "Good. In 2 more hours, we will launch a full assault on the south gate. Inform the troops to prepare at once." "Understood, Lord An Kien." The man beside him suddenly voiced a concern. "Lord An Kien, I understand that your intention is to seize Chiu Tuong City and cut off Tuma Luke's route of retreat, but our manpower is too limited. We can't actually do that. If Tuma Luke changes his mind and returns to the city, our current forces won't be able to stop 10,000 enemy troops. Is this really worth it?" An Kien said calmly, "Taking Chiu Tuong City is for negotiation." The other man repeated in confusion, "Negotiation?" An Kien began to explain. Under Tuma Luke's command are 2 regions, Vo Duong City and Lovan City. The 2 city lords have always had to submit to Tuma Luke's authority and strength. Naturally, they dislike being conquered and forced to pay tribute to his army. And in this war, they were compelled to provide troops for his legion, so they are deeply dissatisfied. The moment our legion set out, the Chancellor sent envoys to those 2 cities. According to the agreement, we will capture Chiu Tuong City, while all the remaining military strength of Vo Duong City and Lo Van City will be mobilized to deal with Tuma Dam. Then, after Tuma Luke is defeated, Chiu Tuong City will be handed over to those 2 city lords. The other man thought it over and felt that the offer did not seem especially generous. An Kien drew his sword and continued. "But from a chancellor's point of view, those 2 city lords are far easier to handle than Tuma Luke. Don't forget, our main objective is to protect Bin Ton." Having said that, he yanked his horse's reins and shouted orders to the army. "That's enough. Beat the drums." The other man cut in, "But it hasn't even been half an hour yet." An Kien acted as if he had not heard him. "Whole army advance." The battle for Chiu Tuong City. An Kien's army began surrounding the city. At Hugh Ton, the green banners were set ablaze. On the Bin Ton front line, the defending troops waved flags atop the walls. At Bin Ton's south gate, Tuma Dam's army awaited orders to attack. At Bin Ton's east gate was Tuma Luke's army, while inside Bin Ton were the forces of the true emperor. Nguyen Ton Quan's army numbered around 29,000 men, together with approximately 6,100 Bin Ton guards now under siege. In front of them stood Tuma Dam's army of roughly 43,000. To the left was Tuma Luke's force of about 8,900. In a room at Bin Ton's south gate, the imperial physician was treating Nguyen Ton Quan's stab wound. Nguyen Dam spoke up. "How was my elder brother's injury?" Nguyen Ton Quan replied, "It's better now." Then he asked anxiously, "How long have we been surrounded?" Nguyen Dam answered with a trace of sorrow. "It has been a month since we were trapped in Bin Ton, and it has been more than 3 months since our army first came here. Neither the villagers nor the soldiers can hide the fear and exhaustion in their hearts." "I'm sorry, senior brother." Nguyen Ton Quan looked at him in puzzlement. Nguyen Dam continued, "You were injured because you were protecting me." Nguyen Ton Quan objected, "No, that was my fault, not yours. You are the brains of our army. You must not let emotion cloud your judgment. The most urgent task right now is protecting Bin Ton. Yes, senior brother, the battles passed one after another, but the war still continued. The brothers Nguyen, An, and Nguyen Phuong remained silent. For those trapped in war, Time itself was torture. The will of both our army and the enemy army was worn down by prolonged fear. The imperial physicians worked day and night to save the wounded. The villagers had lost their homes, their families, even their lives. Everyone could only rely on distributed rations to survive day by day. In such misery, nothing was more terrifying than endless trials. In the forest outside Bintan's east gate, 2 patrol soldiers watched their surroundings as they talked. Good grief, this is awful. We're completely surrounded. At this rate, before reinforcements from Tuong City arrive, we'll all be wiped out. Since we're already out here, why don't we just run away now? Just then, Han Luong dropped down from who knew where, carrying 4 wild boars on his back, and asked, "What are you 2 doing?" The 2 soldiers jumped in fright. "Damn, you nearly scared us to death." Han Luong tossed the boars into a pile and ordered, "Carry these over there. There isn't even a bear in this lousy place. Since I only found these few, we'll make do. Hurry up and haul these animals back to camp." One soldier said doubtfully, "Doesn't it feel like there are fewer and fewer animals around here?" Han Luong pointed at the pile of prey and ordered, "Stop standing there like idiots. Get to work. You brats kept calling me a grain thief, so I had to go out and find food for you, didn't I? How are we supposed to carry all that back? Even if we carry just one, we'll collapse before we're halfway there." Han Luong kept muttering, You weaklings really are useless. Take those rabbits over there. Hey kid, carry 5 more." While he grumbled, the prey had already been hoisted onto the backs of Tien Quang and Ma Truong. Kentucky Tien Quang seemed used to Han Luong's eccentric behavior by now, but he still reminded him, "Ma Truong Kai, don't push yourself too hard. Just carrying a few is enough." No, with this body of mine, my pride won't allow me to carry less than you. The 2 soldiers turned and asked, "Hey, old man, with strength like that, shouldn't you be out on the battlefield?" "Yeah, your strength would be more useful than that of several great generals." Han Luong shot them a glance and lectured them, "You little brats. Do you think so lightly of other people's lives? Why should I risk my life fighting for strangers for no reason? Using strength to kill people is truly vulgar. Besides, I've killed so many that hell is already packed full. There's no room left for anyone else. So stop talking nonsense and get back to the city." Even after saying that, the 2 soldiers could not escape the task and had to carry a pile of rabbits. One of them asked in confusion, "Wait, do we really have to climb the wall again?" Han Luong, holding a heap of prey, answered casually, "Of course. They're not going to open the gate for us." At the Thai Kingdom camp, Tumam I was knocked to the ground. "Tu m'as ludli, you stupid beats." He sneered. "Not only did you fail to stab him to death, you even let the true emperor escape. Honestly, having a weak little sister like you is such a nuisance." Tumam I glared up at him from the ground. "Shut up." Just then, Tumadam spoke. "Enough. Sit down. In any case, you did wound the enemy's great general, so that still counts as merit." Father and son, Tuma Dam and Tuma Luke, sat facing each other. Tuma Dam asked with concern, "It's been a long time since father and son were together. Looks like your skill has already caught up with mine, hasn't it?" Tuma Luke propped his legs up on the table and replied rudely, "Don't get all sentimental, father. Ever since you forced me to marry into that idiotic royal bloodline, I've been bored to death. You get to enjoy every pleasure the battlefield has to offer, while I'm stuck in that tiny city. What am I supposed to do?" Tumadam laughed. "It's all for the sake of the greater plan ahead, so be patient and wait. Once we slowly devour all of Bin Kingdom and the northern frontier, you'll find thousands upon thousands of worthy opponents. I'll even win Quan's son for you." Tu m'as lu projecté dit tout right. "No need. What's the fun in that if he's already injured? Anyway, the soldiers have rested enough. Shall we just finish this battle directly?" Tumadam replied, "Fine. Because of that brat, this has already taken longer than expected. Let's end this battle quickly." He stood up. "Then the first step is advancing into the plain." Tuma Luke cut in. "Once we get there, I'll personally kill every remaining one of the 12 emperors. Father." At his gesture, the Thai Kingdom soldiers all slammed their weapons against the ground in unison. Displaying a terrifying aura. Inside Bintang, the soldiers had already lined up in orderly ranks. With a stern expression, Nguyen Tan Quan held his sword and declared, "The final battle." The soldiers of both armies stood in straight lines across the desolate land. The soldiers on the city wall all showed fear on their faces. "Damn it, it's old Luo. I haven't seen him lately, so I thought he'd already fled Hutan. Good heavens, I heard he even has an elderly mother at home." Below, some people were crying as they knelt on the ground. The scene passed in grim silence. Tuma Dam folded his arms and coldly gave the order, "Kill them." The soldiers immediately obeyed, cutting off the heads of the bound captives. The innocent civilians clung to each other in terror and begged, please, please spare us. Tuma Dam turned and ordered, release the remaining villagers into the western forest. He sneered, I will show mercy to those who do not bear arms. Hearing that, the villagers frantically cowed out. Thank you, my lord. But he had no such intention at all. The War King only wanted to weaken the morale of the true Emperor army. In truth, the difference in strength between Nguyen Tan Quan's army and Tuma Dam's was not that great. Although Tuma Dam's side had more men, Nguyen Tan Quan's troops were better trained in martial skill. However, Tuma Dam's strategy was to confuse the enemy. Tuma Dam's army vanished like ghosts, only to suddenly appear somewhere else. His soldiers had always been fierce and knew nothing of retreat. Facing an enemy like that, the other side would grow fearful and think. So Tuma Dam's army is actually stronger than ours. The warriors would lose their will to fight and be easily swayed by the enemy, thinking to themselves, am I going to die like that too? Wait, they spare people who aren't soldiers? Their hearts began to waver. Should I take off my armor and just leave? Silence settled over the city wall. Nguyen Tan Quan gazed into the distance. Suddenly he spoke. Nguyen Phu. The two of them hurriedly answered yes. Nguyen Tan Quan said sternly, you two will lead the troops against Tuma Luke's army at the East Gate. Nguyen Dam explained the strategy to them. Nguyen Zam not that. Understood. A long murmur spread through the city. Both Nguyen An and Nguyen Phuong were stunned. Father wants us to do that? Is that really a strategy? Nguyen Dam sadly confirmed, of course. That's only to be used at the right moment. Otherwise, we'll launch a direct assault. Nguyen Phuong narrowed his eyes. Then let me give the order, Nguyen An. A fragrant hot pot boiled vigorously, steam billowing upward. Wow, that smells amazing. What is this? Did they add meat? All the slices are floating up. The Thai soldiers joked cheerfully, let's eat first. Getting a meal in the middle of a battle is great. Who knows if those people over there even have anything to fill their stomachs. At the East Gate of Bintan. We're being treated today. This is great. I feel full of strength now. The true Emperor army stood there speechless in shock. Gulp, the soup is really good. The battle for Bintan had already lasted 4 months. So good, The laughter echoed everywhere, irritating Tuma Luke. Fan 2 asked worriedly, General, are you bored? Of course I am. They've been yelling like they want to fight me to the death. But after provoking us for a whole month, they've done nothing. How could I not be bored? The War King had ordered them to hold position. Zotumalut Siget. I know, that's why I'm just sitting here doing nothing. Fan 2 looked at him encouragingly. But the order to attack should come soon. According to the scouts, every night a lot of soldiers take off their armor and flee Bintan. Just look at the soldiers at the East Gate, and you can tell their will to fight is already wavering. Tuma Luke listlessly swung his legs. I know, that's why this battle is even more boring. The wind rustled through the roadside leaves. Suddenly, a rider came charging over in a hurry. Hurry! As he ran, he shouted, General, Luke. An urgent voice came from the forest. Something big has happened, General. Then, unexpectedly, someone swiftly landed on a tree branch. It was a messenger from the Sunlight Sword Marshal Hall, panting heavily. It's almost here. Then, he shot up into the air at once. I have to reach Chiu Tuong City before the enemy does. After a period of waiting, intelligence from both sides had now been delivered in time. The silence that had tormented their spirits came to an end. The first to raise his weapon was true Emperor Nguyen Tan Quan. In a stern voice, Nguyen Tan Quan said the time has come. The whole army prepare for battle. His orders rang out one after another. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Tuma Dam, still sitting below, had not yet reacted to what was happening. Bintan was not a suitable fortress for defense after Hu Tan had fallen. The true Emperor army had no other choice but to abandon the surrounding area and commit all their forces to one battle. They left 6,000 soldiers under Nguyen An and Nguyen Phuong at the East Gate, along with the supply convoy. They planned to use the rest of their forces, including 30,000 guards, to meet Tuma Dam's army head-on. Nguyen Tan Quan had wagered everything on this battle against Tuma Dam. A scout hurriedly reported, General, they've turned against us. No. First, Bat Quang has captured Chiu Tuong City. They've received reinforcements from Vo Duong City and Lo Van City, and they're marching here now. On Kien's army, together with the allied forces of Vo Duong City and Lo Van City. Numbers 12,000 men in total. Tuma Dam nodded and scoffed. Humph. They managed to scrape together quite a force. Tuma Luke looked excitedly. Is that so? So they finally caught up to me? He smacked his lips in admiration. Looks like someone in Back Kwang predicted I'd attack Bintan. Not bad. Losing Tu Tuong City doesn't matter anyway. That place was never worth much to begin with. Tuma Luke swung his riding crop and shouted, "Attack Bintan. There's still time before the enemy reinforcements arrive. Before that happens, we wipe out the little brats in front of us and seize the city. I hope this battle will be interesting." Fighting erupted at the east gate of Bintan. The battle between Gwenon, Nguyen Phuong, and Tuma Luke had begun. On Tuma Dam's side, he was deep in thought, full of suspicion. South of Bintan, his army was still holding position. Tuma Dam frowned. Tan Ni, how many soldiers have deserted over the past few months? Tan Ni turned and replied, reporting to the War King. It was dark at the time, so we couldn't count the exact number, but around 500 people per day. So in total, about 10,000 have fled. Tuma Dam narrowed his eyes at the distant field. Even so, the true Emperor army still has this many men left. The true Emperor forces were lined up in neat formation below the city, their expressions solemn. Determination blazed in Zhang Qiu's eyes. Disciples of Ngushuyan sect would never run away like that. Tenny looked below in confusion. That can't be right. I clearly saw them take off their armor and run into the mountains. Tilting his head, Tuma Dam guessed. The ones who fled were probably not soldiers. 2 hours later, inside Bintan was a scene of desolation and ruin. Fantu looked around. "General, something feels wrong. We got in too easily. The enemy's movements are strange too. They're scattered all over instead of concentrating on defending the city." Tuma Luke added, "There are no refugees in the city either." Fantu immediately understood. So that's it. Went on, and the soldiers stood silently atop the wall. All the refugees escaped into the mountains through the west gate you left open. He raised his long sword high and declared, "The people are the foundation of a nation. Even if I must abandon this city, I will save my people. That is the creed of the Ngushuyan sect." Tuma Luke Sneal de Mukingli. So what? I don't get it. So you let them escape and stayed here yourself to die? Gwenon brought his sword down as if pronouncing Tuma Luke's death sentence. "Battle madman Tuma Luke, I may not yet be qualified to fight you, but there is someone here who can suppress the beast that you are." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers below pushed a cart aside. It was the signal. "Move the cart, make way." One of the 5 great kings of the warring states. The Fist King, Hell Buddha. Tuma Luke's eyes widened in shock. Hell Buddha. Han Luong frowned and glared at him. "Who are you?" Just before Nguyen Tan Quan's army made its final stand against the Tuma clan, Hutan had already fallen, and the walls below Bintan would be hard-pressed to hold. Moreover, there were too many refugees in the city, so it was unwise to risk battle there. Therefore, the civilians would be evacuated to the northwestern forest. They would be moved overnight, disguised as deserters using the route Tuma Dam had deliberately left open. After that, Bintan would be emptied out to lure Tuma Luke into the east gate, thereby restricting the enemy's area of movement. That would allow them to use a small force to pin down the enemy army until reinforcements from Chu Tuong City arrived. At that point, all armies would gather and fight a decisive battle against Tuma Dam. Between Hutan and Bintan, there was a wide stretch of open land, and that was where they would launch the full-scale assault. Nguyen Dam turned and asked, "How is the supply convoy doing?" "Captain," Pangu Trong answered briskly, "Lord Nguyen Dam, our food supplies are nearly exhausted. The good news is that thanks to the help of the Fist King, no one has gone hungry because they've been hunting wild animals in the mountains. That means the villagers still have the strength to evacuate, and the soldiers still have the strength to fight." Nguyen Tan Quan Wadi Inwali. "Captain, can we keep the Fist King inside the city?" Pangu Truong stammered. "What? I think we should ask Tien Quang." Nguyen Tan Quan note that. If possible, then do it. From what I've observed, Tuma Luke's greed far exceeds his love of battle. He's obsessed with fighting and driven by the need to challenge the strong. If possible, I want to shift Tuma Luke's target onto the Fist King. After all, the Fist King would never willingly take action on his own. Nguyen Phuong, one of you must provoke Tuma Luke. Hearing that, both of them looked confused. "What? We have to do that?" Nguyen Tan Quan calmly entrusted his hopes to his 2 sons. "This is not a matter of whether you want to do it or not, but I have no one else I can entrust it to. I'm counting on you." Nguyen then said hurriedly, "That's the strategy?" Standing beside him, Nguyen Phuong narrowed his eyes. Went on, "I'll be the one to speak." And so, half an hour earlier, at the east gate of Bintan, Han Luong looked around searching. "Hey, brat, where are you? Where did you hide my food?" You little punks, I told you not to touch my food. While I was asleep, you dared give it to someone else. Han Luong recalled that he had made it very clear before. This is mine. If you touch it, you're dead. Got it? Han Luong angrily kicked aside the things around him. You're dead, brat. Where are you? After taking 2 steps, Han Luong spotted Ma. Truong, Kentucky Ha. You blockhead, get over here. You little devil. In an instant, countless explosions rang out. Damn it, why do I suddenly have to do this? Stop right there. Run toward the east gate, Ma Truong Kai. You little devil. So that's where you've been hiding. The two chased each other all the way to the edge of the east gate. And now, Han Luong stood towering before the east gate. Tuma Luke could not believe his eyes. The Fist King. He blankly recalled the past. Held Buddha at the Battle of Ben Hung. Tuma Luke had once fought there. Panting heavily, he had witnessed with his own eyes his entire army being torn apart in a ghastly massacre. Tuma Dam had charged forward in a frenzy, slaughtering everything in sight, out of control. You fools. Then suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, and soldiers were hurled into the air. Tuma Luke's eyes bulged, his body frozen in shock. That man's aura surged like a storm, his godlike power appearing in midair. Han Luong let out a soft breath, then leaped down, and one heavy punch made the earth quake violently. Han Luong roared, and the rocks and dirt around him seemed to come alive as they burst upward. At that moment, Tuma Luke had unconsciously broken into an excited smile. Returning to the present, he immediately drew the twin swords at his waist. Fan 2, cavalry unit, prepare to engage. Push into the city and seize it all. That old man in the middle is mine. No one is to touch him. Hot wind whipped Han Luong's silver hair into disorder. In a flash, Tuma Luke spun and rushed right in front of him, excitedly slashing out with both swords. The sword energy tore through the air, and the surrounding houses collapsed in an instant. The two shot up from the ground into the sky, locked in fierce close combat. When Einhun Ora Akya Fire, seal off the passageways. Don't let them climb up. At the command, countless soldiers rained arrows down on the enemy. Suddenly, a staff flew over and smashed hard into Nguyenon's face. Nguyenon groaned in pain, and the soldiers cried out in panic, "Captain!" Covering his bleeding eye with one hand, he snorted. "Who are you?" Tumam, I clicked her tongue. "I was aiming to kick your head clean off." Chaos broke out on the wall, and the defense line collapsed. There are enemies above us. Charge up and kill them. Fan 2 swung his spear and ordered. There are no archers in the central area. Push into the center at once. Before Fan 2 could advance, Ma Truong Kai rushed forward and swept his sword sideways, forcing him to block. Where do you think you're going? Supply unit of the Bright Moon Merchant Company will hold the central area. Let me tell you this. If you dare step past here, you're dead. As soldiers, how can we sit and watch our allies in danger? We are not soldiers. At the north gate of Bintan, the scene of soldiers slaughtering one another was utter chaos. Kill them over here. Hit them. Kill every last one of them. Hey, charge. Men of Bin. Wipe out those corpse generals. Nguyen Phuong struggled through the crowd of soldiers. It's complete chaos. Gritting his teeth, he glared around. Where's father? Suddenly, from afar, Tini came galloping over on horseback. Oh, you there? You look strong. Are you the captain of the Bin men? Tini shouted excitedly. I want to duel you. Nguyen Phuong raised his sword in disgust. It's already a mess, and now this idiot shows up too. Then, without hesitation, the two of them charged into battle in the midst of the chaotic battlefield. On Tuma Dam's side, he still calmly observed the field below. Suddenly, a soldier leaped over and reported, War King. Something has happened. What is it? Urgent intelligence from Tuma Mai's forces. Chu Tuong City has fallen. More than 10,000 enemy reinforcements are heading this way. At the East Gate, the Fist King and Tuma Luke are fighting. Hearing this, Tuma Dam's face immediately darkened. What? The Fist King has taken the side of the people of Bin? I'm not sure either, but Lord Tuma Luke was the one who attacked first. Grinding his teeth in hatred, Tuma Dam cursed. Idiot. Suddenly, an explosion sounded below. Nguyen Tan Quan led his troops forward with sword raised. Tuma Dam let out a cold laugh. Brad, is this your scheme? It may not resemble the usual methods of the Ngushuyan sect, but it seems you've done a great deal of planning. Nguyen Tan Quan loudly ordered the whole army charge. My Don and Nguyen Khan rushed forward at once. We'll support you. In contrast, Tuma Dam merely stood there with his arms folded, his face full of irritation. I don't like fighting wounded enemies. Dispose of them, Luo Wang. The enemy is Nguyen Quan's son. Don't be careless. Luo Wang nodded. As you command. Luo Wang led his troops forward and began the battle. You people have been dare act so arrogantly. I'll crush you. The scene fell back into chaos. Using his massive build, Luo Wang overwhelmed his opponent. Dai Nguyen Tan Quan, I want to duel you. Faced with the brutality of war, Tuma Dam still stood there thinking. He truly is Nguyen Quan's son. In such a short time, he gathered an army and preserved its fighting strength. If the reinforcements of more than 10,000 from Q Tuong City arrive, the consequences will be hard to predict. At that point, both sides will have equal strength, and the battle will drag on for a long time. I dislike prolonged warfare. Damn it, it feels as if they're driving me away. Should I give up on winning? If I kill Yuan Jun's son, I could end this battle right now, but the reinforcements are already close. The best course is to seize this fortress quickly and use the favorable terrain to prepare for the next battle. Tuma Dam suddenly narrowed his eyes toward the battlefield. He leaped powerfully into the air. Nguyen Tan Quan looked at Tuma Dam, still not understanding what was happening. Or eliminate the strongest enemy on the battlefield and, together with Tuma Luke, kill Hell Buddha. Han Luong and Tuma Luke stood atop the ruins. Han Luong gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, I've already retired. What more do you people want?" Tuma Luke replied with a cold laugh. Meeting Hell Buddha in this boring battle is far too exciting. Yam Tuma Luke, I saw your martial arts in the Ben Hung battle. Han Luong growled as he remembered, Tuma, you're that black-eyed bastard son. I remember telling that black-eyed fellow I wanted nothing to do with war. Tuma Luke trembled with excitement. Is that so? Whatever you said to my father has nothing to do with me. Especially since you're standing on the enemy side now, aren't you, Helbuda? Han Luong frowned and raised his guard. Damn it, from your eyes to your personality, you're exactly like that black-eyed bastard back then. Without another word, a shock wave exploded, echoing into the clouds and shattering the nearby houses. High-level martial art, rock breaker. Han Luong and Tuma Luke shot high into the air. Han Luong's eyes widened as he turned and saw Tuma Luke's sharp blade. One attacked and one defended, sending the surrounding rubble spinning like a battle formation. They moved so fast that both vanished into dusty afterimages, while broken stones cracked and flew everywhere. The sound shook heaven and earth like thunder crashing down upon the mortal world. The civilians taking refuge in the mountains were all terrified. Don't cry, child. What's happening? Is heaven angry with us? Let's get out of here quickly. And so, through the dense forest, they formed a long line and left the foot of the mountain. On the battlefield, soldiers were clashing fiercely in utter chaos. Tuma Dam's figure swept through the air above the battlefield. He narrowed his eyes toward the distant east gate. When Tan Quan looked up at Tuma Zam speeding overhead, standing nearby, Luo Wang charged forward at once. What are you looking at? Nguyen Tan Quan raised his sword to block. HNGH. Luo Wang swung his blade and knocked Nguyen Tan Quan away. Don't even think about chasing the War King. Lord True Emperor. Luo Wang brandished the axe in his hand and sneered, Humph, so you're the true emperor among the 12 emperors of Backing Nguyen? You're nothing special, weak as a snail. I am Luo Wang, deputy commander of Tuma Dam's legion. Let me be your opponent. Because of my large build, I'm not suited for group attacks. But on the ground, I'm confident I won't lose to anyone. My Don said angrily, dealing with Tuma Dam alone was exhausting enough. So why is this guy so huge too? When Tan Quan Fa, His Taos Zai Sing, he frowned. The enemy warriors were everywhere around him. Even though Han Luong is the Fist King, fighting 2 Transformation Realm Masters by himself is still too much. I have to get there immediately. However, in this battle, both our side and the enemy had already suffered heavy losses and fallen into disorder. When Tan Quan Pan Tet, there are too many problems that need solving. What should I do? Tan Quan, you can become a righteous warrior, become the one who carries the spirit of the Ngushian sect, but you always seem to want to carry everything on your own shoulders. and that worries me deeply. At that moment, an image of Yuan Jun from the past appeared. Even the undefeated cannot make everything go as they wish. If you take on too much and no longer know what to do, let go of everything and solve things one at a time. Deal with what is right in front of you first. Luo Wang's arm was suddenly severed. You may lose a few things in that moment, but your heart will not waver, and you will not lose everything. Maidong, command the right wing. Nguyen Quang, command the left wing. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Nguyen Tan Quan straightened up, having made his decision. I'll handle the elite battalion in the center. Don't let everyone's sacrifices be in vain. Reform Ngu Shuyan Sec's formation. At Bintan's East Gate, it was complete chaos, with enemy troops packed densely together. Tian Quang and Ma Truong Kai were joining forces to besiege Fan Tu. Fan Tu was drenched in sweat and thought to himself, these brats are strong. Are they really just a supply unit? Ma Truong Kai swung his axe and killed the warhorse, forcing Fan Tu to leap high to dodge. Prophet Bear. Ma Truong Kai grew more excited the longer he fought. Not bad. Looks like he's an enemy general, but we can take him, right? Pen Quang Ziplit Stenli Don Understimahim Ma Junki. We absolutely cannot let them enter the city. Suddenly something caught Tien Quang's attention. A dark figure streaking across the sky, as fast as lightning. Ma Truong Kai, do you see that thing in the sky? Ma Junki Sekop. You're still looking around at a time like this? Focus on the fight. Leave his place to me. The moment he finished speaking, Tien Quang sprang away and vanished, startling Ma Truong Kai badly. He was momentarily confused. What? Where'd second brother go? Fan Tu remained where he was in a guarded stance, silently observing the situation before him. Ma Truong Kai cursed furiously. Damn it, what are you looking at, bastard? An explosion rang out, and shattered stones flew everywhere. Tu Ma Luke's whole body shook as he raised a hand before his chest to block the blow. Han Luong drew a deep breath and drove power into his legs. Light strike, hell summoning. Han Luong smashed the ground with his hand, and the exploding rubble made Tu Ma Luke grunt in pain. Ugh! Han Luong drew back his elbow, his body tensing as his muscles bulged. Hell Windblade. Han Luong spun and delivered a punch of enormous force into Tu Ma Luke's body, making him scream. The ultimate move, Hell Windblade, split the ground below in an instant. Han Luong exhaled sharply to adjust his force. But suddenly Tu Ma Luke slashed upward from below the ground. Inverse Sunday. Several bleeding sword cuts instantly appeared on Han Luong's body. Before he could even react, Tu Ma Luke had already rushed right in front of him. He swept his sword sideways, tearing the earth open in 8 directions. Round strike. Tu Ma Luke did not stop, spinning again to unleash 2 icy streams of sword energy. He poured out all his killing techniques as he hacked down toward Han Luong's head. Falling thunder. Iron Nail. The violent impact sliced the ground open and made it rise in ridges. Han Luong clenched his teeth, enduring the pain from the deep cut across his wrist. Tu Ma Luke suddenly looked out loud. Haha, yes, this is it. This is what real combat should be. Even with his face battered and bruised, he kept laughing. I love this so much. Han Luong suddenly surged up, driving a palm straight into Tu Ma Luke's stomach. Are you some kind of pervert? Tu Ma Luke's body flew backward and slammed hard into a solid stone wall. Assassin palm. Despite being injured, he still laughed wildly. Amazing. It feels like all my organs are on fire. Suddenly, Tu Ma Luke's pupils dilated in shock. He shouted in dissatisfaction. Damn it, he's mine, father. In an instant, Tu Ma Dam descended from the sky with twin swords in hand. Yet Han Luong's expression remained icy cold. At the same moment, Tien Quang also suddenly leaped out, kicking Tu Ma Dam in the face. Earthskin Killer Fist, Earth Press. Tien Quang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared down at his opponent. Tu Ma Dam frowned and caught his ankle. Then Tu Ma Dam yanked on Tien Quang's leg to use the momentum to spring upward. Drunken Dance. Han Luong swung his leg to attack, trying to separate the two of them. While dodging, Tien Quang shouted, "Old man behind you. Vambouge d'across tu ma Lucas face. Where are you looking? Hell Buddha, I'm your opponent." Cold sweat broke out on Han Luong as he caught the blade between both hands in a dangerous block. Seeing that, Tien Quang charged toward Tu Ma Luke, while Tu Ma Dam rushed at Han Luong to engage him. In that split instant, Han Luong gathered his chi until his cheeks swelled. Carrying terrifying pressure, he plunged toward the ground. Earthskin Killer Fist, killing hell. The ground immediately caved in, kicking up towering clouds of dust. The surrounding rubble rained down like a meteor shower. Han Luong's body skidded across the ground. The kid's loyal enough, isn't he? You think he ran here because I was in danger? Tian Kuang cursed. Damn it, even if the opponent were you, taking on these two monsters at once is still rough. But since I'm already here, I'm starting to regret it. Han Lung Smi Lit. What's wrong? I think this bond runs pretty deep. Hot wind blew through the broken stones. To Ma Dam said calmly, I've heard everything. The situation is extremely urgent. Hell Buddha must be killed first. To Ma Luke Sigid. Father, can't you let me fight him alone? I can win. Believe me. To Ma Dam frowned and warned him sternly, stop being foolish. We are not fighting a duel. We are at war. Do you intend to live like a beast that knows only slaughter? To Ma Luke. A trace of thoughtfulness passed over To Ma Luke's face, and he answered angrily, I'm not a beast. Father, Pen Guang Sno. Those two really seem to value you, old man. Han Luong put his hands on his hips, looking proud. I'm just too famous. He narrowed his eyes and pointed. What about you? Which one do you want? Tian Kuang said helplessly, is this really the time to pair people off? I don't want either of them. I can't handle them alone. Han Luong gave a sly laugh. I'm fine. It's been a long time since I had a real battle, kid. Tian Kuang replied angrily. Weren't you listening to me? Han Luong continued. While I deal with that rough-haired one, you figure out how not to let that black-eyed one interfere. Tian Kuang answered, you know I can't hold him back for long. Where did that fearless brat go? The one who only knew how to charge at the enemy. Why have you suddenly become such a coward? If you can hold him off for half a coup, then you've won, kid. I'll forgive you for stealing my food. To Ma Dam raised a defensive stance while instructing, I'll deal with that brat. You kill Hell Buddha. To Ma Luke lowered his body and rushed forward. Fine. And just like that, the four of them charged at one another without hesitation. Tian Kuang and Han Luong stood back to back, joining forces to strike through the ground. Earth Press. Tian Kuan faced to Ma Dam, while Han Luan faced to Ma Luke. The four of them were like starving tigers lunging at their prey. Tian Kuang attacked and defended in quick succession. Hell Windblade. At this moment, he had to be extremely careful every second and not reveal any opening for the enemy to exploit. I have to find a way to stall for time. With nothing more than an ordinary glance, To Ma Dam could evade all of Tian Kuang's attacks. He quickly spun around, kicking him in the stomach. Tian Kuang widened his eyes. He still found an opening. He snapped alert again, turning and kicking toward To Ma Dam. Iron Stomp. Hell Return. To Ma Dam paused slightly and thought, he keeps throwing out strange techniques. Even that move just now was bizarre. He's Hell Buddha's disciple, but he doesn't seem to follow the orthodox path of martial arts. Normally, I quite enjoy fighting people like this. Tian Kuang looked down in shock as To Ma Dam glared threateningly. I'm very busy, so get lost. Explosions from battle echoed in every direction. On Han Luong and To Ma Luke's side, the two of them continued exchanging attacks in midair. To Ma Luke stabbed his opponent in the chest, and Han Luong kicked him in the head. Their two auras collided, and the ground split apart at once. Han Luong demanded sternly, why are you even more excited than before? To Ma Luke looked mockingly. Because I feel you, and I share the same goal. Even if you are Hell Buddha, fighting two Transformation Realm Masters alone is difficult. Looks like you're afraid of us, so you sent your disciple out to stall for time, didn't you? But your disciple can't beat my father. He'll be beaten to death soon enough. Besides, we don't have much time to waste on this battle. Having said that, To Ma Luke gathered chi into his sword. Let's end this. High-level martial art. He bared his teeth in an excited grin. With my ultimate technique, the instant he finished speaking, To Ma Luke shot forward with twin blades in hand. Once again, two surging pressures rolled through the air. True water summoning of hell. True to its name, this chaotic melee had completely spiraled out of control. Everyone had gone mad, no longer caring about victory or defeat, knowing only to kill and be killed. They could no longer tell whether they were fighting the enemy or pointing their swords at their own allies. They no longer knew whether this path was right or how much longer they had to endure. They could not see the banners or hear the war drums. Everywhere there was only dust and screaming. The only way to stop this living hell on Earth was to cut down the enemy commander. The ceaseless clash of blades rang out, overlapping, grinding together, cutting through every obstacle in their path. To Ma Dam swung his spear, stirring up a vast cloud of dust. By now, Tian Kuang was covered in wounds and panting heavily. Gritting his teeth, he said, too dangerous. I was almost killed just now. Carrying visible anger, Tu Ma Dam turned back and asked, "How long have you studied martial arts?" Tien Kwang thought reluctantly. Why ask that all of a sudden? A little over 3 years, I guess. Only 3 years? His techniques are extremely crude, and none of them have ever appeared anywhere before. But his battle instincts are exceptionally sharp, and on top of that, he possesses Hell Buddha's destructive power and unpredictable aura. Tien Kwang thought anxiously, because of the battle behind me, I can't focus my attention. To Madame Bander, two strains. I should be defeating Hell Buddha to reverse the situation. But my instincts tell me that if this one is allowed to live, he will surely become a great calamity in the future. He belongs to the enemy forces of the northern frontier. Change of plans. Even if it takes time for the future's sake, I must get rid of him. Han Luong and Tu Ma Luke fought so fiercely that heaven and earth seemed to shake, and the trees were breaking and collapsing. Tien Kwang seriously extended a hand into a guarded stance, preparing to attack. The corner of Tu Ma Dam's mouth lifted into a calculating smile. Without a word, Tien Kwang stomped the ground and leaped up. Though he unleashed a flurry of punches, Tu Ma Dam still evaded them with ease. Hell summoning. Tien Kwang retreated one step, and Tu Ma Dam advanced too. Tien Kwang threw a punch, and Tu Ma Dam swept it aside with the shaft of his spear. Assassin palm. He kept striking with his palms, giving his opponent no chance to counterattack. Hell, iron stomp. Every blow was the result of Tien Kwang's relentless effort over the past 3 years. Sweat beaded on Tu Ma Dam's forehead as he carefully observed Tien Kwang's chi and discovered that his martial arts were a mixture of many different styles. He clearly did not follow the orthodox path, but it was precisely because of that he had reached this level in such a short time. Those powerful and unusual attacks made it difficult for an opponent to counter. Someone fighting him for the first time would fall into confusion, but after a few exchanges, they would quickly find a way to deal with him. If I had to rank him, I would place him at the level of a new general. In the end, there's no need to dodge or try to stop him from using techniques. Once he makes the first move, I only need to stop him before he can launch the second. If I don't give him the space to chain 2 moves together, then he is nothing more than an ordinary martial artist who has trained for only 3 years. Tien Kwang endured the intense pain, trying to stay conscious after taking a blow to the back of the neck. As Tu Ma Dam thrust his spear, he thought, however, he has great potential to become a master. Talent like this will become a threat in the future. So you must die. Tien Kwang's eyes suddenly widened in terror. Tu Ma Dam decisively seized his throat, then thrust his spear into his abdomen. Lost secret. Fortunately, Tien Kwang struggled free in time, and the spear tip only grazed his stomach. Seeing that, Tu Ma Dam inwardly praised him. As expected of Hell Buddha's disciple, his body is incredibly tough. All I have to do is crush his throat and kill him. The moment he thought it, Tu Ma Dam acted, pinning Tien Kwang by the neck and raising his cold, gleaming spear high. Just think of yourself as unlucky disciple of the Hell Buddha. On the battlefield, no one waits in line for your turn. The icy spear tip crept closer and closer to Tien Kwang's face. Suddenly, the spear was violently knocked aside, and at the same time, long hair whipped in the wind. Covered in blood from head to toe and utterly exhausted, Nguyen Tan Quan stood in front of Tien Kwang. Gripping his sword tightly, he said, "You held on well, young hero Tien Kwang. Leave the rest to me." Tu Ma Dam let out a contemptuous sneer. "Haha, brat, you rushed all the way here, did you? You don't look too good." Across the chaotic battlefield, shouts rang out everywhere. Someone cried out in horror, "Damn it, Lord Luo Wang has been defeated. Don't panic. Our army still has the advantage. Charge." Tu Ma spurred her horse forward and gave the order. Hold the formation and endure until the true emperor returns. He will definitely win and return to us. Clutching his bleeding side, Tien Kwang asked, "My lord, are you all right? You're bleeding all over." Nguyen Tan Quan panted and replied, "If you can, get up and give me a hand. The lives of countless soldiers depend on this battle." Hen Quang Fdawen, dit split. "Don't put pressure on me. I'm bleeding too." Tu Madame snorted coldly. Boy, your fighting spirit isn't bad. But this battle has always been under my control. You made me waste a little time, but the gap between our two armies is becoming clearer and clearer. Right now, Nguyen Tan Quan's army has about 19,000 men, while Tu Ma Luke's army has around 32,000. Capturing Bintan is only a matter of time. And you know it well. With your current condition, there's no way you can stop me. Even if Northern Frontier reinforcements arrive, they still won't have enough numbers to drive us back. Or do you have some scheme I don't know about? No, your only goal now is to survive this deadly battle. With your personality, you would never surrender. Shouldn't you be withdrawing your troops now? Nguyen Tan Quan raised his sword across his chest and declared, as long as I defeat you, I can turn the tide. To ManhwaCapped. Haha, what an absurd and stubborn family. Fine then, I'll send you to join your father. Before Tuma Dam could strike, something strange suddenly dropped from above. Tuma Luke and Han Luong were locked together in a grapple. The two rolled across the ground. Damn it, let go. They clawed and wrestled in the mud, neither willing to yield. Tien Kwang narrowed his eyes, staring at the bizarre scene in confusion. What the hell? This is complete chaos. Tuma Dam was stunned as well, not understanding what was happening. Coward, who gave you permission to grab my hair? Tuma Luke swung his saber and forced Han Luong back. Han Luong scrambled to his feet and beamed at Tien Kwang. Oh kid, you're still alive? Were you hoping I'd be dead? I did picture that happening. Walking over to Tuma Dam, Tuma Luke demanded, Father, I didn't expect that brat to tie you down for this long. You've gotten old. Nguyen Tan Quan said sternly, It's fortunate you survived, Fist King. Since we're all still alive, this battle isn't over yet. Let's join forces and destroy the two Ma father and son. Han Luong reflexively raised his fist, then slammed it hard into Nguyen Tan Quan's stomach, making him cry out in pain. Nguyen Tan Quan asked miserably, What are you doing? Han Luong clicked his tongue. You can barely stand. What are you fighting for? He stood there with his hands on his hips. Kid, has half a watch passed yet? Ten Guang not dead? Long ago. Han Luong's voice turned serious. I see. That's enough. Help this guy retreat. With that, Han Luong walked alone toward the two Ma father and son. Tuma Dam lowered his gaze to look at him. Hell Buddha, are you planning to face the two of us by yourself? Tuma Luke glanced over and snorted. Father's finally getting what he wanted. Stop hiding and shrinking back. Use your full strength and fight us properly. Hell Buddha, do you think you alone can handle two divine transformation experts? Han Luong coldly warned, You people are always talking about the divine transformation realm. What gives you the right to put me on the same level as you? Did you think I was going easy on you just now? You black-eyed bastard, during the Battle of Ben Hung, weren't you absent when I defeated that bald, long-bearded fellow? That's why you don't know. Back then, among the five of us, I was the most outstanding. Since I haven't eaten my fill, I didn't want to use this power. But I have to teach you arrogant divine transformation fools a lesson, so you'll know what the peak of martial arts really is. With a solemn expression, he thrust his fist forward. External core. Henluong awa kadulitsin. Foundation core. The wounds all over his body instantly healed. Wrath core, love core, saint core. His power surged explosively. Insight core, desire core. Han Luong's body erupted with dazzling light. Love core. He focused his spirit and drew in all the surrounding aura. Tien Kwang's eyes widened in shock. The old man's chi, even to Madame shivered. That old man's aura is so dense. You can see it with the naked eye. Immortal transformation, sage form. Seeing this, Tuma Luke became wildly excited and charged forward blindly. Not ready yet, Hell Buddha. If you can push your power even higher, it'll feel even better when I kill you. Tuma Dam instantly sensed that something was wrong. Stop, Tuma Luke. The Hell Buddha. In a vast sky, dark clouds suddenly gathered and swirled into a ring. A shaft of golden light flashed through the thick cloud layer. So, Killer Pomp, that beam of light gradually became a heaven-shaking explosion. The crushing aura pierced the earth and instantly exploded, swallowing up the rocks and soil below. Within the smoke and blinding light, Tuma Luke's arm and long saber were blasted into powder. The man, already pierced by several spear wounds, collapsed to the ground. During the Battle of Ben Hung, Tuma Dam had once stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield. He turned and looked into the distance. What is that? At the time, the sky seemed furious, and a strange aura had come from the left wing. Tuma Dam tilted his head and asked, Sand Demon, was that your ultimate technique? Sand Demon coldly denied it. My techniques mainly paralyze the five senses. The aura you felt doesn't belong to the domain of the five senses. It wasn't my doing. The enemy's commanding general was Ba Xa on Dat, wasn't it? Tuma Dam frowned. Who knows? Maybe 2 or 3 people, I guess. And now, that same source of power stood right in front of Tuma Dam. It had effortlessly destroyed Tuma Luke's arm. Aura poured from Han Luong's body, his whole form glowing like the thunder god descended. Tien Kwang blinked in astonishment. What happened to the old man? Did he get struck by lightning? Han Luong turned his face slightly and took a stance. Immortal transformation. His eyes became bone-chillingly cold. Sage form. Teuma Luke was dazed. His body ruined, one arm gone. Only now did the excruciating pain finally reach his brain. Han Luong's tall, imposing figure stood before him, slowly closing his eyes as he sensed the chi of heaven and earth. Tuma Luke weakly cursed, modeur point feker. Just then, Tuma Dam lunged in, his spear thrusting straight at Han Luong. Falling thunder, but Han Luong swiftly blocked the attack. Tuma Dam's eyes flicked over the battlefield in an instant, and he quickly slammed his spear into the ground to obscure the enemy's vision. Rock Breaker! As he hauled Tuma Luke up, he instructed him, endure it, hurry and gather chi into the wound to stop the bleeding. Han Luong said in a low voice, where do you think you're going? If you deliberately provoke the Hell Buddha, you bear the consequences. With no path left to retreat, the Tuma father and son attacked at the same time. Han Luong was besieged by the two of them, but he merely took a defensive stance and stopped their techniques cold. That thrust of yours is dangerous. Gathering chi into his palm, Han Luong struck and sent Tuma Luke flying 8 zhang away. Get lost. Han Luong Sayid. Snachin Tuma Luke saber away. Don't act on impulse like that. Your blade will break. He angrily hurled it straight into Tuma Luke's face. You get lost too. The ground began to split apart. So, then the earth could no longer bear the pressure and exploded into a sky full of dust. Hell Windblade, with this single strike, Tuma Luke vomited blood wildly. Gritting his teeth, Han Luong raised his fist high. Not done yet, idiot. If one move were enough to kill you, then this transformation would have been wasted. As soon as he spoke, the boulders on the ground shattered again and flew up into the air. Every punch Han Luong threw was like a raging storm. Fall back. Young hero Tien Kwang. Every blow exploded like thunder and bombs, shaking heaven and earth. Tan Ni was utterly horrified. What is that? Is there a volcano erupting nearby? Taking advantage of the moment, Nguyen Kwang spurred his horse forward. An opening, the divine power of the Hell Buddha. This power was enough to make soldiers locked in fierce combat stop fighting. Even 5 mountains away, the tremors could still be felt. To ordinary people, it was no different from a natural disaster, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. On Kien broke out in cold sweat. Send a squad to investigate immediately. The soldier beside him nodded. Yes, sir. The once flat hill had now been blasted into a gigantic crater. Han Luong tightened his grip around Tuma Luke's throat. I'm still alive? You got a tough life. That's why I told you not to provoke me. There are plenty of people in this world stronger than you. Han Luong frowned and raised his fist seriously. This is the end. With that, he lifted Tuma Luke into the air by the neck, preparing to unleash a barrage of heavy punches. Before the eyes of Tien Kwang and Nguyen Tan Quan, Han Luong frantically pounded Tuma Luke's face. The two silently watched Han Luong's fury. You scheming bastard. You were the one who deliberately threw someone else's child into the abyss to kill him, weren't you? And now you're protecting him just because he's your son? Selfish bastard. Tuma Dam smiled proudly. Who in this world isn't selfish? Tuma Dam swiftly swung his spear, forcing Han Luong to retreat for the moment. Racked with pain all over his body, Tuma Luke gasped, Fazer. Tuma Dam gritted his teeth. This is my mistake. I underestimated the power of Earth Shatterer. Why did I do this instead of letting you die? Because you weren't capable of holding back the Hell Buddha while I escaped. So you must lead the army back to Ti Tuong, Tuma Luke. Our forces are still strong. Go back and reorganize them. Don't misunderstand, Tuma Luke. The only reason I saved you is not because you are my son, but because this is the best choice for taking the northern frontier. I'm old, but you are still young. You could become even stronger than the War King. Tuma Dam swiftly hoisted Tuma Luke's body onto the shaft of his spear. Live, Tuma Luke weakly called out, Father, and fulfill my wish, seize this whole realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuma Dam swung his spear violently and flung Tuma Luke's body into the sky. Great sky flight. Tuma Luke shooted en Willangli. Fazer, under bintang alaus sky. A figure suddenly streaked through the air. Tuma Luke's blood-soaked body shot across the sky at tremendous speed. Fan 2 recognized it at once. That's Lord Tuma Dam's technique. What? That's Lord Tuma Luke. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, Damn it, The whole army retreat to the south gate at once. Rescue Général Tumaluk. Senior brother, the enemy is retreating. What happened? In the Battle of Bin Tan, the supply convoy of the Min Noyet Merchant Guild had won. Tuma Dam quietly braced himself upright and muttered to himself, "Still, this isn't too bad. The War Kings should be on the battlefield, but still, I never thought," Tuma Dam smiled, "that I would die by your hand." His expression gradually went blank, and all life left his body. War King Tuma Dam. From the moment he stood before Han Luong, War King Tuma Dam was already dead. Urgent shouts rose one after another. Lord Tumaluk, this is bad. How did this happen? Get a physician. Bring him over here. Vice Captain, the enemy is chasing us. Fan Tu hurriedly gave orders. Bring a stretcher. No. Use a cart. Blood kept gushing from Tuma Luke's mouth, making Fan too frantic with worry. Lord Tumaluk, struggling, Tuma Luke forced out an order. Back to the base. The whole army withdraw to Tuong. What? Tumaluk Ponted. The War King is dead. That statement froze Fan Tu's face in disbelief. The whole army retreat. Move toward the south gate immediately. Full retreat. Withdraw from Hutan. We must return to Tuong. Tan Ni was stunned. What? We were about to win. Why are we retreating? Nguyen Quang frowned in thought. Looks like something happened over there. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Fighting as he shouted, Nguyen Quang roared. All troops of the Ngushuyan sect, charge! Tan Ni protested angrily. Humph, this is humiliating. It feels like we lost and are running away. Damn it, cavalry, spread out and hold the enemy back. By time for the infantry to retreat. At Bintan's gate, very few enemy soldiers remained, and Tuma Mai's weapon was gradually breaking apart. Nguyen swung his sword, leaving streaks of blood across Tuma Mai's body. She was furious, but powerless to do anything. Nguyen hefted his heavy sword, panting from exhaustion. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers rushed over from afar. Nguyen, get back. Protect Commander Tuma Mai. They swung their blades wildly, forcing Nguyen's group to retreat. Damn it, Commander Tuma Emigrek. This way, please. Helping Tuma Mai to her feet, the soldiers reported, Commander, the retreat signal has already been sent. We must return to base. Grinding her teeth in towering rage, she spat out, just you wait. The entire Tuong army immediately received the order to withdraw. Retreat. Retreat. Return to base. The soldiers behind them reported, Lord Nguyen, the main Tuong army is withdrawing. We won. We successfully held Bintan. It's over. The Tuong army scattered in all directions in order to save their own lives. On Onkien's side, Lord Onkien, Tuma Luke's Tuong army is retreating. What should we do now? Pursue them? No need. They still outnumber us. They aren't retreating because my reinforcements arrived. First, we need to join up with the true Emperor's forces and reassess the situation. With a grave look on his face, Onkien added, there's one more thing. I have to tell the true Emperor the truth. The sky was clear now, without a trace left behind. Nguyen Quan let out a breath of relief. It's over. At the bottom of the crater, Tuma Dam's corpse lay on the ground. Han Luong curled his lip and looked at Tuma Dam with disgust. Strange, sizzling sounds immediately came from his body. Damn it, I am starving. White smoke wrapped around Han Luong, growing thicker and thicker until his whole body was obscured. Ten Guang Wachet Intenti. The old man's body seems to be shrinking. Han Luong's figure flickered within the white smoke. Suddenly, he spoke. Hey, kid. Tien Quang replied in confusion. Huh. Han Luong said tiredly. I'm hungry, so I'm going hunting. You go home first. When I get back, I'll still need to eat more. So go catch a few bears and roast them. Pen Guang Sai. All right. As soon as he answered, a noise came from inside the smoke. The Battle of Bintan had ended. In the end, Nguyen Tan Quan's army had successfully held Bintan. That night in Bintan, countless severely wounded soldiers were being treated. It's so hot. It hurts so much. The villagers had also returned to the city and resumed their lives. I heard you spare the enemy general. Nguyen turned his head in confusion. Huh? Nguyen Phuong was standing right beside him. Nguyen Phuong could not understand it. You lost an eye, and you still spared the enemy general? Are you some kind of living saint? Nguyen answered slowly. At that moment, I suddenly thought of Trung. She wasn't like little sister, but every time I think of little sister, I still couldn't swing my sword. Nguyen Phuong listened in silence to every word. Do you really have to die once before you understand? And if you only have one eye left, how are you supposed to see clearly? I understand now. Nguyen Tan Quan stood there stunned for a long while. He lowered his head. So that's what happened in Chiu Tuong City. On Qian lowered his voice and said, I'm sorry. Even though I saw it, it's fine. I believe you did everything you could. After I return, may I report this matter? Please do. Our army will remain here to reinforce Bintan until the situation stabilizes. Suddenly, a shrill scream drew their attention. Don't move. There, all right. I've bandaged it carefully. It shouldn't leave too many scars. But with so many scars already on your body, are you really okay? Tian Kuang rubbed his stomach. Thank you, doctor. Even though my wounds really do heal very quickly. Nguyen Tan Quan walked over and asked, Are you all right, Tian Kuang? Ah, thank you, my lord. This is the first time I've let a doctor treat me, so it feels a little strange. Nguyen Tan Quan said in a low voice, I owe you a debt. Really? That black-eyed bastard beat me to a pulp, and in the end it was all settled thanks to the old man's power. But it was indeed because you bought us time that our losses were minimized. No matter how strong the Hell Buddha is, he still can't save everyone. Tian Kuang was silent for a long time. The old man is absurdly strong. If I train hard enough, can I become like him? If you wanna, and if you train with all your might, then yes, you can. HM, are you finally starting to admire your master's martial arts? Admire? Don't use weird words like that. I really was shocked, but I also felt uneasy. Those two black-eyed men and their army were terrifyingly strong. But watching the old man suppress them alone and beat them senseless, it felt less like a fight and more like he was bullying them. When Tan Quan Lao He's het, no matter what, the core of martial arts is destruction. If you see it as violence, then it is still destruction. Violence only increases, never decreases. But it's true that you need strength to avoid being overpowered. If you believe in your master's strength or in your own martial arts, then remember why you want to become strong. Tian Kuang fell silent, then gradually accepted the reality. Thank you, my lord. A flash of killing intent flickered in Min Noyet's eyes, and her hand clenched around her sword. So you're that woman named Min Noyet. Mancat lay writhing on the ground, groaning. A voice rang out in the corpse-filled room. You're the one who can turn the tide. One of the 12 emperors, the Qin Emperor Ba, and spoke coldly. Looking at you is like looking at some stray cat. He glared threateningly. Prepare to face the consequences. Even so, Min Noyet stood firm, her expression unchanged. A series of footsteps sounded, and Nguyen Lo slowly stepped through the doorway. Daivan looked up happily. Ah, the elder has arrived. Following behind Nguyen Lo was a woman. HM, Min Noyet greeted them warmly. Greetings, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Everyone in the room showed disgust. You're Guild Master Min Noyet, so why are you? Ming Noyet, so Inwali. These damn merchants actually dared ignore my summons. 4 months earlier, before the Battle of Bintan, not long after Nguyen Tan Quan's army had set out at the merchants' rest quarters of the Ngushuyan sect. Oh, the other merchant houses all brought quite a few big fighters with them. Did we bring any teams? Most of our manpower is busy transporting supplies to Bintan, so we don't have many people free right now. Mancat said gloomily, true enough. Still, quality over quantity, right, senior brother Hugh Quan? U Quan Smilath. The people over there are no slouches either. That one is Na Thak, the famous twin-blade expert of Bintan. He's the eldest disciple of the Purple Emperor, one of the 12 emperors. Beside that burly young man is Duong, then of Iron Fist Hall, one of the 20 extraordinary men. He used to roam the martial world, has a body like steel, and is nicknamed Diamond Masa. There's also Vong Jia Oi, famed for his archery, and the long fist expert Du Kentucky. That one is Tuin. His spear technique is extremely powerful, and his thrusts are incredibly fast. I'd like to exchange pointers with him too. Mancat said helplessly, so they're all stronger than you then. Hugh Quan waved his hand and laughed loudly. Haha, there are countless masters in this world. Then you ought to show them a few moves so they know they're nothing at all. Why would I do that? There's no benefit in it. Min Noyet carefully set the teapot on the table. Then she stood up. Thank you, honored elders, for answering my summons and taking time out of your busy schedules to come here. There may still be some here who do not know me, so please allow me to introduce myself first. I am Min Noyet, Guild Master of the Min Noyet Merchant Guild, currently working with the Mock Sun Merchant Association. The Guild Master of Dai Van Merchant Association in Dai Van City spoke up. I know exactly who you are. What man wouldn't know Min Noyet, the top courtesan of Tan Van Din? Isn't that right, elders? Of course. Who here hasn't drunk wine poured by Min Noyet herself? Ha, that's right. Suddenly, I feel like having a drink. Min Noyet's expression darkened at once. Nguyen Lo reminded them sternly, enough joking. This is official business. Divan turned serious again. Yes, elder. Please forgive us, Lord Nguyen Lo. We've already heard about it. Under the Chancellor's direction, you intend to open up a trade route running through the entire territory. Nguyen Hao, the new guild master of the Bakai Merchant Guild in the northern frontier, offered his view. The plan sounds good, but carrying it out will be extremely difficult. To put it simply, we would have to build a road between Bintan and the northern cities where conflict is ongoing. Do you know how much time and money it would take just to maintain a single supply route? What do you think? Guildmaster Pham Thiet? Pham Thiet pointed at the map and replied, that road would need to be 3.5 cubits wide, enough for wagons to pass through, and it would have to stretch 350 li to reach Bintan. Just preparing the materials alone would consume 3 years of the Merchant Association's budget. Even if the court used prisoners for forced labor, this project would still be enormous. No, even if we fully met the Chancellor's requirements, our resources would still fall drastically short. Simply put, the Kingdom of Bin has 42 cities in secure regions. If we establish a supply line through all those provinces and cities, it will require the national treasury, manpower, and time. The Chancellor only has to come up with the idea and issue the order, but for those carrying it out, this is practically an impossible task. The other guild masters chimed in mockingly. As expected of an educated man, Guild Master Ba Kai has hit the nail on the head. Min Noyet, it seems you blindly followed the Chancellor's order without truly thinking it through. If you're a guild master, then you should be able to weigh the gains and losses this plan would bring after success. Min Noyet let out a soft sigh. The road-building plan was actually proposed to the Chancellor by me. Naturally, the Chancellor shared my thinking, which is why he entrusted this plan to me, because he knows I understand trade. Just as Guild Master Pham Thiet said, I fully understand that this is an extremely difficult task. But you said it was nearly impossible, not impossible. Perhaps because you have become merchants, all of you only calculate how much profit this plan will bring once it succeeds. In the Bin Hung War, stopping the mighty 1.2 million strong Xiongnu army was supposed to be impossible. But there were people who turned the impossible into the possible and achieved results beyond all expectations. When everyone else gives up, then those who find a way and act will become the final survivors in this age of war and chaos. Nguyen Lo's gaze swept lightly across the room. Dai Van grew displeased. This arrogant woman dares spout such conceited words. As for Ba Kai, he seemed to have found some new inspiration. Dai Van slowly rose to his feet. Whether you're a courtesan or not, your eloquence really is impressive. In truth, if the interregional road succeeds, the result will exceed all expectations. At its core, this plan is a great temptation, but among everyone sitting here, we must determine who stands to gain the most. Therefore, the more uncertain this matter is, the more absurd it is for a courtesan who started a merchant guild only 3 years ago to act as though she commands all the merchant associations here. If everyone competes for the leadership position and both sides benefit, that would be fairer. Wouldn't you agree? Min Noyet pondered for a moment, then smiled. That is a very reasonable suggestion. If I were you, I would think the same way. Min Noyet stepped forward gently. Her expression turned serious. However, I have no intention of stepping away from this central position. Divan curled his lip and cursed inwardly. Arrogant woman. Min Noyet glared back at him in return. Suddenly, Ba Kai stepped forward to smooth things over. Come now, guild masters, let's calm down. It seems everyone is interested in joining this road project. The final question is, who should be placed in charge of the plan? How about this? Although the Chancellor entrusted the task to Guild Master Min Noyet, we still have yet to see her true ability. Guild Master Dai Van owns the largest merchant guild here, so he certainly has strength as well, yet he was not given the responsibility. This may be somewhat troublesome, but Elder Nguyen Lo of the Ngushuyan sect, could you perhaps conduct a test? Let the Elder set the question, and whoever resolves it most skillfully shall become the person in charge. No one would object to your final decision, because you're the most fair and incorruptible Elder of the Ngushuyan sect. Nguyen Lo proudly puffed out his chest. This old man has never feared trouble. If all the guild masters agree, then I will set the test. I'll prepare the question within 1 week. Whoever wants to contend for the leadership may return here 1 week from now. Gentle light shone over the tiled roofs of the Ngushuyan sect. Dai Van and Ba Kai were talking. At our age, having to take a test is truly embarrassing, but it's the fairest way. If we had everyone vote, Guild Master Divan would obviously be chosen, but the Min Noyet Merchant Guild would certainly refuse to accept it. Let's just treat this as a method of stripping Guild Master Min Noyet of that responsibility. Even though we already drove her out, the Min Noyet Merchant Guild has been developing rapidly lately. Within 10 years, it may grow into an organization we can no longer ignore. We have to destroy it while it's still immature. Divan snorted bitterly. Oomph. Even if there's a test, I absolutely won't lose. I simply don't like that woman. That arrogant, lowly woman needs to be taught a lesson. Baki sumaisli. Is that so? I actually rather like her. Divan frowned, plutting. I heard most of the guild's members have already been sent to support the Battle of Bintan. During the test period, if we kill her, it would be too obvious. Better to scare her a little before the test. Night fell outside Mock Sun City. It's late. Has Tanvan closed yet? Not yet. The officials of Mock Sun City are coming tonight. Mistress Thursday Kai said you should appear at the banquet. I'm not in the mood today. Thursday Lawn asked innocently why. Did something happen today? Min Noyet answered vaguely. A bunch of troublesome people. Most of them are men I used to meet back when I received guests at Tanvan Den. They're warm and eager when they come here as customers, but the moment business is involved, they glare at me. Thursday Lawn angrily added, ugh, that sounds disgusting. Those men are so petty and so blatantly prejudiced. Just hearing it makes me angry too. I know they're only trying to protect their own interests, but daring to take money from me is unforgivable. I'm gonna make them kneel at my feet. This is a war between strong women and those bastards. I don't know what kind of testing Gashian Sect will set, but we'll need the strength of the women of Tanvan Den. We'll have to respond depending on the situation, so I'll need your help too, Thursday Lawn. In that case, you'll have to give me a bigger share of the money. In the distance, a group of people watch silently. I don't like doing this. Are we really going to wear masks just to scare a woman? It's the client's order. What do we do? But we're not bandits. Say something. If Master sees us like this, what would he think? Nguyen Phuong and Nguyen, on of the Gashian Sect, are earning merit at the Battle of Bintan right now. Enough already. I'm annoyed too, but think about how much Guild Master Divan is paying us. If we only ever did the work we liked, how would we ever earn that kind of money? After hearing that, the others felt it made sense. Fine, we just have to scare that courtesan and be done with it. Damn it, let's do it fast and get out of here. Suddenly, one of them was stabbed through the stomach with a sword. They immediately drew their blades in defense. You are Hang Duan Hong Jiang. In an instant, each of them was cut across the body by a merciless spear. Hang Duan Hong Jiang. Hugh Quan stood there with an eerie air, flicking the blood from his spearhead, fresh blood splattering into the night. Hugh Quan's spear tip was drenched in blood, and the assassins fell one after another, their bodies severed. They collapsed onto the cold ground. Suddenly, more of them sprang out from all directions. A few assassins shouted in fury, "Damn it, what the hell are you? Oh, Guan Snadat, you're assassins, right?" That's the question I should be asking, but I'm not all that curious. In a split second, Hugh Quan charged forward at terrifying speed and thrust his spear once at each of them. Every strike was like a phantom spear that claimed a life. 3 strikes of Tan Tuen. Nathak seized the chance and lunged fiercely at Hugh Quan. Plum blossomed twin blades. Hugh Quan turned and blocked the attack. He seemed slightly surprised. Still alive? Plum blossom bloom. Hugh Quan nodded in praise. Impressive. As expected of a twin blade master, Nathak continuously switched stances and slashed at Hugh Quan, causing the surrounding bamboo to topple one after another. Even so, Nathak's neck still took a fatal blow. His eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How can someone this strong be unknown? Even I couldn't block a single move from him. Nathak only had time to groan, "Master," before collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, at Tanvan Den, a voice echoed over the calm surface of the lake. "You really do know how to cause trouble. Ni ein Sauda di Sapon." Those merchant guild masters are all regular patrons of ours. Yet you went and angered them. Min Noyet denied it. It's not my fault. They insulted me first, and that's how things turn out this way. Your temper is getting worse and worse. And Ion asked worriedly, "So what do you plan to do now? Even if the merchants of Mock Sun City stand with us, what about the merchant guilds of the northern frontier and the plains? How do you plan to face them?" Min Noyet said softly, "That's exactly why I came here to ask for your help, Madam Thursday Kai and Ion. And I mocked her. Just look at how pathetic you are. Anyone who controls a merchant guild has one thing in common. Merchants always put profit first. That is why most merchant guilds try to maintain friendly relations with the Dai Van Merchant Guild, the oldest, largest, and wealthiest merchant guild in the plains. Because Dai Van almost controls the entire trade network. It is a family of business magnates passed down through many generations. It would not be an exaggeration to say they control not only the town network, but also the networks of the surrounding regions. So for the other merchant guilds, the only way to survive is to become an affiliated guild under the Dai Van Merchant Association. As the intermediary, Dai Van charges high fees, but in return they can move enormous quantities of goods, so those guilds have no other choice. That's right. Even if the fees are high, selling a large volume is still better than struggling alone. So what do you intend to do? They are willing to accept losses just to stand with Dai Van in hopes of gaining a little more profit. Those outrageous fees are exactly my target. Speaking of connections, who here can surpass the Dai Van Merchant Guild? The top courtesan of Mok Sun City, a master diplomat, the owner of Tan Van Din herself. That would be you, madam. With Madam's connections and the Chancellor's support from my merchant guild, if we know how to work things properly, then within 2 years our guild will be able to compete with the Dai Van Merchant Guild and become the biggest middleman. In that kind of competition, Dai Van will have no choice but to lower its fees to keep its business. If Dai Van drops to 20%, Manhwa will drop to 18%, and the partners will choose whoever offers them the better rate. That is exactly my plan to shake those guild masters. First, we need to meet them and spread this rumor. I do not know what kind of testing the Shuyan sect will set, but we need to win over as many people as possible. That way we will be well prepared for the test. And even if we fail, we will still have other opportunities. Ni ein thou win. So you mean we have to win the test to become the person in charge of the road building plan? That's right. Otherwise, we lose everything. And Ion and Thursday Lawn fell silent in thought. Fine then, but first we need to discuss how much money you're giving me for this. Another billion. Why are you two suddenly so motivated? Atrung's figure hurried through the quiet night road. Noisy voices drifted in from afar. Long time no see, Captain Hugh Kwan. Sorry, everyone, I'm late. Kwan smilat apologetically. Sorry to keep you waiting, Captain Atrung. Something urgent came up, so I sent someone ahead first. Atrung glanced at him and immediately realized. An assassin? Hugh Kwan looked at himself in surprise. I thought I wiped it all off. Is there blood on me? No, it's just that I can feel killing intent coming off you. Ulkwan Smilat, even though this is not a battlefield, you really are sharp. I will report the matter of the assassin to Guild Master Manhwa, so please keep it secret from Thursday Kai and the others. I do not want to cause more trouble. Atrung nodded cheerfully. You really think things through. I'll do as you say and pretend I know nothing. Hugh Kwan clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. Thank you. I'm worried they may be too afraid of danger to continue the road building plan. The Manhwa Merchant Guild needs to become stronger. A flicker of suspicion crossed Atrung's eyes as she looked at him. Hugh Kwan turned back and chuckled. What I mean is, this has to do with my wages. Atrung laughed along. True enough. The next morning at the Dai Van Merchant Guild, Dai Van asked in shock. Nathak was killed? One of Dai Van's subordinates lowered his head and confirmed, yes. Not only him, but the whole escort team was wiped out. Impossible. Dai Van ground his teeth. Nathak was extremely strong. Could a place this godforsaken really have someone capable of killing him? Bah! Kai cupped his hands and asked, was it done by the escorts of the Manhwa Merchant Guild? No, we found no trace of Manhwa's escort team. His face darkened as he continued. But from what I observed, it seems one person alone killed all of them. Bah! Kai tilted his head in thought. So the plan failed. Guild Master Dai Van, sending assassins in the first place was a mistake. Even in a desperate situation like this, merchants should still act by the rules of merchants. We have not suffered any losses yet. Let's just stick to the plan and wait for the test to begin. Dai Van trembled with rage. How am I supposed to swallow this humiliation? Ba Kai said coldly, we are not warriors. Do not concern yourself with such shameful matters. Dai Van sniffed and calculated. No, now is exactly the time to show them the power of money. There's always a way to make a killer settle things quietly. I'm sure you have heard of this man. The number one assassin, Hong Hoa. Ba Kai fell silent for a moment, looking helpless. I heard they died years ago. What are you talking about? I heard he recently assassinated the inspector in Zhongtan. That was 2 years ago. It seems your information is badly outdated. Impossible. On the day of the test, at the canyon near Back Bin Plain, Nguyen Lo stood on a rock and announced, "Guild Masters, it seems it was not easy for everyone to get here. Judging by the numbers, it looks like most of the merchant guilds have sent representatives. Guild Master Lu Tien, have you ever been here before?" "No." "Elder Nguyen Lo, the roads here are treacherous. I have never passed through this area." "Exactly. And the weather here is harsh, with strong winds. There are no city walls nearby either, so the guild masters have paid no attention to this place. When I was younger, I was ordered by the Bin Kingdom to repair the waterways here. The river was redirected through the canyon and straight out onto the plain in order to support farming and provide water for daily use. That irrigation project was truly beyond our means, but the work went smoothly, and the river was successfully diverted to the plain. But in the years afterward, once the rainy season came, many problems began to appear. That new branch of the river caused flooding and submerged many of the surrounding villages. Because of this, the villages here have suffered flooding every year. We tried many methods, such as digging new canals or relocating the villages to higher ground, but none of it was easy. The rice fields are flooded year after year, and even when the homes are spared, famine still lingers to this day. In that case, shouldn't the entire village simply be moved somewhere else? There are 5 villages in this area. Relocating them all is no simple matter. Besides, their ancestral graves are in this canyon as well. If you tell them to abandon everything here and leave, they will never agree. This is the test I have prepared for all of you. Help the villagers facing this disaster. As for the method, that is entirely up to you. You may control the floodwaters, or move the villagers, or even form alliances to help one another. However, violence and coercion are absolutely forbidden. I will send members of the Ngushuyan sect to observe your progress. Whichever merchant guild comes up with the cleverest method and takes the best care of the villagers will become the leader of the road building plan. So in short, he wants us to clean up the mess the court left behind. That old man is just using our hands to finish their dirty work. Looking at it positively, this resolves the conflict between the merchant guilds, helps the villagers control the floodwaters, and raises the reputation of the Ngushuyan sect as well. 1 arrow, 3 birds. Man Cat turned around and suggested, "The sun is about to set, Sister Min Noyet. Why don't we find a place to rest? I also want to personally inspect the villages around here." Suddenly, a voice cut in. "There definitely won't be anywhere to stay in that village." "Bah," Kai warmly offered. "We brought a few tents with us. You could make do there for the night. Would you like to join us?" Min Noyet accepted firmly. "Thank you for your kindness. The rainy season may be over, but just look at the ruins left behind by the flood. It must have been last year's great flood. The flooding was so severe that traces of it still remain a year later. Yes, look at how this village prepares for storms and floods." They all stood on high ground and observed. It seems they are only making makeshift defenses. If this happens every year, there's no way a few pieces of timber like that can stop the floodwaters. There are villagers over there. Let's go ask them. "Hello, we are from the Mock Sun Merchant Alliance. We would like to ask the two of you something." The old man and child by the cliff quickly turned around. Then they hurried away as if they had seen nothing. Min Noyet guessed, "It seems we are not very welcome." Lu Tien sighed. "Perhaps it is because we are people from a city and they hate us for it. If their village floods because the city walls altered the stream's course, then it is only natural that they hate us. Their lives have been threatened because of the needs of those inside the city. The people in the city probably did try to help them escape the flooding, but if it drags on year after year like this, resentment is bound to erupt. Damn it, I never imagined that life for the common people outside the city could be this hard." Guild Master Lu Tien, Chow Tai reminded him, "Do not let that little bit of sympathy distract you from our goal. The Daivan Merchant Guild is already gathering the other merchant guilds to discuss things. We need to act fast before we get left behind. Temporary camp near the village. As soon as the sun sets, the insects come out. Right, we should head back to camp. The servants should have a fire going by now. Let's go." "What rotten luck. It's all Min Noyet's fault that we're stuck here instead of staying home." "Haha, well, we're already here, so we just have to live with it. At least we have tents." Chow Tai pointed bossily as he gave orders. "Humph. Lately, Guild Master Lu Tin doesn't seem as clear-headed as before, does he? Have you forgotten what that old fox of a Guild Master said? Excuse me, you two, I would like to speak with Guild Master Min Noyet in private. Damn it, are we working on her now?" The glow of the setting sun slowly disappeared behind the distant mountain. "Bakien Ming Noyet Donka. What do you think after touring the village? This test is not simple at all. Every time I remember that the Ngushian sex test idea came from Guild Master Ba Kai, I start to feel irritated." "Huh, My apologies, but you are a smart woman, so I thought you would understand me. Most of the merchant guilds here are subordinate to Chancellor Bin, but they are not loyal like soldiers. They only think of profit. So just because the Chancellor trusts me does not mean the other merchant guilds see me the same way. Yes, I knew you would understand. So then, how do you intend to deal with this test? There are only two ways. One is to rebuild the waterway to prevent future flooding. The second is to relocate the villagers to another place outside the flood zone. Min Noyet lowered her head. That would naturally be the best solution. Bakai agreed as well. Of course, relocation is still the most suitable option. Any merchant would think that way. The key issue is how much money it would cost. These villagers have struggled against the floods for decades. If in recent years they can no longer hold out, that proves the problem has become too serious for them to handle. Repairs would certainly be extremely expensive. On the other hand, the cost of relocation depends on how we do it. Even if we force them, as long as the method is proper, we can finish relocating them without spending a single coin. Min Noyet gradually slowed her steps. Yes, but this is not exactly the sort of thing one should discuss in private, is it? Baki Luk Chauba. Well, recently I happened to meet Thursday Kai from Tan Van Din. To be precise, when she was trying to persuade Guild Master Pham Thiet, I interrupted their conversation, and in the end, she wound up talking to me instead. I realized that Guild Master Min Noyet has a very sharp mind. That was my first impression, so I wanted to know more. Most of the merchant guilds have already allied with the Dai Van Merchant Guild to deal with the test. It is an alliance no one dares provoke. But if I can bring the merchant guilds of Mok Sun City over and persuade everyone, then while our side may not be the strongest, it would still be a very respectable faction. Min Noyet's expression did not change. Is that all? Publicly, yes. Min Noyet looked at Ba Kai in confusion. Publicly? He replied eagerly, yes. Personally, I find Min Noyet to be a very charming woman. One of the rare female guild masters, a strong woman who never gives up and always fights for her beliefs. How could I not be deeply impressed? Min Noyet hestita. Ah, I see. If you want to cooperate, then that would benefit our side as well. From afar, Mancat and Hugh Kwan were secretly watching. That night at Min Noyet's camp, Hugh Kwan became suspicious. How strange. It was far too easy to pull them over to our side. Mancat narrowed his eyes. Senior brother Hugh Kwan thinks so too? Then Gwen How Merchant Guild has been around for a long time. They have always maintained close ties with the Dai Van Merchant Guild. But now they have suddenly turned against them and joined hands with us. That guy just makes me uncomfortable. He looks very sly. Why don't we investigate him and find out what's really going on? Ukwan Fronat. You mean act on our own without Guild Master Min Noyet's orders? Even if Big Sister does not give the order, we should take the initiative. That is the only way the Min Noyet Merchant Guild can grow stronger, earn recognition, and rise step by step. Wouldn't you agree? Hugh Kwan shook his head. Forget it. I prefer doing less and getting more. Mancat thought gloomily. I miss Tien Kwong and Ma Truong Kai so much. Senior brother Hugh Kwan is so boring, not fun at all. Mancat puffed out his cheeks in annoyance. An hour later, at Bakai's private residence, belonging to the Nguyen How Merchant Guild on Backbin Plain, a tuft of black hair swayed on the rooftop. The small figure moved swiftly across the roof tiles. Mancat narrowed his eyes as he calculated. Good thing the Nguyen How Merchant Guild is not too far from the tents. If I go alone, I should still make it back before dawn. That idiot senior brother Hugh Kwan is so dumb. No wonder his eyes always look lifeless. With that lazy attitude, how could he ever assist Sister Min Noyet? Min Noyet is not someone who will stop at the position of Guildmaster. If I want to become her trusted confidant and earn a good position in the future, I have to act now. Just like always, behind every outstanding guild master, there's an unseen guard. Mancat tiptoed along excitedly. If I uncover that bastard scheme before Min Noyet wakes up, maybe I'll be richly rewarded. Behind Mancat, a pair of blood-red eyes was staring straight at him. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? At the camp of the Min Noyet Merchant Guild, Min Noyet looked outside anxiously. Where did Mancat go? Hugh Kwan was surprised. You still haven't gone to sleep? I thought you were already asleep, so I told him to go back to the tent. If you want to see him, I will go call him. Min Noyet shook her head. If he's already asleep, then forget it. I'm just worried he'll go and do something pointless again. I already told him that Bakai looks very suspicious, but we still have to wait for orders. As expected, you handled it well, Hugh Kwan. Minoyet looked around uneasily. If he sneaks into someone else's house again, I swear I'll have a headache to death. Yes, but this is something you should think over carefully. The new guild master of the Nguyen Merchant Guild, Ba Kai. He is an adopted son, yet he was trusted by the former guild master and given control of the guild. Through his personal charisma, he took over the former guild master's legacy and preserved the reputation of the Nguyen Merchant Guild, raising it into one of the leading merchant guilds of Backbin Plain. He maintains ties with the top-ranked Dai Van Merchant Guild in the city and is famous for mediating conflicts between merchant guilds. In truth, the Nguyen Merchant Guild is the Dai Van Merchant Guild's strongest rival. Yes, but didn't the former guild master of the Nguyen Merchant Guild value you very highly, Guildmaster Minoyet? Sometimes I really can hardly believe that Captain Hugh Kwan is not a local. You know so much. My ears are sharp, so I hear a lot of things. The former guild master of the Nguyen Merchant Guild was a legendary figure in his time. Some rumors say that in his youth, he was a famous bandit who stole from the rich. Other rumors say he was a veteran who once fought alongside Bat Kwong in the campaign against the Hung. There are even rumors that he became so wealthy through the slave trade before establishing the current merchant guild. After that, he was summoned back to Bat Kwong and became one of the 12 emperors. Mun Cat jumped in shock, turning around to look. Before he could react, he was seized by a massive hand. That burly man instantly locked Man Cat's body in a crushing grip. One of the 12 emperors, Qin Emperor, Night Marquis, Great Bandit Ba, and glared and muttered, "You were the first guest to visit my home tonight. Before coming here, you did make your peace with death, didn't you? Ming Mwayet, thou win. Why'd I suddenly feel so uneasy? Do you feel it too?"